Chapter 71. It's understandable to be hungry, but what does the chef mean? Joe Jeansher was stunned, and the movement of his hands also stagnated. The Zombie King was looking at him, and he was also staring at the Zombie King. For some reason, this Zombie King gave him a familiar feeling when he got closer. Is it because it ate Li Qiu? Or is it that Li Qiu was swallowed by the Zombie King, and she is not dead but still alive in the Zombie King's body? In a world of natural disasters, even the most absurd things can happen. What's more, Li Qiu is very smart, and it's not that easy to die. When Joe Jeansher thought of the latter possibility, the strength that was about to dissipate in his body gathered again. His dry and bloody mouth opened slightly. Li Qiu. From the time he called out chef, the human consciousness in the Zombie King's mind gradually returned. After hearing the name Li Qiu, the Zombie King suddenly shuddered as if he had a big dream. Right now, give the Zombie King a fatal blow and rescue Li Qiu. This belief supported Joe Jeansher and made him throw out the magic. If nothing unexpected happens, the magic will accurately hit the Zombie King's head according to his will. Li Qiu was still very sleepy and said and suddenly saw a super familiar knife coming towards her forehead. So scary. At the critical moment, Li Qiu used the ability of stealing stars and changing the sun again. The fierce knife was instantly in her hand, and the original position of the knife became a big stone. Being hit on the forehead by the big stone, although it didn't hurt because of her thick skin, Li Qiu still subconsciously raised her hand to touch it. Then she found that it was really hard to raise her hand, and an ordinary movement almost required the whole body to move. Joe Jeansher? Li Qiu paused as he raised his hand, and then realized what he had in his hand. Joe Jeansher heard the Zombie King calling his name, and then he finally fainted due to excessive blood loss. Li Qiu shook Joe Jeansher blankly. What's wrong with you? Who beat you up like this? Hey, are you okay? Wake up, Joe Jeansher. Li Qiu's turbid and hoarse voice echoed in the underground world. When he saw his huge body and the traces of fighting all over the ground, Li Qiu's mind was buzzing. It turned out that I was the one who beat Joe Jeansher like this. I remember everything. Li Qiu took Joe Jeansher to the depths of the underground world. This was the sleeping palace of the three heads before, and the area was very large. Li Qiu touched the ground based on his memory, and found the 3 messenger bags that had been placed here before. The fruits were still lying motionless in the bag, and the green leaves on their bodies looked greener and stronger than before, but there was no sign of waking up. Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking back to what happened before, and was glad that the fruits didn't see anything. She took the messenger bag she used to carry things in, and dumped the contents all over the floor. There weren't many things, but the variety was quite rich. Here are some emergency medicines, all issued by the government. Each of the 25 people has one. Everyone took it with them. Although Li Qiu didn't use it, she took it with her to look less abrupt. Finding medicine is only one aspect, and more importantly, finding a sewing kit. The sewing kit and the seamless ability are combined to form a real medical kit. Excessive blood loss can easily cause hypothermia, so Li Qiu built a small fire next to Joe Jeansher to keep him warm. Touching the sewing kit, Li Qiu was in trouble again. Threading the needle and sewing is a delicate job. With such a huge body, her 2 palms are bigger than the ears of an elephant, and the embroidery needle is so small that it can't be seen at all. How can she sew Joe Jeansher? Seeing Joe Jeansher's breathing getting weaker and weaker, she had to sew it even if she couldn't. Li Qiu wiped her hands first to make sure that there was no skin breakage and no bleeding on her hands, so that Joe Jeansher would not be infected. Then Li Qiu gritted her teeth and picked up the needle and thread and began to poke at Joe Jeansher's wound. Just sew it blindly, Joe Jeansher, don't blame me. If I don't sew it for you, you will die of excessive bleeding. Why is there such a big cut on your stomach? Li Qiu pursed her lips and swallowed her saliva. Alas, this cut was made by me. I'm sorry. And the cut on your arm? Hiss, it hurts. Li Qiu muttered while sewing. She had sewed it as fast as possible, but the effect was minimal. Sometimes the force is not right, and I don't know where I pierced. Fortunately, the seamless ability has reached level 4. No matter how ugly or abstract Li Qiu's stitches are, the threads will automatically disappear after he stops sewing, and the bloody wounds will start to heal automatically. Li Qiu has never been so nervous in a fight. After the stitches were finished, she felt that she was going to collapse. She exhaled a long breath, and felt that her body seemed to be a little smaller than before. Li Qiu thought that the giant zombie was like an air mattress. It started to leak when it was not so full. But if that's the case, if I use my ability a few more times or exercise more, It will leak faster. Li Qiu applauded her great discovery. But she was very tired now, and had no energy to exercise. She turned her head slowly, and looked at Zhou Jinshi. Li Qiu placed the restless magic next to Zhou Jinshi. After the magic shook to protest, it finally returned to silence. Before, the official gave 10 Wisdom C crystal cores to each member of the action team. After the superpowers were injured, they could absorb the crystal cores in time, which would also help the injuries. I don't know how you superpowers absorb the crystal cores. Do you hold them like this? Forget it, hold them like this first. Li Qiu placed 5 in Zhou Jinshi's left and right hands respectively. Li Qiu didn't know how to face Zhou Jinshi. She was a zombie, but she almost killed Zhou Jinshi. She lied and hurt people. It is hard to be forgiven. Li Qiu licked his lips and said, "Let's stay with Zhou Jinshi for a while. I leave when he wakes up." The key that was stolen from Hua Chuansheng was still with her. She thought, if there is a key, there must be a door. The incinerator is suspicious, and the prison is even more suspicious. No one cares whether the bodies sent to the incinerator are burned, and no one knows how the zombies sent to the prison are dealt with. These two places are controlled by the military. Not to mention ordinary people, even people with special abilities cannot access them. There must be more people imprisoned by Hua Chuansheng than just his parents. If Hua Chuansheng wants to hide people, he will probably hide them in these two places. Li Qiu was frowning when she suddenly heard a cough. Zhou Jinshi, who was lying flat, coughed violently. Li Qiu's first reaction was to check on him, but a flashlight suddenly hit her face. Zhou Jinshi had already stood up by leaning against the wall, and looked at the zombie king in front of him with the help of the flashlight and the light of the fire. It was still the same giant zombie as before, but Zhou Jinshi felt that the zombie king in front of him had become non-aggressive. It even looked guilty. "Can't see me, can't see me," Li Qiu muttered silently, preparing to turn his back. As a result, because he turned too quickly, he hit the wall head-on and bounced back. Zhou Jinshi, His injury should have stabilized. Although his breath was not stable when he spoke, his voice was very clear. "Who are you?" Li Qiu sneered and said in a standard villain tone, "Who am I?" "Of course, I am the zombie king." Zhou Jinshi, He saw the sneakers on the zombie king's feet. Because of the huge change in body size, the soles of the shoes had long been stepped on, and the shoes were hung on the ankles of the zombie king like a foot ring. Zhou Jinshi seldom had strange thoughts in such dangerous situations. But what would Li Qiu think if she saw this scene? She would definitely feel that she had shoes without soles on both feet, and she looked stupid, like someone rolling up his trouser legs to plant rice in the fields. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qiu looked at the sudden smile on Zhou Jinshi's face, and felt terrified. Zhou Jinshi called out with certainty, "Li Qiu. If all possible situations are excluded, then the most unlikely one is the truth." Li Qiu would certainly not admit it. "Who is Li Qiu?" "I don't know him. I happen to be full today, so I won't kill you. You hurry up and leave." She walked slowly, and waved her hand to scare Zhou Jinshi to hurry up. Zhou Jinshi seemed not to hear her at all, and was still asking, "What's going on?" "Academician Hua told me that you were eaten by the zombie king." Li Qiu thought, "I was wondering why you looked at me as if we had a blood feud. So Hua Chuansheng said so." If she was Zhou Jinshi, she would definitely fight for revenge after hearing that her good friend was eaten by the zombie king. "You were deceived by him." Zhou Jinshi said him and continued to ask, "How is your injury?" Li Qiu lowered her head and said, "It's okay. I sewed it all up." After sewing Zhou Jinshi, she did not forget to sew up her own wounds, and now there is no mark at all. Anyone who sees it will praise it. What a beautiful zombie. Her answer was equivalent to acknowledging that the zombie king was Li Qiu, and Li Qiu was the zombie king. "I'm sorry." Zhou Jinshi coughed and said, "I didn't know it was you." "Hey." Li Qiu turned his head and looked into Zhou Jinshi's eyes. "What did you say?" His eyes were as bright as stars in the firelight, and he looked gentle and calm. The two apologized to each other like kindergarten kids, and finally began to be honest with each other. "Okay, that's it. Now you know why I don't want to join the team. Putting me in the team is like a mouse in a granary?" Li Qiu broke the jar and said everything. Zhou Jinshi frowned and said nothing after listening to Li Qiu's explanation of the cause and effect. Li Qiu sighed in his heart. Sure enough, not everyone is strong enough to accept being friends with a zombie. I miss Xiaoxue for a second here. Zhou Jinshi looked at her. "Don't describe yourself like that." "Ah? You are our benefactor, and also our good friend." Li Qiu's eyes widened. Are you serious? Don't you dislike me or fear me at all?" I will eat corpses, and when I'm hungry I will be greedy. Do you know that I often drool at you? She showed Zhou Jinshi the side that she thought was the worst. If Zhou Jinshi can accept it, that's good, she won't lose her cherished friend. If Zhou Jinshi can't accept it, that's also good, make it clear as soon as possible to avoid deeper feelings and more pain in the future. Zhou Jinshi looked at Li Qiu quietly, and raised his arm, that was stitched by Li Qiu. But none of us turned into zombies. No one turned into a zombie, because Li Qiu was always crazy and desperately enduring. On the contrary, Li Qiu helped a lot, and saved a lot of people along the way. This is the biggest difference between Li Qiu and zombies. It is even the biggest difference between Li Qiu and some humans. She has emotions and will, so the pain she endures is doubled. Li Qiu's eyes lit up after hearing Zhou Jinshi's words. So we can still be friends? Will you help me keep a secret? Only you and Xiaoxue know that I am a zombie. Zhou Jinshi's throat moved, he smiled, and showed his attitude, of course. Li Qiu laughed happily. Even this laughter seemed a little weird because of his huge body. However, a sudden loud noise from outside interrupted the laughter of the two. A group of people went down the cave, probably to rescue. I don't know who took a big speaker and shouted, Lao Zhou, Lao Zhou. Are you still alive? Hearing this familiar name, Jiang Song was undoubtedly. The voices of Hu Ziyu and Yang Mufeng came from the intercom. Sister Qiu, please answer if you hear it. More and more people shouted. From the content of the intercom, it can be heard that they decided to search separately, and will find this place soon. Li Qiu turned pale, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Will they misunderstand when they see you and me together? Not everyone can accept the existence of zombies, like Shuizhen and Zhou Jinshi. It would be terrible if Zhou Jinshi was accused of being a traitor to humanity. Zhou Jinshi was helpless. What do you think? Li Qiu began to move outside. Then I go first. I leave the fruits here with you. They were tired from helping me dig a hole before. Remember to help me take them out. There's still room over there. I've bypassed them. I should be back to normal in an hour or two. I go find you and meet up then. Remember to remind everyone to be careful of Hua Chuansheng. Zhou Jinshi said, okay, be careful. 5 minutes later, the first person to find this place pushed the door open with a bang. Zhou Jinshi glanced at Li Qiu, who had just moved to the door, and was only 2 steps away from him, sighed softly, and silently covered his head. Chapter 72. Lao Zhou, Lao Zhou. Where are you? I heard the intercom crackling here. Jiang Song swept around with a powerful flashlight. His eyes almost popped out, but he couldn't see anything clearly. The underground world was already very dark, and there was a lot of fog condensed from thick water vapor in the bedroom, causing visibility to be only as wide as a palm. A Fei followed closely behind Jiang Song and wiped the water drops on his face. Don't say it, don't say it. Entering here is like entering a water curtain cave. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be that there is a water monster under the ground? The two said in unison. Jiang Song began to howl. I must avenge them. Revenge. Then, they found that there was a sound of a knife hitting the ground in the water vapor. Zhou Jinshi had stood up with the help of magic. He's not dead yet, so you two don't need to report it for now. I go. The two hurriedly followed the sound, and each of them supported Zhou Jinshi, who was barely able to stand. His clothes were almost soaked in blood, and now they were stained with moisture, making them even more fishy and heavy. A Fei quickly used the intercom to inform others that Zhou Jinshi had been found, and everyone met at the exit of the cave. Jiang Song's brows were rarely solemn, and he wanted Zhou Jinshi to lie down on the spot, and he would help stop the bleeding first. Zhou Jinshi shook his head. It's okay, it just looks scary, it's not my blood. Jiang Song half believed and half doubtedly felt Zhou Jinshi's pulse, and his brows knitted deeper. You are kidding, you are almost bleeding out. Zhou Jinshi was a little surprised. You can take the pulse? If I remember correctly, Jiang Song's major is veterinary medicine, and he opened a black clinic to sell fake medicine. When did he learn Chinese medicine? Jiang Song was proud again. I learned it from Liufu. His family has traditional Chinese medicine. I learned quickly, right? That's called talent. My brother is awesome. A Fei gave a thumbs up. Captain Zhou is the best. He is still so stubborn even after bleeding out. Zhou Jinshi, His external injuries were almost healed by Li Qiu, but his internal injuries are still there, and he needs to recover for a while. And according to Hua Chuansheng, 1 hour after taking A11, his supernatural powers will be disabled for 24 hours. In the next 24 hours, he will not have the protective effect of his supernatural powers on his body. If these internal injuries are not treated in time, They will be fatal at any time in a short period of time. Zhou Jinshi said, "This place may collapse at any time. Let's go out first." Jiang Song and Fei nodded synchronously, and then looked around. "Where is Sister Chiu? Did you find Sister Chiu?" "Before we came in, the ground was shaking so much that we thought it was going to collapse." Zhou Jinshi looked at the corner with the heaviest moisture, and then lowered his eyes. "I didn't see it. But she should be fine. When I came, the yes-men were dead. She left a note asking me to take the fruits away, and she had to check other things." He raised the messenger bag in his hand. Zhou Jinshi has always been the most nervous about Li Qiu, and Li Qiu's own strength is also unfathomable. The two of them did not doubt it, and quickly helped Zhou Jinshi walk out. Passing by a dark wall that smelled like a corpse, Jiang Song looked very disappointed. The knocking monsters don't pay much attention to hygiene. This wall hasn't been painted for at least 30 years. Fei also became interested and shone the light on a section of the wall parallel to their waists. "Hey, the texture and color of this wall are quite special, dark blue." Fei even poked with his hand. "Why do I feel that the wall is shaking? Am I dazzled?" Zhou Jinshi, "Hurry up, there is an earthquake underneath." He coughed, and looked like he was going to die soon. In order to save Zhou Jinshi's life, Fei threw Zhou Jinshi on his back. Jiang Song kept muttering, "Zhou Jinshi, don't die, Zhou Jinshi, don't die, don't die." The footsteps gradually faded away. Li Qiu, who was lying on the wall and dared not move, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Life is like a play, all depends on acting skills. Who would have thought that one day she would play a wall? However, in order to keep her secret, Zhou Jinshi was injured like that, and used his water ability to create fog, so his injury must have worsened. Li Qiu couldn't think of how to repay such a big favor. But there is a long way to go. The news above and below the ground is completely unequal. General Yan and others didn't know that the echo bugs had been eaten by Li Qiu, and the underground was now empty. No one knew that Hua Chuansheng not only imprisoned a group of survivors, but was also parasitized by the echo bugs and ran away with the culprit's 3 heads. At this moment, a dense circle of people had surrounded the ground, all ready to fight, with guns pointed at the entrance of the cave. When they heard the voice in the intercom, everyone hurriedly raised the telescopic stairs. The first to be sent up was Zhou Jinshi, followed by Jiang Song and others. Not long after, all the people who went down came up. General Yan came to greet them in person. He looked at Zhou Jinshi, who looked like a bloody man, and his throat moved solemnly. "Hurry up! Medical team. Where is Dr. Gu? The healing ability is very precious. There are only 3 among the hundreds of thousands of people in the entire base, and 2 of them died at the hands of the knocking monster. Now there is only one Guan left, who is treated like a treasure." Before awakening the healing ability, he was still the assistant of Academician Hua. After awakening, Guan received the same treatment as a giant panda. In the base with tight supplies, he enjoys an independent office building. Everything from food, clothing, housing and transportation is of the highest standard in the base. Every day, 30% of the high-level crystal cores exchanged by the official in the trading area are sent to Guan. The South Base devotes all its power to support this healing ability user, and Guan himself works very hard, and the effect achieved is very significant. In just a few months, he has become a level 5 ability user, and is only a step away from level 6. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is still a breath, Guan can save people. The most important thing is that the official hopes that one day, the healing ability can break through to the level of curing the zombie virus. This is the biggest purpose of supporting Guan. "Where is Dr. Gu?" General Yan's adjutant walked up to the medical team. The medical team at the base was a group of young people, all wearing white masks and white coats. After hearing General Yan calling Guan, they looked at each other, and then they realized that Guan had not followed them at all. Zhou Jinshi's eyes swept through the crowd, and he said concisely, "Hua Chuansheng was parasitized by the knocking monster. Where is he?" Someone in the medical team exclaimed. "When we rushed over just now, Academician Hua said that he had something urgent to do and wanted to see Dr. Gu." "Teacher?" Guan, who was originally going to rush to the entrance of the cave with the medical team, met his mentor Hua Chuansheng at the corner. Academician Hua is his doctoral supervisor, who brought him up to where he is now. When the natural disaster occurred, it was Academician Hua who always took him with him and protected him. For Guan, who came from a small mountain village, Hua Chuansheng is both a teacher and a father. "Teacher, you look very bad. Did you stay up all night to do experiments again? Your clothes are also." Guan looked at Hua Chuansheng, who was in a mess, with a worried look. There were many traces of mud on his body, and there were scratches on his hands and feet. The most frightening thing was his eyes. One was so red that the white of the eye could not be seen, and the other was barely normal, but the red color gradually climbed up. Hua Chuansheng put his hands behind his back and clenched the 3 heads covered by black cloth. I'm fine. Shaolin, I found a herb suitable for making a 12 medicine. Hearing this, Guan's eyes lit up. A 12 is a medicine he and his teacher jointly studied, which is a cytotoxic drug. If it can be successfully developed, it can inhibit or even completely destroy the DNA structure of the zombie virus. According to their initial idea of the efficacy of A12, when the time comes, people infected with the zombie virus only need to remove the infected body parts in time to avoid mutating into zombies. More and more people will survive. Guan was about to follow Hua Chuansheng, but hesitated for a moment. Teacher, General Yan said that the action team needs me. Why don't you go there first? I will find you as soon as I finish the treatment. Hua Chuansheng stopped. Shaolin, you won't be needed there for a while. The ingredients of this herb must be extracted immediately, otherwise there will be no chance. Okay. Guan made a choice. He followed behind Hua Chuansheng. His eyes fell on the black cloth. Teacher, is this a photophobic herb? Is it a newly grown mutant herb? If the number is scarce, should we first find a plant-based mutant to see if we can leave seeds and prepare for mass production? The door closed behind them, and they had entered Hua Chuansheng's laboratory. Hua Chuansheng lifted the black cloth. If you are curious, just take a look for yourself. The moment he saw the 3 heads, Guan felt his blood flowing backwards and his hair stood on end. Their eyes were as red as blood, and they exuded a fishy smell. The head in the middle seemed to be shoveled into a mess by something, but it opened its mouth and had a tongue and could speak. Lung Zhu stretched out his tongue and licked Guan's hand. This is what you chose. The last words Guan heard were, yes, this is what I chose. My best student. He fell down, and Hua Chuansheng took a sealed jar covered with black cloth from the laboratory. It contained a whole jar of yes bugs that had just been born and had not parasitized anyone. He opened Guan's mouth and poured the bugs in. It is not impossible for the echo bug to parasitize the body of a superpower, as long as there are enough of them. Enough to fight against the crystal core of a level 5 superpower. After feeding them, Hua Chuansheng cut open his wrist and Guan's wrist, letting their blood drip into each other's blood vessels. Guan struggled for a long time, and soon closed his eyes. Shaolin, don't blame me. When Guan opened his eyes again, a large group of people had rushed into the laboratory. Dr. Gu. Someone called Guan's name, and came up to help him. Hua Chuansheng was dead in the corner. He died with his eyes open, and his eyes were red and bleeding. For some reason, the blood stains behind his head were the most, almost flowing all over the floor. Everyone searched everywhere, but no one saw the 3 heads that Zhou Jinsher mentioned. Guan saw that everyone was looking at him, and said in a low voice, after the teacher brought me here, he suddenly wanted to kill me, and I was anxious for a moment. Academician Hua was parasitized by the knocking monster, that is, the yes man. It's not your fault. Someone explained. When someone asked about the 3 heads, Guan shook his head blankly, saying that he had never seen any heads. Then Hua Chuansheng's body was carried out. Guan was still immersed in the grief and self-blame of losing his teacher. After an hour, he walked into the hospital to treat Zhou Jinsher's injuries. I'm sorry, I'm late because of something. Guan took a deep breath and explained. Zhou Jinsher, please trouble Dr. Gu. He had heard about Hua Chuansheng's death. Now the authorities are sending more people to find the whereabouts of the 3 heads, and also sent people to surround the incinerator, preparing to dig there to see if they can find the whereabouts of the people imprisoned by Hua Chuansheng. When Guan treated himself, Zhou Jinsher hid his hand under the quilt and pressed the restless magic. Li Qiu didn't know how long she stayed in the underground world before she returned to her normal size. Not only was her stomach growling, but she was also cold. When she returned to the entrance of the cave, she found that the cave was so deep, it would take her life to climb out. There was still a human sit on the tip of her nose. Was there anyone guarding it? Since there was someone guarding it, Li Qiu wailed at a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Why didn't you leave me a longer rope? Hey! A voice suddenly came out from behind the dark rock wall. Ghost! Ghost your head. Zhang Xuezhen lifted her scattered hair, revealing a face that Li Qiu was familiar with. Xiaoxiu. Li Qiu was instantly happy. When did you come? The happiest thing in the world is to see familiar friends in a strange place. Yes. Zhang Xuezhen looked at Li Qiu's tattered clothes and couldn't bear to look at them, so she quickly threw her a set of clothes. Li Qiu put them on decisively and instantly felt a lot warmer. Xiuxue, you are just like a Doraemon. Zhang Xuezhen didn't comment. Let's go out quickly. There are still a lot of things to do. Li Qiu said with a smile. Quick, do you have the kind of flying claws that can be hooked by swinging? Let's climb up. Remember to read less novels. Zhang Xuezhen pointed in a direction. When I came down to find you, I found that there was another road over there. There is another road? No way. I remember Hua Chuansheng ran to the entrance of this cave. If he ran to that road, you would have found him. The two turned around and stopped at a rock wall. There was a wide road next to the rock wall. Everyone was in a hurry to come down to look for someone. It was dark all around, so no one would notice that there was a secret door on the rock wall next to it. Zhang Xuezhen touched the crack of the door. It's tight. I've tried for a long time and couldn't open it. At least a detonator should be used. Do you have one? I don't have one anyway. Xiao Wu has one. He often uses it to make incendiary bombs. But he's too far away from me. I can't steal anything from him. Li Qiu said frustratedly. The ability to steal stars and change the sun has a distance limit. Lu Xiaowu did not follow them into the base this time and stayed in the service area outside. Li Qiu suddenly thought of the key she stole from Hua Chuansheng before. I still have a bunch of keys here. Do you think it's useful? I think it's definitely useful, especially since there's a small chip made of a crystal core on it. She held the chip in front of her eyes and looked at it. Zhang Xuezhen slapped her hand on the chip against the door. Just try it. Very good, the miracle did not happen. Zhang Xuezhen didn't hesitate. Let's find the detonator. Li Qiu quickly grabbed her. There is another way. Don't you have a space? Try to see if you can turn this door into the space. Are you serious? How come I didn't know that I could turn the door embedded in the rock wall? Before Zhang Xuezhen finished speaking, the door had already been placed in her space gorgeously. A new cave appeared in front of them. Unlike the dark underground world, there was a faint light here. Li Qiu held her breath. She had a strong intuition that her parents were here. Chapter 73. Why don't you leave? Zhang Xuezhen walked in front, and after walking for a while, he found Li Qiu standing still. Li Qiu's hand was on the rock wall, and her fingers moved unconsciously, almost breaking a corner of the rock wall. Xiuxue, do you have water and towels in your space? Lend me some. When Li Qiu thought that her family, who she had been looking for so long, would be in there, she wanted to wash herself up so that she would not look so embarrassed. In her generation, her parents responded to the country's call for late marriage and late childbirth, and gave birth to her late. Li Qiu is 21 years old this year, but they are both in their early 50s now, and they will retire in a few years. If you see her like this after wandering for 100 years, you will definitely be sad. Zhang Xuezhen said no, and took out a bottle of water and a face towel in a blink of an eye. The conditions are a bit simple, but there will be no problem in making Li Qiu look like a human being. When Li Qiu was washing her face, Zhang Xuezhen did not forget to pay attention to the movements around her. Is it clean? After washing her face and hands, Li Qiu wiped off the obvious dirt on her body, picked up the flashlight, and pointed it at herself, asking Zhang Xuezhen to help her see. It's dark. How can I see clearly? That's fine. Since you can't see clearly, my parents shouldn't be able to see clearly either. Let's go! After making sure that he would not reveal that he was a zombie, Li Qiu stepped forward and passed Zhang Xuezhen. I'd be the first. He was as excited as a primary school student who knew that he would go on a spring outing the next day. The cave became narrower and longer as he walked in, and he couldn't see the end. There was a faint sound of wind coming from a distance, so there was no need to worry about the problem of oxygen. But no one expected that this walk would take almost an hour. Li Qiu's stomach growled with hunger. Zhang Xuezhen asked as she took frozen meat from the space. Do you remember the wall outside the villa when we first met? Li Qiu nodded while chewing on the beef leg. I remember, it almost swallowed my car. Didn't you tell me that it was an earthworm? Your brother is most afraid of that. I mean, the rock wall next to us, maybe. Zhang Xuezhen put his hand on the rock wall and made a silent gesture with his other hand. Shh. The two turned off the flashlight and paused all actions. Even the breathing became extremely light. The surroundings fell into silence again. Sure enough, there is something. A bat was hanging upside down on the rock wall, its two eyes emitting a dark green light, like two balls of ghost fire. It was huge, far beyond the size of a normal bat and Li Qiu's cognition. Its appearance was gray-black, its fangs were sharp and long, and there was some unknown mucus hanging on it. Its claws were like bayonets, deeply embedded in the rock wall. The wings covered the rock tops on both sides, and also blocked the fork in the cave passage, making the cave a small maze controlled by it. Li Qiu, don't tell me, I think it's uglier than a zombie. Zhang Xuezhen looked carefully. The mutated cave-dwelling bats should be controlled by someone and specially guarded here. Be careful. Before she finished her words, the bat, who knew that she had been discovered, had already swooped down. Its sharp claws and beak were aimed at Li Qiu, who was closest to it. Li Qiu was not panicked at all, and picked up the flamethrower and turned it to the maximum gear. Originally, she had forgotten the flamethrower on the bed of the three heads. Later, when Zhou Jinshi left, she thought it should not be wasted, so she went to pick it up again. Look, it's being used now. Li Qiu nodded again for his virtue of thriftiness. The bat, which had drawn the fire, began to run around, and its claws almost caught Li Qiu's head several times. Seeing the bat's rage, a hand reached out and ended the fight. Li Qiu looked at the bat that suffocated to death, and rushed over to wipe Zhang Xuezhen's hand. Hey, disinfection. I heard that this kind of bat carries a lot of viruses. Zhang Xuezhen nodded. Yes. You finally have some safety awareness. Then Li Qiu took a folding shovel and shoveled the bat into pieces. What do you want to do? Take it with you to eat on the way. Who knows how far it is? I can't always eat the frozen meat in your space. There's not much left. Li Qiu shoveled more vigorously. Do you think this is Hua Chuansheng? I think he is also very good at raising pets. This bat is at least 20 to 30 kilograms, equivalent to a goose. Are you afraid of geese? When I went back to my hometown when I was a child, I was often chased by geese, and they chased me into the fields. Are you not afraid of being poisoned to death? Li Qiu didn't even raise his head. I have tried it a long time ago, and no matter how poisonous it is, it can't be more poisonous than my zombie virus. Zhang Xuezhen silently took out a few plastic bags after hearing this. Wrap it and eat it. Li Qiu cheered and began to pack his new snacks. One pack in the left pocket, and one pack in the right pocket, so as to avoid eating them all at once. Are you often hungry? Zhang Xuezhen asked. Li Qiu nodded and recalled. I didn't have human consciousness at the beginning, and I was hungry for a long time. Those zombies have long legs and big bodies, and I can't catch up with them every time. I don't know if other zombies are as hungry as me because they can't catch up. Later, I was so hungry that I started to eat zombies crazily, and suddenly I woke up. It was even worse when I woke up. I was hungry 8 times a day. There were only more than 20 kilograms of bat meat, and Li Qiu couldn't help eating one piece. With a quick move, she ate all the meat divided into 4 pieces. She didn't get depressed, wiped her hands and ran forward. Let's go. This time the road must be right. Zhang Xuezhen watched Li Qiu run over, like a happy cat. In fact, without Li Qiu's answer, Zhang Xuezhen knew the answer. Since she met Li Qiu has only been divided into 2 states, hungry and not hungry. She was mostly hungry. The way to identify whether Li Qiu was hungry or not was very simple. Just look at her walking speed and the number of times she swallowed her saliva. So Zhang Xuezhen thought, since zombies are so full of vitality, they are still alive and kicking even in such a miserable state. Why not her? She likes outdoor sports, but never sunshine. Li Qiu likes to stay at home, but she is never gloomy. Li Qiu. Zhang Xuezhen spoke. Xiaxue, hurry up, the road is getting wider. Li Qiu waved at her in front. Zhang Xuezhen pursed her lips and swallowed the unfinished words. She wanted to be good friends with Li Qiu for life. Gu En's healing ability is not in vain. Only after an hour, Zhou Jinshi's condition has stabilized except that his face is still a little pale. It's just that the ability has not recovered for 24 hours. Hu Ziyu was a little anxious. Do you really want to ban the ability for 24 hours? Will this A11 have other side effects? Since Hua Chuansheng was parasitized, what good can the medicine he gave him be? But Zhou Jinshi still used it. According to Zhou Jinshi, the cause of the earthquake was a mutant creature, which had been dealt with. The strange thing was that they did not find the bodies of the mutant creatures in the underground world. Guan had explained Hu Ziyu's question countless times. A11 is a drug developed independently by the teacher, and I don't know all the effects. Zhou Jinshi half leaned on the bed and said, Old Hu, don't stop Dr. Gu. He has something else to do. Guan turned back and smiled gratefully, and told Zhou Jinshi to take good care of himself. He would come to treat him again the next day, and he should be able to recover completely. After Guan left, a swarm of people rushed in. The door of the ward was closed, and the people in the team surrounded Zhou Jinshi's bed. Everyone talked to each other. Some were concerned about the injury, and some reported the situation. Hao Ming banged the closed door of the ward. Outside the door, Guan was still standing there, and he had not left. Dr. Gu, do you have anything else to do? Hao Ming blocked Guan's sight. Guan smiled. I forgot to ask just now, if any of you are injured, you can come to me. I can treat them together. Seeing that everyone just thanked him, and said nothing else, Guan finally went down the stairs under everyone's gaze. Hao Ming listened attentively and closed the door again. This time he is really gone. Everyone gathered around again. The tacit understanding they had forged through life and death made them understand Zhou Jinsher's slight glance very well. Guan, there is a problem. Zhou Jinsher got off the bed and assigned tasks to everyone. General Yin had just built a tomb for another 12 heroes, and he had to deal with the problems that Hua Chuansheng might have left behind and clear out red-eye patients throughout the base. He was so busy that he wanted to let Zhou Jinsher take a break first, but he didn't expect Zhou Jinsher to come to area quietly. So quiet that even the guards at the door didn't notice. A charcoal basin was burning in the room, and General Yin was sitting at the table with a frown, reading the report of the base today. When he saw Zhou Jinsher appear without anyone noticing, General Yin almost drew his gun. He looked at Zhou Jinsher in surprise. Have you restored your superpowers? Zhou Jinsher shook his head and stood in front of General Yin's table. Even without superpowers, his own skills and the ancient martial arts he practiced since childhood made him stronger than many superpowers now. When the guard opened the door and came in to deliver hot water, Zhou Jinsher came without anyone noticing. General Yin didn't care about Zhou Jinsher's uninvited visit and asked him to sit down and talk before his wound healed. What do you want to talk to me about? I don't have red-eye disease. The base is so small, and after the arrangement of dealing with red-eye disease, everyone was in danger, and they didn't even dare to rub their eyes, for fear that they would be taken away for treatment after rubbing their eyes red. Zhou Jinsher said, you should withdraw at least 2/3 of the people protecting Guan. Although Guan has a high level of superpowers, his healing superpowers don't have much self-protection ability. Normally, the official staff assigned to Guan's office building is twice as many as General Yan's. General Yin frowned. Are you worried that if the 3 heads are not found, new yes-men will emerge, and Dr. Gu will be in danger? Doesn't this mean that more people should be sent? Zhou Jinsher said, retaining 1/3 is to give him room to move around, and not to make him suspicious. Guan is now the second Hua Chuansheng. If you want to kill him, you can't do it on the base, otherwise there will be hundreds of thousands of people, and I don't know how many casualties there will be. I can't believe you. General Yin stood up. Do you know what Guan means? It means the hard work of the southern base in the past few months, and it means their hope for survival in the future. No one knows that the southern base is surrounded by enemies, and the surrounding cities are full of millions of zombies. The zombie tide will come one day. When the fight breaks out, how many people will become zombies? As long as Guan continues to upgrade to the point where he can cure the zombie virus, that will be a truly promising future. If he is alive, the southern base will be completely wiped out. Zhou Jinsher was still like this, concise and to the point. Sacrificing the car to save the general, this is the truth from ancient times to the present. Guan found that many people had been evacuated from the 3-story office building. Someone came to explain to him. The base is investigating conjunctivitis everywhere, and there are not enough people. General Yin has only 2 guards left, so you can only send some people over. Guan seemed very easy to talk to. In that case, I will only leave 1 or 2 here. Anyway, once the door of the laboratory is closed, it is very safe. I have to ask the general for instructions. 10 minutes later, only 2 people were left in Guan's office building. Guan stood on the balcony and looked outside. After the knocking monsters were gone, everyone was still not used to going out at night. The streets of the base were empty, and no one came to appreciate the beautiful moonlight tonight. While the 2 soldiers were patrolling the corridor, Guan climbed out from the windowsill at the entrance of the stairs. The road in front of him did become wider, but 2 twisted and thick black pipes appeared. Judging from the capacity, it can accommodate 2 or 3 people at a time. Zhang Xuezhen walked around the pipe, then looked up at the top and found that the sound of the wind came from the top. Li Qiu squatted at the 2 dark holes. There is a smell of meat. The smell of meat means that many people have passed through these 2 pipes. Further ahead in the pipe, there was a low, bloodthirsty roar of zombies. You zombies, translate it. Zhang Xuezhen patted Li Qiu on the shoulder. Li Qiu was speechless. How do I know what they are talking about? Let me listen again. Translator Li Qiu came online, and she translated with a serious face. I'm so hungry. Is this what human zombies say? Zhang Xuezhen was very suspicious. Li Qiu uttered a whoosh and continued to translate. I'm so hungry, I want to eat people. I want to go in. Go in. Eat people. It's a group of repeater zombies, repeating these few words over and over again. Since there were zombies in front, Li Qiu protected Zhang Xuezhen behind. It seems that there are quite a lot of them. If I can't stop them, run away quickly. If you can enter your space, stay in there and don't come out. Anyway, they won't bite me. Zhang Xuezhen said, if you can't stop them, you, the zombie king, can't. It's too embarrassing. Li Qiu was also depressed. You don't know how aggrieved I am. The lower the level of zombies, the less they recognize me, and I have to use my blood to win. The higher level zombies are much smarter. I met a fortune teller last time. I will introduce him to you next time. He said he is looking for people to repair the garden. I plan to go to him after I retire. You can go with me. Zhang Xuezhen, Zombies can tell fortunes these days? How come Li Qiu can meet all kinds of weird zombies? The two of them were getting closer and closer to the sound of zombies. The roar of the zombies turned into 3D surround sound. Li Qiu's eyes widened. What genius, put a tape recorder here. She reached out and picked up the tape recorder. It was a very old-fashioned tape recorder, the kind that played tapes, but the sound was very loud. If you don't know, you might think there are thousands of zombies here. Li Qiu even had the urge to lead the zombies to conquer the world. There was no way forward. There wasn't even a door. Zhang Xuezhen tried several times, but failed to put the rock wall in front of her into the space, because she was told that it was too big to be put in. I do it. Li Qiu took out the key. It should work this time, otherwise it would be impolite. Zhang Xuezhen was a little speechless, but the chip began to glow. Chapter 74. As the light of the chip became stronger and stronger, an entrance about the size of a manhole cover suddenly appeared where Li Qiu was standing. There was a keyhole in the center of the manhole cover. It turns out that the road is not in front, but under your feet. Aiming at the keyhole, Li Qiu inserted the key that was strung with the chip. After turning right all the way to the end, they both heard the sound of the bearing turning. Only a few meters away from the two thick pipes, a stone door opened, revealing the stone steps leading down. The stone steps spiraled down all the way, and Li Qiu counted the steps as she walked. After 421 steps, she finally saw the full picture of the underground palace. The underground palace was as big as 2 football fields, and the air exuded a strange smell of potions, blood, and concentrated water. In the center of the underground palace, rows of small cubic laboratories were built, with numbers 1 to 99 marked on them. Zhang Xuezhen walked to the nearest laboratory. There are experimental cards on the door. Experimental subject number 1, E-level reptile and level 1 water-type mutant. The operation was successful on October 2nd, and he died on October 3rd, and the experiment failed. Experimental subject number 2, E-level reptile and level 2 power-type mutant. The operation was successful on October 3rd, and he died on October 5th, and the experiment failed. Each experimental card was very considerate, and the names of the mutants used as experimental subjects were standardized. Or Zhang San, or Li Si, or Wang Wu. As mutants, their names were listed together with zombies, which was unimaginably weird. They looked at many experimental cards in turn, and most of them were in the same format. Sometimes the operation succeeds, sometimes it fails. But no matter what, the final result is death, and the experiment fails. The experiment he did, it can't be what I thought it was? Zhang Xuezhen frowned. If that's the case, Li Qiu's parents and bestie are probably already. She looked at Li Qiu, and found that Li Qiu was still checking the next experiment card. Usually Li Qiu was slow in doing everything, but he was unexpectedly hasty in looking for the experiment card. Li Qiu, don't look for it. This experiment. Zhang Xuezhen stopped Li Qiu, and didn't want her to look for it anymore. Li Qiu stood there. I have already looked at 78 cards, and there are 21 more. I will find out everything if I look for it again. Zhang Xuezhen didn't stop him again. You look for it, I go look somewhere else. Starting from the 79th card, the date gradually approached the recent days. The 80th card, the date was fresh to the 3 days before Li Qiu entered the base. Li Qiu found that the long-tongued species, and even the degenerate species had appeared on the experiment card. It is very difficult to capture zombies alive, let alone high-level zombies. I still remember that Li Dong, who was at level B, was able to call all the zombies in Zhejiang County, and the lethality was enough to destroy a city. What's more, except for zombies like Li Qiu, normal zombies generally have sensory failure and will not fall into a coma. To perform surgery on a zombie in a conscious state is as difficult as robbing someone's gun in front of the police. Thinking of Hua Chuanqing's persistence in wanting her to drink A11, Li Qiu guessed that might be the way to control the zombies. The labs in the future should contain Hua Chuanqing's latest experimental subjects. Li Qiu's face darkened with each card he looked at. Starting from the 81st card, Li Qiu found that the form of the experiment had changed. From the experiment that 1 plus 1 was supposed to be greater than 2, it became a method of raising poisonous insects. The experimental cards from the 81st to the 99th card only had the zombie level and the name of the superpower, but they were empty. Among them, 3 names on 85, 86, and 87 blurred Li Qiu's eyes. Jiang Ranfang, Li Deming, and Song Mimi. The good news is that their bodies have not been seen, which means that nothing has happened and they are not dead. The bad news is that they are now locked up with other superpowers, and a group of C-level and B-level zombies. Zhang Xuezhen's voice came from a distance. Li Qiu, there are people here. It was a very deep pit. The surroundings were dug very smoothly, and looked at least 10 meters deep. The smooth pit wall was hung with an electric grid. Once a creature tried to climb up through the pit wall, it would be immediately electrocuted. At this time, there were still 20 survivors, and more than 100 zombies, that had not fallen to the ground at the bottom of the pit. They had been holding out for 3 days and 3 nights. The survivors at the bottom of the pit didn't know they had held out for so long. They just fought with all their might. None of them expected that they would be imprisoned as zombie-infected people after staying well in the base. When they woke up again, they were already in the dark underground palace. They didn't expect that someone would raise zombies here and conduct experiments such as human brain and zombie brain transplantation. But they were also lucky. After all, the people who were sent in before them had died. However, they survived because of their high level of superpowers, and Hua Chuanqing's use of another new experimental plan. Hua Chuanqing wanted to imitate the method of raising goo, and kill the strongest among their group of superpowers, and the strongest among the zombies. Zombies raise people, and people raise zombies. What he wanted was a truly powerful zombie king. Not some zombies like A, B, C, D, but S or even S plus zombie king. Hua Chuanqing is a crazy dreamer. He said more than once that everything he is doing now is for the future of mankind. Today everyone may think he is a madman, but when he creates a zombie king that obeys human orders and completely eliminates zombies, people in the future will only remember that he is a hero who saved mankind. But Hua Chuanqing has not appeared for 3 days. In these 3 days, the people who were driven into the pit have run out of tricks. Although zombies do not know fatigue and are not afraid of pain, they seem to study strategies after frequent reductions. No more rash actions. Both sides temporarily ceased fighting. The humans are actually already leaving their last words. Zhou Lingyi has a bad temper, and is also a level 5 fire-type mutant. She sat opposite Zhou Taikuan with a gloomy face. Dad, we will definitely not be able to get out this time. If we had known this would happen, we might as well have gone to the western base. Before Zhou Taikuan could speak, Zhou Linghui said, What are you talking about? Our Zhou family's old house is in Belan City. Why not come to the southern base? Yes, my sister-in-law, my nephews and nieces are all staying well in the western base. They must be fine. You can only say that. Little sister, you can't blame me for your husband's accident. Your sister-in-law's family is over there. It's understandable that they took shelter there at the beginning of the natural disaster. Besides, I'm not in the western base, I'm still worried about them. I came back for our dad. Uh-huh. If it wasn't for that thing, would you come back to see Dad? The brother and sister are old, and they quarrel every day when they have time. Zhou Taikuan didn't want to see it, so he just sat away from them. This time he sat next to Li Deming and his wife. Jiang Rafang was breaking biscuits to share with Li Deming and Song Mimi. After seeing the old man coming over, he thought about it, and handed over a piece. With children and daughters, how could he fall to their side to eat for free? It's a bit pitiful. Jiang Rafang may have remembered his father who died early, so he handed over another piece. Zhou Taikuan was quite surprised to get 2 biscuits in a row. The Zhou family has practiced ancient martial arts since childhood, and can go without food for up to half a month. He is old and doesn't care about food and drink. But since it was someone's good intention, Zhou Taikuan also accepted it happily. Thank you. Is this your child? Zhou Taikuan started chatting. Li Deming and Jiang Ranfang nodded at the same time. Song Mimi's parents were colleagues with them before, but they were driving on the highway at night, and the couple died. Only Song Mimi was left, who was only 14 years old. Over the years, Song Mimi was no different from their daughter. Because Mimi was about 1 year older than Qiuqiu, They told others that Mimi was their eldest daughter. Jiang Rufan said, "This is the oldest one in our family. The younger one, Qiuqiu, has not come back yet." These days, everyone knows what it means to not come back. Most likely, they have turned into zombies, and it is impossible for them to come back. Zhou Taikun was given cookies by others, and couldn't help but comfort them. "Think positively, my grandson hasn't come back yet." But Zhou Taikun found that the family of three was particularly optimistic, and didn't need his comfort at all. The three of them felt that Qiuqiu would come back soon after going out to throw away the garbage. So confident, Zhou Taikun was also very confident in his eldest grandson. The eldest grandson's parents were archaeologists. After giving birth to him, they joined the expedition team, and only went home once every few years. Speaking of which, Zhou Jinshi was brought up by Zhou Taikun. Among all the younger generations, Zhou Jinshi was the most talented and hardworking, and the most like him. But after the disaster world began, Zhou Taikun couldn't guarantee that Zhou Jinshi would be able to turn everything into good luck. The evolution speed of zombies and mutants is several times, or even dozens of times, that of human superpowers. Having today and tomorrow is a luxury. At least today, they are already exhausted, and it is difficult to resist the full attack of zombies. Over there, the zombies seem to have discussed countermeasures, and were ready to launch another attack. The quarreling brother and sister in the human team quickly put aside their prejudices. They were both in their 40s and 50s, but they stood at the front of the team together. Song Mimi held back her godfather and godmother, who wanted to go forward. "You two elders, I go first." She is a level 4 Earth-type ability user, who can manipulate soil to change the terrain, and can also drill into the soil and then emerge. She has killed many zombies in this way in the past few days. Now Song Mimi is holding an axe, and is ready to repeat the old trick. "Mimi, be careful," Jiang Rufang instructed, and then she began to give a speech. Her special ability is to give crazy speeches like pyramid schemes, and then boost morale, which is as effective as absorbing several crystal cores for everyone. The special ability that was originally exhausted can be restored a lot. But for her, the speed of consuming special ability has slowed down. Li Deming is not to be outdone. His special ability is transformation. He can transform into a zombie and blend into the enemy army, and cooperate with Song Mimi to launch a sneak attack. Of course, the disadvantage of this is that everyone will get excited when fighting, and it is easy to beat him up. Li Deming has been at the critical moment of life and death several times, and was almost beaten to death by humans. In order to prevent such a situation from happening again, this time, he didn't know where to get a red scarf, and put it on his head. It feels like an ancient peasant uprising. 20 people, old and young, all lined up, divided the work and cooperated, and began to engage in a new round of combat. Either they live, or the zombies die. This time the zombies attacked very quickly, and the humans were quickly at a disadvantage. Their activity area had been squeezed to a small area. Li Deming, the zombie traitor, was suddenly grabbed by the leading B-level degenerate. The zombie grinned, revealing a foul smell. "I have been paying attention to you for a long time, human." They look similar, but the smell is different. Li Deming was sweating profusely, but suddenly saw something falling from the sky. How could this thing that was wrapped like a dumpling and fell down call him dad? Chapter 75. Li Qiu was holding onto the railing at the edge of the deep pit, with a climbing rope wrapped around his waist. In the past, I had only seen people flying over rooftops and walls, and flying in the air in TV dramas. Today, for the first time in history, Li Qiu had a rope wrapped around his waist several times. Perhaps because he was a little afraid of heights, Li Qiu's face looked extremely pale. He didn't look like a zombie, but rather a zombie that had been buried for at least 1,000 years. Zhang Xuezhen snapped the buttons and said, "That's it. How about I get down first?" She loved outdoor sports, had experience in mountaineering and bungee jumping, and she really didn't care about the height of more than 10 meters. But as soon as Zhang Xuezhen finished speaking, Li Qiu had already jumped down. She was afraid, but she didn't hesitate at all. Li Qiu was jumping and shouting, and she arrived before she arrived in the true sense of the word. She landed right above the B-level fallen species, and smashed the fallen species that was about to have a full meal. Li Qiu did not forget to shout "Dad," signaling his father to run quickly. When the fallen species found Li Qiu, it was obviously stunned for a moment, and then completely stopped struggling. It was obediently used as a meat cushion by Li Qiu, and shouted "King" in an excited voice. Shouting once was not enough, and Li Qiu was ready to shout a few more times to attract other zombies. He punched the zombie on the back. "Shh. Don't talk." The fallen was honest, and lay on the ground without saying a word. A group of people who were originally at the critical moment of life and death watched Li Qiu fall from the sky. After watching Li Qiu mutter something to the zombie leader, a group of zombies stood obediently by the wall and thought about it. Everyone stood in a corner at the bottom of the pit, taking a breath and relaxing, thinking, what's the situation? Are we saved now? The person closest to Li Qiu was Li Deming. He recalled the dad and suspected that he was hard of hearing due to his age. Didn't he know his Qiu? He was timid and weak, like a kitten. How could he dare to jump into a pit more than 10 meters deep and control so many zombies? But the man dressed like a zonzi came over happily and shouted again, Dad! Li Qiu opened his arms and pounced on him like an eagle catching a chick. This familiar voice. Li Deming came back to his senses. Qiu? It was only 2 seconds after hugging his father that Li Qiu pounced on Jiang Runfang and Song Mimi, who were not far away. Mom! Mimi! Seeing that everyone in the family was stunned, Li Qiu remembered what she was wearing and quickly took off the layers of scarves and masks, revealing the familiar face. Song Mimi's heart suddenly dropped, and she stretched out her hand to pull Li Qiu's arm. Oh my god! Go, go, go! Li Qiu laughed. What, I've been a stutterer for too long. Song Mimi hit her angrily. I thought you. I would have accompanied you to this crappy exam if I had known. This has always been a burden on Song Mimi. At that time, Li Qiu invited her to go to Qilin City together, and after Li Qiu finished the exam, the two of them could travel in Qilin City. But Song Mimi didn't go because she couldn't get a leave. Who knew that not long after, a natural disaster came and everything went off track. Although they have always been confident that Li Qiu will not get into trouble, it is actually a kind of self-consolation. All three of them know that Li Qiu doesn't like sports and stays at home. How can a body that can't even pass the 800-meter run escape from the zombie tide? It's just that there was no bad news, so I always held a glimmer of hope. But now a miracle really happened. Li Qiu is not only alive and well, but also came to save them like a god. Qiu? Is it really you? Jiang Runfang's eyes turned red instantly. How have you been these past few months? Are you okay after falling from such a high place? She held Li Qiu's hand tightly, fearing that her daughter would disappear again in the blink of an eye, and everything was just her illusion. Li Qiu's tears fell all at once. I still remember that when she just regained human consciousness, she cried every now and then, and she was the most timid and weakest zombie. After these few months, Li Qiu had suffered all kinds of hardships, and felt that she was strong enough to be immune to all poisons. But now when she heard her mother asking how she was doing, and if she was okay, all the fear and grievances that Li Qiu had hidden came out. Woo. Li Qiu threw herself into Jiang Runfang again, smelled her mother's unique scent fiercely, and buried her head in her mother's shoulder. Crying silently, tears like a faucet. Li Deming also came forward, patted his wife and daughter's shoulders gently with his broad palm, and then gently touched Li Qiu's head, his voice full of relief and love. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Given the current situation, it is not convenient to say more here. After the family calmed down for a while, Jiang Runfang introduced to the curious people, This is my daughter. Hello. Don't worry, those zombies should not come. Li Qiu stood between her parents. Her voice was small, but clear and firm. Zhou Taikuan looked at the family reunion, and couldn't help but feel a little envious, thinking that it would be great if the eldest grandson was here too. That way, even if he dies now, he will have no regrets. It would be unpleasant to go to see his son and daughter with this in mind. Although the group of people were exhausted, they did not forget to thank Li Qiu and hurriedly asked about the situation outside. How did Li Qiu find this place, and whether she met Hua Chuansheng? Li Qiu briefly described the situation outside, omitting the part that would expose her zombie identity, and then pointed to the edge of the pit. My friend is up there. I asked her to pull me up first. Then we will pull you up one by one. Zhou Lingyi waved her hand. No need to be so troublesome. She pointed to the pit mouth in the southwest direction. There should be a switch there to lower the escalator. You ask your friend to check it out. Li Qiu, who fell from the sky and now has weak legs. The sky has fallen. Why didn't I find the escalator before? Li Qiu raised his voice and shouted upwards. The switch of the escalator also has a lock. Fortunately, Li Qiu left the key with Zhang Xuezhen before. As soon as the switch was turned on, the escalator, which was more than 10 meters long, was smoothly ejected and lowered. In line with the principle of respecting the elderly and loving the young, the youngest and the oldest went up first. Those with higher superpowers followed in the rear. Although Li Qiu repeatedly said that the zombies would not counterattack, they could not trust others' guarantees when it came to life and death. It was still more convenient to be on guard. Zhou Linghuai accompanied Zhou Taikuan to go up first, while Zhou Lingyi stayed at the bottom of the pit. Parents and Song Mimi also accompanied Li Qiu, who was planning to go up last. Li Qiu wrapped her mask and scarf again, and explained, I have had a severe cold recently, and I can't infect you. The ability levels of the family members and Zhou family members were unexpectedly high, and they smelled like freshly roasted pork belly. Li Qiu couldn't help but say you use this to test the cadres. She remembered that the original words after this sentence were which cadre can't stand such a test. For her now, it was I really can't stand such a test. Mom and Dad, you go up first. No, you go up with them first. Li Qiu wanted to take a breath and save herself. Who knew that they were determined not to leave first? After a long time of family reunion, the three of them kept their eyes on Li Qiu like mobile surveillance. Li Qiu pointed to the zombies in the corner. I still have to deal with them. Don't worry, I'm very powerful now. Zombies can't hurt me at all. I promise, I go up in 5 minutes. The family members left. Zhou Lingyi and Li Qiu were left at the bottom of the pit. Zhou Lingyi said, Sister Li Qiu, did you bring the crystal core? She is 42 years old this year, and because of her pampered life, she looks about 32 years old. This sister is not out of place. Li Qiu really brought it. She did not eat every crystal core, but kept 1 or 2 for grinding teeth. Fangs grow faster than hair, so they have to be sharpened every day. Ordinary stone teeth will break at the touch, only the crystal core is still quite hard. Li Qiu hesitated for a moment. Yes. She didn't say the rest of the words. This crystal core has been bitten by me. Zhou Lingyi breathed a sigh of relief. How about this? You give me 1, and when I get out, I will return you 10, or gold of equal value. Li Qiu wiped it decisively, and handed it over with a serious face. There is also a wisdom seed here. Feel free to use it. My family lives in Unit 16, District F. 1 for 10, it's a good deal. If she had known earlier, she would have eaten less, and lent a few more to Zhou Lingyi. The crystal core was held in Zhou Lingyi's hand, and the energy inside was absorbed after a while. The crystal core also turned into a small stone on the roadside. Zhou Lingyi said to herself, 1 is still less, only a little recovery. I don't know if it's enough to kill these zombies. Cut the grass to the root. This group of zombies don't attack people now, but it doesn't mean they won't attack people in the future. It's better to kill them directly now, when they have no ability to resist. Li Qiu was stunned. She didn't know what she was thinking, and suddenly said, Sister Zhou, you go up first, I take care of it. Zhou Lingyi looked at her in surprise. It's okay, leave it to me. I can't trouble you with everything. Let me do it. Don't be so formal with me. You go up to find your family first. Zhou Lingyi thought Li Qiu was being polite. Li Qiu was struggling with her conscience. She was a zombie, but also a human, both sides, a hybrid of the new world. Although Li Qiu was more inclined to humans, it was because of her that these zombies stopped resisting. If they were really killed without resistance, Li Qiu would feel like she was stabbing her own kind in the back, and she couldn't bear it. When Li Qiu was stunned, Zhou Lingyi's wall of fire had already started burning from the nearest zombie. Zombies had no sense of pain, and because they listened to Li Qiu's words and lay down obediently, they did not put up any fierce resistance even if they were burned by fire. They were just like that, quietly being swept by the flames. The stench of their bodies mixed with the smell of burning, filling the entire pit with an unpleasant smell. Zhou Lingyi watched with a cold face, making sure that the fire would cover every zombie. While the zombies were being burned, she picked up a crowbar and rushed into the fire. Due to her personality, Zhou Lingyi acted swiftly and decisively, and after 20 minutes, she dug out the crystal cores of more than 100 zombies. The B-level fallen species resisted for a while, but after seeing Li Qiu outside the fire, it looked at Li Qiu with an obsessed look and completely forgot to resist. Zhou Lingyi gave Li Qiu the remaining half of the crystal cores of the fallen species. Give it back to you. Speaking of which, these zombies are all controlled by you, and it's only right that I give them all to you. But I still need my superpowers to escape from here, so I keep some for myself. Li Qiu took the still hot crystal core and nodded gently. The guilt she felt towards these zombies ended when she recalled the scene of the fallen species wanting to eat her father. Never let people around you fall into danger because of this unnecessary guilt. Zhou Lingyi got on the escalator first, and the last one to go up was Li Qiu. For people were waiting to pull her up, but Li Qiu only had 2 hands. Now the question is, how can 2 hands be pulled by 4 people so that all 4 people feel that they are valued? Li Qiu never thought that one day she would have to encounter such a high EQ problem. She shouted, I have high EQ, don't make it difficult for me. Song Mimi, Zhang Xuezhen, Zhang Xuezhen said, I told you to read less novels, what a mess. Song Mimi glanced at Zhang Xuezhen first. This joke is really bad. Sister, are you? Zhang Xuezhen is not a person who likes to laugh, but she smiled at this time. Li Qiu's best friend. Song Mimi also laughed, but it was a kind of smile on the surface, and she felt gnashing her teeth. Oh? Really, Li Qiu? Li Qiu was shocked in his heart, but smiled. I have high emotional intelligence, I don't know anything. Parents were confused. What are you shouting about, Qiu? And you can't get up yet. Finally, Li Qiu, who has high emotional intelligence, took the last step by herself, holding on to the railing. I'm so tired. A voice came. Qiu, if you drink A11, you won't be tired. At the entrance of the underground palace, a person Li Qiu had never seen before walked out. Li Qiu had never seen him, but others had. Isn't this Dr. Gu? Did Dr. Gu also get caught by Hua Chuansheng? Dr. Gu seems to be Hua Chuansheng's student, they are not in the same group. Everyone was talking at once, saying all sorts of things. Li Qiu knew Guan's identity from everyone's discussion, and couldn't help frowning. Where is your teacher? She had already told Zhou Jinshi about Hua Chuansheng. Logically, after he took the news out, the authorities should have controlled Hua Chuansheng. Maybe all three heads have been eliminated by now. But this Guan said exactly the same words that Hua Chuansheng had said to her. This master and apprentice really have a crazy obsession with letting her drink A11. Li Qiu spread his hands. I'm not stupid, I won't drink it. And you should understand the situation clearly. There are so many of us here, and you are still threatening me. Aren't you afraid that we will punch you one by one, and you will go to see marks? The others who were sitting and resting stood up, and looked at Guan vigilantly. Guan suddenly had a small remote control in his hand. Xiao Qiu, you just saved them. You don't want them to die, right? He paused, still expressionless, and said, drink this barrel of A11, and I won't blow them to death. Guan took a step forward and showed his A11, which was about the same capacity as a barrel of coffee. This was almost 100 sticks of A11. Li Qiu looked at Guan. Are you really going to give it to me? I'm really going to give it to you. Aren't you afraid that I give it to everyone after I get it? Your teacher said that A11 can increase the superpowers of superpowers by 10 times. Guan shook his head slowly, but his tone was unusually cold and hard. You can compete with me in speed. Are you faster in distributing the medicine, or am I faster in pressing the remote control? The old man of the Zhou family couldn't listen anymore. Dr. Gu, why do you have to embarrass a little girl? We have no grudges against you. Why did you blow us up for no reason? Others echoed, and were filled with righteous indignation. Guan listened to the questions and accusations and said, stupid. I was doing this for your own good. Xiao Qiu, they don't know who you are yet, right? He took out a mobile phone in his hand. Li Qiu recognized it at a glance. It was Hua Chuansheng's mobile phone. The mobile phone contained photos and videos taken by Hua Chuansheng that already proved that she was a zombie. Xiao Qiu, drink it, and do something meaningful for humanity. You will be a hero. Otherwise, I will let them see it immediately. Guan made 2 preparations, leaving Li Qiu with no way out. Li Qiu comforted her parents, who didn't know what happened, saying it was okay, and not to worry. Then she slowly walked between Zhang Xuezhen and Song Mimi, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I have a way. Chapter 76. The situation was urgent, and Li Qiu did not say much to the two of them. But when Li Qiu said take action, whether it was Song Mimi or Zhang Xuezhen, they immediately took action as if they had cooperated with Li Qiu thousands of times. A red woodpecker flew out from behind Zhang Xuezhen, flew over the crowd, and flew towards Guan. It flew back and forth, trying to land on Guan's shoulder several times, but was shot everywhere by the gun Guan took out. Seeing Guan take out the gun, everyone, whether they had the strength or not, was on guard, and all pairs of eyes followed the movement of the gun in Guan's hand. When Guan was shooting, Song Mimi drilled out of the soil and unexpectedly took away Guan's mobile phone. When Guan shot at her with his backhand, she used the dust raised by the soil to block her sight, and took the opportunity to drill into the soil and return to Li Qiu. Song Mimi, why are you still being threatened? What's in this phone? Our chat history? At this tense moment, Li Qiu couldn't help laughing, and remembered the oath they had made to each other. No matter who dies first in the future, the other person will rush back to save the other's phone even if they are at the ends of the earth. Whether it's the chat history, the ugly photos taken of each other, or the posts they read, they are all top secret. They must be formatted. Song Mimi shook off the dirt on the phone, and handed it to Li Qiu. You are still laughing foolishly. It's broken. I used too much force. I guess it won't turn on. It's good that it can't turn on. Li Qiu's great strength worked wonders. After taking it, he smashed the phone into pieces. There is absolutely no possibility of recovery. As for the crucial remote control, Li Qiu stole it with the ability to steal stars and replace suns. Dr. Gu, you should keep your A11 for yourself. Li Qiu shook the remote control in her hand at Guan. In order to ensure everyone's safety, before knowing the trigger mechanism of the bomb, Li Qiu asked Zhang Xuezhen to put the remote control into the space to eliminate the possibility of accidentally pressing the remote control and then blowing it up. You can't have your cake and eat it too, but Li Qiu got both the remote control and the mobile phone. Both things that threatened Li Qiu were taken away, so there was no scruple, and the situation became clear. Guan, who was originally calm, had a fierce light and unwillingness in his eyes, but he was not angry, but smiled. Forget it. I knew you had this trick a long time ago. Li Qiu looked into his eyes, and pondered his words. What did he mean by knowing it a long time ago? There were only a handful of people who knew or had seen her use the ability of stealing stars for the sun, and Hua Chuansheng was one of them. It was probably Hua Chuansheng who told him. Jiang Runfang on the side took the opportunity to start using her ability, and gave a crazy speech. As soon as my mother opened her mouth, she was full of energy, like a top NLM guru who had worked in a training institution for decades, giving a passionate speech. Family members, you all know the anti-human dirty things done by Labs 1 to 99. We are lucky to be able to save our lives. Guan is only one person, but we have 22 people. If everyone rushes up and punches him twice, he can be beaten into a pulp. I and those with higher abilities will go first, and the Communist Party members will follow closely. Others, don't hesitate, follow closely, let Guan see how powerful we are. Charge. After hearing these words, Li Qiu watched the people who were still watching as if they were injected with chicken blood. Grandpa Zhou Taikuan rushed forward with a long knife stained with zombie blood. Zhou Lingyi and Zhou Linghuai followed closely behind the old man, reminding him, Dad, you are old, so stand back a little. Zhou Taikuan punched them one by one. Old horses are still ambitious. The two of them reluctantly replied, the martyrs are still ambitious in their old age, and then they began to attack Guan from both sides with sharp eyes. Even Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen, beside her, were absorbing crystal cores and preparing to launch a second round of attack. Li Qiu was stunned and walked to Li Dimming silently. Dad, I know how you guys persisted. Li Dimming responded randomly and rolled up his sleeves. Your mother is right. I will turn into a zombie and scare him to death. Li Dimming rushed over as he said that. For a while, everyone's superpowers were like fireworks, one after another. But as a level 5 healing psychic close to level 6, the injuries caused by these people to Guan were not fatal at all, and he healed himself with his psychic power soon after. Li Qiu stood outside the crowd and observed for a long time, and suddenly found that Guan seemed to be particularly afraid of Zhou Lingyi's fire psychic power. Guan could withstand the attacks of others, but he always dodged Zhou Lingyi's psychic power. Xiaoxue, do you have any wine? After Li Qiu asked this question, several bottles of white wine appeared in Zhang Xuezhen's hand. Yes. Song Mimi immediately understood, took the wine from her hand, and got into the soil again. Several large bottles of wine mixed with bottle fragments fell on Guan. At the same time, Li Qiu shouted Sister Zhou. Zhou Lingyi was already exhausted and gasping for breath, and now she gritted her teeth and accumulated a fireball to hit him. Song Mimi took the opportunity to kick Guan, who was trying to take off his alcohol-stained clothes, towards the fireball. The violent reaction between the fireball and the alcohol instantly turned Guan into a fireman. Countless sounds that did not belong to Guan came out of his body. Under Guan's exposed skin, many bulges suddenly appeared, and many insects could be vaguely seen struggling violently, trying to crawl out of Guan's body. They couldn't even wait to be vomited out of the esophagus, and just wanted to drill through the skin to escape. But because of Guan's healing ability, they couldn't get out, and could only run around under Guan's skin. One of the voices Li Qiu heard clearly was actually Hua Chuansheng's. Although he didn't know how Hua Chuansheng did it, he seemed to have occupied Guan's body. Li Qiu is. Hua Chuansheng hadn't finished his words yet. The countless insects supporting this body seemed to have died. The body fell to the ground with a bang. Only the fire was still burning, and there was a smell of cooked food. Is the nightmare finally over? Almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew that there was a loud noise coming from the entrance, which seemed to be from the pipe outside. Everyone's nerves jumped again, and they looked at the entrance exhaustedly to prepare for another response. Someone's voice came from the entrance. Found it. Here. The next second, The sound of bullets being loaded sounded in unison, and a group of superpowers and soldiers filed in and quickly surrounded the scene. Zhou Jinshi immediately walked towards Li Qiu. How are you? Whether it was Hua Chuansheng or Guan who was replaced by Hua Chuansheng, their goal was to control Li Qiu. What worries Zhou Jinshi more is that Li Qiu's identity will be exposed. Fortunately, Zhou Jinshi's worries did not happen. It's okay. What's going on outside? Li Qiu asked hurriedly. Information is asymmetric between the ground and the underground, and she is more concerned about the situation of the three heads. The three heads are the root of the existence of the yes-bugs. If they are not killed, there will be a constant stream of yes-bugs. Zhou Jinshi briefly explained what happened after he went out. So many things happened after you went up. Don't worry. We divided the work before coming in, and after Guan left, we immediately sent people to search his room and laboratory. He put the three heads in the bathtub. When we found it, there were already a bunch of insect eggs in the bathtub. They were immediately burned by Songwan. When we came in to find you, the three heads had been tied to the base square and exposed to the sun and burned at the stake. Songwan, Xiaolingxia, Dafeng, and Gasang were supervising. Guizi was still sleeping, and I carried it with me. Zhou Jinshi also had 2 messenger bags on his body that were obviously different from his style. This style of painting almost scared others to think he was possessed. Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his words, thinking that it was no wonder that all the yes-men died before the body was burned out. It should be because the three heads died. Anyway, I hope you are okay. Zhou Jinshi added another sentence. Jiang Tsong and others who followed behind were heartbroken. Why would he say this? I wish I could be his mouthpiece. I second the motion. I second the motion +1. Li Qiu's parents were a little curious. Qiu, is this also your friend? Zhang Xiuezhen and the others already knew her. She was a healthy and brave girl. They were still feeling relieved that Qiu had made new friends, but they didn't expect so many to come again. Li Qiu hurriedly introduced. This is my parents, this is Zhou Jinshi, and there are Jiang Song, Hu Ziyu, Hao Ming, Wu Refan, Fei, and Wen Ran. They are all good friends I met on the way from Qilin City. Hello, uncle and aunt. Everyone shouted in unison, just like visiting a good friend's house. Okay, hello everyone. Jiang Runfang smiled. I let your uncle show off his skills when we get out. The braised pork he makes is especially delicious. After saying that, she suddenly remembered that it was a natural disaster world now. Where could she find pork? And she couldn't help sighing. Jiang Tsong hurriedly said, Auntie, you can exchange pork in the trading area, and we take it back later. When Ram was eager to try, Auntie, I can use golden needles, and we can go hunting outside the base. A group of people talked at once, as if they had bought all the ingredients. When Zhou Jinshi saw Li Qiu's family surrounded in the middle, he smiled lightly, and stepped back to help the army sort out the situation here. He found 3 people in the crowd, who looked very familiar. Grandpa? Third uncle, aunt? Zhou Jinshi hurried over. Zhou Taikuan was glaring in the crowd. He was happy to see his grandson just now, but when he turned around, he found that his grandson walked straight towards the girl, as if he didn't see him. When he saw Zhou Jinshi coming, he still had a stern face. Zhou Linghuai was amused and fanned the flames. Wow, he doesn't even know us. Zhou Lingyi immediately gave her third brother a look. Stop being so weird. Who can see you if you stand so far back? There is nothing happier than reuniting with family. Zhou Taikuan's anger lasted only 2 minutes. He patted Zhou Jinshi's shoulder and said, You are lucky to come in time, otherwise your uncle, your aunt, and I would have gone down. I have to thank the little girl you just went to find. What's the little girl's name? Zhou Jinshi said, Grandpa, she is Li Qiu. My good friend. Zhou Linghuai was even happier. My eldest nephew also has good friends. Didn't he only play with your cousins before? Young people should make more friends. I think that sister is a good person. Those who came with you were a little noisy, but they are not bad. Jean, people should make more friends. When your grandfather agreed to let you travel around the country, I was against it. I didn't expect that there will be such a big change now. It's great. Zhou Lingyi was very relieved. Zhou Taikuan, yes, your aunt is right. Zhou Jinshi asked the most important thing. Grandpa, is there any news about my parents? My parents have been doing archaeological work in the southwest of the motherland for many years. They may not come home for several years, but they will call home every few months to report the specific situation. The last time they called was around June or July. At first, they were fine, but then their tone suddenly became very anxious. saying that the elephants that were originally far away suddenly broke into the archaeological camp. Then the phone was disconnected, and they called again the next day to briefly report that they were safe, and that they would continue to stay in the camp, and had made a major discovery. Since then, the two sides have never contacted each other again. Zhou Taikwin nodded. Before the communication was cut off, I asked my friends there. Your parents' archaeological team entered the Half Moon Mountain, and said that they found a new site. They didn't say who they were, because it was a confidential project of the country. There are no people in the mountain, and there are definitely no zombies. As for the mutated wild animals and plants, it's hard to say. But you know your parents, their skills are among the best in the entire Zhou family, so it's okay. Zhou Jinshi said, that's good. The survivors of the underground world were quickly picked up by the authorities, and placed in the newly organized shed area. The medical team was waiting there, responsible for examining and treating everyone. Each laboratory from 1 to 99 was cleaned up by the authorities, and many experimental materials left there by Hua Chuansheng were also cleared away. All were placed on the table in the conference center of Area A. The top leaders of the base had a fierce discussion on this matter all night, and finally decided to burn these things to avoid causing suspicion of the authorities among ordinary people in the base. Li Qiu moved in with her parents, Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen. Are you hungry? Zhang Xuezhen asked Li Qiu, who was holding her stomach. Li Qiu nodded quickly. Her eyes showing through the mask were tearful. Let's go! Zhang Xuezhen motioned her to go out. The underground world was guarded by the government soldiers, and it had not been dealt with yet, so even if there were zombie corpses, they could not be eaten. If Li Qiu wanted to eat enough, she had to go outside the base to find them. This way it would be safe, and she would not be discovered. Let's go! Li Qiu stood up. Song Mimi's eyes swept between the two of them like a machine gun, and finally her resentful eyes fell on Li Qiu. She was like a desperate husband, watching his wife cheating in front of him. Li Qiu noticed it immediately, and her heart skipped a beat. Mimi, Xiaoxue, and I will go out for a while. Go ahead, I'm not your best friend anyway. Song Mimi's eyes were red. Li Qiu was in a dilemma and said, then you should go with us. I won't go. You want to go. Li Qiu stretched out his hand to push Song Mimi out of the door, and did not forget to shout in the direction of his parents, Mom and Dad, the three of us are going out for some fresh air, and will be back in 2 hours. When the father came out holding the spatula, the three children had already run away. Only Zhou Jinshi was dressed neatly, and knocked on the door in high spirits. Uncle, is Li Qiu home? Li Deming's eyes lit up immediately. This child is so handsome, with the style of his youth, but I don't know how he talks, has his family background and character. Li Deming greeted him warmly. Sit down. Chapter 77. When three people are together, there is always someone who has to stand in the middle. Li Qiu looked at Song Mimi on the left, her old love, and then looked at Zhang Xuezhen on the right, her new love. The key is that they both smelled equally good, which made Li Qiu dizzy. He really wanted to have a piece of meat, and take a few bites. Song Mimi frowned at the listless Li Qiu. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Why didn't you let the medical team see you when they were here? Zhang Xuezhen replied. She's not sick. Song Mimi snorted. You know it very well. Li Qiu yawned to hide his hunger. I'm fine, but I just have no place to vent my energy. I plan to go outside the base to see if there are any zombies to fight. The ancients said that diligence makes one proficient, while laziness makes one lose. Although we just fought a beautiful battle, we can't slack off. Song Mimi was stunned by these words. Is this still you? You used to be able to read novels all night, and when you were asked to go shopping, you either went to bookstores or restaurants, and you never went anywhere else. The phrase can't slack off has also come out. Song Mimi directly exposed Li Qiu's past, and Zhang Xuezhen couldn't help laughing beside him. Zhang Xuezhen noticed that the two of them looked at her, and then began to look expressionless again. Watch the road. The three of them turned a corner in unison, and walked towards the gate of the base. In the direction of the gate, there was a group of people waiting there. When they saw Li Qiu, they waved desperately at her. Sister Qiu, why are there only 3 of you? Where's Captain Zhou? Who's you said? Li Qiu walked closer. Zhou Jinshi? I didn't see him. Isn't he with you? The people in the team shook their heads. We plan to go to the service area to pick up Lu Xiaowu and the others. Captain Zhou said to let you know, and ask if you want to go with us. We waited at the gate first. Why didn't you see him? Li Qiu hissed, with a bad feeling in his heart. You go out and drive first, I go home. Li Qiu ran home. She threw the car keys to Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen, each holding one end of the key, neither of them letting go. After a long stalemate, Zhang Xuezhen let go. Do you know which car she owns? There was a large parking area outside the base, so Song Mimi certainly didn't know which car Li Qiu owned. Song Mimi held the key. Then you lead the way. The two walked out side by side. On the way, Song Mimi suddenly asked, "What's in that phone?" Zhang Xuezhen certainly knew that there were pictures of Li Qiu's zombie transformation in the phone, and she looked into the distance. Ask her yourself. Song Mimi stood there, looked at Zhang Xuezhen and said, I wanted to ask her, but I haven't found the opportunity yet. She didn't have any secrets with me before. She would hold back when she was wronged, but I could see that she would only tell me when I asked her. So many things happened in the past few months, I was afraid that she would have to bear it by herself. Qiu has been timid since she was a child. When she was young, boys in her class would snatch her things on the way home from school, and I helped her to chase them away. When we grew up, we were not in the same university, but we still sent a lot of messages every day. We would go out to travel together during the holidays. She has not made any new friends except me for so many years. Even uncles and aunts think that Qiu is too dependent on me. In fact, it is not her who depends on me, but me who depends on her. Everyone has a low period. As long as I see Qiu, I will calm down. She trusts you so much and likes you. I know you must be a very good person. Since you are Qiu's friend, you are also my friend. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Song Mimi. I'm glad to meet you. Zhang Xuezhen was silent for a while. You two have such different personalities. How did you become friends? Compliment each other. Song Mimi couldn't help laughing. The sun at noon is the hottest, and it will hurt people's eyes if you look directly at it. But the morning sun is the warmest, shining gently on people's bodies, and that is the sun that everyone wants. When Li Qiu rushed into the house, he heard his father's hearty laughter. I take you fishing some other day. Li Deming patted Zhou Jinsher's shoulder, looking very appreciative of him. Zhou Jinsher nodded. Okay, uncle. I learn from you when I have the chance. It was simply a standard format for replying to a leader. The two looked at Li Qiu, who was panting at the door at the same time. Li Deming said, Why are you back now? Didn't you say you were going to play with Mimi and Xiao Zhang? Li Qiu leaned against the door to calm his breath. I'm looking for Zhou Jinsher. He wants to go too. Zhou Jinsher stood up immediately. Uncle, it's like this. We have some friends at the service area on the highway, and we plan to pick them up together. I come to visit you another day. Li Deming, is that so? I go to the trading area to get more dishes. You don't have to wait until another day. Pick up all your friends, and your grandfather and others, and have dinner with us tonight. Zhou Jinsher refused for a while, but he could only agree after he couldn't refuse. After he and Li Qiu left, Li Deming looked at their backs with satisfaction. Look, Xiao Zhou told me that they are good friends. How can good friends be so inseparable? We have to do everything together. Wife Li Deming shouted. Jiang Rufang, who was chatting with others in the next room, shouted, What are you shouting? After she shouted, she had already stepped into the house. I treat everyone to dinner tonight. I go change some dishes. Do you want to eat anything else? Li Deming smiled. I change a few chickens, and you'd be so happy. What did Xiao Zhou say to you? Jiang Rufang asked. Li Deming hummed an old song of Teresa Tung, and shook his head. Don't tell me, Xiao Zhou is really good. He has a high degree of education, is tall, has good conversation, is polite and thoughtful, and is not proud and complacent. He has the style of my youth. Hey, are you praising others or yourself? You really hit the person. What if Xiao Zhou doesn't mean that to Qiu? Li Deming, can my eyes of fire see people wrong? He is that stroke, and Qiu is that stroke. Sooner or later, they will become a couple. Jiang Rufang agrees that Li Deming is good at judging people. After all, who is not a smart person after working in the system for decades? Since Li Deming thinks Xiao Zhou is good, Xiao Zhou must be a good and reliable kid. She said, Okay, do we have enough crystal cores? Li Deming calculated, enough. This time we were arrested and suffered, and the authorities gave us hundreds of crystal cores and a lot of supplies per person, which is definitely enough. Okay, go quickly. I make some cold dishes first. Jiang Rufang rolled up his sleeves. You can cook a few dishes in the evening, and make a hot pot to nourish everyone. They are all Qiu's good friends. Xiao Zhou's family will also come in the evening. It's the first time to treat them, so we can't neglect them. Li Qiu asked Zhou Jinsher. My dad didn't say anything, did he? Zhou Jinsher, uncle is very talkative. He is very insightful about international situation and history and humanities. We had a great chat. Uncle also said he would teach me fishing next time. Li Qiu widened his eyes in shock. Fishing? He teaches you. Is he serious? You don't know that my dad often comes up empty-handed. I guess it's not as many fish as you can hit with one knife. Zhou Jinshi smiled and asked about Li Qiu's future plans. The fact that Li Qiu is a zombie is an invisible bomb after all. She didn't know when she was hungry. It was a painful thing to suppress her appetite and eat secretly. If she was discovered by the people in the base, it would be even more unimaginable. The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Zhou Jinshi didn't dare to block the convoy. People could accept Li Qiu, who had been through life and death with them, let alone other people in the base. Li Qiu was unfamiliar and uncontrollable to them. No one would tolerate such an uncontrollable bomb in the place where they depend on for survival. Li Qiu hadn't really thought about this question yet. As she walked, she said in a very soft voice, Zhou Jinshi, if my identity is discovered one day, don't say anything for me, and don't let others know that you already know my identity. Neither you nor Xiaoxue can be implicated by me. She will leave the South Base and go to her original home in Balan City and live there. If she misses her parents, she will drive to the outside of the base and take a look from a distance. Zhou Jinshi didn't know that Li Qiu had decided to leave in the future. He said, there is no implicated between us. Li Qiu smiled and pulled the woolen hat on her head, but didn't say anything. Zhou Jinshi said, during the fight between us, you suddenly called me chef. What did that mean? Haha, you remember all this? Li Qiu laughed dryly, you must have heard it wrong. She rolled her eyes, it's nothing. I ate most of the zombies you killed along the way. I gave you a nickname and called you secretly. Who knew that after I transformed, I didn't recognize my relatives. But I still remember the nickname I gave you. Of course, she wouldn't tell Zhou Jinshi that if she was hungry at night, she would call Chef in her dreams. Chef Zhou Jinshi quickened his pace. Let's go, we have to pick up Xiaowu and the others anyway. I cut a few more for you by the way. Li Qiu cheered and clapped and followed, not forgetting to continue to praise. You don't know that you always cut it into strips and pieces for me. It's very convenient for me to eat, and I don't have to divide it myself. Zhou Jinshi, There's no need to describe it so well. Li Qiu sighed again. Actually, I can eat animal meat. Although it's dry like eating rags, it can barely make you feel full. It's just that you have to eat many times more than zombies. In terms of cost effectiveness, eating zombies is more suitable for me. If she eats animal meat for every meal, the rations consumed will be countless, and I don't know how many superpowers and ordinary people she can feed. Zhou Jinshi hummed. After the natural disaster, the southern base has been consuming the National Reserve grain and National Reserve meat, but now the inventory is also in a critical situation. I have talked with General Yin. The plant ability experts and agricultural experts in the base are already promoting the cultivation of mutant rice and vegetables suitable for extremely cold weather. The improved seeds have a short planting cycle and high yield, so that everyone can ensure the normal intake of rice and vegetables. But meat is not ideal. Animals are just like us humans, with many mutations, complex species, and extremely fast evolution. Once they form groups, they may pose a threat like the zombie tide. Li Qiu continued Zhou Jinshi's words. All creatures do not want to replace humans, but want to stand at the top of the food chain like humans. Yes. So now the base dare not even raise a chicken. Whether to open breeding in the base has not been discussed by the authorities. As they talked, the two had already arrived at the gate of the base. They were allowed to pass only after a simple registration. After saying goodbye to Zhou Jinshi, Li Qiu got into her own car. She first took the unconscious Guizi out of her messenger bag and carefully placed it on the passenger seat. For the Guizi situation, she had to find Grandpa and Cheese. They were both plant-based psychics, and should know what was going on with the Guizi. Then Li Qiu looked at the two people who were chatting happily in the back seat. I've only been there for half an hour, and you two are as close as a family? Song Mimi was laughing, and suddenly patted Li Qiu on the shoulder. Explain to me first, what is this in your trunk? The sound of taking a plastic bag came from the car. The black nylon thickened plastic bag contained the food reserves that Li Qiu had stored in the car. Li Qiu, who was already hungry, quickly took it and stuffed it under the passenger seat. Nothing. Zhang Xuezhen saw Li Qiu looking at her. I didn't say anything. Song Mimi. She really didn't say anything. I went to the trunk to see if there was any water to drink. I saw it myself. This is zombie meat. Why did you bring this? You stacked it up piece by piece. If you don't know, you would think you were going to make bacon. Li Qiu thought, zombie bacon? What a genius idea. Why didn't I think of it? I don't know what it tastes like. Listen to my excuse. Song Mimi, argument. I feed it to cats and dogs, believe it or not. There is an old man in the team. He has a dog named Fuzzy. It loves to eat zombie meat. In a distant service area, Fuzzy, who was sleeping on his stomach, suddenly got up and barked a few times. Woof woof woof. Song Mimi said suspiciously, Are you kidding me? You run away when you see a dog, and you feed it. Li Qiu, The biggest reason why she couldn't fool Song Mimi was that Song Mimi knew her better than she knew herself. How can you lie like this? Li Qiu wailed. It will be no good for you to know this. Tell the truth. Song Mimi's tone became serious. Li Qiu was honest. She pulled down her mask and opened her mouth, revealing her sharp teeth. Does it look familiar? Song Mimi certainly looked familiar. At the beginning, she rushed back to meet up with her godparents, and she didn't know how many zombies with such teeth she killed in the community. Song Mimi suddenly realized what the content of the phone would be. She realized what Li Qiu was trying to cover up. But she was not afraid at all. Instead, her eyes were red again. Why are you so miserable? Li Qiu started the car and handed the diary back. I knew I shouldn't tell you. Don't say that. I'm driving and don't want to cry. You can read it yourself. I haven't had time to write about entering the base yet, but I've written down everything else. Zhang Xuezhen glanced at the diary in surprise. Why didn't you show me this? Li Qiu, you already knew my identity. What else is there to read? No. I want to see it too. Okay, go ahead and see it. The longer Li Qiu drove, the longer they stayed together to see it. Zhang Xuezhen was fine, but Song Mimi was crying loudly. When Li Qiu heard her crying, he started crying too. He almost didn't look at the road and drove the car into the ditch. Fortunately, he pulled the steering wheel back. You scared me to death. Li Qiu honked the horn and stopped the car. Since you two know, can I eat this meal first? Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen got out of the car and stayed outside the car. Li Qiu took the opportunity to eat voraciously, relieve hunger for now. After eating the bag of meat, she let out a long breath and got off the car with the fruits. In the service area not far away, Zhou Jinshi and his car had already stopped there, and began to ask everyone to pack up and go back to the base in a while. Li Qiu also went over to say hello to everyone, and let Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen get to know everyone and help move things together. She found her grandfather. Grandpa, can you help me see what happened to the fruits? They helped me dig holes twice. They fell asleep after the first digging, and then woke up. They haven't woken up since the second digging. Li Qiu felt very guilty. If it weren't for helping her, the fruits wouldn't be in this state. Don't let anything happen. Grandpa activated his supernatural power and touched the new leaves of the fruits, transferring his energy to the fruits. After a while, Grandpa said, they are about to take root. Take root? They are locust fruit, which grows in the ground. Dig holes twice in a row to let them get close to the soil, which speeds up their growth. The reason they are drowsy is that they are about to take root. As long as you find a good place to plant them, and wait for a while, they will wake up soon. Grandpa told Li Qiu what he realized. Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and put the fruits away. I will plant them when we return to the base. The snow in the outside world has not melted yet, but the snow in the base has been almost cleared. Where Li Qiu lives now, there is a yard after entering the door. Although it is lush, if you loosen it, turn it over, and then go to the farm to get some fertilized soil, you will definitely be able to grow the fruits well. After entering the base, the group applied for the same shantytown. Although some of them are not in the same unit, they are not far away when walking. Compared to the high-rise buildings where they lived before the natural disaster, they are more like neighbors. The rhythm of life that had to be guarded by this, and that every day was suddenly changed, and everything became orderly. Li Qiu would ask her grandfather how to plant trees every day, and then honestly guard the fruits in the yard, watering and fertilizing from time to time. But every afternoon, she would drive out, and no one knew where to go. When asked, Li Qiu said that she had received a mission from the base, and went somewhere to clear out the zombies. Jiang Rafang talked about this with Li Diming in the evening, and felt that her daughter was mysterious, and it must be more than just clearing out the zombies. Li Diming waved his hand. She has made new friends. It's normal for her to go out and play. And Qiuqiu's superpowers can control zombies, much better than the two of us. That's right. I just think she's hiding something from us. Everyone has a little secret. We have to respect children's privacy. Okay then. Jiang Rafang could only temporarily put aside her doubts. Li Qiu did not just clear out the zombies, and she did receive a new mission from the base. The mission was issued by General Yin himself, and the confidentiality level was as high as the risk factor. Only superpowers above level 4 in the base can take it. The South Base is located in the suburbs of Belen City. Recently, an official superpower team was attacked by a giant python a few kilometers away from the base. The giant python is flexible, and can not only spray venom, but also carries poison all over its body. Everywhere it crawls, whether it is animals or plants, they all die. Only 2 people survived the 8-person superpower team. When the authorities brought the giant python back and had it identified by zoologists, everyone was silent. This 16-meter-long, 300-gene poisonous giant python was actually just a small snake that had just been born. This meant that there was not only a snake nest of uncertain location nearby, but also a mother snake of unknown size. The authorities meant to let the psychics find the location of the snake nest first, and after the location was determined, they would arrange explosives to carry out the blast. Li Qiu took the task without hesitation. On the one hand, it was because General Yin promised to give 100 Wisdom Seed crystal cores, 30 Long Tongue Seed crystal cores, and 2 Depravity Seed crystal cores. On the other hand, since the small snake weighed 300 gene, the mother snake would be enough for her to eat for many days. The departure time was set for 3 days later. Li Qiu only told her parents that she was going to the city to search for supplies, and that she would be gone for at least 2 or 3 days, and she didn't mention the word snake at all. On the night before departure, a few branches emerged from the pit that had been silent. The fruits completed the evolution from fruit to sapling. Sister. As soon as the fruits emerged from the soil, they saw Li Qiu standing by. Li Qiu talked to the fruits for a long time, told them what had happened recently, and said that she would be out for 2 days. The fruits immediately wanted to uproot, but were held down by Li Qiu. You continue to grow, I'll be back soon and tell you stories when I come back. At dawn, the people who were on this mission gathered at the gate of the base. The official military truck was equipped, which was very spacious, but for the safety of the people in the car, Li Qiu chose to drive her own car. Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen naturally went with her, and they now also acted as breeders. During these days at the base, everyone worked together perfectly to ensure that Li Qiu would not go hungry. Zhou Jinshi chopped zombies crazily, and then Zhang Xuezhen put the zombie meat in the space, and Song Mimi would raise dust around to block Li Qiu's sight when he was eating. A whole eating assembly line. With the 3 of them, Li Qiu never went hungry again. In the truck compartment, someone looked at Li Qiu's SUV and couldn't help saying, "It's comfortable to drive your own car, why can they get special treatment?" There were many people from the team sitting in the compartment. They were all taking the time to rest, with their eyes closed, and opened their eyes again after hearing someone talking. They all looked at each other in unison, saying nothing, just looking at each other. The man swallowed his saliva. "Why, you all know her?" The person next to him quickly pulled him. "Don't say it. The knocking monster at the base was solved by that girl. What's wrong with her driving a car? She didn't waste your oil." The man didn't believe it. "Don't make me laugh, she doesn't look like one, with thin arms and legs." 2 hours later, the 2 cars were blocked by several fallen giant trees. The thin-armed and thin-legged person got out of the car, and threw the giant tree that required more than 100 people to hug aside, like picking up branches. Li Qiu patted the wood chips on his hands, and said to Zhou Jinshi, who got out of the car at the same time, "Look, is there any trace of corrosion by venom on this tree trunk?" Chapter 78. Zhou Jinshi nodded in response to Li Qiu's question, and at the same time looked at Li Qiu's hand. He didn't say anything, but Li Qiu probably understood what he meant, and immediately raised his hand. "I didn't touch it. It's okay if I touched it, I'm not afraid of it." She then asked Zhou Jinshi to move aside. "Don't touch it." Zhou Jinshi seemed to have a gentle smile in his eyes. "Okay." The magic in his hand was as quiet as a dead knife, and he didn't react to Li Qiu's approach. He was probably calm. Song Mimi stood not far away, his eyebrows were almost wrinkled, and his teeth were clenched tightly. It seemed that he had an irreconcilable hatred with Zhou Jinshi. Zhang Xuezhen glanced at her. "It's not the first day you've seen them like this, why haven't you adapted yet?" "Unlike me, I accept it well," Song Mimi said unhappily. "Why doesn't anyone go and poke the window paper for them?" Looking at the 2 elementary school students over there, she was really anxious. Song Wan suddenly appeared behind her. "Who said no one poked it?" "Home, you look like a ghost when you show up like this." Song Mimi patted Song Wan's shoulder. "Fortunately, I have a strong heart." "Thank you," Song Wan said. "Last time Jiang Song started the bet, you 2 were not there. I bet that Captain Zhou would confess in half a month. Tomorrow is the deadline. While Jiang Song is not here, I must help." Count me in. Wu Renfan also came over. They both looked serious. Zhang Xuezhen, who was not interested at first, suddenly became curious. How much did you bet? Song Wan held up 3 fingers with a sad face, and Wu Renfan held up 5. 3 and 5 crystal cores? Song Mei was not surprised. Even if they are intelligent or long-tongued, there are not many. They can't be corrupted species caused by gambling. Then I will publicize that gambling can make people lose their fortunes and their families destroyed. There is not a single B-level corrupted species left. This is the highest level zombie crystal core that can be obtained at present, and it is only issued to those who have made outstanding contributions to the base. The energy of 1 is enough to allow a level 1 mutant to directly upgrade to level 3, and also to allow a level 3 mutant to upgrade to level 4. The preciousness of B-level crystal cores can be imagined. However, Song Wan and Wu Renfan shook their heads at the same time and said at the same time, I said 3 packs of snail noodles. I said 5 cans of coffee. Song Mimi raised both hands and gave them to the 2 snail noodle and coffee immortals in the team. 6. At this time, because his ability level was not enough for level 4, Jiang Song, who was in the base with Luo Daxian to set up a stall to tell fortunes. I have a bad feeling. I feel someone is talking about me behind my back. Luo Daxian. I see you are here. I feel bad. I haven't received a single order in the morning. Can you blame me for this? Jiang Song patted his butt and stood up. Forget it. I go to Liufu to learn medical skills. As the saying goes, we can't engage in feudal superstition. We must love life sciences. Luo Daxian silently picked up a copper coin and smashed it on Jiang Song's head. Jiang Song was hit hard. Oh my god. I told you I had a bad feeling. He immediately turned back to find Luo Daxian. This time, they even brought my brother with them, but not me. Do you think this is right? Yes. Luo Daxian closed his eyes. Right. Without me as a mascot, their luck value will only drop from 100 to 99. I must. Jiang Song was about to leave. Luo Daxian widened his eyes. Where are you going? I'm just sitting around. I set up a stethoscope stall. Jiang Song's voice had already gone far away. This mission requires level 4 or above psychics to go, which is enough to show the degree of danger. Jiang Song's psychic ability is the slowest to upgrade in the team. No matter how hard he tries to absorb crystal cores every day, he is only level 3 now. Even if he tries hard to sign up, it is not within the official consideration. Of course, there are also level 3 psychics in the team going on this mission. Although Gasang is only a level 3 psychic, his eagle eye ability is special. It is not only very helpful in finding snake nests, but also can help everyone avoid various terrains and dangers of beast tides to a large extent. So Gasang became the only level 3 psychic in this operation, acting as the eyes of everyone. Everyone consciously put Gasang in the middle to protect him. This big fellow from the ethnic minority was rarely embarrassed, and his face, which was already red from the cold, became even redder. He said, There is a forest ahead of here, and the car can't drive in. There is no road. Everyone simply got off the car here, rested for a few minutes, and watched closely how lethal the snake's venom was. The snake crawled over the tree trunk, leaving several huge millstone-like marks. The last time I saw such a big snake was in The Legend of White Snake, when I accompanied my grandmother to watch it. Do you think this is a green snake or a white snake? Can't we just let it be a male and female evil? The officials used the largest military truck to drag the dead snake back. I went to take a look, and it was not as thick as a telephone pole, but as thick as a rice jar. I had nightmares all night after I went back. Tang Xianghe recalled the highway. At that time, we saw a car parked on the road. Guess what? People who were not in the convoy gathered around, very interested. What? A rat that was 7 or 8 times bigger than me was gnawing on the corpse. Just think about it. A rat can become a giant. Snakes are the natural enemies of rats, so it's not surprising that they have become so big. If it chases me, I will climb a tree and learn. Tarzan, the ape man, is everywhere. If you say that about elephants, hippos, and killer whales, and great white sharks in the sea, then they are invincible. Zhou Jinsher shook his head. Evolution does not mean the bigger the better. If the body size becomes larger, it will need several times more food to supply energy. It is extremely cold now, and animals are basically not in the breeding season. The dead one is a young snake. If there are more than 3 adult snakes, there will not be enough food in this forest for them to eat. Some people couldn't help but say, I heard that snakes have to hibernate. These snakes are too against the laws of nature. Even if people evolve into superpowers, they will still follow the laws of humans. For example, They still need to eat and sleep to replenish their physical strength and keep their spirits. They are still afraid of wind and sun, and they need to take medicine when they are sick. The reason why snakes hibernate is not only because there is less food in winter, but also because they are cold-blooded animals and cannot regulate their body temperature. In this kind of weather, their bodies will be frozen like popsicles, and they can't even move, let alone attack. Why can these snakes violate the rules and run around in the snow in winter? Everyone has a question in their mind. Come on, Professor Big Eyes, please answer it. Huziyu pulled Han-ji, who was collecting venom specimens. Han-ji is an animal researcher, 35 years old this year, and always wears a pair of black-framed glasses. People who wear glasses all year round tend to have their eyes deformed and smaller, giving people a feeling of being unable to wake up. Han-ji is naturally the same. Huziyu also gave Han-ji a nickname called Professor Big Eyes, which is so mean. Fortunately, Han-ji only had 3 words in his mind: do scientific research. His mentality was as stable as an ancient well. He never cared about these external things. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. You are talking about normal situations. Maybe these snakes have evolved the ability to regulate body temperature while growing in size. If we can catch one alive, it will be very helpful for us to explore the evolutionary direction and universal laws of mutant animals. He paused, with a deep worry in his tone. I hope its reproductive ability will not evolve at the same time. Among snakes, pythons lay the most eggs, and can lay more than 100 eggs at a time. If more than 100 poisonous giant snakes like that are hatched, the destruction of the southern base will only take a blink of an eye. In the spring of next year, every inch of land in the south will become a snake nest for giant snakes. Thinking of that scene, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. They stopped thinking about it, and just prayed silently that everything would go well in this operation. Since the venom has been found here, everyone decided to use this place as the origin and spread the search to a range of 5 kilometers around. Since we couldn't drive anymore, we turned the cars around neatly and parked them on the way we came. Then everyone carried the necessary things into their bags, which basically contained some supplies for keeping warm and making fire, plus food and water. Anyway, everyone was a superpower, so they were physically fit and didn't mind carrying too much. As long as they had these things, they could survive for a while even if they got lost from their companions and stayed alone in the wild. Originally, Zhang Xuezhen wanted to throw Li Qiu's bag into her space, but Li Qiu said, "What if we get separated? I'd better carry it myself." Zhang Xuezhen thought that there was indeed such a possibility, so she stuffed a few more bags of meat from her space into Li Qiu's backpack. Is it enough? Li Qiu was speechless for a moment. You sounded like my mother, who always stuffed snacks into my box before I went to college. That's not enough. Zhang Xuezhen stuffed a few more pieces. Enough, enough. Li Qiu looked at the backpack that was falling down. If you don't know, you might think I'm carrying a tent. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xiaowu passed by. Sister Qiu, why are you carrying a tent too? Before Li Qiu could speak, Lu Xiaowu went to Zhou Jinshi and said, Captain Zhou, why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to help Sister Qiu carry the backpack? Otherwise, I take it from you and let you carry it. Zhou Jinshi, Li Qiu was alert and protected the bag with her backhand, fearing that Lu Xiaowu would come and snatch the bag. Zhou Jinshi had already walked forward. Hurry up. The temperature in the forest was lower than outside, and the snow had not melted yet. The way in was much more difficult than imagined. The clues to the venom were also covered by traces of snow and ice, so they could only look for them blindly. Even though they had been walking for more than 2 hours, they were still on the outskirts of the forest. Hao Ming listened attentively to the movements around him, and led everyone to avoid the sudden collapse of giant trees several times. Han-ji said, the trees here are very old. If they are placed outside, they have to hang a sign saying they are 100-year-old trees for people to visit. But if they fall here, they will just fall. From now on, they will be a piece of rotten wood in this ecosystem. A group of people wandered around in the forest for a long time. They didn't find the snake nest, but they found a few nests of wild rabbits. They are as big as pigs, but they run very fast. It took a lot of effort to catch them. But at least, I can eat meat for dinner tonight. It will be dark soon after catching the rabbits. According to the division of labor agreed before departure, everyone started to set up the camp. Some people were responsible for setting up tents, some were responsible for collecting firewood, some were responsible for making fire, and some were responsible for cooking. Someone was responsible for setting up traps around to prevent wild animals from attacking at night. Li Qiu took the initiative to choose to collect firewood. She needed a chance to avoid everyone, so that she could eat the reserved food safely. Seeing that Li Qiu was going to collect firewood, Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen were ready to put down the tent they were setting up halfway. I go with you. I go there and come back later. I really don't know how to set up a tent, and I still count on you too. Li Qiu pointed to 500 meters away, where there were many dead branches. Then you go quickly, and come back quickly. Li Qiu walked over slowly with his bag on his back. Food must be eaten, and firewood must also be collected. After eating a few pieces of meat in a hurry, Li Qiu began to collect firewood honestly. It doesn't matter if the branches are wet, just let Song roast them. So Li Qiu picked up all the branches she saw in her arms. As she picked up, she couldn't hold it in her arms, so she tore off a branch with her bare hands and used it as a rope to tie up the firewood. This is what she learned from watching wilderness survival skills before. What if she was in a hurry to use a rope and didn't have it? Unexpectedly, she used it today. She patted the dirty mud on her hands and sighed. Sure enough, people should read more. Suddenly, a child's voice sounded not far away. Wow! The child was as tall as Li Qiu's waist, wearing a very thin black and white striped short-sleeved shirt, and looked prettier than any child Li Qiu had ever seen. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a little prince. He saw Li Qiu, noticed him, and opened his mouth again. Wow! Where did the child come from? Li Qiu looked at him. Wow! The child should not be able to speak, but only wow. Perhaps because he had seen Li Qiu picking up firewood before, he picked up the branch closest to him and handed it over. Wow! Li Qiu, who was extremely vigilant, took 2 steps back and didn't take it. There are a lot of them on the ground. I picked them up myself. You can give them to your parents. The child thought Li Qiu thought it was too little, so he picked up a large bundle in a short while and piled them all at Li Qiu's feet. Wow, 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 wow. Li Qiu's eyelids jumped when he heard it. It is said that if the left eye twitches, it means good fortune, but if the right eye twitches, it means disaster. Ever since she met this child, her right eye has never stopped twitching. Can you stop wagging? Li Qiu blocked her ears. Unexpectedly, this was quite useful. Wawa didn't go anywhere and just followed Li Qiu. A pair of eyes as round as black grapes, emitting a cold light, stared straight at Li Qiu. Li Qiu was not the only one collecting firewood. Soon, several other people who were responsible for collecting firewood came back from farther away. They were much more fully equipped. They carried the firewood directly on their backs. From a distance, they looked like people from the countryside who went into the mountains to chop firewood. They had a kind of simplicity of returning to the countryside and nature. Li Qiu? They saw Li Qiu from a distance, and when they got closer, they found that a child had appeared. Whose child is this? He is so cute. Why did his parents only wear so little clothes? Someone reached out to touch the child's head, but was suddenly pushed by Li Qiu, and a cloud of snow was thrown up. Li Qiu, I'm going to. He had 1,000 words of swear words to curse, and he was deeply suspicious that Li Qiu had heard him say that she was being special in the car, and this was a deliberate revenge. Li Qiu pointed to the pile of firewood that the child had touched, motioned him to look, and then looked at the man and said, You scolded me for rebounding. The man stared at the pile of firewood, his head buzzing. Cold sweat fell from his forehead into his mouth, and he looked at the harmless child in front of him again. The corners of the child's mouth slightly raised, as if he was completely unaware of the people's defense in front of him, and he made a sound again. Wow, 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 wow. Li Qiu dug and dug from her pocket, took out a pair of warm wool gloves and a mask, and went up to the child and put the mask on him. When she put it on, the gloves had been corroded to the point that they could not be recognized at all. The mask was almost the same as not wearing it, and it was blown away by the wind after being corroded. Li Qiu didn't believe it, and continued to take out 8 or 9 masks, muttering in his mouth that my old money was about to be emptied, and then continued to put them on his mouth. This time the speed of corrosion finally slowed down. The child's eyes fell on Li Qiu's palms. Others didn't see it, but he was close, and he saw clearly that Li Qiu's hands were still as smooth as new. Except for being red from the cold, there was no sign of corrosion. The child finally spoke the first word that had nothing to do with wow, you. Before he could finish his words, Li Qiu slapped him in the face and knocked him unconscious. Chapter 79. The child fell to the ground with his eyes tightly shut. It was unknown whether he was unconscious or dead, and no one dared to approach him to check his breath. Li Qiu's method was even simpler and more brutal. He grabbed the child's collar and carried him to the camp. The people who had collected firewood before were still frightened by what had just happened. After all, who could have thought that a harmless child could be so vicious? They followed her with pale faces, but they did not forget to carry the firewood that Li Qiu had collected back. When the others saw them coming back, Their eyes fell on the child. From a distance, they thought they had killed prey, but when they got closer, they found that it was actually a weak child in short sleeves. Song Mimi came over to help. How did you pick up a child while collecting firewood? Li Qiu quickly turned around before she touched the child and motioned her to get the wire. This is not an ordinary child. I'm afraid he will run away when he wakes up, so he has to be tied up. Hearing this, Zhang Xuezhen, who was leaning against the car door with her arms folded, also looked over here. What did you pick up? Li Qiu casually pulled out a piece of firewood and put it on the back of the child's hand. Look. In a few blinks of an eye, the web branch snapped and broke into 2 pieces. The part of the branch that touched the child's skin was corroded by the venom, and it continued to spread to both sides. So a cub should have been caught. Li Qiu made a judgment. With him, we can find out where the nest is by following the clues. When they heard that a giant snake cub was caught, everyone in the camp gathered around. The child was poisonous from hair to clothes, and Li Qiu had to tie him up himself. The public statement was that she was a dual-system psychic with the ability to be immune to toxins. Everyone in the base had a trump card, and when they heard that Li Qiu had this ability, they were so envious. What was the difference between this mission and one tailor-made for Li Qiu? The thumb-thick wire was like a toy in Li Qiu's hand, bending it at will. She tied the child tightly in 2 circles, and tied it to the big rock next to it to block the wind. Even if the child woke up and wanted to run, he couldn't run because of the big rock. Han Ji's black-framed glasses showed unprecedented enthusiasm. First, he took a camera and took a lot of pictures of the child, and then began to extract the venom on the branches. After the extraction, he rushed into the tent without looking back and started to do experimental comparisons. Not long after, the child woke up. When he found that he was caught, his expression was timid. When he found that he couldn't struggle, he opened his eyes and looked at everyone in front of him. It's just that the language system is really disordered, and it makes a few wows from time to time, especially to Li Qiu. Don't mention it, this child is really beautiful. How can it look like a snake? I think it looks more like a human. It's really cold resistant, and it's wearing short sleeves. Have you ever seen anyone who is so cold resistant? Then how can there be no one? What if he is an ice-type mutant? Human and ice are one. If he is an ice type, how do you explain that he has poison in his body? There are also dual-type mutants. Isn't Li Qiu one? The topic gradually revolved around whether the child was a snake or a human, and the discussion was so passionate. Someone cut 2 rabbit meats, wrapped them with branches, and handed them to the child's mouth, wanting to see if he would eat it. The child didn't speak except for crying, and showed no interest in the rabbit meat. Li Qiu reminded, he is full of poison, you should not get too close. But except for the person who picked up firewood before, no one seemed to listen to her. They thought it was okay as long as they didn't touch the child. Until the child spitted on the person closest to him. This person was called Xuangyu, a level 4 speed user. Fortunately, he was a speed user. When the venom corroded the down jacket and went all the way down, Xuangyu took off his clothes very quickly. In the second before the venom corroded the skin, he had already taken off his top and rolled on the ground away from the child. After Xuangyu reacted, he was shivering with fear and cold, and immediately began to sneeze. Someone handed him a pack of 999 cold medicine and a piece of clothing. Xuangyu frowned. We are not shooting a TV commercial placement. Why is it 999 again? Teammate, do you want to drink it? Yes. You will learn it after being taught once. Everyone spontaneously expanded outward in a circle to ensure that they were standing outside the child's attack range. Now you believe it. Li Qiu turned and went into the tent. After Xuangyu put on his clothes tremblingly, he looked at Li Qiu's back angrily. Why didn't she tell me earlier if she knew it was so dangerous? Other people were smart and rolled their eyes. Didn't Li Qiu say from the beginning not to get too close? You blame her for this? That's right. Then if you choke to death while eating eggs, should you also blame the owner of the egg shop? If you don't do well in the exam, blame the brand of the pen for being unlucky. Classic. Xuangyu was speechless and stood outside the crowd in a dejected manner. Li Qiu originally planned to live in the car, away from everyone, but Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen actually built a single tent for her. There were 2 double tents on the left and right sides of the single tent. On the left were Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen, and on the right were Song Wan and Wu Renfan. The girls' tents were all set up in the southeastern middle of the camp. The terrain here was the flattest, sheltered from the wind, and surrounded by other tents in the middle, which was also the safest. However, Song Wan, Wu Renfan and the rest of the team had gone out with Zhou Jinshi and were not here at the moment. As soon as Li Qiu entered the tent, she felt warm. There was a thick quilt, a small table, and a stove with enough charcoal next to it. Next to the stove was a reserved food wrapped in a plastic bag to prevent Li Qiu from waking up hungry in the middle of the night. Li Qiu recalled the first time she spent the night outdoors. She was so cold that she wanted to put on everything. In comparison, she suddenly felt like she was in heaven now. This is probably the difference between having friends and not having friends. Woohoo! Li Qiu's mouth corners turned down, and she felt like crying. What are you daydreaming about? Zhang Xuezhen lowered her head and got into the tent. See what else you want. Li Qiu clasped her hands together. I can only say that it's perfect. This is the treatment of being an emperor in ancient times. Then you still underestimate the emperor. Song Mimi followed in. She used her supernatural power to compact the soil at the four corners of the tent a lot, so that there was no need to worry about the tent being blown away in a strong wind. The three of them stood together and filled the small tent to the brim, and simply fell into the quilt together. The three of them squeezed together. Although it was crowded, it was exceptionally warm. Hey, you guys said it would be nice if I had this ability before the natural disaster. If I went to build roads and infrastructure, wouldn't I become the richest man directly? Song Mimi's imagination was opened up. Li Qiu's eyes lit up. The richest man will support me. Zhang Xuezhen smiled. If you say so, then I have the ability of space. I will do express delivery and freight. It seems that I can also do national defense, directly transport large quantities of weapons to the country everywhere, without anyone knowing. Please support me, two richest men. How about this? From now on, I will support you on Monday, Wednesday and Friday, and Xuezhen will support you on Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday. Song Mimi said. Li Qiu nodded wildly. Okay. What about Sunday? Of course Zhou Jinshi on Sunday. Li Qiu was puzzled. What does it have to do with Zhou Jinshi? Zhang Xuezhen and Song Mimi smiled meaningfully. Zhou Jinshi came back with a group of people, and it was already an hour later. This time, they set up traps within a 500-meter radius around the camp. The entire camp's outer defense can be said to be no different from an iron barrel. Hu Ziyu saw the center of the crowd at a glance. What's going on? Someone immediately told the cause and effect. Zhou Jinshi looked at Wu Renfan. What do you think? The fourth level of mental ability has allowed Wu Renfan to perceive more and more detailed emotional fluctuations. It can also foresee the general good and bad of some things. Wu Renfan gulped down coffee and spoke after swallowing it. He is not hostile, but there is a problem. Zhou Jinshi named again. Tang Xianghe, can you try to communicate with him? Tang Xianghe is a 4th level beast ability user, a beast-type turtle. From level 1 to 3, he could only gain the powerful defense ability of a turtle, but after level 4, he could half transform into a turtle, and his camouflage skills were first-rate. Tang Xianghe was horrified. Didn't you say he was a snake? Aren't he and I the same species? Hu Ziyu stabbed him. Don't you always say you are a Xuanwu? Xuanwu and snakes are related. Tang Xianghe was forced to communicate with the child. At first, he spoke human language, but no one could understand what he said later. After talking for several minutes, Tang Xianghe was defeated. He really didn't understand why the child was crying. I just said that the races are different. Li Qiu came out of the tent holding a hot water bottle. He can speak, and he still speaks well after all your efforts. Pure wow, pure love. Just like when Li Qiu didn't learn English when he was a child, he spoke a bunch of gibberish and used it to deceive Song Mimi, saying that he was speaking English. Tang Xianghe looked as if the sky had fallen. Sister Qiu, why didn't you say so earlier? Li Qiu, I'm filling my hot water bottle, aren't I? She raised the gray-brown hot water bottle in her hand. As a cold-fearing zombie, she had to keep warm at all times. The child stared at Li Qiu's hand, his eyes following her hand, his eyes full of inquiry and curiosity. Tang Xianghe sighed. Sister Qiu, I think he's more interested in your hand. Why don't you talk to him? No interest. How about knocking him out? Li Qiu stretched out her hand. The child obviously shrank. Sister, why did you hit me? The child spoke clearly, with a baby voice, no different from a human cub. The crowd seemed to have amnesia, and many of them softened their hearts. I won't beat you. I won't beat you. Where are you from? The child tilted his head and pointed to the forest where Li Qiu found him. I live in the mountains, and I came out with my parents to camp. When they heard that he had parents, everyone looked at each other. What do your parents look like? The child pointed at Zhou Jinshi and Li Qiu. This. He was a little uncomfortable being tied up, and moved his body. Just now this brother said that he was a beast-transformed superpower, and my parents are also beast-transformed superpowers. I'm leaving and I'm lost. Can you help me find my parents? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became a little subtle. The giant snake cub and the child of a beast transformed superpower, these are completely different things. He might just be lost, but he was tied up here by these people. What's going on? Zhou Jinshi walked to Han-Ji's tent. Han-Ji, have you compared the results? The instruments brought on this trip are basically all here with Han-Ji, including the snake venom detection reagent. Soon. There will be results soon. Han-Ji looked straight at him. Han-Ji had 3 venom samples in his hand, which were extracted from the snake corpse that was brought back to the base by the authorities, the trunk of the giant tree that blocked the road, and the branches that were touched by the child. It's out! The snake corpse, the giant tree, and the child are all different toxins. Zhou Jinshi's eyes fell on the child outside. What do you mean? The snake corpse and the child's toxins are different, but the giant trees is the same. Han-Ji concluded. Everyone soon knew this result. This means that the child may really be a beast-like mutant. The child has become familiar with everyone, can answer everyone's questions simply, and can also chuckle, not to mention how lovable. Seeing everyone happy, he opened his eyes pitifully again. Brothers and sisters, please let me go. My parents can't find me, they will be worried. Someone said to Li Qiu, why don't you let him go? Who wouldn't be worried about losing a child? Li Qiu sat by the campfire, without turning his head. I won't let him go, whoever wants to let him go can do it. Oh my god, you clearly know that you can't touch him. But it's okay if you touch him, and you tied him up? Who else can let him go? The people in the convoy trusted Li Qiu 100%, and they started a verbal battle with the faction that wanted to let him go, without Li Qiu saying anything. The people on both sides argued for a long time, and their throats were about to smoke. Among them, Song Mimi fought 5 people alone, killing the other side, and making them lose their armor. Li Qiu was holding the grill on the bonfire. The rabbit meat was almost done, sizzling with oil. Let's eat, Zhou Jinshi said. The 2 sides stopped fighting temporarily, and sat down by the bonfire. Zhou Jinshi was the leader appointed by the government, and his words were orders that the team members had to follow. Similarly, if Zhou Jinshi didn't say to release the people, then they couldn't be released. Someone also handed the child a roasted rabbit leg, forked it with a branch, and handed it to his mouth. The child opened his mouth, and gobbled the rabbit meat into his mouth. Don't eat raw food, eat cooked food. This is more like a human. More and more people think that the child is a beast-like mutant. But no one has the courage to risk being poisoned to untie the iron rope and release the people. After eating and drinking, people are prone to sleepiness. Except for the people who were on duty tonight, everyone else went back to the tent to sleep. The child was an emergency, so Zhou Jinshi temporarily assigned someone to watch over the child not far away. They worked in 2 shifts, with Lu Xiaowu and Tang Xianghe in the first half of the night, and him and Han-Ji in the second half. Everything was calm in the first half of the night, and the child seemed to have fallen asleep. In the second half of the night, the child suddenly became energetic and stared at the tents of all sizes in front of him. In the dark night, his eyes were shining dimly. Not only did he not look cute, but he made people feel cold behind their backs. Li Qiu walked out of the tent, yawning and looked very sleepy. Zhou Jinshi watched Li Qiu approach. What's wrong? I'm afraid he'd do something weird, so why don't we just kill him? Li Qiu took out her precious folding shovel. My shovel was strengthened by one ran, and now it's an indestructible shovel. I think one shovel will splash blood. Han-Ji, Li Qiu looked at him. Professor Han, you're cold, why are you shaking? After saying that, Li Qiu handed over the hot pack, put a hot pack on it. Han-Ji took it silently and turned to look at Zhou Jinshi. Isn't what she said true? Although Han-Ji thought Li Qiu might be joking, Li Qiu's eager look with the shovel was more frightening than that child. Zhou Jinshi pondered for a moment. Actually, it's okay to use magic. Let me do it. He stood up. Li Qiu shook his head. Then let's go together. I can't sleep well because I'm thinking about this. The 2 stood shoulder to shoulder close to the child. The magic was shaking in Zhou Jinshi's hand, and it stood up again. The child watched Zhou Jinshi raise his knife, and Li Qiu raise his shovel, and his eyes finally turned terrified. Don't kill me. He was not afraid of other people, but he was deeply afraid of the 2 people in front of him. These 2 people were even colder than he looked. Li Qiu knocked on the shiny folding shovel. Okay, then tell us what you are first. If you don't answer well, I will still shovel you. After that, Li Qiu turned on the recording function of his mobile phone. My mobile phone's battery is very precious. I suggest you keep it short. I am a coral snake. The child said reluctantly. I am a good snake and have never eaten a living person. Han-Ji, who was next to him, quickly recorded the child's words in a notebook. "Where are your parents?" Li Qiu asked again. The child thought for a while. "Oh, they were eaten by the sharp snipe belly. So I was very angry, and I looked for them everywhere in the mountains. I didn't expect to find you. Did you see it? If you saw it, tell me, I go eat it." Hanji was stunned, and continued to record after he came to his senses. Li Qiu secretly took a look and saw Hanji writing furiously on the notebook. The content he wrote was, "Pit Viper and Bungarus serpentis, two venomous snakes are cannibalizing each other, and the winner is unclear. Don't say it, Professor Han has the temperament of a novelist. Look at his ability to summarize." Zhou Jinshi asked, "How long have you been born?" The child, 7 months. "According to you humans, I am still a child. When I grow up to 3 years old, I will be a big snake." Li Qiu then asked, "Can pit vipers also become humans like you?" The child nodded, and did not forget to smear him viciously. "They didn't become as good as me. I am good looking. Look at my clothes and face, they are very good looking. They are big, which means they are ugly. If you don't believe me, you know next time." The child laughed. "Sister, please let me go. If I want to hurt you, I would have done it a long time ago. I just wanted to play with you before." Li Qiu said, "Do you need my help? I help you untie the wire on your body?" Things turned around unexpectedly, and the child's eyes lit up. "Yes. Yes. Yes. Who did you learn this from? You know that important things should be said 3 times. This question is irrelevant." The child said, with a human. "He went into the mountains for hiking, and suddenly fell to the ground and died. My parents dragged him back, and ate him for me." Li Qiu really rescued the child from the restraints. Hanji, who was still recording frantically, shuddered. "Kukyukyu, Li Qiu, you are serious?" No matter how others morally blackmailed her before, Li Qiu refused to let her go. Unexpectedly, she let her go just because the child said something casually. Li Qiu patted Hanji's shoulder. "Professor Han, don't worry. He has 1 hour from now on, and he must listen to me." Hanji obviously didn't believe it. Li Qiu said to the child, "You, raise your hands above your head." The next second, the child did as he was told, holding his hands up stupidly, and he wouldn't put them down until Li Qiu told him to. Li Qiu said again, "Turn around." The child resigned himself to spinning around. "You see." Hanji's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. "Didn't you register as a level 4 power-type mutant with the official? How can you do this?" Zhou Jinshi said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We must make good use of this hour. Snakes are most active during this time period." As soon as he finished speaking, all those who were not assigned by him to night duty came out of the tent, dressed neatly, and ready to act at any time. "You have already thought of this time to act." Hanji was dumbfounded. He was the only one who was obsessed with experiments and data, and didn't know anything. The child was also dumbfounded. "What did you do to me?" Li Qiu patted the child's head. "You are rude. You called me sister before. Now you call me King Qiu. King Qiu, what did you do to me?" Li Qiu felt comfortable. "Nothing, lead the way. Let's go to your nest first. Since those pit vipers ate your parents, they should not let you go. You are not looking for them at all, you want to avoid them. So you deliberately broke into us and seek our shelter." The child was speechless, and lowered his head in frustration. The team was divided into 2 groups. One group stayed in the camp to support. Because the eagle eye ability was not effective at night, Kasang also stayed in the camp. Another team took the children to find the whereabouts of the snake's nest. For convenience, Li Qiu used his naming talent again. "I will call you Wawa from now on." With the supernatural power activated, Wawa must obey Li Qiu 100%. He smiled and said, "Okay, King Qiu, I will call you Wawa from now on." After that, he begged with a sad face, "No Wawa, this name is too ugly, I don't want to be called this." Rejected. Li Qiu said that she is now implementing a monarchy system. The team gradually went deeper into the forest, and Li Qiu found that Wawa was getting more and more silent. "What are you thinking about?" Wawa had to answer Li Qiu's question, and he said, "What if you can't beat the pit viper?" "Remove the if. We will definitely not be able to beat it. They have a size advantage, and the advantage is not ours." Li Qiu was not afraid to tell him. Wawa had a look of "Are you kidding me? Then why are you so aggressive?" He was still hoping that Li Qiu and his people could avenge his parents. Now there is no hope. Li Qiu touched his head and felt that it was okay, but it was chilly. "I said I couldn't beat him. I didn't say I couldn't blow him up." Not long after, Wawa was suddenly too scared to move forward. He timidly hid behind Li Qiu and cried, "Sister. It's no use calling me sister, I'm scared too. Li Qiu patted Wawa's arm. You're scared. But don't touch my clothes. Don't poison my clothes later. Oh! Wawa agreed while sobbing, holding Li Qiu's hand, and carefully avoiding Li Qiu's clothes. The night still covered the entire forest. In the darkness, a foul smell came in waves. All the vegetation in front of him was crooked and corroded by the venom. In the sky, 2 huge green lanterns suddenly lit up. Everyone's nerves, which were originally tired from running at night, started beating again. Chapter 80. The lantern opened its huge mouth like a door, and first hissed, then spoke in human language. So many people dare to come here, you all die. Its voice was dark and sharp, like nails scratching a blackboard, and just listening to it made people's scalps numb. What's more, its pronunciation ability was really poor, and you could hear a very obvious sound of water, as if it was drooling uncontrollably. Li Qiu knew too well the feeling of drooling at the sight of food. Zhou Jinshi said, there may be more than one snake. Everyone be careful. Li Qiu, indeed, there is more than one. Look at the black shadow in the northwest direction. That is also a snake head. The zombie's super night vision ability was fully utilized at this moment, and it could clearly see all the dangers hidden in the dark night. Li Qiu saw many disgusting creatures on the way to Belen City. But the 2 giant snakes in front of him were extremely disgusting. Although they are snakes, their skin is not as smooth as that of snakes. Instead, it is wrinkled like zombies and appears blue-black. The snake head is extremely large, and the 2 fangs in its mouth drip moss-green saliva. The part below the snake head is piled up with fist-sized tumors, one after another all over the body. The venom on the snake is ejected from these tumors. Where these giant snakes crawl, everything dries up and dies. And under the 2 giant snakes, there are many corroded bones. I don't know if they are animal bones or human bones. Wawa said to Li Qiu, Look, I said they are ugly. Do you believe it? Li Qiu's facial features were wrinkled. I believe it. You didn't say they were so ugly. I didn't expect the giant snake to have good hearing. You. How dare you say we are ugly? Damn humans. You are the ugly ones. A freak with 2 ears and 4 legs. Everyone, I never thought that one day I would be called ugly by a snake. What a rebellion. The bodies of the 2 giant snakes intertwined together and gradually twisted into a cross shape. Their snake heads were raised high, and they opened their mouths wide, as if they were considering how to swallow the group of people in front of them in one bite. The cold wind in the dark night blew the fishy smell from the snake's mouth. Although everyone wore a gas mask, almost everyone smelled the strong smell. Wawa silently lowered his head. Leave it to you, sister. Li Qiu said, Hey, you hide quickly. The signal flare representing the location of the snake nest has been launched, and the officials far away in the base quickly locked it. Now that the location of the snake nest has been determined, considering the size of the giant snake and its poisonous characteristics, no one plans to confront it head-on. But Hanji's hands were shaking. 2 giant snakes. Snakes this big are beyond our expectations. Will we not have enough explosives? Lu Xiaowu kept taking things out, full of confidence. What's not enough? I give you enough. His ability is the blaster. When the ability is level 2, he can make 2 incendiary bombs. Now the ability is level 4. Not only has the number of bombs increased to 4, but it can also make explosives with the same effect as TNT. It will definitely be no problem to use it to cover everyone's retreat. Blow it up. Wow, hiding behind Li Qiu, still didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. Zhou Jinshi stood at the front and commanded. Lu Xiuwu had already followed his order and dropped the explosives at the feet of the giant snake. Song Mimi went into the soil and directly dug out the soil layer under the feet of the giant snake, leaving only a shallow layer. As long as they moved a little, they would immediately fall into the pit. What's more, Song Mimi also poured all the latex that Zhang Xuezhen had stored in the space into the pit. The retreat plan was discussed before coming. With Zhou Jinshi's order run, everyone except him, Song Wan, and Tang Xianghe began to run madly in the direction they came from. Seeing that people were running away, the giant snakes also quickly launched an attack. But as soon as they moved, the soil layer under them immediately loosened, and their bodies all sank into the latex in the pit. The 2 giant snakes struggled and began to spray venom from their mouths, but all were blocked by Zhou Jinshi's water balls. Zhou Jinshi raised his gun and shot accurately at the giant snake's eyeballs, forcing the giant snake to shake its head and dodge everywhere. Taking advantage of this moment, Song Wan threw the fireball accurately at the explosives. At the same time, Tang Xianghe turned on the beast and used his powerful defense to surround the 3 of them, blocking the huge impact energy of the explosives at the periphery. How is it? Can you hold on? Zhou Jinshi asked. Tang Xianghe drank the A11 potion before the beast transformation. He vomited blood from his mouth and smiled. It's a small matter. The last time I was injured so badly was when I was hit while moving bricks at the construction site during the summer vacation. Let's go! Zhou Jinshi put Tang Xianghe's arm on himself and helped him retreat quickly. Explosions rang out behind them, and all the places visible to the naked eye turned into a sea of fire. The whole sky was printed in a brilliant fiery red. The two giant snakes seemed to twist into two fire dragons in the fire. Li Qiu asked everyone to run first, and she stayed with Wawa, who was also a snake, to meet Zhou Jinshi and others. After seeing the figures of Zhou Jinshi and others, Li Qiu also saw the rapidly spreading poisonous gas. Her pupils widened instantly. When the bomb exploded, the tumor on the giant snake was also exploded, and the venom splashed and quickly spread in the air. I'm afraid that the gas mask can't block it for long. Li Qiu hurriedly waved desperately at Zhou Jinshi and others, shouting loudly, "Hurry!" Zhou Jinshi didn't expect Li Qiu to leave yet. He realized something and ran faster. You go first. Li Qiu brushed past Zhou Jinshi and ran in the direction he was running. Sister, wait for me. Wawa didn't believe anyone and ran after Li Qiu. Zhou Jinshi turned around and wanted to hold her back, but saw that Li Qiu took off a piece of willow branches that she had been wearing on her hand. In the blink of an eye, thick white fog quickly enveloped Li Qiu's figure. Song-Wan took over Tang Xianghe. You go find her. I do it. Tang Xianghe looked at Song-Wan with emotion. Wan, I didn't expect that you usually dislike me, but you are really decisive at the critical moment. Song-Wan looked at Tang Xianghe's back that was blown to pieces, and wanted to say something but held back. Go quickly. When Zhou Jinshi saw the thick fog, he immediately recalled what happened at the Baoyuan County Good Kids Training School. It was the same thick fog. It was the same thing that he couldn't get out. But unlike that time, he couldn't get to the other side of the thick fog this time. Li Qiu blocked both her and Wawa in that area. Li Qiu remembered that when the old willow tree cut off this willow branch for her, he said that the branch contained the power of the old willow tree, and it could activate the blinding ability to construct a 12-hour illusion. After the illusion is constructed, it will be isolated from the outside world and divided into two areas. Things outside cannot come in, and things inside cannot go out. This illusion is really useful. After it is activated, all the poisonous gas is isolated in front of this thick white fog. The only bad thing is that the owner who constructs the illusion must be in the illusion and cannot stay out of it. Otherwise, Li Qiu would also want to run away. Although she is not afraid of poison, she is afraid of cold and heat like humans. It was so cold that she wore warm clothes, sweaters, goose-down clothes, autumn pants, cotton pants, snow boots, and covered with hot packs. Now she is blockier, and it is as hot as sticking to the radiator. What's more, the two giant snakes have thick skin and flesh. Even if they were blown up like this, they are still twisting and struggling in the distance, without any signs of falling down. What if I swallow her in one gulp? Li Qiu was in a daze, thinking about the trump card in her hand. The power of Corpse King body cannot be used now. I am not that full. The power of granting every request. Those two giant snakes don't look as easy to fool as Wawa. The power of Seamless is completely useless now. Then the only thing left is to steal the stars and change the day. I don't know if the snake will die if I steal the snake gull. But there are two snakes. The CD is not enough. Li Qiu thought. Wawa next to him stared at Li Qiu with shining eyes. Sister, you are really amazing. You are not afraid of the snake venom of the pit viper. Are you also a snake? Li Qiu heard the voice and realized that the child was also here. Why are you here too? Li Qiu sat on the ground and said unhappily, I'm not a snake. Wawa was a little disappointed. It would be nice if you were a snake. I don't have this habit for the time being. Wawa explained. Sister, if you were a snake, you could be the Snake King as powerful as you are. What the hell is a Snake King? After I was born, many animals in the mountains began to mutate. There are many that mutate faster than us snakes, but you don't know that they all died in the end. How did they die? Wawa was a little sad, and her voice became smaller. We poisoned them to death. The people who stayed in the camp immediately rushed over to respond when they saw the signal flare was sent. Soon everyone gathered together. But only Li Qiu, Zhou Jinshi and the poisonous snake kid named Wawa were missing. Song-Wan asked someone to apply medicine to Tang Xianghe to stop the bleeding, while quickly talking about the situation just now. The explosion triggered a large area of poisonous fog. Qiu and Captain Zhou stayed there. Song Nini, Zhang Xuezhen, Hu Ziyu and Lu Xiaowu quickly ran in that direction when they heard that they did not run away. The people who were still there looked at each other. What should we do now? The captain is not here. The deputy captain Hu Ziyu is not here. And the sole figure Qiu Jie is not here either. There is no king in the whole mountain. Wu Renfan looked at the people who were in a mess and immediately said, Song Wan, you take a team to go first, and the injured must go first. After the official confirms the location, people will be sent to rescue and blast immediately. At that time, someone will also be needed to lead the way here. There are a total of 20 people here, and more than half of them have stayed. Those who did not stay contributed the crystal cores they had in their hands, so that those who stayed could absorb the crystal cores, replenish their superpowers, and increase their chances of survival. When Song Mimi and the others ran over, they ran into Zhou Jinshi, who had just emerged from the thick fog. Zhou Jinshi held the magic spell, his face darker than ever before. He tried countless ways, but could not break a hole. When Song Mimi and the others also wanted to go into the thick fog to find a way out, Zhou Jinshi did not stop them. If you don't try it yourself, you will always feel uneasy. But in the end, several people got together again. Zhang Xuezhen said, I heard Qiu say that she got a willow bracelet before. It can build a fantasy domain and isolate space. She should have used this, so the poisonous fog did not spread out. Song Mimi, Qiu will not do anything without confidence, so now we can only wait. I remember the time is 12 hours. Zhou Jinshi asked, have you notified the authorities? I asked Song Wan and others to go out and notify them. The explosion is temporarily suspended and postponed indefinitely. Yes. Zhou Jinshi was relieved. The two of them and Zhou Jinshi sat down and began to repair. Hu Ziyu and Lu Xiaowu were confused. No, they will not struggle anymore. There will be either heat shock or poisonous fog attack inside. No matter how powerful Sister Qiu is, she is only a level 4 mutant. If she is locked in there for 12 hours, won't she be finished? Unlike other animals, all snakes, as long as they are venomous species, have large and small tumors on their bodies, making them poisonous. Everywhere they crawled, it became a place of death. At first, the snakes were very happy. After all, there was food everywhere, and they could not eat it all. Later, the snake tribe, which was the only one of its kind, began to have higher intelligence and gradually evolved into human form. They suddenly found that there was nothing left in the area where they lived except the snake tribe. What was even more bizarre was that the birth rate of the snake tribe, which originally gave birth to many children in one litter, dropped to almost zero. When they were starving, they began to attack and devour each other. When the big snakes couldn't decide who would win, they looked for opportunities to eat each other's children. Wawa's parents died fighting with the two pit vipers to protect Wawa. In order to avenge them, Wawa stole their snake eggs when the pit vipers went out to look for him, and threw them down the mountain. Unexpectedly, the snake eggs did not break after being thrown down, but hatched. The newly born snake lost its way, crawled around, and finally crawled towards the direction of the southern base. After attacking humans, it also died together with humans. The pit vipers couldn't find their children anywhere. Perhaps they sensed the death of their children, and began to look for Wawa more and more frantically. So it was you who caused all this trouble. Li Qiu finally understood. Wawa sat next to Li Qiu and said dejectedly, Don't you humans also repay each other? They killed my parents and owed me 2 lives. I only asked them to repay 1. Li Qiu was too hot, so she took off her coat and fanned her head with her hands. That's the truth. So what does this have to do with the Snake King? Wawa pointed to the distance. Sister, in fact, in this mountain, besides our silver rings and pit vipers, there are other snake tribes. If we continue like this, there are only 2 ways out. One is that we continue to kill each other and finally starve to death in this area. Another is that we leave this mountain and occupy other places where creatures live. For example, your place. Seeing Li Qiu's unfriendly eyes, Wawa changed his words very tactfully. I'm just giving an example. How dare I go to your place? Li Qiu said you make sense, and then what? Sister, if you can make me listen to you, you can definitely make other snakes listen to you. If you become the Snake King, we will all listen to you. You are so smart and so strong. You can definitely come up with a sustainable development plan for us. Li Qiu almost laughed. You have learned the word sustainable development. Wawa was very proud. Of course, I am a snake who pays great attention to learning. The man my parents ate for me had a lot of books in his backpack, and I finished reading them all. Okay, stop showing off. You should think that if I can become the Snake King, I can make the 2 giant snakes not kill you. Li Qiu revealed Wawa's motive in one sentence. Wawa stuck out his tongue, narrowed his eyes, and smiled again. Sister, you definitely can't bear to see such a beautiful snake like me being eaten. Li Qiu asked. You just said that you all have tumors. Where is yours? Wawa fell to the ground, and after lingering on the ground for a while, a more than 10-meter-long silver ring snake appeared in front of Li Qiu. The black and white patterns glowed orange under the light of the fire. His snake was also covered with tumors that sprayed venom, just like the two giant snakes. A timid person will have nightmares for the rest of his life if he looks at it for a second. A person with a poor appetite will not be able to eat for the rest of his life if he looks at it. Maybe Wawa himself hated this look, so he immediately crawled behind a big rock and tried to hide his body. Li Qiu's expression became solemn. She clenched the folding shovel in her hand and walked towards Wawa step by step. She raised the folding shovel high. Wawa's snake head shook. You, what are you going to do? Li Qiu smiled evilly. Of course, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 81. Of course, I killed the tumor on your body. Li Qiu shoveled off the largest tumor on Wawa's body with lightning speed. This kind of thing requires quick, accurate and ruthless actions to minimize the pain on the other party. After shoveling it off, Li Qiu immediately kicked the tumor that was spraying venom aside. A wound about the size of a plate was exposed where the tumor was cut off. The venomous tumor was a part of Wawa's body after all. When the shovel went down, venom and snake blood splashed, and Wawa screamed in pain and rolled on the ground in pain. This movement seemed to have attracted the attention of the two giant snakes in the sea of fire in the distance. Li Qiu quickly held Wawa down, took out the needle and thread and started to sew. In a hurry, she sewed it roughly, and didn't pay attention to the stitches at all. After 5 stitches, the bleeding stopped. The magic of the level 4 ability is that the moment the sew-up is finished, the wound has magically healed, and there is no trace of the wound at all. Stop howling, it's alright now. Li Qiu patted Wawa's body, then sat down against a big rock next to him. What's alright? I'm in so much pain. Woo Wawa, I want my mom. Wawa cried while shouting, and the cry became louder and louder. Li Qiu took out a few chewy reserve food from his bag and chewed them, and then took out a few zombie crystal cores of the long-tongued species, and chewed them up and ate them. Anyway, he couldn't get out of this fantasy realm for a while, so Li Qiu waited patiently for Wawa to finish crying. Wawa cried for a long time, and suddenly said, Sister, why don't you come to comfort me? Li Qiu pondered for a moment. I was thinking, when you snakes cry, you are looking for your mother. She couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the world is actually a huge matriarchal society. Wawa's cry turned into a dry howl, because he found that the pain in his body had indeed disappeared, and the burning sensation on the surface of his skin was due to the sea of fire in the distance. He widened his eyes, and shook his head to look at the place where Li Qiu had shoveled. It was as clean as new, with his favorite black and white stripes. Li Qiu put an empty plastic bag close to the skin. Look, this skin is not poisonous now. Wawa turned back into a human child. He circled around Li Qiu, dancing with his hands and feet, and he didn't know what he was excited about. It was obviously a human child dancing, but Li Qiu imagined a snake dance. Stop shaking. I'm dizzy. Li Qiu grabbed Wawa. Although this method is useful, I counted and found that you still have 47 tumors on your body. You will have to be shoveled by me at least 47 times to remove the venom on the surface of your body. As for how painful it is, you have already understood it just now. Wawa grabbed Li Qiu's hand, and the child's tone was particularly firm. Sister, I'm not afraid. When he was just born, he had a very good friend, a fir tree. The fir tree can't speak, but it can understand what Wawa means. When it is happy, it will shake its leaves and bury Wawa under the leaves. But later, more and more tumors grew on Wawa's body. One day, when he went to find the fir tree completely withered. At that time, Wawa didn't understand what was going on, until he found that all the trees, flowers, and plants would wither wherever he went. When he swam through streams and rivers, the toxins merged into the water source, and other animals drinking water by the river also died quickly. The originally lively forest was now empty, without a single bird, rabbit, or tree. There were only corpses all over the ground, and countless snakes with tumors all over their bodies, just like Wawa. Although there were still some creatures in the deeper forest, it would not be long before that place would become a restricted area for life. Sister, you can be our snake king. You can really save us. Wawa suddenly knelt down to Li Qiu, looking at her with hope. Li Qiu, She was about to refuse, but when she turned around, she saw 2 fire snakes that were blown black and swam towards her. As time went by, all kinds of outrageous things would happen. Not only did she have to be the zombie king, but now she had to be the snake king. In addition to blocking space, the most important thing about the illusion domain was that it blocked the eyes. She could make herself the thing that these creatures feared the most. Now, it was time to compete with imagination. Li Qiu closed her eyes and opened them again. Wow, watching Li Qiu, who was originally a human, suddenly grow bigger. The earth made a violent boom sound, and Li Qiu's body reached the height of the mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. A giant snake taller than the mountain appeared in front of him, with its body winding and undulating like an ancient river with no end. Under the reflection of the moonlight and the fire, every snake's scale on Li Qiu's body exuded a luster like armor, like an indestructible blade, enough to cut any creature swept by her. And Li Qiu's snake eyes were larger than the eyes of the two giant snakes. They were not gloomy green light, but two black holes that could swallow everything. When Li Qiu opened her mouth to speak, the snake tongue spit out from her mouth, making a hissing sound, enough to make all the snakes in the area tremble and surrender. Wawa opened her eyes wide and said, "Wow, sister, you are really a snake." Li Qiu was too lazy to explain. The two giant snakes that were entangled with each other and wandered over had slowed down when they saw her clearly. They hesitated and stopped in the distance, as if they didn't dare to come over. Li Qiu was quite experienced in being a king and had a lot of style. She commanded the younger brother around her, "Go and call them over." "Me?" Wawa pointed at herself. "Sister, no, Snake King, they will eat me." Li Qiu looked disappointed. "Do you know what it means to be a dog relying on the power of others? You are now the most popular person in front of this king. Even if they want to eat you, they have to consider me." Wawa went over tremblingly. The enemies of snakes were extremely jealous when they met. The two injured giant snakes looked at Wawa angrily. They were far away, and Li Qiu didn't know what Wawa said to them. Not long after, the two giant snakes followed Wawa and wandered over. In the farther place, the smoke had not yet dissipated. Many snakes with tumors swam out from the smoke. They were not as big as the pit viper, but they were almost the same as ordinary pythons. This was an era when everything admired the strong. They all felt the breath of the Snake King from afar and rushed here. In Li Qiu's eyes, hundreds of giant snakes crawled over densely. A whole group of snakes had a meeting. She happened to be the center of this meeting, and she had to bite the bullet even if she was afraid. All the snakes looked at Li Qiu, who was leaning against the thick fog. This was a giant snake they had never seen before, with its huge body looming in the thick fog. Its breath and blood seemed to have traces of all their snakes. Could it be? Is this the ancient ancestor snake? The snakes, who had just begun to understand wisdom, had their minds opened up, and looked at Li Qiu with eager eyes. Wow, it was also the first time I saw such a scene, and I felt a little excited and proud for some reason. At Li Qiu's signal, he coughed twice, and said to the group of snakes, "This is the 10,000 Snakes King, the fastest and most perfect snake in our snake family. She will lead our snake family out of trouble, and she is the well-deserved Snake King." There was a voice shouting for the king in the snake group, which gradually increased to more than a dozen, and then every snake was shouting. Of course, there were also many who just joined in the fun and shouted blindly, and even thought that if a fight broke out later, they would take the opportunity to bite a snake to death and drag it home for the baby snakes to eat. Li Qiu calmly looked down, her cold eyes sweeping over every snake below. Although she looked dignified and calm on the surface, Li Qiu was actually about to faint. All of them were adult snakes, and each of them had at least hundreds of venomous tumors on its body. When they gathered together, it was like tens of thousands of venomous tumor fountains spewing venom together. This scene would scare any normal person. Li Qiu quickly used the trick she used to prepare for the interview to give herself psychological hints. They were all Chinese cabbages, and at least they were stable. She looked at the two pit vipers in the front. "What's wrong with you two?" One of the pit vipers immediately complained, telling about the attack by humans. But in order to prevent other snakes from looking down on them, they also said that they had beaten the group of humans to a bloody pulp and left them half dead. Li Qiu said him, and tried hard to remain serious. He thought, "I didn't expect snakes to be such a face-saving species." But soon, the pit viper turned its attention to Wawa, who was beside Li Qiu. Its eyes were filled with hatred. "We can recognize you as the king of the pit viper tribe, but we must eat the silver ring snake next to you." Wawa quietly hid behind Li Qiu. Look, I told you that they would never let me go," Li Qiu asked knowingly. "What deep hatred do you have? It stole our snake eggs. That's the only child we have had in the past 6 months. You should know how difficult it is for us snakes to reproduce now." Wawa immediately retorted, "You also ate my parents, You will still have children, but I won't have parents anymore. Two pit vipers and a silver ringed snake quarreled, and the other snakes looked at each other, waiting to see what the Snake King would do. Li Qiu exhaled in anger. Shut up. Her shouting seemed to shake even the distant mountains, and all the snakes immediately lay on the ground, waiting to listen to Li Qiu's instructions. Li Qiu turned into a great ruler. This is easy to handle. You two are missing a child, and he is missing parents, so you can form a family of 3. Wow, she was about to vomit blood. Ah. Sister, why don't you recognize me after you become the king? It would be a miracle if they agree. Unexpectedly, the two pit vipers hesitated for a while, and really agreed. What you said makes sense. We want a child. Bungarus, are you willing to be our child? Wawa was confused. I am willing. Okay, I am willing then. The two pit vipers turned into human form. They are a couple. After turning into human form, they still keep the snake head and human body. Their evolution is not perfect. They looked at the perfectly evolved Wawa, and were satisfied no matter how they looked at it. Call me Dad. Call me Mom. Wawa was numbly held up by the two of them. Dad, Mom. Everyone was happy, and a blood feud was resolved. Next, it was time to get down to business. Li Qiu said, I can help you find a way to remove the cancer in your body. Now is the era of evolution of all things. The snake clan is the only one that stands out. In the short term, it is a good thing, but in the long run, without the birth of new life and endless food, our snake clan is not far from extinction. The snakes below were not very intelligent. They were stunned and felt that the Snake King's words were so advanced and reasonable. When will they be able to reach the level of the king? Do you need me to help you remove the tumor? Answer me, I need you. Li Qiu shouted. All the snakes hissed yes. The prerequisites for the ability to respond to requests have been met, and Li Qiu smiled with satisfaction. The night was long, and tonight was destined to be a night of continuous surgery. Li Qiu asked everyone to transform into human form, help each other cut off the tumors on each other's bodies, and then come to her to line up for repairs to increase efficiency. The frequency of using the seamless technique was too high, and Li Qiu's hunger was greatly increased. The snakes that had been repaired and had no tumors hurried back to their nests to transport the stored food. Most of them were animals that were poisoned to death in the mountains, and occasionally there were 2 human corpses that strayed into the mountains and died tragically. Because of the cold weather recently, the corpses of these animals decayed very slowly. Anyway, Li Qiu's body was very resistant to poison, so she ate the corpses and crystal cores together, sewing while eating. When she was too sleepy to open her eyes, she would pull her eyelids. If her eyes were really as big as the giant snake, she would use a few sticks to support them. When the darkness faded and light appeared in the sky, the tumors of the 108 snakes were almost removed. Why was it almost removed? Because Li Qiu took into account the evolution speed of other animals and plants, as well as zombies, and did not remove all the tumors on the snake's bodies. Each snake retained 2 or 3 tumors on its body. This can maximize the combat effectiveness of the snake clan's survival. Now all the snakes sincerely submitted to Li Qiu, and called her Snake King with true feelings. The 12 hours were coming up soon. Li Qiu looked at the happy family of 3 and asked them, Did anything special happen before you evolved? The evolution speed of the snake tribe exceeded that of all creatures in this forest. Perhaps there was a special reason. Wawa shook his head. He was young. When he was born, everyone had already evolved comprehensively. The couple thought about it, and recalled something. There was an abandoned mine in the southeast of this forest. It was a product of the last century. Many people have forgotten its existence. When the weather is hot in summer, these snakes will crawl into the mine to escape the heat. But about half a year ago, the mine collapsed once, and a black stone similar to a human car collapsed out of it. Black stone? The pit viper nodded. Although it is a stone, it smells good. We climbed up and felt comfortable. Later, all of them went there and climbed on the black stone. Li Qiu was about to say that he would take her to see what the black stone looked like, but he heard Wawa speak again. I know. The black stone later turned into a pool of water. The mine collapsed again, and no one went down there again. Wawa's parents also evolved rapidly after that, and then gave birth to Wawa. Since it has collapsed many times, it is estimated that their lives will be in danger if they go in again, so Li Qiu temporarily put away her curiosity. She looked at the gradually dissipating fog and gave orders to all the snakes. As the Snake King, I still have a lot of things to do, and can't always be here to guard you. From now on, you live well here. I will come back to see you one day. When I am not here, you must never invade human territory and actively harm humans, otherwise I will be very angry. All the snakes nodded obediently and agreed, turning back into snakes and swimming towards their own nests. The pit viper was also ready to take Wawa away. I still have a few words to say to him. Li Qiu pointed at Wawa. The pit viper stood far away. Sister, are you really leaving? Wawa was reluctant to leave Li Qiu. Without those tumors, he felt relaxed all over and more comfortable than ever before. He liked Li Qiu and wanted her to stay. Li Qiu packed up her folding shovel and backpack, pointing at the dissipating mist. You know I'm a human. You have a home again now, and I want to go back to mine too. Woo woo woo, Wawa woo woo. Wawa threw herself into Li Qiu's arms and cried so sadly. The couple of the pit viper in the distance was very pleased. Look at our child, how reluctant to leave the Snake King. Yes, the Snake King also likes our child very much. Maybe our child will become the next Snake King. Li Qiu patted Wawa's shoulder. When I have time, I will find some books on breeding and planting and send them to you. The ecology of this mountain forest has been destroyed by you, and it will take a long time to recover. Since you said you are the most beautiful and smartest in the Snake Clan, you must be able to do it. Yes. Wawa agreed immediately. The thick fog completely dissipated, and Li Qiu's figure had already rushed in the direction she came from. Wawa returned to the pit viper, looking at Li Qiu's back reluctantly. He wanted to follow his sister, but his sister told him to do something. The pit viper saw their Snake King turned into a human form, like a cannonball, and pounced in the direction of humans. What is the Snake King doing? It must be to go undercover and learn from humans. Make the snake tribe stronger. The king is so great. The pit viper has its own logic. Wawa turned around and wiped away her tears, and followed her new parents into the deeper forest. Li Qiu was running for her life, fearing that if she was a step late, the snake tribe would find out that she was a fake. Unexpectedly, as soon as she rushed out, she saw a row of people waiting for her in an orderly manner. Ah, woo woo woo. This time, it was not Wawa who was crying, but her. What is meant by when fellow villagers meet, their eyes are filled with tears, this is it. I've taken care of everything inside, it's okay now. Li Qiu, who was in a mess and looked like a nobody, fell down on the spot after saying this. After a night of physical and psychological pressure, a night of non-stop work, she was really tired, too sleepy, and hungry. Zhou Jinshi caught her accurately. Li Qiu used the last bit of consciousness to shout, Chef, I'm hungry. Song Mimi, Zhang Xuezhen, gritting teeth. I hate it so much. Why can't they be as quick as Zhou Jinshi? Chapter 82. Li Qiu didn't sleep for too long. When she woke up, she was already in the car. She leaned against a comfortable plush pillow, covered with a light green blanket, and held a hot hand warmer in her arms. Li Qiu half opened her eyes, and briefly forgot the existence of the natural disaster world. She thought it was when she went on a self-driving tour with her parents before. But the strawberry bear doll next to her was the one Li Qiu picked up after the natural disaster. There were bursts of strong fragrance around her, and these things quickly brought Li Qiu's confused mind back to reality. When she opened her eyes completely, Li Qiu sat up straight. Are we out? The car was already on the road. All the roads that were not covered with snow were cleared by the authorities every day. Zhou Jinshi was driving the car, and Zhang Xuezhen and Song Mimi were in the back seat. The others were sitting in the military truck in front to lead the way. Compared to the cautiousness and anxiety on the way here, the return journey can only be described as peaceful. Because Li Qiu heard a song coming from the car in front of him. This song is sung by all Chinese people, and even if they can't sing it, they must have heard it many times. It's called Unity is Strength. Seeing that Li Qiu woke up, Zhang Xuezhen took out a pack of wet wipes from the space and threw a pack of reserve food over. Xuxue, I am willing to go through the mountains of swords and cook hot pot for you. Li Qiu ate the meat in big mouthfuls and swallowed it without chewing it. It's fried in oil. Zhang Xuezhen corrected. Li Qiu answered while eating. It's about the same. How about we have hot pot next time, the kind with pure meat? I remember that I can exchange frozen beef in the base. Song Mimi was drinking water and choked. Next time you say something else while eating zombie meat, I will beat you to death. You are an Earth-type mutant. How can you beat me to death? You might as well say you will kill me with mud. Song Mimi, She is now like the Hammer King of the Northwest, who wants to beat Shilyan, who has a fashionable hairstyle in Shigjai commune, to death. The hungry body replenished energy, which was so comfortable. Li Qiu suddenly found that the two friends in the back seat were staring at her intently. Why are you two looking at me like that? It's scary. Li Qiu looked at the serious faces of the two friends, turned around and saw that Zhou Jinshi also looked very bad, and you. If I don't drive, The red bloodshot in your eyes will catch up with conjunctivitis. Don't go back to the base and get caught and quarantined. Although the yes men have disappeared with Guin's death, the shadow left by the knocker in the base has been made into a ghost story by everyone. It keeps scaring people who enter the base later. To this day, everyone will immediately shout knocker when they see someone's eyes turn red. Zhou Jinshi shook his head. It's okay, it's almost here. Song Mimi continued to ask, what happened last night? Li Qiu turned into a storyteller on the spot. Speaking of last night, this and that, this and that. Of course, she didn't forget to mention the black stone in the mine. Do you think I'm smart? Smart, you big-headed ghost. Can you tell us what you want to do next time in advance? What if the branch given to you by the old willow tree is not as effective as it said? What if the IQ of those snakes is not so low, even if they can't poison you to death, they can eat you alive directly? Song Mimi shook Li Qiu's shoulders, wishing to see what was in Li Qiu's head. Stop shaking. I'm shaking you to the point of concussion. Li Qiu wailed. Zhang Xuezhen looked at Zhou Jinshi and smiled. Aren't you going to say anything? Zhou Jinshi moved his lips, wanting to say something but not saying it. Zhang Xuezhen said to Song Mimi, it seems that your family is destined to lose the bet. Indeed? I think it will take another year. Too conservative. Li Qiu asked. What bet? What bet? Why can't I understand what you are saying? Both shook their heads. You heard it wrong. I didn't hear it wrong. You two are like riddlers. Tell me quickly. Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen quickly changed the subject. The car quickly drove to the gate of the base. Zhou Jinshi led his men to find General Yin to report the situation first, and the others went home to rest first. As soon as Li Qiu and the other two walked to the street where they lived, they saw Jiang Rafang looking out the door. Mom. Godmother. Auntie. The three people called each other and walked towards Jiang Rafang. The neighbor said to Jiang Rafang with a smile, you are so lucky to have 3 daughters. Yes, yes. I won't tell you for now. Jiang Rafang led Li Qiu and the other 3 into the house. Someone told you that you would come back today. Why did you arrive at this time? Did nothing happen on the way? The 3 of them had already colluded with each other and made this mission as simple as going on a picnic. Jiang Rafang knew that they didn't want to make her worry. Although she didn't believe it, she didn't ask any more questions. In the kitchen, Li Deming put the last dish on a plate. Let's eat. Jiang Rafang watched Li Qiu wolfing down her food and stopped holding the bowl. Why does this child only eat meat and not vegetables and rice? Knowing that their daughter would be home today, the couple cooked together. One made braised pork and cabbage vermicelli, and the other made stir-fried shredded lettuce and grilled lamb chops. The rice was also specially changed to good rice. Each grain was plump and cooked fragrantly. But Li Qiu could only see braised pork and grilled lamb chops in her bowl. She didn't eat the other 2 vegetables and rice at all. Li Deming thought it was not a big deal. It's good to love meat. Eating meat can make you grow strong. Look, Qiu has become thin after 2 days of going out. You can't just eat meat. These vegetables are all grown in the base farm. They are very fresh and good for your body. You still have to eat some. Jiang Rafang first said to Li Deming, then turned to Li Qiu. Qiu, how about some cabbage? Li Qiu was chewing on a lamb chop. Eating animal meat was tasteless enough, but at least it would not be vomited, and it could also increase some satiety. But seeing her mother pick up a chopstick of cabbage for her, Li Qiu's eyes widened in horror. To eat or not to eat, this is a question. Fortunately, Song Mimi helped her out. Godmother, it's too tiring to go into the mountains this time. Qiu has to eat more meat. I love cabbage, I eat it. She picked up the vegetables in Li Qiu's bowl with a chopstick. Zhang Xuezhen took the rice and said, Auntie, I'm hungry. I eat 5 bowls today. Jiang Rafang always felt something was wrong, but couldn't put it into words. After dinner, my parents went out for a walk, while Li Qiu and the other 2 stayed in the yard. After the fruits grew into saplings, they stayed in the soil for longer and longer periods of time. Li Qiu had only been away for 2 or 3 days, and they had already grown to the height of a man, and it was just a matter of time before they grew into big trees. The little skirts that Li Qiu had sewn for them were still hanging on the tree, but they had become torn strips of cloth. The only thing that hadn't changed was that the 2 of them had a lot to say every day. They chirped, as if 100 little birds were perched on their bodies. Zhang Xuezhen took out a bunch of things from the space. Li Qiu looked at her, as if he was looking at Doraemon. How come you even have this? There were a lot of compound fertilizers, phosphorus and potassium fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers, nutrient solutions, nutrient soil, carbendism. On the ground. It was a complete assortment. The flower shop owner had to come to Zhang Xuezhen to buy goods. They are all piled up in my warehouse. When my mother was here, the garden was full of flowers. Li Qiu compared the instructions on the fertilizer and gave the fruit some as well. Song Mimi also used her supernatural power to loosen the soil for the fruits. They both said thank you. Li Qiu conveyed the words of the fruits. Song Mimi smiled. So good. Zhang Xuezhen had already changed into a sports suit. I'm going to run first. Wait for me, I'm going too. Song Mimi was unwilling to lag behind. Since you're going too then? Zhang Xuezhen looked at Li Qiu. Li Qiu waved her hands and refused 3 times. No, 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 I really can't come. You are all sports geniuses, so don't take me with you. It's better for me to accompany them. The fruits were very moved. Sister, you are so good to us. Li Qiu laughed a few times with a guilty conscience. Haha, that's right, who asked you to call me sister? How about this, when I'm free, I make a few more tree clothes for you. The big and small fruits cheered and told Li Qiu the colors and patterns they wanted. Xiao Qiu. Sister Qiu. Someone shouted at the gate of the yard. Grandpa, why are you here? Li Qiu happily invited people in, and she ran away quickly after seeing Fuzi wagging his tail. It was Grandpa, Fuzi, and Chicken Thigh Ruru's family who came. Fuzi circled around Li Qiu and chased him all over the yard. Cheese struggled in Ruru's arms, indicating that she wanted to get off the ground. As soon as Ruru let go of Cheese, Cheese stumbled and joined the ranks of chasing dogs, becoming the last link in the food chain. Cheese chased Fuzi, Fuzi chased Li Qiu, and Li Qiu chased Cheese. The 2 people and the dog ran around the yard for who knows how many times. Fuzi, come back. Grandpa waved at Fuzi. Xiuqiu just came back, don't scare her. Fuzi stopped playing and laid down at Grandpa's feet, looking at Li Qiu with a pair of wet eyes. Li Qiu stopped where he was, panting, and bared his teeth at Fuzi. Come here too. Jitue also pulled his daughter into his arms. Cheese can now say a lot of simple words. Ba ba, play, play. You can't play anymore. You're sweating so much you catch a cold? Ruru raised her hand to wipe her sweat and said gently. Cheese uttered awe and grabbed Grandpa. Grandpa, awu Gwizzy, play. Grandpa was about to speak, but Ruru understood. I guess she said she wanted to play with Gwizzy. Grandpa smiled and nodded. When Li Qiu was away, he often came to see Gwizzy. Today, when Li Qiu came back, Cheese also clamored to come with him. Li Qiu looked at Cheese squatting next to the sapling and said, Little Cheese seems to have grown taller too. Ruru also squatted next to Cheese. I have consulted several plant-based psychics and botanists in the base. They said that young plant-based psychics, like Cheese, may grow much faster than normal children. And they will change according to the climate and seasons. When spring comes, Cheese should grow even faster. Chicken Legs interrupted. Redefine what a vegetative person is. Ruru pushed him. Bah, how can you say that about your own daughter? Chicken Legs quickly spit 3 times on the spot. Cheese spoke very fast, and had already chatted enthusiastically with the bored fruits in baby language. Li Qiu also talked to Ruru and his wife and grandfather about life after entering the base. The base has been slowly under construction, and now has a relatively complete work system. Every day, many teams in the base go out to hunt zombies and mutant plants and animals, and there is a great demand for cars. Chicken Legs returned to his old business and opened a car repair stall at the gate of the base. Business is quite good. Because Ruru had to take care of the children, she rented a stall in the trading area and bought gasoline, diesel, and some auto parts. This formed an industrial chain with the Chicken Legs. Of course, Grandpa and Cheese also found their ideal jobs at the base. They both registered as plant-based superpowers at the base farm. They went there once every morning and afternoon. The crops cultivated by Grandpa with superpowers doubled their yields and grew faster than other crops. Although Cheese was young, he could communicate with Grandpa and had a strong learning ability. He was the focus of the farm manager's training and received a salary every day. The rest of the team also had their own way out. Some formed a team of superpowers, leaving early and returning late every day. For example, when Ran, Xiao Longxiao, Jean Lu Fu, and Afei formed a team, and Hao Ming and his roommates formed a team. Although the risk factor is high, the gains are great, not only supplies but also crystal cores. Some people found a job in the base for stability. Although the income is small, it is safe. For example, Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu, the lobby manager. Everyone has different choices. Everyone feels that the southern base is really right. Life here seems to have found some of the previous feelings, but it is very different. But sometimes, They will think of the difficulties and obstacles they experienced on the way to the southern base. Now they are far away from those thrilling dangers and can sleep peacefully every day, but this kind of stability makes them feel uncomfortable and even uneasy. I always feel that such a stable life should not come now. The base will not be safe forever. People should be prepared for danger in times of peace. No one knows what the outside world and creatures are developing and evolving into at this moment. Hearing Jitue and Ruru's concerns, Li Qiu sighed deeply. Who said it wasn't? It was not the first time that she felt that whether it was zombies or plants and animals, they evolved faster than humans. Area A of the base. After listening to Zhou Jinshi's report, General Yin said, Comrade Jinshi, you have worked hard again this time. Your rewards will be distributed by staff later. Then a meeting was held immediately. The final result of the meeting was to set up warning signs and cordons with the area where Zhou Jinshi and his team found the giant tree blocking the road as the boundary. Set up sentry posts 3 kilometers outside the cordon. If a giant snake enters the defense area, it will be directly detonated and killed without asking any reason. The situation of the abandoned mine and the black stone causing the collective mutation of the snake tribe has attracted great attention from the authorities and has been recorded separately as a topic for long-term research in the future. When Zhou Jinshi returned home, his aunt and uncle were arguing. Their tempers were flaming one after another. Zhou Taikuan was standing in the yard doing tai chi, with headphones on his ears, listening to soothing music. Grandpa, I'm back. Zhou Jinshi put down his backpack and stood aside respectfully. Zhou Taikuan opened his eyes. What did you get from this trip? Zhou Jinshi briefly recounted what happened. Seeing that his grandfather didn't speak, he understood that his grandfather still wanted to know how far he had practiced his ancient martial arts and supernatural powers. Zhou Jinshi told the truth. I'm very close to level 6, but I still can't break through. If he can break through, he will become the first level 6 supernatural person in the base. Where is the magic? How have you been cooperating with it recently? Zhou Jinshi raised his knife, and the magic in his hand, which was originally extremely dark, suddenly had a layer of dazzling cold light. The momentum was soaring, and it could break everything. This momentum made the aunt and uncle who were originally quarreling come out of the hall. Zhou Taikuan looked at his 2 children with a dark face. Why don't you quarrel? Keep quarreling. Grandpa was also teaching his elders, and Zhou Jinshi subconsciously wanted to avoid it. Zhou Taikuan stopped him. Listen. When I kick my legs in the future, you take over the Zhou family, and you have to scold them like this. Zhou Jinshi, Zhou Lingyi, Zhou Linghuai, After scolding them for half an hour, Zhou Taikuan told them to go wherever they wanted, and called Zhou Jinshi into the house. Grandpa, what do you want? Zhou Jinshi poured a cup of hot tea for his grandfather. The conditions at the base were not as good as before, and the tea we could find was not good either. But this was tea brewed by his grandson himself, and Zhou Taikuan drank it happily. He put down the teacup and spoke slowly. I told you before that some things were dug out from the old house before the natural disaster. One of them was buried back after I dug it out. Just now you said that the giant snakes might evolve quickly because of the black stone, and I remembered this. What I had buried back was a pure black coffin. When the coffin was dug out, the mud was full of black water. Listening to his grandfather's description, Zhou Jinshi began to feel something was wrong. Since it is buried under our old house, it may be related to our ancestors. According to common sense, the coffin should be removed and the water pumped out, and the coffin should be buried in another blessed land. That's right, but at that time, Belan City had already begun to be in chaos. There were not only zombies, but also various mutant animals and plants. There were countless people who died in our old house alone. I could only have people bury it again, and asked people to burn incense and paper around it, and please forgive the ancestors for disturbing it. Zhou Taikuan sighed. Now think about it, the animals and flowers and plants raised in the old house, could they be affected by the black coffin? Of course, this is just my guess. In short, we will definitely not go back to the old house. That coffin will no longer affect our Zhou family. But the plants and animals there are endless, and there may even be zombies stationed there. The southern base is just outside Belan City. If Zhou Taikuan's guess is correct, the black coffin and the black stone are made of the same material, then in time, those creatures will inevitably expand here. The survival crisis they face will be even greater. Zhou Jinshi said, Grandpa, I understand. I will find time to go back to the old house and confirm the situation underground. After talking about this, Zhou Taikuan put down the stone in his heart for the time being, and suddenly became concerned about his grandson's personal problems. How old are you this year? 25 years old. Your father has been in love with your mother for 8 years when he was 25. Look at you. Didn't you say before that you shouldn't learn from them to fall in love early? Joe Taikuan spit out a mouthful of tea. That's what I told you when you were a few years old. When I was in the first year of high school. Zhou Jinsha remembered it clearly. Joe Taikuan felt that his grandson was really too stubborn. You can't fall in love early now. It's called late love. Do you have a girl you like? Zhou Jinsha lowered his head. Yes. Good boy, you are responsible. Joe Taikuan was happy. As for who the candidate for grandson's wife would be, he guessed in his heart. How far have you developed? If you think it's suitable, while I'm still here, we will quickly come to propose marriage and settle the matter. Wait for your parents to come back, and hold the wedding directly. Although it can't be a big event in the next 1 or 2 years, it will definitely not be vague. Although Zhou Jinsha didn't want to interrupt his grandfather, he still interrupted him cruelly. Grandpa, she doesn't know I like her yet. Zhou Taikuan, After a while, he shouted, you can go wherever you want. Recently Li Qiu found that he couldn't see Zhou Jinsha. Although Zhou Jinsha would ask Zhang Xuezhen to transport a batch of zombie corpses from the base every few days, he was nowhere to be seen at other times. Li Qiu didn't particularly want to find Zhou Jinsha, but it was strange that the person who used to be seen every day suddenly disappeared. Could it be that something happened? Song Mimi thought Li Qiu was worrying too much. He chopped zombies like ants. No matter who got into trouble, he must not get into trouble. That's not necessarily true. He's not made of iron. What if there is some unspeakable reason? Zhou Jinsha must be like me, a person who is an I. As a good friend, I must take the initiative to ask. Li Qiu thought about it, took away a pot of noodles made by her father, and carried it all the way to the apartment building where Zhou's family lived. Li Dimming happily lifted the lid of the pot, and prepared to call his family to eat. Shocked. Who stole my noodles? Zhou Lingyi and Zhou Linghuai were both out on a mission, and were not at home. Only Grandpa Zhou was standing at the gate, reading a book with his reading glasses. Hello, Grandpa. Li Qiu called politely at the door. When Zhou Taikuan saw that it was Li Qiu, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's Qiu, why are you here today? The more he looked at Li Qiu, the more he felt that he had a good impression of her. She was powerful, healthy, cute, and polite. She was also a child who grew up in a loving family. Such children are often kind-hearted, respect others, and know how to love others. Grandpa, my dad made northern noodles, which are delicious. Let me send some to everyone. Please try it. Li Qiu put the bowl on the wooden table in the yard, and went to the kitchen to help get a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Grandpa, eat it while it's hot. Then Li Qiu began to ask, Grandpa, isn't Zhou Jinsha at home? Zhou Taikuan was very happy and said with a smile, It seems that you didn't give me this noodle. Li Qiu waved his hand quickly. How could it be? It's for you. Since the food has been delivered, I leave first. She just asked casually. It would be bad if the grandfather misunderstood. However, Zhou Jinsha did not go on a mission with Hu Ziyu and the others, and he was not at home, so where did he go? At this time, Zhou Jinsha was sitting in a deserted place, expressionless and extremely serious. He had a lot of B-level crystal cores in his hand, which were enough to make anyone jealous. The purity of B-level crystal cores was already very high, and once illuminated, they would emit a dazzling light like diamonds. According to common sense, as a superpower who is about to upgrade to level 6, the most correct thing to do is to absorb all these crystal cores. Use all your energy to impact level 6. But Zhou Jinsha was studying how to drill holes in the crystal cores. When it was getting dark, Li Qiu passed by a street corner and suddenly saw a familiar figure. Who else could that be if not Zhou Jinsha? Who is that next to him? It's Jiang Song. Playing with Jiang Song and not with me, is that right? Li Qiu ran over. Chapter 83. When she rushed in front of the two, Li Qiu paused and stopped. Zhou Jinsha took back his hand that was about to help her, and put it back to his side. What are you two doing here? Li Qiu wore a mask, and looked at the two people suspiciously. Jiang Song smiled and said, Sister Qiu, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. I was going to let Lao Zhou talk to you, but since you are here, I tell you. What's the matter? Jiang Song's interruption made Li Qiu temporarily forget to ask Zhou Jinsha where he was recently. Jiang Song's hand trembled, and he took out a booklet. Some prescription drugs in the base are out of stock. The official issued a task and listed a list, and wanted someone to transport a batch back. There are countless hospitals of all sizes in Balan City, but anyone with a little common sense knows that hospitals are the most unacceptable places to go in the world of natural disasters. There are not only countless zombies there, but also the place with the heaviest death, and the most likely to have supernatural phenomena. If you go to the hospital, you must be prepared to go there without returning. But the official drug transport mission this time has no time limit or quantity limit. For the drugs transported back, the official will convert the crystal core according to the highest price in the trading area. For safety and painlessness, many teams that accepted the mission chose to take a long detour and go to some township health centers or hospitals in small county towns. These places have fewer zombies, lower levels, and higher safety factors. Even if there are few drugs found, it would be better to go to more points. Of course, there are also strong teams that choose to go to the urban area of Belen City. Jiang Song continued, I just want to ask, are you going to this mission? I thought that since I have to go out anyway, I shouldn't just look for drugs, but take as much supplies as I can. Plus the crystal cores obtained from killing zombies on the way, it's a sure win. Li Qiu took the booklet and glanced at it. He looked at the complicated drug names, as if he was reading a book of heaven. Sure, which hospital do you plan to go to? There are more than 20 tertiary hospitals in Belen City alone. Jiang Song said, Belen Central Hospital, I looked at the map. This is the closest hospital to the base in the city. Li Qiu's eyes lit up. Then I must go. My home is only 2 kilometers away from the central hospital. Going to find supplies and going home at the same time. It's the best of both worlds. When the time comes, ask my parents if there is anything else at home that she needs to bring over. Zhou Jinsher nodded. In fact, the reason I took this mission is the same. I also want to go home. Jiang Song continued. No, your home is also next to the hospital. You two can still take advantage of neighbors? Zhou Jinsher. It's not in the same direction. It's about 80 kilometers west of the central hospital. Li Qiu. Brother, you are only talking about one direction, right? This is another suburb. When do you plan to leave? How many people are there now? Li Qiu asked again. Jiang Song smiled mysteriously. With my face, are you still worried about the lack of people? I'm not bragging. At least enough for 2 vans. I got 3 vans from Jitue, modified them, and the space is very large. Not only can it be loaded, but it also has enough horsepower. Anti-zombie climbing frames are also added outside. According to Jitue's description, if conditions permit, it is more than enough to load a cannon. When the time comes, I will give you one to drive, and it can load a lot of things. The time is set at 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. The early bird catches the worm. Okay. Then add me first. Mimi and Xiaoxue, I ask them when I get home. Although Li Qiu thinks that the 2 of them are the type who can't sit still, what if they have other plans and don't want to go? It's better to ask first. Jiang Song is going to leave, and he still needs to check the medicine list with Jean Liufu. If the number of central hospitals is not enough, or the number of zombies is too many, they have to choose other hospitals. Before leaving, Jiang Song patted Zhou Jinsher on the shoulder. Old Zhou, your gift may make men silent and women cry, but Sister Qiu will definitely like it. After all, our Sister Qiu is different at first glance. Zhou Jinsher, When he wanted to punch Jiang Song had already run away. Li Qiu perfectly captured the key words. Gift? What gift? Do you have a gift for me? Zhou Jinsher said him. It's not done yet. There's still something missing. It's actually handmade. Li Qiu's eyes widened. Song Mimi told me before that she wanted to learn to knit scarves for my mother, and then give me one. I waited for 4 years in college, but I didn't even see the shadow of a yarn. I get angry when I think of this. At this time, Song Mimi, who was competing in a long-distance race with Zhang Xuezhen, sneezed. Zhang Xuezhen stopped. You lost. Someone must have scolded me. Song Mimi rubbed her nose. 99.9% of the time it was Qiu. Zhang Xuezhen was a little curious. She can also scold people? Song Mimi was tired of running, so she leaned against the wall next to her. Is scolding something strange? Do you think Qiu usually looks dull, depressed, and doesn't like to talk much? Sometimes. Others think she is very introverted, but Qiu is just too lazy to talk. That means she is usually offline. Unless she is in front of familiar people and environments, then she will be online. We have been in the same class since elementary school, except in the next class, in the first year of high school. She would go to the back door of our class to wait for me after school every day, and tell me all the words she had accumulated during the day. I remember she bought a box of very beautiful pens, and named each pen, but they were all snatched away by her deskmate. Qiu was very angry and scolded me. I asked her if she got the pen back, and she said no, but she stole it back. I was so angry that I thought she was too cowardly. She told me that it was okay as long as the goal was achieved. But Chiyochio doesn't hold grudges. She will forget about it after scolding, and next time she won't even remember who she scolded. Song didn't finish her words, and poured a bottle of water into her mouth. Song Mimi suddenly narrowed his eyes. Hey, look over there. Is it my eyes that are blurry, or is that her? Zhang Xuezhen's eyes drifted over. Here she is. Tuck Xingxin, I'm counting on you. It's time to eavesdrop. Song Mimi, you are Tuck Xingxin. Why don't you go? Zhang Xuezhen spread his hands. Which of my abilities do you think is suitable for eavesdropping? Tuck Xingxin Song Mimi resigned himself to his fate and burrowed into the soil, hiding under the feet of Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi like a mole. Zhou Jinshi said, I give it to you when I'm done. It's still a semi-finished product now. Li Qiu nodded. Although I don't know why you suddenly want to give me something, if you have anything you want, I give it to you. Zhou Jinshi smiled and shook his head. No. He had everything he needed since he was young, except for friends. But this was no longer a problem when he met Huziyu Jiangsong and Li Qiu in the natural disaster world. People become saints when they have no desires. You must have something you want, but you just don't know it. How about this? We just happen to be going to the city. If you haven't decided what you want before we come back, I prepare it for you myself. Okay. Zhou Jinshi agreed. Although he didn't want to admit it, the smile on his face never faded. He had never been so eager for a gift. Li Qiu shrugged his nose. Why is there an extra fragrance? Zhou Jinshi now understood what Li Qiu meant by fragrance, which could only refer to the fragrance of food. He frowned. Is there anyone nearby? They were in a remote alley somewhere in the base, with few guards and even fewer people passing by, basically no one. Li Qiu sniffed and looked down. She pointed and mouthed to Zhou Jinshi. The fragrance is here. Countless streams of water flowed out of Zhou Jinshi's palms and seeped down from the ground frantically. The fragrance disappeared. Did I smell it wrong? Li Qiu took off her mask and sniffed carefully again. Zhou Jinshi said, You must be hungry, I take you home. It's not far. I can go back by myself. I sent a bowl of noodles to your grandfather today. Remember to try it when you go home. It's made by my father. If you can eat spicy food, mix it with Lao Gan Ma. It's okay, it's on the way. The two walked together, with a distance of 3 jiangsongs between them. This way Li Qiu could barely stop drooling. When she arrived at the door of her house, Li Qiu found a trail of muddy footprints leading into the house. She looked up at the sky, and it didn't rain or snow today. Suddenly, Li Qiu's mind flashed with lightning and thunder, and she rushed into the room. Song Mimi. Did you just burrow underground? Song Mimi, who had quickly taken a shower and changed into clean clothes, pointed at Zhang Xuezhen, the mastermind. Zhang Xuezhen pointed back at Song Mimi. She was the main person who did it. Are you two done yet? Why don't you just go over there when you see Zhou Jinshi and me? Why are you still playing this game? Li Qiu picked up the towel and rubbed Song Mimi's hair for a while, then the real purpose was revealed. What did you hear? Song Mimi kept her mouth shut. Zhang Xuezhen shook her head. I didn't burrow underground, I don't know. You must have heard it. Did you tell Zhou Jinshi that I was going to have a birthday? Otherwise why would he suddenly want to give me a birthday present? Li Qiu confessed, and tacitly agreed to Zhou Jinshi's intention to give me a present. Song Mimi, what? You're going to have a birthday? Zhang Xuezhen, add one. Li Qiu, eh? Song Mimi swore to the heavens. I really didn't forget your birthday on purpose. I only know it's in December every year, and I don't remember the date clearly. You use the lunar calendar, and the date changes every year. I look at the WeChat notes every year and calculate it well. Then tell me now, what's my birthday? Li Qiu grinned, August. Song Mimi, so you don't remember mine either? Zhang Xuezhen silently threw the pillow to the two of them, letting them beat each other. Li Qiu also completely forgot to ask, if that wasn't a birthday gift, then what was the gift? Outside the door, the parents listened to the clanging noises in the house, looked at each other, and tacitly chose to go out for another walk hand in hand. The trio temporarily stopped fighting, and Li Qiu talked about business. As expected, Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen immediately agreed to this action. Zhang Xuezhen said, the size of my space is about the same as the villa, and it just happens that I can replenish it this time. Li Qiu cheered. You know that your ability is simply a treasure. Anyway, I am a zombie, and zombies will not bite me. When the time comes, I will lead the zombies away, and you can go to the supermarket to pick up things crazily. Perfect. Perfect. Then from what you said, we will have nearly 20 people going this time. Li Qiu briefly recounted Jiang Song's plan. We will drive 3 cars this time, all of which are modified vans. If we go to the central hospital, we will take the ring road. The fastest way to get there is to go to the city road, bypass the 2 most congested and dangerous roads, and get there in 3 hours. Our team is responsible for leading away the zombies. Jiang Song and Jin Liufu's team is responsible for leading people to find medicine and transport it. And Zhou Jinsher's team is responsible for cleaning up the zombies. Zhang Xuezhen's focus is, can we still make it back for your birthday? Li Qiu calculated the days. It's okay, Jiang Song said he would only be gone for 3 days. My birthday is in 5 days. I will definitely make it. And I don't like to celebrate my birthday anyway. The 3 cars set off at 6 o'clock in the morning in the dim morning. Jiang Runfang and Li Deming were shallow-minded and woke up early. After hearing the 3 children go out, they followed them out. They stood at the gate of the base and watched for a long time before walking back. When they entered the yard, they suddenly found that something was wrong with the yard. When did 2 more pillars appear? The 2 were dumbfounded. The 2 saplings in the yard suddenly became more than 2 meters high trees, and the trunks were as thick as a rice jar. Didwa said to Xiaobo, Sister, did we scare Mom and Dad? Xiaobo said, Aya, what should we do? Should we change back? No, it seems that we can only change bigger, not smaller. Let's not move. Xiaobo began to get irritated. I want to go out and play. Didwa rarely agreed with his sister. I want to too. Shall we go? Let's go! If sister doesn't take us, we will follow her secretly. What if sister meets a bad guy? The fruits did what they said, and pulled up one by one, intending to catch up with Li Qiu quickly. Jiang Runfang rubbed his eyes. Am I still not awake, and the tree has grown legs? The 2 trees used the roots as feet, and moved out quickly, and because they grew too high, they broke the door. Li Deming closed his eyes, and opened them again. He must have not woken up yet. The pillars are gone, and only 2 pits are left. On this day, countless people who woke up early claimed that they found 2 tree spirits walking on tiptoe in the base, and they said it with details. When the official people rushed over, they only saw the fallen locust leaves on the ground. The van is a manual transmission, which is a bit complicated to drive. Li Qiu couldn't figure it out after a long time, and finally pulled Ah Fei from another car to be the driver. Because the first 2 Jinbei cars couldn't fit, a few people also got on Li Qiu's car. But those who came were all old acquaintances. Sister. Zhao Linyan happily sat next to Li Qiu. Although Zhao Linyan was young, her ability level was already level 3. This time, she finally got her mother's consent to go out after much persuasion. Zhou Jinsher, Jiang Song, Han Ji, and Tang Xianghe also came up. Including Li Qiu and the other 3, there were 8 people in the car, which was full. Li Qiu secretly complained, and could only put on layers of masks and scarves, and huddled herself in the corner, and did not forget to tell Zhang Xuezhen and Song Mimi on both sides, if I tap your arms 3 times, you know what to do. This is the secret signal of the 3 people. Li Qiu tapped her arms 3 times, which meant that she was hungry, and it was almost unbearable, and she had to leave the current environment immediately to eat. When she first proposed this secret signal, Song Mimi said that it was like the bell of the hospital bed, and the nurse would come to change your drip once you pressed it. Jiang Song was sitting in the passenger seat, dancing with joy. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Overtaking, we are the leading car. Ah Fei said okay, stepped on the accelerator, and drifted directly around the curve, making a beautiful overtaking. Hu Ziyu, who was behind, was so angry that he opened the car window and the intercom and cursed. Jiang Song scratched Ah Fei's ears. It's okay, he didn't curse you. Ah Fei nodded sadly. Yes, he cursed you. Jiang Song corrected. How can it be called cursing? It's a call of love. It's mainly because he can't bear to let me come to this car, and wants me to go back? Jiang Song turned to the intercom and said, Old Hu, do you really want me to go back? Hu Ziyu immediately shut up, and didn't say a word. Jiang Song said regretfully, Hey, Old Hu is just embarrassed. In the back seat, Li Qiu asked about Tang Xianghe's previous injury. Tang Xianghe didn't care. Serving the people, what's there to be afraid of this little injury? And I discovered unexpectedly that the more serious the injury, the faster my ability will level up. Song Mimi was surprised. Then if I punch you twice, can that also help you level up? You are wrong. The theme of our story is to oppose violence and love peace. Do you understand? Song Mimi waved her fist, but had nowhere to move. The zombies within 30 kilometers of the base had been almost wiped out. The few zombies that were seen occasionally were cleared by the psychic team that went out. The 3 cars didn't even look at them and drove straight into the city. Song Mimi leaned on the car window to look at the scattered zombies. She poked Li Qiu. They seemed to be looking at. She didn't finish her words, but Li Qiu knew what she meant. That means the level is at least D level. Too stupid to react to me. I understand. It's like a poor person doesn't know the richest man. Ordinary people don't know the emperor either. Li Qiu, your metaphor really makes me stunned. Zhou Jinshi was sitting in front of Li Qiu's seat. After hearing the encrypted conversation between the two of them, he dozed off against the window. Han Ji held the camera and stared out the car window without blinking. Hearing that Zhou Jinshi's convoy was going to enter the city of Belan, he took the initiative to apply. He believed that in the city, he could find more samples and clues about the mutation and evolution of animals in the natural disaster world. The weather gradually warmed up, and the snow had almost melted. The original appearance of many landforms and buildings was exposed, as well as many horrible corpses. Many corpses could not be distinguished as human or zombie, all piled together, like a rotten 1,000-layer cake. Fortunately, due to the cold weather, no maggots grew on the corpses. In addition to the corpses, there were various traces of explosions, car accident scenes, bridge collapses, and road subsidence. After bypassing these, the convoy began to enter the urban-rural junction of Belan City, where there were more zombies. Not only were there a large number, but also a high level. The people in the convoy had all been through hardships, and could knock down a large number of zombies without getting off the car, which shocked Han Ji in the car. Seeing everyone looking at him, he adjusted his glasses and smiled embarrassedly. I was the first one to evacuate to the base with the official, and I have been doing research, and I have not had much actual combat. The last time I met you was the first time, and this is the second time. A real novice. Han Ji was afraid that everyone would look down on him after he said it, but to his surprise, almost everyone began to tell him various precautions for dealing with zombies, how to distinguish the level of zombies, and how to kill zombies in one shot. Han Ji was taking notes quickly, sweating profusely, and his hand speed could not keep up with everyone's mouth speed. At this time, Jiang Song, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced forward, which frightened him. Damn it! Everyone looked forward following Jiang Song's shout. A Fei's heartbeat almost stopped, and he wanted to turn the steering wheel to avoid it, but it was too late. On the ground was Chapter 84. A Fei knocked a woman in red away. She didn't know when she appeared in front of the car, but when she appeared, A Fei had no time to brake. The woman in red was knocked away, forming a perfect parabola in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground. A Fei's hands were shaking. I hit someone to death. As we all know, zombies will stop attacking humans only when their brains are destroyed. If the woman hit by A Fei was a zombie, she should have gotten up immediately after being knocked away and pounced on him. But the woman lay quietly on the road motionless. Killing people and killing zombies are completely different things. Get out of the car, Zhou Jinshi said. The 2 cars behind also stopped, and everyone got out of the car. These days, unless you encounter an obstacle, the car will drive at full throttle. Who would have thought that a woman in red would appear halfway? Looking around, it was empty and very quiet. Huziyu, Jiang Song and the others searched around, but did not find any companions of the woman in red. Could it be that she was also a lone wolf in the world of natural disasters? But she was suddenly in trouble as soon as she went out. Ah Fei was completely panicked. He stood in the center of the crowd and looked at the woman's face. It was a very white face, and the pupils were dark and there was no light. The blood in her red coat almost merged into one, flowing slowly, like countless hands grabbing at Ah Fei's feet. When the blood flowed into his feet, it did not flow anywhere else. Jin Liufu, Wen Ran and Xiao Longxiao all stood behind Ah Fei, not knowing how to comfort him. The final result was that everyone found a spacious and flat place on the spot, dug a pit, and buried the woman in it. Ah Fei was shocked at first, and after burying the woman, he kowtowed 3 times in front of the grave. He also cut a few branches and stuck them in the ground as a mark. He said that when he passed by here, he would bring some paper money and gold ingots. Zhou Jinshi asked Wu Refan, what do you think? Wu Refan, who was Yuan Fong for the umpteenth time, shook his head. The person is like this, how can I tell? Her psychic ability has only 2 functions. One is danger perception, and the other is emotion perception. For the former, she has not noticed anything for the time being. For the latter, facing the dead, this function is useless. Li Qiu has not spoken all the time. Her 2 hands are clasped together, frowning and looking at the piled-up earth pit. Zhang Xuezhen glanced at her, Want to eat? It feels like if Li Qiu says she wants, she can go and dig the person out and put it on the plate. Li Qiu looked at Zhang Xuezhen deeply. Xiaoxue, you are the only friend who can be as good as you are. I think if I kill someone or set a fire, you have to hand me the knife and the fire. Don't want to eat, forget it. Zhang Xuezhen yawned and went back to the car to sleep. Song Mimi put her arm around Li Qiu's shoulders. Do you think something is wrong? She doesn't look like a human, she doesn't smell good, and she has no taste. Li Qiu said honestly. She turned around and told Zhou Jinshi this information. Zhou Jinshi understood what she meant and whispered, wait and see. Because of this incident, the originally cheerful atmosphere of the trip was completely silent. The speed of the three cars also slowed down, fearing that there would be another accident. Jiang Song pulled a Fei to sit in the back, Han Ji took the co-pilot seat, and Zhou Jinshi took the driver's seat. Jiang Song patted a Fei's shoulder. Brother, I know you feel guilty. With her elusive state, no one can notice her while driving. It's not your fault, it's all our fault. When we pass by the funeral shop, we bring more things to burn for her. Thank you. A Fei responded listlessly, and then said, can I sleep on your shoulder for a while? Jiang Song patted his shoulder generously. Good brother. Sleep as you like. A Fei slowly leaned on Jiang Song's shoulder. Although he was not as tall and strong as Tang Xianghe, he was also a strong man. When he leaned on Jiang Song, he felt like a big bird and a beautiful woman. Jiang Song, I can't sleep. Can you tell me a story? A Fei closed his eyes, but his mouth was still talking. Jiang Song cleared his throat. Okay. Then I tell you an old story. Once upon a time there was a mountain. In the mountain there was a temple. In the temple there was a Fei. He gently hid Jiang Song. I don't want to hear this kind of story. I want to hear a story about a man and a woman. Jiang Song said oh, as if he suddenly realized, then let me think about it. Let's do this. Once upon a time, there was a handsome guy named Liang Shanbua, who was poorer than me, but his IQ was okay, so he went to the most famous academy to study. By the way, although he was poor, his family arranged a book boy for him, which is what I can't understand the most. Then, there was a beautiful woman named Zhu Yingtai, whose family was better off than mine. Because women couldn't go to the academy to study, she sneaked around. Song Mimi couldn't listen anymore. How can you make one of the 4 great love stories in folk so boring? Ah Fei turned his head and looked at Song Mimi unhappily. I want to hear him finish. Jiang Song, go ahead. Song Mimi got goosebumps all over the floor after seeing this look. She rubbed her hands and silently hugged Li Qiu's arm. I think Jiang Song is like being possessed by a ghost, saying all kinds of nonsense. Li Qiu said softly, I think you said it the wrong way. Huh? Li Qiu was afraid that a Fei would hear it, so he took out the notebook in his bag and wrote quickly. Look, a Fei is talking, he has no breath. The weather is still cold, and everyone will exhale some cold air when talking. But a Fei didn't have any. Song Mimi hadn't passed a note to Li Qiu like this for a long time, and she also wrote, It's over, what should I do? Li Qiu, find an excuse, stop the car, and tie up a Fei first. Song Mimi didn't write this time. She just made a gesture okay. Jiang Song spitted. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, who was dressed as a man, were classmates for 3 years, but he didn't even know she was a woman. But at this time, Zhu's father and mother had Zhu Yingtai taken home, intending to let her get married and stop her from studying. Ah Fei listened very attentively, and even tears welled up in his eyes. His body was just leaning against Jiang Song at the beginning, and later, he almost leaned into Jiang Song's arms. Jiang Song finally felt a little strange. Brother, although we are not brothers, we are better than brothers, but isn't this a bit ambiguous? Although I am a man, I like women, you must know this clearly. Ah Fei looked at Jiang Song affectionately. Jiang Song, you are Zhu Yingtai, and I am Liang Shanbua. Let's never be separated in our lives, okay? You idiot. Why should I be Zhu Yingtai and I should be Liang Shanbua? Jiang Song wanted to pull his hand back from his good brother's hand. After a burst of strength, he couldn't pull it back. Power-type superpowers are just strong. Jiang Song saw that his wrist was squeezed purple, but Ah Fei still didn't let go. Song Mimi sat in the back and shouted, Captain Zhou, can you stop the car? People have 3 urgent needs. No one else had any objections, and Ah Fei turned back. Mimi, can't you bear it? Song Mimi raised Li Qiu and Zhang Xuezhen's hands. 3 people have needs. We can't bear it. Li Qiu and Zhang Xuezhen said in unison. We can't bear it. Zhou Jinshi looked into the car from the rearview mirror, and his eyes met with Li Qiu's in midair, and he understood what she meant in seconds. There is a scenic belt in front, and there is a public toilet on the side of the road. I parked there. He didn't forget to call on others to solve their personal problems through the intercom. Because Li Qiu and the others were sitting in the last row, they had to let the people in the middle seats get off first. Ah Fei reluctantly pulled Jiang Song off the bus and stood in front of the door. Hold off, Fei. Li Qiu pulled Jiang Song away and kicked Ah Fei into the car. Although the others didn't know the situation, they immediately rushed over and tied Ah Fei tightly with ropes. Ah Fei, who was tied up, looked at the people who surrounded him in horror. Why do you want to separate me and Jiang Lang? Jiang Song's pupil shook. Brother, you are a bit too much. If you like Zhang Xuezhen, you must call her Jiang Lang, right? Zhang Xuezhen, eh? She glanced at Jiang Song indifferently. I have a special ability of suffocation. Do you want to try it? Jiang Song jumped up. No. What's wrong with my brother? Even if he suddenly gets crazy, don't treat him like this, just punch him twice. Li Qiu squatted at Ah Fei's feet, then looked at his shoes. Ah Fei was wearing a pair of white and blue sneakers, and the soles of his shoes were stained with blood at some point. The blood was like a living thing, slowly spreading, and now it has formed a circle of red lines on Ah Fei's ankles, like a red rope. My brother is possessed by evil spirits. What should I do? Cut off his feet. Jiang Song took out a knife and weighed it in his hand. Jin Liufu pondered. That makes sense. With the two of us here, we can definitely stop his bleeding. When Ran, Xiao Longxia, you two are really his brothers. Jiang Song said regretfully. What else can we do? This can't be wiped off. Why don't we let Song Wan burn it for him, and when Ran give him a tattoo? My brother said he likes the sacred falcon. When Ran, remember to tattoo it like a real one when you use the golden needle. Ah Fei had been crying all the time, but suddenly stopped pretending. He wiped the tears off his face. It's too late. Today, none of you can leave. Li Qiu only had time to see a red dot light up between Ah Fei's eyebrows, and then there was a thick fog. After the fog, the world returned to darkness again. Li Qiu never thought that one day he would wake up in such a luxurious ancient-style room. Travel through time. It was probably that Ah Fei who did it. But since we are here, we might as well make the best of it and take a look first. Look at these furniture, including the Luohan bed he sleeps on. All of them are made of red sandalwood. There is also a bronze incense burner next to it, with a light and lingering fragrance. Unfortunately, Li Qiu doesn't have this hobby, so he doesn't know what kind of incense it is. She looked down at her clothes. Why are they men's clothes? Where's the mirror? Is there a mirror here? No, why are you looking for a mirror? Let's look for Xiaoxue and Zhou Jinshi. Li Qiu was about to scream when she saw someone push the door open. A fragrance similar to that in the incense burner wafted towards her. With the moonlight and candlelight, she finally saw clearly that it was a tall woman. Li Qiu rubbed her eyes, and was a little afraid to shout. The woman said, I finally found you. Are you okay? Do you remember me? Li Qiu finally dared to go over and recognize her. Zhou Jinshi, are we wearing the wrong clothes? She was wearing a brocade robe and a rhinoceros horn jade belt, dressed like a man. Zhou Jinshi was wearing a waist-length skirt, a large-sleeved shirt, and two large emerald green bracelets on his hands. Hearing her call out his name, Zhou Jinshi was obviously relieved. Without any hesitation, change. Li Qiu nodded frantically. Change. The two of them were changing clothes behind a screen, one in the inner room and the other in the outer room. When changing clothes, Li Qiu asked, Are you the first one to wake up? Did you see other people? Zhou Jinshi nodded. Yes. When I came to find you, I saw a few people, but they had some problems, and many of them didn't remember who they were. I asked them to wait in the front hall. No wonder you asked me if I still remember you. It should be the fake Ah Fei who did it. Did you find the exit? No, I only know that this place is called Ju Mansion. It was pitch black outside the gate, and I tried to get out but couldn't. And my magic is gone. Li Qiu then remembered his backpack. It's broken, my bag is gone too. I ate 3 pieces of meat before I came in. How long can 3 pieces of meat keep you hungry? We must think of a way out immediately. Zhou Jinshi also thought of this quickly, and said, I take you to find them first. Okay. When the two walked out of the room side by side, Li Qiu saw many people walking with their heads down. The clothes they wore were like servants and maids, and they called Li Qiu Master Zhu and Zhou Jinshi Madam Zhu. There doesn't seem to be any threat at the moment. I've changed my clothes. Why are they still calling you Madam? Zhou Jinshi was also helpless. I don't know. Maybe they are like a set program and won't change. Li Qiu didn't care. Okay. It doesn't matter anyway, just find everyone and find a way out. There was already a row of people standing in the front hall, with a person tied up in the middle, and a kneeling person next to him. My goodness, the one tied up is Jiang Song, and the one kneeling is Tang Xianghe. When Ran, dressed as a servant, saluted Li Qiu with a fist. Master, we have invited the young lady back. The other servant standing next to her is Xiao Longxia. The two were dusty, and looked like they had hurried back to the same place. Li Qiu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously asked, "What is our young lady's name?" Although when Ran did not look up, her fist clearly paused in confusion. I dare not call the young lady by her maiden name. Li Qiu choked for a moment, and tried to use words as if he was in the situation. It's okay, you are not guilty. When Ran said, Zhu Yingtai. As soon as the name was spoken, the person who was tied up struggled hard as if a switch was turned on. Jiang Song's version of Zhu Yingtai cried out, Dad! Mom! Let me go back to school. I want to go back to the academy. Tang Xianghe also cried, Master, Madam, I kowtow for the young lady. You just let the young lady finish her studies. Li Qiu said, Okay, untie him. The servants obeyed Li Qiu's words as if they were an imperial decree, and immediately untied Jiang Song. Jiang Song was helped up from the ground by Tang Xianghe. He bowed deeply to Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi, with tears still on his face. My son thanks you, Dad, Mom. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi watched Jiang Song run out without looking back, running so happily. Li Qiu said to Zhou Jinshi, Do you think he can run out? Switch the map to the academy with one click. I don't know. At present, they were taken by the woman in red to a story fantasy that seemed to be Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Except for the two of them, everyone else has lost their memories. Zhu's main gate cannot be exited. Now it depends on whether Jiang Song can. Just as Jiang Song was about to leave, someone shouted at the door, Mr. Liang Shanbua wants to see the master. Jiang Song stopped running immediately, shyly hid behind the pillar, and then waved to Tang Xianghe. Inqin, let's go back to the room and change clothes. We can't let Brother Liang see me in such a mess. Not long after they left, two people broke in from the main gate. Although A Fei was dressed shabby, he was very neat. He saluted the two people in the hall. I am Liang Shanbua, meeting Mr. Zhu and Mrs. Zhu. Brother Zhu and I have been classmates for 3 years. Thanks to Brother Zhu's care, I passed the imperial examination and came to see you today. Tell Brother Zhu the good news. Beside him stood a book boy named Song Mimi. Song Mimi nodded repeatedly, echoing his master's words. Li Qiu Zhou Jinshi, I think I haven't woken up yet. We are still at the base. What do you think? Yeah. Zhou Jinshi nodded. A Fei saw that the two of them were talking nonsense and didn't respond to him, so he pleaded again, I know that Brother Zhu is Miss Zhu. Although Liang's family is poor, the world can see his heart for Yingtai. This time, I came here to propose marriage to the Zhu family. Li Qiu turned his back. Oh no, the real purpose is revealed. Zhou Jinshi still had a smile on his face. You are the master, it's your turn to speak the lines. Li Qiu had to turn around again, with a stern face. Mr. Liang is a handsome man, what a pity my little girl has been betrothed to Mr. Ma Wenkai not long ago. This evil father is determined to be her today. If she really lets the devil marry Jiang Song, who knows what will happen? Ma, Mr. Ma, how could it be? A Fei stepped back a few steps in despair, and fell into Song Mimi's arms. His hand was firmly grasped on Song Mimi's arm, almost grasping through Song Mimi's clothes, but she didn't notice it at all. These steps made Li Qiu tremble with fear, and she forgot that Song Mimi was still in the hands of this A Fei. We still have to stabilize A Fei, and rescue Song Mimi first. Li Qiu immediately changed her words. Mr. Liang, actually I lied to you just now. Yingtai's marriage has not been completely settled yet. A Fei immediately came out of Song Mimi's arms. Are you serious, Uncle Zhu? Li Qiu said with a stiff face. Really? Since you want to marry Yingtai, you have to show your sincerity. 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals. It would be best if your parents could come to your house formally. You go first, your book boy stays for now. I still need him to help you buy some things. A Fei did not doubt him, looked at the back house reluctantly for a few times, and hurried to prepare the things for marriage proposal. He also did not forget to remind Song Mimi to pay attention to everything. Song Mimi, who was forced to stay, stood in the yard trembling. Master Zhu, what do you need me to buy? Li Qiu sighed, and circled around Song Mimi several times. How could you forget me? I hate you. Song Mimi did not understand what Li Qiu said at all, and just felt that this Master Zhu was weird. They are all the same, they lost their memories. It's not easy to deal with. I am now afraid that Song Mimi is not the only one on the fake AFA side. There were 18 people on their trip. The fake AFA said clearly at the time, none of you can leave, which means that it is very likely that all of them have come in. But now, including Song Mimi who just came, there are only 11 people in Ju's house. Li Qiu nodded. I know, that's why I said to ask his parents to come as well. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Song, who had changed into a skirt, ran out happily, just like every little girl who went to see her lover. Li Qiu covered her forehead. You are his mother, you talk to him? Zhou Jinsher stretched out his hand to touch Jiang Song's neck, then looked at the fainted Jiang Song and said, Come here, help the young lady go back to her room to rest, and send 4 people to guard the door, and don't let her go out. Yes. That night, Li Qiu and Zhou Jinsher spent a lot of effort to find a way to awaken their memories, but to no avail. Until the night passed and the day fell. Song Mimi was horrified to find that Li Qiu and Zhou Jinsher walked out of the same room at the same time. She screamed awed like a groundhog, and so did the others. Especially Jiang Song, who found himself imprisoned, banged on the door frantically. Damn, what's going on? Let me out. Li Qiu had a gloomy face. Where did the servant come from? He doesn't know the rules. Drag him out and give him 10 big boards. Song Mimi was dumbfounded. Zhou Jinsher said gently, Master, today is the happy day when the virtuous son-in-law comes to propose marriage. Why are you angry? Li Qiu nodded. Well, for the sake of Wenkai and Yingtai, I will spare him today. Let's go see Yingtai. The two walked towards Zhu Yingtai's courtyard, leaving the people behind them confused. Chapter 85. Song Mimi stood beside Wen Ran, as if struck by lightning. What's going on? She's mean to me, but she doesn't even pay attention to me. Just leaving like that? Wen Ran didn't know what was going on now. Why don't you leave? Wait until she has someone drag you down and beat you with a stick. The others gradually came to their senses, and noticed that they were dressed differently. What the hell? Aren't we tying up Ah Fei? Where's Ah Fei? I feel like he's wearing some gender reverse script and being killed. Look, he's already changed his clothes. Xiao Longxia tried not to look at her skirt. Let's follow him and see. Jiang Song heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, and knocked on the door even harder. Old Zhou? Sister Qiu? Are you two? Let me out. The servants guarding the door saluted respectfully. Master, madam. Li Qiu said him, and frowned so much that he could randomly pinch 2 flies to death. She pointed at the double-chained door, shouting and talking nonsense. How can this be a disgrace? How can it be a girl's behavior? If the Ma family comes to our house now, I'm afraid they will laugh at us. Madam, I've said long ago that you shouldn't spoil her too much. Zhou Jinsher's eyes were helpless. Yingtai has been locked up for a day, and this child refuses to eat or drink. This is not a solution. It's better for me, as a mother, to persuade her. Li Qiu waved his hand impatiently, signaling the servant to open the door. The sound of the chain opening the door sounded, and Jiang Song in the room was stunned. At this time, he did not forget to go to the bedside and kick Tang Xianghe awake. Old Tang, wake up! They are here to rescue us. Tang Xianghe was sleeping soundly. His saliva was all on his thick pink sleeves. He opened his eyes, and yawned so big that 3 eggs could fit in his mouth. What are you yelling about? I was dreaming about eating hot pot. Remember to compensate me. Compensate you for knocking on the door. Jiang Song didn't bother to care about him anymore, and rushed out, and then he saw Zhou Jinsher standing there. Coming against the light, that posture, that demeanor, she looked like a noble lady from a feudal society. It made people feel that speaking loudly and walking with big steps in front of the other person was a mistake. Looking at Lao Zhou's clothes, Jiang Song subconsciously glanced at the dress that he had torn off and thrown to the side, a little confused. Early in the morning, he found himself and Tang Xianghe locked in this strange room, banging on the door for a long time, making wishes for a long time, but it was useless. Now after seeing Zhou Jinsher, Jiang Song felt that things seemed to be worse. Jiang Song was just trying to decide what to say, but Zhou Jinsher's face suddenly changed when he saw Jiang Song wearing only an apricot-colored middle shirt and no outer skirt, and he quickly closed the door. Zhou Jinsher looked like he was about to vomit blood because of Jiang Song, and he did not forget to take off a cloak and wrap it around Jiang Song. Daughter, your marriage with the Ma family is a done deal, and it can never be changed. No matter how crazy you are, you can't change your father's mind. What a mess. Jiang Song moved forward and waved his hand in front of Zhou Jinsher. Old Zhou, are you crazy? No, Even if the whole world is crazy, you can't be crazy. He slapped himself again, crisply, but it hurt. Damn, it hurts. You are really crazy. Tang Xianghe also climbed up. He was even dumber than Jiang Song. What are you doing? Today we are cosplaying together, or acting as extras. Zhou Jinshi looked at Tang Xianghe fiercely and scolded. Inxin, you grew up with the young lady since childhood. You didn't persuade and protect the young lady, so she was deceived by the Liang family kid. You deserve to die. Tang Xianghe laughed. Ha ha, Inxin my stage name? Jiang Song pondered. Don't mention it, this name sounds familiar, like a maid. The door opened. The first thing that came into view was Li Qiu, who was livid outside the door, and then the fierce and ferocious servants on both sides. Li Qiu angrily flicked his sleeves. Come on, drag Inxin down and beat her. Beat her hard. Beat her in the yard. Until the young lady is willing to dress up and go to see the young master of the Ma family. Tang Xianghe was still laughing foolishly. I had a lot of familiar people in my dream this time. Because when he was dragged to the wooden bench and held down, he also saw a group of people standing behind the pillar not far away. You are so wicked that you dream of watching me get beaten up instead of coming to rescue me. Tang Xianghe was originally saying this with a smile, but he hadn't finished the words after the word rescue. After that, there was only a series of ouch and various trash words that would be blocked by Lujiang. Huzi looked back. Why don't you rescue him? Xialanxia looked back. Why don't you rescue him? When Ran looked back, When Song Mimi looked back, there was no one. She swallowed the word she was about to copy and turned her head back. Let's see, let's see. Old Tang has a thick skin and can withstand a few blows. Besides, Jiang Song and Jin Liufu are here, so why worry that no one will treat him? That makes sense. A group of people said in unison. They have now begun to react to what kind of situation they are in now. But they didn't expect that no one had lost their memory, only Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi were affected. It's too outrageous. Seeing Tang Xianghe screaming more miserably than a slaughtered pig, Jiang Song stood up. Okay, isn't it just to see Ma Wenkai? I go. After he said this, Li Qiu was finally satisfied and asked people to stop punishing Tang Xianghe. Sister Qiu, you can help old Tang. No, you can at least find a doctor to check Inxin's butt. Jiang Song supported the poor Tang Xianghe. Although Jiang Song's messy address made Li Qiu unhappy, Li Qiu's attitude was obviously much better. Find a doctor. Xialanxia, when Ran pushed Jin Liufu out with all their strength and shouted, Master! The doctor is here, here! Jin Liufu wiped his sweat and whispered to them, Go to hell, what if Sister Qiu beats me if I can't cure it? They didn't say anything and stood behind Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi. Master, madam, do you have any other instructions? Li Qiu said, You have done a great job in bringing the young lady back from the best academy this time. Your mission is to protect the young lady, and never let her leave the Zhu family, and never let that Liang Shanbo come again. Oh, and there is also Liang Shanbo's book boy, who was yelling so loudly early in the morning. It is really unlucky to keep him at home. Find someone to kick him out immediately. Everyone is used to seeing Li Qiu's gentle and approachable appearance, and has never seen her like this. For a moment, everyone nodded silently. The book boy Song Mimi gritted his teeth fiercely. What a guy, he wants to kick me out. She quickly hid behind the pillar. Madam, I leave this to you. I go to the study first. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi walked out first after they finished talking. Madam, let's dress up the young lady. Hu Ziyu and Han Ji said in unison, each holding one of Jiang Song's arms and entering the room. After figuring out that this was butterfly lovers, they had to get in touch with Jiang Song first. In Zhou Jinshi's eyes, these two were both maids at home, and he nodded. Then Zhou Jinshi paced in front of Jiang Song's door, still persuading Jiang Song to cherish his marriage with the Ma family, and kept talking about the advantages of Ma Wenkai. When his servants wanted to come to guard the door, they were pushed away by Xiao Longxia, Lu Xiaowu and others. The master asked us to guard it. Why don't you go to the gate and wait to welcome Mr. Ma? They were so aggressive, and of course, those unfamiliar servants and maids quickly went elsewhere, leaving only their group of people in the huge courtyard. After Zhou Jinshi entered the room, the people outside gathered together. What should we do? Including Sister Qiu and old Zhou, there are only 11 people in the Zhu family here. Where are the other 7 people? There are too many versions of Liang Zhu adapted in our country, and I don't know which one we are in. But no matter how things change, they still have the same roots. There is the Zhu family, the Ma family, and the Liang family, and maybe there are some dog officials or something like that. All of us were assigned the roles of passers-by. Jiang Song is Zhu Yingtai, so who do you think is Liang Shanbo? Recalling what happened on the road, everyone had the answer. So is this Ah Fei the woman in red, or our Ah Fei? This question is very important. If it is the woman in red, they can get rid of her and naturally leave this hellhole. If it was the real Ah Fei, they couldn't hurt him. Song Nini found a lotus leaf from somewhere and covered her head with it, and sneaked out. I think the most urgent thing is to let Chiu and the others remember us first. When Rand poked her lotus leaf, "Why are you doing this? Didn't you hear Chiu say that I am Liang Shanbo's servant, and you want to kick me out? Remember to cover me." Jiang Song coughed while Hu Ziyu and the others were madly applying powder on his face. Old Zhou cough cough cough. "Mother, that's enough." Zhou Jinshi, "Okay. Yingtai, you have to understand. As a mother, I just hope you can have a good home. There are no poor families in the upper class, and no nobles in the lower class. You and him are so different, and there is no possibility of being together in this life." Jiang Song muttered to Hu Ziyu, "Why didn't I bring my phone? Otherwise, I would record it and play it back later." Hu Ziyu rarely agreed with Jiang Song. "You're right, I have this plan too." Zhou Jinshi saw that her daughter rarely smiled, and didn't care about the words they said that she couldn't understand. Instead, she smiled and played the role of a loving mother. Someone came to report outside the door. Ma Wenkai and his group came. In the front hall, Li Qiu had already received the young master of the Ma family in person. Zhang Xuezhen wore a straight-hem deep gown, a light-colored crane feather fur coat, and a scarf on her head. She was simply as beautiful as a fairy. She was accompanied by 3 servants, namely Zhao Linyun, Wu Renfan and Song Wan. A group of 4 people stood in the hall. Zhang Xuezhen and Li Qiu exchanged politeness, and soon became friendly. One called the other father-in-law, and the other called him son-in-law. Zhang Xuezhen sat down. "Father-in-law, I heard that Yingtai fell ill a few days ago. Is she feeling better today?" Li Qiu hurriedly said, "No way. I'm afraid you heard it wrong. I asked someone to call her out." After a while, Zhou Jinshi led Jiang Song, who looked pale, out, followed by Hu Ziyu and Han Ji. Zhang Xuezhen smiled faintly. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm new to Zhu's house. Could you please ask Yingtai to take me around?" Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi agreed. The group began to stroll around in a mighty manner. In the front hall, Zhou Jinshi felt a little strange. "I thought Ma Wenkai wanted to go out with Yingtai alone. Why did he bring so many people?" Li Qiu had his own explanation. After all, he is the son of the governor, he knows etiquette and rules, and he and Yingtai are not married yet. I think their marriage must be advanced as soon as possible, otherwise I am afraid Liang Shanbo will come to make trouble. At that time, not only will Yingtai's reputation be damaged, but also the relationship between the Ma and Zhu families will be damaged. "Madam, what you said makes sense. I will have my own excuse when Ma Wenkai comes over later." A group of people strolled to the back garden. Jiang Song crossed his arms and hugged his shoulders. "Ma Wenkai, you are not really going to marry me, are you?" After avoiding the sight of the servants and maids, Zhang Xuezhen glanced at Jiang Song. "Get lost. Succinct and to the point." Everyone cried with joy. "We thought you 4 also lost your memory." In order not to be discovered, they walked slowly. I was planning to recognize her when I entered the house, but I didn't expect Chiu to look strange. Zhang Xuezhen explained, so I just acted along. Zhao Lindian rubbed his face. "We woke up in the Ma family. Sister Xuezhen is Ma Wenkai, and I, Sister Song, and Sister Renfan are all thugs of the Ma family. It's the same there. When we push open the door, it's pitch black outside, and we can't get out." "How did you get here?" Song Wan explained. "Today, the 4 of us were discussing how to find you in the house, and suddenly a door appeared with a message saying please start the plot. We were watching it first, but the door got closer and closer to us, flashing and flashing. The 4 of us walked through the door and came here. Hu Ziyu counted. Now we only need a Fei, Lao Niao, and a Feng. I guess the 3 of them are together." Hanji said, "We can't get out, so we can only wait for them to come to the door." Wu Renfan, "But if that door appears again, we have to go back to the Ma family again." Zhang Xuezhen thought for a while. "Since that door is used for the plot, maybe we can just push the plot ourselves. The second half of the Liangzhu plot is the marriage of Ma Wenkai and Zhu Yingtai." Jiang Song flirted with Zhang Xuezhen. "Zhang Lang, I have a solution. Go and tell Sister Chiu and old Zhou that you want to marry me tonight, so that you can stay and follow the plot." Others said for Zhang Xuezhen, "Get lost. After solving the problem of staying, Everyone began to discuss the amnesia of Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi. Of course, they didn't discuss it to the end. When facing the two of them, everyone had to play their corresponding roles honestly. Zhang Xuezhen mentioned the request to get married tonight. The expression on Li Qiu's face cracked for a second. My dear son-in-law, is this too hasty? We are not ready yet. And how can a wedding be held at the woman's home? Zhang Xuezhen, I have expressed my feelings to my father on this trip. Yingtai and I are in love, and getting married early can avoid more trouble. Don't worry, father-in-law. Yingtai will get married at Zhu's house tonight, and we will still get married at Ma's house. I can also go back to report to my father as soon as possible. Madam, what do you think? Li Qiu actually felt embarrassed. Zhou Jinshi also felt a little wrong for his daughter, but thinking that the final result would be the same, it didn't matter when she got married, he said, then listen to your son-in-law. Zhu's house soon began to decorate with lights and became lively. It soon got dark. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi were talking under the flower corridor with a smile on their faces, but suddenly their bodies twitched. When they turned around, they saw Zhang Xuezhen dressed in red and decorated like a groom. Song Wan, Xiao Linyun, and Wu Refan were also dressed in the same festive manner, standing straight behind Zhang Xuezhen. They looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. When did Zhang Xuezhen and the others come? How come they don't remember at all? Zhang Xuezhen bowed to the two of them happily. The son-in-law thanks his father-in-law and mother-in-law. In the distance, Jiang Song, who was helped out in her wedding dress, lifted up her red veil and said, I won't marry. I want Shanbua. Li Qiu Zhou Jinshi, What happened? Why did Ma Wenkai marry Zhu Yingtai? Zhang Xuezhen's face changed in an instant, vividly demonstrating what a slump is. Li Qiu comforted her for a while, and Zhang Xuezhen's face improved. She snorted and walked to the front door, where the entourage, sedan chair, and tall horses were ready. Jiang Song was forced into the sedan chair. Li Qiu felt a headache and felt a little hungry. What should we do now? Zhou Jinshi shook his head. Let's follow behind and see if we can get out. Since you want to get married, you must go out this door. Li Qiu said. Then I go and call them all. All the servants, maids, and thugs in the Zhu family, including Liang Shanbua's book boy Song Mimi, were called over and followed behind. Li Qiu found the excuse that he was seeing the young lady off. A door slowly appeared. The people in front walked past one by one and disappeared. No one knew what was on the other side of the door, and whether the female ghost in red was waiting for them there. Hold me. Zhou Jinshi stretched out his hand. Li Qiu took it and silently said, God bless you. Who knew that on the other side of the door was? Chapter 86. From the high-ranking courtyard to the bad water and poor mountains, Li Qiu is still a little unaccustomed. Jiang Song's crying in the distance is too loud, just like a loudspeaker. Zhang Xuezhen heard it, but pretended not to hear it, reaching out to touch the wild grass on the roadside that was growing wildly to the height of a horse's belly. It seems that she is more interested in the wild grass than the people in the sedan chair. The servants and maids from Zhu's house followed the sedan chair obediently, without even raising their heads. Except Song Mimi. She is Liang Shanbua's book boy Sijio. Her face is full of tears that even the wind can't dry. It's already night, red, black night, dim lanterns, the world in front of us is like an immersive script killing. The only two players with memories stood at the end, looking at everything with serious faces. It seems that what is being held now is not a wedding, but a funeral. Li Qiu asked, Have you seen Liangzu? Zhou Jinshi said, I've heard of it, it's a tragedy. According to the normal plot, Liang Shanbua should be dead at this time. On the way to marry Ma Wenkai, Zhu Yingtai will turn to Liang Shanbua's grave. Zhu Yingtai will bump into the stone tablet, and then the two of them will turn into butterflies. Liangzu ends here. Zhou Jinshi, do you mean the plot is about to end? Yes. It should be over. But in our version of Liangzhu, Liang Shanbua is the woman in red. Will it let us out so easily? Li Qiu felt something was wrong. Zhou Jinshi had been observing the surroundings, and he also felt that a Fei should be hiding in a corner. But after walking for a while, it was dark all around, with nothing. Until Song Mimi stopped the sedan chair crying and knelt down. Miss Zhu, please go see our master, he? Zhang Xuezhen immediately signaled the servants to drag Song Mimi away, but Jiang Song had already opened the curtain of the sedan chair. He asked in horror, What happened to Shanbua? Song Mimi pushed away the person who was dragging her. Just received news that our master died of excessive grief. The master's grave is buried on that road. Li Qiu looked at it from a distance and felt like he was there. My Mimi is really devoted. Her throat is about to break. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Song had already rushed out of the sedan chair regardless of everything and ran towards the road that Song Mimi pointed out, shouting as he ran, "Shanhua, I'm coming." The grave was newly built, and the sky was full of white paper money, which was mixed with the deep night. The two people standing in front of the grave, although they were both wearing mourning clothes, were obviously the old bird and Yang Mufeng, who had never shown up. As Liang Shanhua's grandmother and mother, they were burning paper in front of the grave with red tears. When they saw Jiang Song taking off his wedding dress and running towards them, they were also shocked. They didn't know whether to shout or stop him. The next second, Jiang Song rushed over and killed him without saying a word. He didn't leave any last words, and didn't leave any room for him. Blood flowed out, staining the words Liang Shanhua on the tombstone with blood. When Zhou Jinshi frowned, the others suddenly recovered their memories. "Who's you hurried over, old Zhou, do you two remember?" Zhang Xuezhen also came over, Jiang Song. Before everyone had time to feel sad and angry about Jiang Song's death, they saw Liang Shanhua's grave cracked. Ah Fei came out from inside. He was wearing a shroud, his face was as pale as paper, and his face was covered with blood and tears. He hugged Jiang Song and yelled, and finally said, "I want all of you to be buried with me." Ah Fei's body suddenly grew larger and floated in the air. A thick black shadow covered everyone, and the original dark night turned into a red night. The world was in a storm, but it was not rain, but blood. All of their abilities were invalid, and Ah Fei easily broke everyone's neck. Li Qiu's memory ended here. Li Qiu woke up again, and subconsciously touched his neck. So this is what death feels like. The last time he died was when he was bitten by a zombie. The neck was bitten directly, so it mutated very quickly. Li Qiu didn't remember the pain at that moment. But the intense pain just now came from Ah Fei's tightened hands, and the blood fell into his eyes, making it impossible for Li Qiu to forget it. She looked around. It was still the same rosewood furniture, and the same unknown fragrance. Even Zhou Jinshi's tone when he rushed in to find her was exactly the same. "I dreamed that we died." "All dead?" Zhou Jinshi said to him, "It's not a dream. I have this memory too." Everything started all over again. To make the atmosphere more relaxed, Li Qiu smiled. "Don't tell me, after starting over, even the feeling of hunger started over again." "I'm still full now." Zhou Jinshi looked at her and said, "I don't know how many chances we have to start over. At what point should they start to change in order to reverse the ending of everyone being wiped out by Ah Fei?" The two tore off a piece of rice paper, and drew several key plot points on it in the form of a mind map. "The main problem is that we have no idea what happened during the day." Li Qiu pointed to the key event on the paper, "Ma Wenkai married Zhu Itai at night." Zhou Jinshi said, "Is there a possibility that we two are the ones pushing the plot at night, and they are the ones during the day? We know after an experiment." That night, the fake Ah Fei of Liang Shanhua arrived as expected. Li Qiu's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees, calling him a good son-in-law, and even asked Jiang Song to come out and meet Ah Fei. He promised to marry Jiang Song to Ah Fei on the spot. Ah Fei was so moved that he kowtowed 3 times on the spot, and said he would go home immediately to prepare the betrothal gifts. Li Qiu originally wanted to keep him, saying that you can just get married directly and don't go back, but no one could stop him. The only thing that was the same as before was that Song Mimi, as a book boy, stayed. When the night passed, Li Qiu and Zhou Jin walked out of the room, and they became cold and serious again. They went straight to Jiang Song's room. But this time, everything was different. When the day came, Jiang Song also remembered the memory of death. Jiang Song never thought that he would not be bitten to death by zombies in this life, but died for love for a man. It was so embarrassing, and the most important thing was that everyone was watching and witnessing the whole process. Why didn't anyone hold him back? He died the earliest, and he didn't know how Ah Fei went crazy and turned the place into a slaughterhouse. After rejoicing that he was alive again after dying, Jiang Song jumped up from the bed with a wow, but suddenly found 2 notes on the tea table next to the pillow. He kicked Tang Xianhe awake skillfully. "Old Tang, wake up. Look at this." It was 2 pieces of handwriting written by Zhou Jinshi and Li Qiu. The contents were almost the same. One was an official script for Jiang Song, and the other was in running script for Tang Xianhe, in case one of them missed it. They said, "We would lose our memory at night, and I cried, and made a scene last night, and insisted on marrying Ah Fei." Jiang Song rubbed the note, and threw it away, with a look of disgust. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's obviously the 2 of them who lost their memory, and they insisted on marrying me to Lao Zhang." Jiang Song fell silent as he spoke. Tang Xianghe was still rubbing his neck, still questioning the authenticity of death. I dreamed that you were dying for love, and then I was strangled to death by Ah Fei. I feel my neck is still broken now. I didn't expect it. You two usually say you are brothers, but you are so close. Don't call me brother next time, I'm scared. Scared of you, big head ghost. Jiang Song picked up the note again and stuffed it into his arms. The familiar sound of the door opening came. Come again? Jiang Song remembered that at this time yesterday, Zhou Jinsha rushed in and scolded him, and then insisted that he dress up to meet Zhang Xuezhen. And Li Qiu, like a feudal patriarch, was so decisive that no one could disobey him, which made Jiang Song stunned. But this time, not only was the door not locked twice, but it was also opened by Hu Ziyu and his friends. The people standing outside the door were all the same, with clear eyes. All of them were their own people. Sister Qiu and Lao Zhou fainted like this? Jiang Song went to the main house with him. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinsha were both knocked unconscious and tied up with ropes, and they would not wake up for a while. Everyone posted the notes they got, piecing together all the content that Zhou Jinsha and Li Qiu wrote to them. The above conjectures are summarized as follows. First, they will lose their memories in turn during the day and at night. Second, they died in the bad ending of Liangzhu. If they want to survive, they may have to promote the happy ending of the plot. Third, they have already experimented and found that this place blocks their superpowers. NPCs other than them are not only invincible, but also have high military power. Do not conflict unless necessary. If you want to control the development of the plot, you must control Master Zhu and Mrs. Zhu during the day. They are the most powerful people in the Zhu family. Only by controlling them can others move freely and have the power to be uncontrolled. Not long after, Zhang Xuezhen brought Zhao Linyun and others to the Zhu family. Zhang Xuezhen looked at the new version of Mrs. Zhu's Xylexia and the new version of Master Zhu and ran in front of her in surprise. You usurped the throne? To make a long story short, they have sent away all the maids and servants, and now everyone present is their own people. Recalling yesterday's plot, everyone started to split up. Wu Ruifan said, we can't get out at all. If we want to follow the plot, we still have to wait for Ah Fei to come to propose marriage. It would be best if we let them get married as soon as Ah Fei comes to our house. This will definitely be a happy ending. That's right, there is no version with a happier ending than this. Jiang Song objected. No, how do you know that if I marry him, we won't die? Then let's vote now. Those who agree that Jiang Song should marry Ah Fei, raise your hands. Hu Ziyu patted Ah Fei on the shoulder and said, wait, we will arrange it for you right away. The mansion quickly prepared according to yesterday's standards. But this time, all the servants in the mansion knew that their daughter was going to marry the son of the Liang family. The master and his wife even recognized the son of the Ma family as their godparents on the spot. The son of Ma was the elder brother, and the daughter of Zhu was the younger sister. Another day passed by. During the day and night of this day, the two groups of people recovered their memories back and forth, and the two groups of people were knocked out back and forth. Ah Fei still didn't come. After night fell, Li Qiu woke up and was so hungry. She asked the servants to prepare a large table of meat dishes and carry them directly to the bedroom. The most eye-catching one was a roast suckling pig. It was roasted to a crisp and fragrant taste, and the skin was still crispy and rich in fat. But after eating a table of dishes, Li Qiu still felt hungry. Zhou Jinsha looked at her sad face and said, can someone bring another table? Li Qiu collapsed on the couch next to him and held up two fingers very conservatively, 2 tables. Just as Zhou Jinsha walked out of the door, the servant came up to him and reported, Master, Madam, the son of the Liang family wants to see you. As instructed, he has been invited to the backyard to change clothes. When Li Qiu and Zhou Jinsha rushed over, Ah Fei had already put on the same wedding dress that Zhang Xuezhen had worn before. Li Qiu couldn't help but say to Zhou Jinsha, it's said that people are in high spirits when they are happy. I've never seen Ah Fei so energetic. Zhou Jinsha whispered, let's act more realistically. Definitely a veteran actor's acting skills. Li Qiu made an okay gesture to him in his sleeve. Ah Fei kowtowed to Li Qiu and the others with tears of gratitude, expressing gratitude and promises. She also said that her grandmother and mother were waiting at home. Jiang Song originally thought that his family had lied to him, but when he came out and found that the person he was going to marry was really Ah Fei, he was so happy that the sky cleared up after the rain. The two of them met in midair, and their affection was so lingering that it seemed as if they had been husband and wife for 9 lifetimes. The pink bubble wall was so thick that no one could get in. Li Qiu's face was almost stiff in order to keep smiling. She picked up the teacup and pretended to drink tea, taking the opportunity to relax. She also said to Zhou Jinshi, "Have you read a version of Journey to the West?" Zhu Beiji experienced thousands of lifetimes of love and tribulations, and each lifetime did not end well. I think his expression is exactly the same as theirs. Zhou Jinshi coughed twice to remind her that the newlyweds were coming to pay homage to heaven and earth. Husband and wife pay homage to each other. The ceremony is over. As the voice fell, Jiang Song and Fei were escorted to the prepared bridal chamber by the servants and maids of the Zhu mansion. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi followed behind, still feeling uncertain. Li Qiu followed to the door of the new house, and saw the door closed, the candlelight flickering inside, and the two people whispering. "They won't wait until the wedding night before we can go out." Li Qiu's mind was thundering, and he felt a thunder rolling in the sky. Zhou Jinshi never thought of this question. Li Qiu held his forehead with his hand, and his voice was extremely heavy. "Jiang Song has sacrificed too much for us. We must treat him well in the future." The servant ran over in a panic again. "Master, madam. It's bad. It's a big deal." Li Qiu asked him to speak carefully. "What's wrong?" Master Ma Wenkai and his men ran out of the woodshed. "They are coming this way. They said they want to settle accounts with you." Zhou Jinshi subconsciously stood in front of Li Qiu. Li Qiu popped his head out from behind him. "Didn't I say to beat the pigs' trotters? Even the pigs couldn't break free. How did they break free?" As soon as Li Qiu finished speaking, Zhang Xuezhen and his group ran over aggressively, holding big knives in their hands. Zhou Jinshi took the wooden stick from the servant's hand and quickly went over to fight with them. And the candlelight in the bridal chamber was blown out at some point. Just when Li Qiu felt a headache, the scene in front of him changed again. Everyone's clothes returned to their original appearance, and the scene they were in also changed back to the urban area of Belan. The items they had lost in the illusion before were piled up in the green belt next to them. Next to the car, Jiang Song fell to the ground, and Ah Fei was next to him. The two had taken off half of their clothes. The two looked at each other, then looked at the people around them, and cried and hugged each other. "Brother, you're fine. Brother, you're not dead." Everyone, Ah Fei's blood-stained shoes cracked at some point. A bright red feather stained the cracked sole. Li Qiu picked up the feather, and found that it was a feather-shaped pen with red ink at the tip. A few words were clearly visible at the end of the feather. Belan Theater. 800 meters away from here stands a very old theater in Belan City. It's so old that no one knows it's a theater. Li Qiu remembered that when he was very young, there were opera troupes performing here, such as the famous 18 Farewells. But as the city develops, fewer and fewer people watch the performances. Many people seek other ways out. Later, the most common activities here were some organizations suspected of engaging in pyramid schemes, which held lectures here, gave free eggs to old men and women, and deceived people into buying medical equipment and health products. This feather pen was left by Li Qiu on the green belt next to it. They had already wasted several days here, and the convoy set off soon after resting. After they left, the feather pen floated along with the wind, rolled up, flew far away, and began to look for the next story. Chapter 87. The woman in red that they bumped into just after entering the city made everyone in the team dare not take it lightly. Everyone wished they had 8 pairs of eyes to observe the surrounding situation from 360 degrees without blind spots. Except Zhang Xuezhen. She covered herself and Li Qiu with a large blanket. Zhang Xuezhen's declared ability was suffocation, but she did not deliberately hide her ability to take things out anytime and anywhere. Basically everyone in the team knew that Zhang Xuezhen was also a space-type ability user, and the space was about the same size as a villa. The two people seemed to be together under the blanket, and then there was a sound of swallowing. Jiang Song turned around with resentment. "Wenkai, you really have someone else you love, so you don't marry me. Is it so crowded for 3 people? Why do you eat alone without me?" Zhang Xuezhen was too lazy to talk, and Li Qiu was too busy eating the reserved food to spare. Song Mimi, the only one who was free in the last row, decisively threw a ball of mud into Jiang Song's hand. "Go play with the mud." Jiang Song looked at the mud in his hand, which was still a little wet, and subconsciously rubbed it with his hands. No one can resist shaping the mud in his hand. No matter what it is in the end, it has to be shaped anyway. The vehicle quickly entered the Qinshan district of Belan City. The corpses of zombies, whose crystal cores were taken away, began to increase on the road. They should be the work of the base team that was one step ahead of them. In addition to these corpses that can prove that someone has been here, this once prosperous city is as quiet as a dead city. There are no obvious mutant creatures or zombies on the street. If you ignore the corpses and rows of abandoned vehicles, the world in front of you is bright and brilliant. Li Qiu suppressed her hunger and crawled out from under the blanket. She leaned forward and pressed her face against the car window. I remember, there is a four-way road at the end of this road. To the left is Belan No. 3 Middle School, and to the right is Belan Central Hospital for 5 kilometers. To the right is Belan 4th People's Hospital for 8 kilometers. 4th People's Hospital? In my hometown, 4th People's Hospital is usually a mental hospital. That's me too. I second it. I thought it was only our city that was like this, but it turns out it's everywhere. So why are so many mental hospitals 4th? A group of people had a deep discussion about mental hospitals. Jean Liufu explained on the intercom, not all the 4th hospitals are mental hospitals. It's just that in the early medical system planning of the city, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd People's Hospitals were mostly comprehensive hospitals. Later, mental illness was taken seriously, and the newly established mental illness specialty treatment institutions may be ranked 4th. It's not absolute. Jiang Song's manual lists the names of all hospitals in Belan City, and the specialized hospitals are listed in the last few pages. He said, since this mental hospital is so close, why don't we go there after we go to the central hospital? There are many sedatives and hypnotic drugs in it, which are quite useful. Han Ji immediately raised an objection. It's better not to. When we evacuated, the 4th hospital was already listed as a restricted area. It was one of the first few areas in Belan City that mutated. Before the evacuation, even the zombies outside did not dare to approach. The troops lost contact directly after entering, and we still don't know what happened inside. To be on the safe side, everyone finally decided to follow the original plan and only go to the central hospital. The car quickly drove to a place 1 kilometer away from the central hospital. Everyone got off the car fully armed, with a gun in hand. Further ahead was a dense tide of zombies, who blocked the roads that could be used for traffic, and any movement would attract their attention. I go first. Li Qiu was the first to get off the car. She ran to the middle of the zombie group with a loudspeaker with recorded sound in her hand. When Ran said, if I didn't know that Sister Qiu had the ability to control zombies, I would be scared to death. Even if she had, it would be scary. Our abilities are not inexhaustible. What if we can't control it? Zhou Jinsher listened to their concerns, and clenched the magic in his hand. Everyone's eyes followed Li Qiu, watching her surrounded by the zombies, and their hearts were like a big stone tied to their hearts, and they couldn't let go. Lu Xiaowu held the incendiary bomb. If Sister Qiu is in danger, I will throw it immediately. Wouldn't that blow up Sister Qiu as well? Lu Xiaowu was dejected. What should I do then? Xiao Longcha stretched out his hands. With a chopstick with a sharp tip between each finger, look at my hidden weapon. He used his projection ability quickly, and each sharp chopstick was accurately inserted into the zombie's head, destroying their brain nerves. The 8 zombies surrounding Li Qiu fell to the ground one after another. Li Qiu looked at them, and made an okay gesture. She lowered her head, and pressed the switch of the speaker. Collecting junk, old computers, washing machines, water heaters? Collecting junk, collecting. From the moment the horn was turned on, it was like a big stone was thrown into a calm pond. Ripples spread out in circles, and zombies gathered like a school of fish. Li Qiu held the horn and walked in one direction, like a tour guide. Yes, yes, follow me. Go this way, don't crowd. All the zombies followed Li Qiu spontaneously, and they all became elementary school students going on a spring outing. Even some of the zombies with broken legs crawled to follow Li Qiu. Song Mimi stuck to Zhang Xuezhen's ear. Do you think it walked by the sound or followed Qiu? Zhang Xuezhen remembered that Li Qiu said that zombies of too low level had no reaction to her, and they had to feel her blood to have a sense of submission. Half and half. The level of the zombies here is very high. Just outside the hospital, the reptile species are rare, and most of them are intelligent species and long-tongued species. If you want to get the medicine this time, you can't fight hard. Li Qiu threw the horn on the roof of a car, and then turned back. After several times, the zombies outside the hospital were almost gone, and the scattered more than 100 were also killed by the team. The zombies inside the hospital heard the noise, and ran out frantically. Some of the high-level B-level ones, wearing doctors' and nurses' clothes, licked their lips when they saw these long-lost living people. B-level is called the fallen species, which has formed a clear mind, sound thinking ability, strong combat ability, and can also awaken superpowers like humans. The number of fallen species that have appeared has reached 15. Sister Qiu, it's B-level, don't. Jiang Song hadn't finished shouting when he saw Li Qiu rushing to the B-level zombie conscientiously. The moment Li Qiu approached, The movements of the fallen species that were originally preparing to launch an attack slowed down. Because they were far away, no one could hear the sound coming out of the fallen species' mouths. It was no longer a roar, but a very clear king. Li Qiu turned his back to the crowd and followed the fallen species into the hospital outpatient hall. Compared with the outside, the outpatient hall can be called a purgatory on Earth, with corpses everywhere. There were corpses everywhere here. It was too long ago, and many of them were rotten. It was even impossible to tell which ones were human and which ones were zombies. Li Qiu tried not to look at these corpses. She walked up a few steps and sat on the steps of the stairs. The fallen species almost immediately knelt down in joy and piety, shouting king in unison. Li Qiu tried to communicate with them, wanting to gain a deeper understanding of the zombies' survival status and development plans. How many zombies are there here? One of the male degenerates with curly hair said. Before the king came, there were 4,352. Apart from you, are there any zombies of higher levels here? Another head nurse zombie said, yes, before the king came, she led us. The original 2,000 were expanded to the current scale. Higher than B-level, that is, A-level demons. Li Qiu was terrified when he heard it. It is said that a demon can kill hundreds of human superpowers. The real situation may be more terrifying than this. Where did she go? The head nurse zombie shook her head. We have no right to know where she went. Just like subordinates can never take the initiative to inquire about the personal movements of their leaders. Since they have submitted to me, they should not lie. Li Qiu pointed to another door of the hospital. You go out from there, take the zombies in the hospital and walk 2 kilometers over there, and come back after dark. Yes. They all stood up and made a whistle-like sound. Low-level zombies poured into the hall and followed these fallen species to leave from the back door. People outside could see the movements of these zombies clearly. They didn't know how Li Qiu did it, but they knew that he persuaded all the zombies to leave so easily. What is bloodless? This is bloodless. Zhou Jinshi had been looking at the hospital hall. When he saw Li Qiu coming out from there and waving at them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Jinshi turned around and prepared to ask everyone to go in and move the medicine, but suddenly found that there was a person hiding in the flower bed outside the hospital. Who? Come out! The water ball hit him as he spoke. The water ball did not cause any harm to the man, but turned into an ice ball, which was held in the man's hand. A thin girl came out. She had long hair down to her waist, dark eyes, and thin lips. She looked about the same age as Zhao Linyun. You? Are you here to save me? The girl held the ice hockey in her hand, and spoke in a low voice, looking at everyone in front of her anxiously. There are still survivors here? Hanji was shocked. As far as he knew, it took Belan City half a month to organize the evacuation and rescue. After that, Belan City became a dead city, with only zombies and mutant creatures left. How could there be survivors? Others had the same question. They looked the girl up and down, and found that she was very agile, and had no desire to attack them. Even her skin looked normal, and there was no blood on her body. Except for her extremely pale skin, which looked like a white that had never been seen in the sun, she was completely a normal person. But how could a child of 11 or 12 years old survive surrounded by so many zombies before they arrived, and suddenly appear here now? The girl spoke timidly. My name is Lin Saixing, and I am the daughter of the director of this hospital. That day, after I had a quarrel with my father, I wanted to scare him in a rage, so I hid in the morgue. Who knew that I fell asleep in a daze, and when I woke up, I found that the world outside had changed. My father is dead too. He was looking for me everywhere, and he died at the elevator entrance outside the morgue. When talking about her father, Lin Saixing's eyes were red. Zhao Linyun also lost her father early, and she is about the same age as Lin Saixing, so she immediately felt the same way. Don't cry. How long have you been awake? I woke up this morning and found that I could turn water into ice. I thought of using ice to isolate the smell on my body, so that the zombies couldn't smell me. Then I slowly came out of the morgue, and was blocked by zombies when I walked here. I didn't expect you to help me and drive away all the zombies. Zhou Jinshi looked at the ice ball in her hand with cold air. Your ability level is very high. An ice ball of this level is at least level 3. And Lin Saixing said that she just woke up this morning, probably because her body was evolving during the time she was in a coma. Others also thought of this, and couldn't help but sigh at the difference between people. They fought hard all the way, and most people's abilities were only level 3 or 4, and the better ones were level 5. But the little girl was level 3 even when she was lying down. It's so scary, isn't it? Seeing that they were silent, Lin Sixing took the initiative to speak again, in a small voice. Can I go with you? I don't want to stay here alone. It's so scary here. No, someone objected. Chapter 88. Li Qiu was the first to refuse. She walked between Lin Sixing and the others and separated them with her body. A-level demon species, the highest level of all zombies encountered so far, with no scars on the surface, looks more like a human than a human. Lin Sixing did not even forget to get dust and blood on the hem of her clothes, acting more like a survivor struggling to survive. Unfortunately, Li Qiu could smell it. Everyone here is emitting fragrance, except Lin Sixing. Lin Sixing raised her black eyes. She is only 11 years old, not growing fast, and is only 1.5 meters tall. She needs to look up to see Li Qiu's face clearly. From the moment Li Qiu approached, Lin Sixing's face seemed to become paler, just like the ice ball in her hand, with a trace of cold air. Among millions of zombies, there will only be one S-level zombie lord. Among tens of millions of zombies, there is only one king. Now the king has appeared. But their king, staying with a group of humans, did not recognize his own identity at all. What an infuriating and regrettable thing this is. Get lost. Li Qiu ordered calmly in a voice that only she and Lin Sixing could hear. Lin Sixing threw the ice ball to the ground, and there were still some water stains on her hands, which flowed down along her thin fingers. Then I will not bother you anymore. Lin Sixing showed everyone an apologetic and flattering smile, then lowered her head and walked in the direction where there were no zombies. The huge deserted city made Lin Sixing's gradually receding back slowly become a small dot. She began to walk downhill, and her back gradually disappeared. There were voices of disapproval in the team. Some people thought that at least some supplies should be given to Lin Sixing, and she should be told how to get to the southern base. But more people chose to watch Li Qiu quietly. Their trust in Li Qiu was, to some extent, even higher than their own. Li Qiu was ambushed in the supermarket, and he was even able to accept a Fei and a few others without any grudges, rescued a grandfather in his 70s and 80s and a dog, and stayed alone in the snake den to seal off the poison gas. If such a person would turn a blind eye to the lonely little girl, she must have her reasons. Is there something wrong with her? Song Mimi walked to Li Qiu. Li Qiu said directly, she is a zombie. Jiang Song jumped onto the wall next to him, and looked up at the direction where Lin Sixing was walking. Zombies that have evolved so realistically. I've learned a lot. Jean Liufu was also surprised. I can't tell at all. And she doesn't seem to want to attack us. If all zombies are like this, then don't we have to be on guard against strangers in the future? That's right, this is even less distinctive than the knocker. At least the knocker has red eyes. Someone asked Li Qiu how she knew Lin Sixing was a zombie, and wanted to popularize this identification method. Li Qiu didn't know what to say. Zhou Jinshi helped her out. She can control zombies, so she can distinguish them. This can't be learned. I see. Sister Qiu is simply a human zombie scanner. After she retires, she might as well go to the gate of the base to be a guard or something. She only says 2 sentences every day, one for entry and one for killing. Li Qiu's eyelids twitched when he heard the word kill. Kill. Humans only have this kind of attitude towards zombies. They will not consider whether the zombie in front of them has human consciousness, human emotions, or whether it is ready to hurt them. The instinct to survive makes them do everything they can to eliminate the danger the moment they find that the other party is a zombie. You go in, the zombies inside are basically gone, just get out before dark. Li Qiu pointed to the direction where the zombies left. Don't go in that direction. Those zombies went from there. Zhou Jinshi nodded and led everyone straight to the pharmacy and warehouse of the hospital. Old Bird and Crayfish returned to the parking place. Anyway, there are no zombies here now, so they drove the car directly over and parked it in the hospital square, which is more convenient for carrying medicines. Li Qiu said that she would guard the gate to prevent Lin Sixing from coming back. Zhang Xuezhen and Song Mimi wanted to stay with her, but Li Qiu waved her hand and refused. You guys should make a quick decision. I can do it here alone. One man can block 1,000 men. After everyone went in, she sat by the flower bed at the entrance of the hospital. The ice ball that Lin Sixing threw on the ground had not melted yet, and it fell on the ground and was reflected by the sun with different brilliance. This reminded Li Qiu of the popular gifts in junior high school, crystal balls. Shaking crystal balls that would snow, or crystal apples, she now has a few at home. Li Qiu reached out to pick up the ice ball, but her hand was held by someone. Lin Sixing really came back. She knelt on one knee in front of Li Qiu, holding Li Qiu with one hand, and holding a bigger and more perfect ice ball in the other. This ice ball is countless times bigger than the one in Li Qiu's hand. The original ice ball was crystal clear and was completely condensed from water. And now this one has a fresh enough head frozen inside. Black, messy short hair, yellow skin, one eye is big and the other is small. The old bird's eyes are not closed, and even through the ice layer, you can't see his fear. In front of the A-level demon species, death is just a matter of a moment. It's so short that the dead can't feel the pain. Wang, do you like it? Lin Saixing presented the old bird's head on the stone brick in front of Li Qiu. Her hands are white and small, but she doesn't want to hide the future. Each of the nails on her 10 fingers is enough to rival the sharpest knife in the world. And now, these sharp nails are soaked with blood. There's another one in the car over there. I made it into an ice hockey too. Good things come in pairs. King, this is the gift Lindsay prepared for you. Lindsay crawled on the ground and knelt down. The consciousness of submission to Li Qiu and her own rebellious consciousness collided with each other, which made Lindsay, who was lowering her head, reveal a barely perceptible smile. Li Qiu didn't speak, and she didn't even look at the head. She put the backpack behind her in front of her and took out the folding shovel inside. Lindsay raised her head and looked at the folding shovel with some disdain. King, is this the tool you use for disguise? You have a spirit and ability that we can't match, and you have the power to kill everything. We have been waiting for you to appear, to capture every human base, expand our tribe, and become the most powerful creature in this world. Lin Saixing's second-year speech continued until Li Qiu used a folding shovel to shovel into her brain. Zombies' weaknesses are basically in the head. But Li Qiu made a mistake. Except for the initial understanding of the level of zombies, she knew too little about other things. A-level zombies can transfer the crystal nucleus originally grown in the brain to any part of the body. Although the transfer time is limited, it has greatly increased their survival rate. Lin Saixing has no sense of pain. She touched the black blood flowing from the top of her head and licked it in her mouth. Wang, you don't like my gift? Her answer was a more violent attack. This time, Lin Saixing knelt a little further away from Li Qiu. At least she had knelt outside the attack range of the folding shovel. Wang, just wait a little longer, and the blood of those humans will become the embellishment on your hem, and their heads will also become my trophies for you. Lin Saixing raised her head slightly and looked in the direction of the hospital. This glance made Li Qiu's pupils shrink suddenly. There is a saying called the wind on the rooftop is so strong, which refers to the desire to jump off the building. And now there are several people standing on the rooftop. The one standing in the front is Xiao Linyuan, followed by Han Ji, Wu Renfan, and Song Mimi. Although they are so far away, Li Qiu can still feel that their consciousness seems to be controlled by something, and they are only a hair's breadth away from the edge of the rooftop. Li Qiu kicked Lin Saixing away and rushed to the hospital gate, turning on the intercom while rushing. There are only 4 people on the rooftop. Where are the others? The others in the building should be able to catch them in time. The intercom was crackling, and the signal was very bad. The other parties seemed to be unable to hear a word of what Li Qiu said. Finally, Zhou Jinsher's voice came from the intercom, but it was all fuzzy syllables, and Li Qiu could not understand a word. She angrily grabbed Lin Saixing, who followed her. You did it? Stop! Lin Saixing looked at the furious Li Qiu in front of her with joy, and felt extremely relieved and happy for Wang's anger. She smiled and said, but I didn't do it. Wang, even if you kill me, I can't do anything. They are human beings. If they enter here, they can't get out. The little girl's sweet voice sounded so innocent. Why not? Let me turn them into zombies, maybe I can save them. What do you think? After all, there are things in this hospital that even I am afraid of. Not to mention people. Li Qiu used her supernatural power to steal the stars and change the day. Her target was Lin Saixing. When the glittering crystal core appeared in Li Qiu's hand, Lin Saixing's smile froze at the corner of her mouth, and she also fell to the ground in an instant. Lin Saixing died, but at this time a person had already fallen down from the building. Li Qiu rushed out and caught Xiao Linyuan, who jumped down from the 5th floor. Falling from such a high building, Li Qiu's arms made a crisp cracking sound. But she didn't feel any pain, and only carefully put Xiao Linyuan, who closed his eyes, on the ground. Then, Han Ji also jumped down. The weight of an adult man, pressed down from such a high place, Li Qiu fell to the ground. She struggled to get up from the ground. Li Qiu knew that there were 2 more. She couldn't let anyone die again. Sister! Suddenly a familiar voice sounded. 2 locust trees quickly took root in front of Li Qiu. They kept growing upwards, and firmly caught Wu Renfan and Song Mimi, who were jumping down. After making sure that no one on the rooftop would continue to jump down, The sisters Dagwa and Xiaogui shrank their bodies again and carefully touched Li Qiu with branches. Sister Wu. Xiaogui's cry was still so penetrating. Dagwa used locust branches to fix Li Qiu's fractured bones distressfully. Li Qiu turned over, like a salted fish, and turned herself over with difficulty, so that her face was facing up. Why are you two here? Fortunately, we are here. That's right, if we didn't come, you would become a ghost. Li Qiu said, my injuries are just minor. Let's see how they are first. Dagwa and Xiaogui then went to see the others. They encountered ghosts. Are there really ghosts? Li Qiu knew that the two of them referred to supernatural phenomena and ghosts as ghosts. Dagwa said, yes, they are on the rooftop. When will they wake up? I don't know, I tied them up first, otherwise they will line up to jump again. Xiaogui quickly tied the 4 people to himself. From a distance, it was weird enough to see 4 people growing on a tree. Li Qiu took a breath. I have lost contact with the others, I have to go find them. She glanced to the side, and suddenly found that Lin Saixing's body was gone. There was only a puddle of water there. And the crystal core that Li Qiu held tightly in her hand also turned into a lump of ice. The terrifying degree of the A-level demon species once again refreshed Li Qiu's understanding. No wonder she didn't react much to Lin Saixing's various orders and oppressions just now, because this was not her body at all. In addition to the ice-type supernatural power, Lin Saixing at least has supernatural powers similar to clones or puppets. She herself has been hiding in a place where Li Qiu can't see, spying on everything here. Maybe she is in a corner of the hospital. Xiaogui, you watch the 4 of them. Dagwa, you patrol next to protect Xiaogui. I go in. Li Qiu put on his backpack and put the old bird's head under the tree. And this, help me protect him. We will take him home after it's over. Li Qiu walked into the hospital holding the intercom. There was a lot of noise in the intercom, but there was no clear human voice. Li Qiu moved his nose and began to concentrate on judging Zhou Jinshi and their location. In the pharmacy, Jiang Song was calling everyone to move the medicine in front of the list. The stock here is enough for us to use for 100 years. Lao Ma, you pack as much as you can. This is when the space ability can play its best role. Zhang Xuezhen, who was called Lao Ma, stopped and said calmly, call me Lao Ma Wenkai again, and I will send you to see Marx. Jiang Song shut up. Jean Liufu came over from the other end of the pharmacy. It's impossible to pack it all. It's impossible to pack it all. Why don't we just pack this much today? Zhou Jinshi said it's almost time. Let's go first. He turned on the intercom and prepared to notify Song Mimi and the other 4 to meet at the stairs. After they entered the building, they split into 2 teams. One team searched for other survival supplies, and the other team came to find medicine. Strangely, there was only a crackling sound on the intercom. It was not only Song Mimi's side that was like this, but also Old Bird and Crayfish, as well as Li Qiu, and the several groups of people who were separated could not be contacted. It's broken, nothing will happen. Tang Xianghe said with a sad face, I wonder why my eyelids keep twitching today. Hu Ziyu gave him a slap. You better spit 3 times, don't talk about the bad things instead of the good ones. Zhou Jinshi asked everyone to be quiet. It's okay, maybe the signal here is just bad. Go out first. When they were about to go out, they found that the door of the pharmacy could not be opened. Why close the door for no reason? Hu Ziyu cursed. Jiang Song quickly raised his hands. I swear I didn't close it. It wasn't me either. No one in the pharmacy admitted it. Zhou Jinshi asked everyone to step back, and he used magic to cut the lock of the door. The door was still motionless, and it couldn't be opened no matter what. When Rand rubbed his eyes and shone the flashlight in one direction, is there a door there too? A door in the corner was ajar, waiting for someone to open it personally. Chapter 89. Was there this door before? I was busy moving medicine, so I don't remember. There's no light in here, so we have to use flashlights. I didn't pay attention just now. Everyone discussed it, and no one was sure whether this door had just appeared. Zhou Jinshi walked to the door. It was a wall just now. He had the habit of remembering the key spatial locations when he entered a new area. He had a particularly deep memory of doors, windows, safety facilities, and escape routes. He was sure that there was no door here just now. This door appeared when they were about to leave, and its purpose was to lure them out through this door. Ah Fei said, did we trigger some mechanism, and then the door popped out? The backup door was opened, so the main door we came in could not be opened. Jiang Song patted his shoulder. Brother, you are so quick-witted. I just thought so too. How about we touch the place we just touched again? Yang Mufeng stood by the door, and took out a bundle of ropes from his bag. My ability is to control the ropes. I will put the rope in first and see, but it can only be 50 meters away from me at most. I can't control it if it is farther away. 50 meters is fine. Doffing, try it. Others hurriedly asked him to put the rope. Under everyone's expectation, the rope seemed to have vitality, and drilled in through the crack of the door. The distance of 50 meters was soon reached, and the rope returned along the original route. Yang Mufan opened his eyes. Behind the door is a straight road, the rope is unobstructed, there is no obstacle. This seems to be the exit. Who's of you is impatient? Why don't you go this way? I lead you and I go first. The original gate could not be opened no matter what they did, so they really had to go here. They couldn't be trapped here forever. At most, Yang Mufang would let the rope explore the way every 50 meters. After weighing the pros and cons, there was really no better way than this. When everyone was about to leave, Zhang Xuezhen stopped them. I try again. She took out a toy wooden bird from the space. The bird's back was wound up, and after a few turns, it would keep jumping forward and singing. It could reach farther than Yang Mufang's rope, and after tightening it, it could move forward at least 100 meters. Zhang Xuezhen tied a rope around the head of the clockwork bird and stuffed it through the crack in the door. A small cloud. The clockwork bird sang and walked away, and the sound was getting farther and farther away from the pharmacy, and suddenly stopped. But the rope kept moving forward until it was completely taut. A force of gravity was fed back from the rope. Zhou Jinsher, there's something over there. Let go. Zhang Xuezhen said expressionlessly. I want it too. The rope seemed to grow together with her palm, and she couldn't get rid of it at all. The thing on the other end was extremely powerful, and Zhang Xuezhen was being dragged closer and closer to the door by the rope. Cut! She shouted, signaling Zhou Jinsher. Zhou Jinsher raised his hand, and the sharp blade of the magic was only a millimeter away from Zhang Xuezhen's palm. Her hand was bleeding, and the broken piece was still in the skin. Songwon lit a candle and started burning along the small piece of rope. Songwon couldn't bear the pain. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Zhang Xuezhen raised her hand in front of her eyes. It's not burned clean, we have to dig it out. Jiang Song, lend me your scalpel. Jiang Song reached out. Okay, I dig it out for you, I have to disinfect it first. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xuezhen had already cut open her palm and dug the rope out of the flesh. Gauze, iodine, and painkillers were all ready. Zhang Xuezhen did the whole process herself except asking Jin Liufu to wrap the gauze for her. Jiang Song jumped behind Ah Fei and whispered, Shan Bo, I still choose you. Ma Wenkai is so cruel to herself. The experiment is over, this door must not be passed. Huzi was still terrified. Damn, I almost went in. What on earth is hidden in here? Songwon thought of Song Mimi. It's a pity that Mimi is not here. If she were here, we could dig a hole in the ground, and she could get out of the soil, and we could go through the tunnel. Zhang Xuezhen drank some water to replenish her strength. Since we are in this situation here, something must have happened outside. The worst result is that everyone is trapped, and the best result is that only we are trapped, and they are trying to find us and save us. Obviously, the latter result is unlikely. The half-open door hides unknown dangers. Lu Xiaowu even suggested that the original door should be blown up, and it might blow open. This proposal was unanimously rejected by everyone, except Tang Xianghe. At such a close distance, even if Tang Xianghe could activate the tortoise's beast ability to protect them, Tang Xianghe himself would bear the impact of all the bombs. Even though Tang Xianghe offered to give it a try, the others refused. But being trapped in the pharmacy all the time is not a solution. Everyone clearly found that the air here was getting thinner and thinner, and these walls seemed to be shrinking in size. The thing here is very patient. It has many ways to kill them. Songwon quickly put out the fire. Let's leave some air. Don't look back, or you will suffocate to death. Zhou Jinsher stood up. I try. At this point, they can only go through that door. While looking for people, Li Qiu did not forget to pick up the bodies scattered everywhere. Some were eaten to replenish their physical strength, and some were put into the backpack as reserve food. Even last time in Qiujiang County, when Li Dong led the zombie army to the city, Li Qiu had never been as nervous as she is now. Her hands were shaking when she pulled the zipper of her backpack. She couldn't pull it up several times in a row. In the end, she broke the zipper because of too much strength. The backpack was open, like a big mouth. Inside the big mouth was meat wrapped in a plastic bag. After 2 seconds of depression, Li Qiu decisively picked up the needle and thread to sew the bag and put it back on his back. As a demon species, Lindsay Starr knows a lot of human knowledge, and can even be said to enjoy life. Under her control, many areas of this hospital still have electricity. So when Li Qiu saw that the elevator was still running, he didn't think it was strange. But it was strange that the elevator door stopped and opened on this floor, even though no one pressed the elevator. Li Qiu leaned in and smelled it, and smelled a familiar smell in the elevator shaft. Their breath was entangled in this elevator shaft. Li Qiu dragged her heavy backpack and walked in. As soon as she walked in, the elevator closed at the fastest speed. Li Qiu even felt that if she walked slower, the elevator door would pinch her in half. The hospital elevator was spacious and bright, and her appearance could be seen on the four walls of the elevator. Li Qiu hadn't looked in the mirror for a long time. She looked at herself in the mirror. The wig was crooked, and every inch of muscle on her face was tense. She looked like someone owed her 800 million. Her clothes were also gray, and I didn't know where they were cut. Soon, all the lights in the elevator went out. The elevator was dark and silent. What a classic horror scene. It would be a waste of the atmosphere if I didn't scream a few times. After Li Qiu screamed a few times, her hand stopped on the elevator floor button. Which floor to press was a question. Li Qiu thought for 18 seconds. How about you help me press it? After all, you have been blowing the air conditioner on my head, you must be tired. Li Qiu raised his head, and asked the person hanging on the ceiling of the elevator very politely. This is also a little girl, and she even looks a bit like Lin Saixing. The evil ghost jumped down from the ceiling, landing on her head, and bounced a few times like a badminton. So Li Qiu had to squat down to see her face. I'm asking you, do you want to help me press it? Thank you. Li Qiu pulled the evil ghost's hair. I said thank you. You won't refuse to help me, right? Hee, are you kidding me? I'm a ghost. Li Qiu even sat on the ground. I can see it. Do you want me to praise you? The evil ghost choked. That's not necessary. She circled around Li Qiu with a sense of humor, and took the elevator directly to the top floor. Li Qiu completely ignored the elevator door that opened on the top floor. She knew that after going out and walking up a few steps, she would reach the rooftop of the hospital. Li Qiu's eyes also stayed on the evil ghost. She had been with Jiang Song and Fei for a long time, and she could chat with ghosts. Why do you stand upside down? Do you have any special hobbies? You are a zombie, so don't mind ghosts. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are a zombie. The evil ghost kept staring up hard to look at Li Qiu. It does look scary, but there is also a kind of stupid clumsiness. Li Qiu sighed. I'm already a zombie. What else can you do to me? Turn me into a ghost too? You wishful thinking. Do you think it's that easy to turn into a ghost? How difficult is it? You need to accumulate a lot of evil spirits and resentment, and you also need feng shui, and slowly nurture it before you have the chance to transform from consciousness to entity. The evil ghost stopped talking halfway. Why am I telling you this? You can't turn into a ghost anyway. I just kill you directly, just like I killed your friends. Friends? Are you talking about the ones who jumped off the rooftop? The evil ghost was immediately happy when he heard Li Qiu say this. Yes, you saw it. Did their heads explode? Did they lose their hands and feet? You are their friend. You must be crying very sadly. Li Qiu howled twice. Yes, I am very sad. She opened her backpack and started eating meat in front of the evil ghost. The evil ghost is also a senior in the hospital. Of course, he recognized that Li Qiu was eating zombie meat. The evil ghost screamed. You are so perverted. After screaming, she may feel a little embarrassed, and immediately began to make up. Of course, no one is as perverted as me. I am an evil ghost. I want to kill people. I want to kill many people. Why do you want to kill so many people? Are you hungry too? The evil ghost sneered. What do you care about me? I am bored. Isn't it okay? Okay. Li Qiu swallowed a mouthful of meat and asked, I think you are really bored. How about we play a game? The evil ghost pricked up his ears. What game? If it's not fun, I won't play it. Li Qiu cleared his throat. I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you can't answer them, you have to tell me where other friends are. What if I can answer them? If you answer them all correctly, then I will agree to any of your conditions. You asked? The evil ghost readily agreed, her eyes rolling around. As if warning Li Qiu not to play any tricks, she saw it clearly. Li Qiu said, First question, 2 people fell into a trap. The dead one is called a dead person. What is the living one called? Help. Don't think I haven't seen brain teasers. Li Qiu smiled and said, Second question, which plant is the most honest? The evil ghost said proudly, Banana, because it is honest. Keep asking, no question can stump me. Third question, where are my other friends? Evil ghost, eh? She screamed again. You are not only perverted but also shameless. Li Qiu yawned while holding the folding shovel. Speak or not? The elevator floor button automatically lit up, the second floor below. The evil ghost climbed back to the ceiling, cursing, and hung upside down on Li Qiu's head. I hate you. You are more annoying than Lin Saixing. Did she kill you? Li Qiu asked, staring at the downward sign of the elevator. The evil ghost was stunned. No. Then he changed his words and said yes. Before the natural disaster, Lin Saixing and Lin Mo studied in the same school. Lin Mo had just transferred to this school, and happened to be assigned to the same class as Lin Saixing. They both have the last name Lin and look a bit alike, but their academic performance and family conditions are very different. One is good at studying, her father is the director of a hospital, and her mother is the vice president of a bank. The other is average at studying, her father passed away, and her mother sells roasted sweet potatoes at the school gate. The contrast between the two of them made them the object of comparison and discussion among classmates after dinner. Someone even posted in the school forum that Lin Mo is actually Lin Saixing's sister, but she is just an illegitimate daughter who is not presentable. Lin Saixing was disgusted by these rumors, and was very angry several times. When facing Lin Mo, she was very gentle, often sharing her things with Lin Mo, giving Lin Mo some clothes of the same style as hers, and taking her to experience some luxurious life that Lin Mo had only seen on the internet. Lin Mo, sometimes I really wish you were my sister. I have envied others for having sisters since I was a child. It's so lively when two people are together. Because of Lin Saixing's heartfelt words, Lin Mo regarded Lin Saixing as his best friend and the brightest star in his dark life. The originally inferior and sensitive heart has been healed by Lin Saixing. But Lin Saixing began to often say some world-weary remarks, and suddenly one day asked Lin Mo what it felt like to commit suicide. If she died, would everyone love her and miss her more? Lin Mo was shocked by Lin Saixing's idea. After persuading her several times, Lin Saixing said she was just joking. Who would want to commit suicide if they were living well and had no worries? Lin Mo believed it. If Lin Saixing hadn't pushed her off the roof of the abandoned factory, she would always believe in and like Lin Saixing. Lin Saixing said, Lin Mo, try what it feels like to commit suicide for me. After Lin Mo died, her mother went to school and made a big fuss. She cried every day and was in a trance. Finally, she fell into the river holding Lin Mo's portrait. The elevator had descended from the top floor to the second floor below ground. It was time for Li Qiu to leave. She asked, then why don't you go and seek revenge on her? You're running back and forth between the rooftop and the elevator every day. Lin Mo laughed crazily. She can even push her father into the zombie pile. She's even more evil than me. Even more evil than me. How could she tell Li Qiu that Lin Saixing had already become a zombie before she wanted revenge? Lin Saixing was even stronger than her in the natural disaster world. After laughing, Lin Mo found that Li Qiu hadn't left yet. She stopped laughing. Get out of here. I hate zombies. Li Qiu said, do you need my help? I help you kill her. Lin Mo didn't answer. Li Qiu stepped out of the elevator door, and before the door closed, Li Qiu heard a voice from inside. Yes. Then wait. It was even darker on the second floor below ground, and even Li Qiu's eyes had to adapt for a while before he could see the layout here clearly. There was a big sign hanging at the door. Morgue, then duty room and preparation area. The morgue should be further inside. On a one-day trip to the famous morgue, Li Qiu held the shovel tightly in both her left and right hands. She sniffed, sure that the fragrance came from here. Lin Mo did not lie to her. Hello, is anyone there? Li Qiu shouted boldly. Soon, echoes came from all around. But no response was heard from teammates. There was only heavy snoring in the air, which was extremely rhythmic. But the snoring seemed to be awakened by Li Qiu's shouting, and then the light in the duty room came on. Chapter 90. When she saw the light on, Li Qiu's heartbeat soared instantly. A man with a syringe head walked out of the duty room. His body was similar to that of a human, with healthy limbs, but his head was a real huge syringe. The needle on the top was as thick as Li Qiu's wrist. Li Qiu imagined that if this syringe man wanted to attack her, he would have to bow to her at 90 degrees before he could stab her with the needle. Li Qiu held her breath. She hid herself in the shadow of the left wall of the duty room. The syringe man walked around with a big flashlight flashing red light. It was quiet all around, with no strange intruders. The syringe man said to himself, why would someone come here? I must have had a nightmare. Let's go back to sleep. After saying that, he turned off the flashlight, and the lights in the duty room went out. Li Qiu still squatted in the shadow, like a wooden man. After about a few minutes, the lights came on again. The huge figure of the syringe man stood up from the corner of the other side. He shook his syringe head. Oh, it seems that there is really no one. This time I really want to go to bed. I have to check the meat warehouse again before going to bed. He walked towards the morgue deep in the morgue. Li Qiu tiptoed over. Huh? In the morgue, Li Qiu felt that Zhou Jinshi and the others smelled stronger. It was really right to come here. The bodies in the morgue were not lying on the bed. They were hung on the ceiling by the syringe man like bacon. Some were already shriveled, and some were even boneless. The syringe man has no face, but Li Qiu feels that his pause is like a frown. The syringe man took down the stale corpses, then bent down and pushed the liquid in the syringe into them. After a while, the corpses were like they were remade and became radiant again. If the death was not so miserable, Li Qiu would have thought they were alive. After doing this, the syringe man hung the corpses back. He was not very good at math, and could only count to 9, and then he got stuck. He stuttered for a long time before counting to 10. That's 10, right? Eat sparingly, half for the boss and half for me. Hee. Li Qiu hid under a bed. The boss is eating behind your back. She had already taken advantage of the syringe man injecting the corpses to pull one of the corpses down, and after a few seconds, only the corpse's clothes were left. After she spoke, the syringe man immediately saw the clothes that fell on the ground. The syringe man didn't care where the sound came from. He was used to talking to himself, and even thought that it was still in his mind. The syringe man picked up the clothes, and was so angry that the syringe trembled. The boss cheated on me, the boss cheated on me, I'm going to settle the score with the boss. He turned around and was about to leave. Just when Li Qiu thought he could lead him away, the syringe man stopped again. The boss cheated, so I cheated too, He dragged down a corpse that had just been hung up. When he was eating, Li Qiu leaned over to take a look. The huge needle pierced into the corpse and rotated at the speed of a propeller. Soon the corpse became meat paste and was sucked into the syringe. The syringe man burped with satisfaction. Fortunately, he did not forget his business after eating, and still had to settle accounts with the boss. Li Qiu crawled from under one bed to under another. The syringe man did not leave the morgue. He dragged the clothes to the innermost part of the morgue and slapped the wall 3 times. An unhappy voice came from the wall. Who is it? You always have this attitude when I look for you. It's me, boss. The syringe man was even more unhappy. The wall suddenly cracked. Li Qiu thought the syringe man was ugly enough, and now she apologized to the syringe man. This gauze man is not only ugly, but also extremely terrifying. 80 to 90% of its body is wrapped with layers of gauze with blood scabs. The gauze is full of black blood, and sticky, yellow and smelly liquid oozes out of the joints. The places where the facial features should be were also covered with gauze, and only 2 eyeballs as big as light bulbs protruded from the 2 blood holes, and from time to time, they rubbed against the surface of the gauze, and made a small sound. The gauze man looked at the syringe man. Why did you come to me? His attitude towards the syringe man was not as bad as the syringe man said. The syringe man said unhappily, Boss, you stole the meat. I am not happy. The gauze man, He began to be impatient. I am impatient, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I am playing games. The syringe man suddenly became happy when he heard it. The meat warehouse is going to get new meat. Yeah. The syringe man said twice, Boss, do you want me to help you? The gauze man had a headache and changed his words. You go to bed now. You don't need to help. There will be new meat to eat tomorrow morning. The syringe man left happily and obediently. The wall was closed again by the gauze man after he left. From beginning to end, the gauze man never came out of the wall. I don't know if he is too lazy, or if there is something that requires him to stay with me all the time. Li Qiu was still hiding under the bed. Li Qiu remembered that Lin Saixing said that there were things in this hospital that even she was afraid of. Could it be these 2 ghosts in the morgue? Stealing the stars and changing the day has been used again. Li Qiu thought about it, and chose to use it on the gauze man. All the things the gauze man carried came into view, and a large turntable came into view. There was only the number 1 on this turntable, but there were several precautions below. One of them caught Li Qiu's attention. The person who turned to 1 can designate any one person around him to die. If he does not designate, he will die in 5 minutes. As soon as she finished reading, she saw the gauze man was as angry as a hot pepper, rolling and crawling out of the wall. It didn't even care that some of the gauze was entangled by the stones on the wall and fell off. It just yelled, Who stole my turntable? It looked around, its eyes bigger than a cow's, scanning the entire morgue. Then it walked step by step towards the bed where Li Qiu was hiding. Zhou Jinshi chose to be the first to enter the door, and the others followed closely. After the last person stepped in, the door became a flat wall, leaving them no chance to retreat. Inside the door was a long and narrow corridor, a bit like the big steel pipes placed on the construction site when I was a child, and anyone who was tall had to lower their heads. It would be a lie to say that I was not afraid. Talking can give me courage. Damn, I told you there was a ghost. Stop talking after the fact. Even if there is a ghost, we have to go this way. Huziyu clenched his gun. Even if a 1,000-year-old ghost comes today, I will let it see what technological development is. Lu Xiaowu stood in front of him. Brother Hu, you better be careful. If you go off the fire, I'd be done for. Huziyu said, hey, when did you become as timid as Xiao Tang? Tang Xianghe protested. Why are you still blaming others? Stop. Zhou Jinshi stopped. He measured with his steps, and this place was already at the position of the clockwork bird just now. Further ahead, there was no idea what it was. Yang Mufeng let out the rope, and the rope that could move 50 meters replaced the clockwork bird that died young, and continued to explore the way. Damn it! After a few seconds, Yang Mufeng's face was extremely ugly. My rope was taken away. Huziyu was speechless. Why do you look constipated when the rope is gone? We have prepared a lot of ropes for you, right? Yang Mufeng's ability is to control ropes, not just that one rope. Yang Mufeng was heartbroken. I clean the rope every day and maintain it when it is worn. How can it be the same as other ropes? We have a revolutionary friendship. Songwon patted his shoulder. I can understand you very well. I had this reaction when I finished the last pack of Heoxiangluo snail noodles last time. Not every snail noodle is called Heoxiangluo. Right. This damn thing, give me back my rope. Are you two still communicating about your feelings? Huziyu applauded them, and said earnestly, the damn thing is coming. Zhang Xuezhen reminded them. A thing similar to a big turntable appeared in front of everyone. The bright red numbers 1 to 11 were written on the big turntable, as if they corresponded to the 11 people. There are a few more notes below. 1. Each person can turn the big turntable once, and the person who turns to 11 can directly skip all games and reach the end. 2. The person who turns to 1 can designate any one person around him to die. If he does not designate, he will die in 5 minutes. 3. If you turn to any number between 2 to 10, you will be teleported to the corresponding room to find the exit. You may also be teleported to the same room. 4. Contribute your flesh and blood to the turntable, and you can change the points you get. A group of people lined up to read the contents of the big turntable, and then started their own experiments. Songwon burned it directly. The flames rushed up the big turntable, and burned rapidly from the edge to the center. Soon the big turntable was reduced to ashes. But a new big turntable stood there immediately. No one knew how it came out, but it just appeared intact. Songwon waved her hand. You go ahead. When Ren raised her hand cautiously, and her eyes suddenly became sharp when she shot out the golden needles. Hundreds of golden needles pierced the big turntable into a sieve. Ah, Fei exclaimed and applauded. 1. Your accuracy is almost as good as that of a crayfish. When Ren smiled modestly, that's because he never misses a single shot. Jean Liufu sighed. I don't know what the situation is like outside. We are trapped here, and don't even know how time has passed. Then, the big turntable was chopped by Huziyu's axe, strangled by Yang Mufeng's rope, hit by Tang Xianghe's body, shot by Lu Xiaowu's gun, and Zhou Jinshi's water-based abilities and swordsmanship. Even Zhang Xuezhen tried to put it into the space. No matter how it is destroyed, it will always reappear completely intact. But if it stays here, they will have no way to move forward. Zhou Jinshi was the first to turn, and he turned to 4. After turning, a 4 appeared on Zhou Jinshi's forehead, and then he disappeared in front of everyone. In room 4, what was waiting for Zhou Jinshi was not a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. It was Li Qiu. She was squatting under the seat of the convenience store cashier, trembling with fear, and muttering in her mouth, Don't kill me if you can't see me. After seeing Zhou Jinshi, Li Qiu's eyes suddenly became fierce. I recognize you. Zhou Jinshi said, Do you recognize me? You killed many of my companions. You are so bad. Zhou Jinshi said, Yes, I killed a lot of them. Li Qiu suddenly approached him, showing his fangs. Now, are you going to kill me too? Chapter 91. Don't kill. Zhou Jinshi subdued Li Qiu in 2 moves, then took out the rope he carried with him and tied her up. The other end of the rope was tied to the bed frame in the room. The iron bed frame was welded to the ground, and no matter how Li Qiu struggled, it didn't move. The expression on her face was terrified, and she even shed tears, crying and begging Zhou Jinshi to let her go. Zhou Jinshi took off his coat and covered her head. Li Qiu, wrapped in clothes, became a headless fly, and her voice was also wrapped in clothes and became smaller. But even if the voice became smaller, Li Qiu's words "I hate you, I want to kill you," too vicious, still reached Zhou Jinshi's ears. Even so, as long as there was no face to affect his judgment, Zhou Jinshi's actions became faster. He first checked the only door in the room. The door could not be destroyed by violence. Zhou Jinshi tried to pour the water out from under the door, but the water flowed toward the inside of the room. Obviously, this was a completely enclosed space. At some point, another Li Qiu appeared. She wore the down jacket that Zhou Jinshi had given her in the service area, and stared at Zhou Jinshi blankly. Li Qiu opened his arms. "I miss you so much, Zhou Jinshi." The gauze man passed by the bed where Li Qiu was hiding. He ran as fast as a spinning top, and soon rushed out of the morgue. The gauze man cursed, and he suspected that the syringe man had stolen his precious turntable. Li Qiu saw that he valued this turntable so much, and thought that he had just stolen the biggest one at random, and he actually stole the right one. The strange thing is that the turntable was placed on the floor, but it seemed to have legs. Wherever she went, the turntable followed her. Li Qiu simply took the turntable and walked to the wall where the gauze man lived. The gap in the wall had cracked to a size that could accommodate a person. It looked small from the outside, but there was a different world inside. The room inside was filled with blood-red and smelly gauze, as if the gauze man had built a nest for himself. At the innermost part of the room, there was another door. The fragrance of Zhou Jinshi and others came from this door. Li Qiu approached the door covered with several layers of thick blood plasma, and saw 4 big words written on it: "Turntable Game." Under the big words, there was a row of square buttons. Now the lights were 2, 4, 5, 6, and 10. When Li Qiu was thinking about what these buttons meant, she suddenly heard heavy footsteps one after another. The syringe man was pulling the gauze man towards the morgue with a righteous look. "I told you, I didn't steal your turntable, you wronged me. I was sleeping, you woke me up, I would be angry too. You must have thrown the turntable away. If you find it, I make you eat it." The syringe man kept accusing the gauze man angrily. The gauze man sneered the whole time. "It's better if you can find it. Jin Xiaobao, if you can't find it, it must be you who stole it. I will definitely chop off your syringe." The two people threatened each other, and came to the wall in a blink of an eye. A man with bandages all over his body jumped out. This is simply the twin of the gauze man. When he saw Li Qiu, the gauze man's eyes widened even more. He reacted immediately, and was about to kill the thief, who pretended to be him, when he heard Li Qiu cursing, "How dare you? How dare you pretend to be me?" The stupid syringe man was dumbfounded, his syringe head turned around, not knowing who was the real boss. Li Qiu sneered, "Stupid, have you forgotten what my treasure is?" She took out the turntable from behind and continued, "My treasure has always been placed close to my body, and you are not allowed to touch it. This person has no treasure, and comes to pretend to be me, he must be fake." The syringe man suddenly realized, "Oh, you are right, why didn't I think of it? Sure enough, you are the boss." He turned around and pushed the gauze man next to him, and cursed viciously, "Fake." The real gauze man was almost fainted. "You are so stupid, I told you that my turntable was stolen, stolen, stolen." Li Qiu reached out, and touched the pointer of the turntable. "Jin Xiaobao, kill this thief. I will give you new meat to eat after I finish playing the game. Wrap it with bread crumbs, fry it until golden, and the ghost jumping from the elevator next door will cry for it." Li Qiu's description made the syringe man drool. It turned its head, and instantly changed from a dull look to a murderous one. The syringe man didn't need to bow 90 degrees to attack people as Li Qiu imagined. He reached out, and took off the syringe head directly, then held the syringe head, and stabbed the gauze man. The gauze man certainly wouldn't sit there, and wait for death. The look he gave Li Qiu was like poison, and the look he gave the syringe man was even more poisonous. The gauze all over his body flew up, forming a huge carpet to cover the syringe man. The two of them fought fiercely. But the gauze man's main ability is on the turntable. Without the turntable, he is no match for the syringe man. The last intact gauze on the gauze man was also torn into pieces by the syringe man. Before dying, the gauze man lay on the ground with his last breath. One of his eyes was pierced by the syringe man, and the other one was looking at the syringe man from the ground. "You idiot. Jin Xiaobao, she can't even use my turntable, she is fake." After saying this last words, the gauze man was officially finished. The syringe man put his head back on his neck, then picked up a piece of meat from the gauze man, tasted it, and spat it out again. "It's bitter, Unpalatable, unpalatable. He remembered something and turned to Li Qiu to ask for credit. Boss, I killed him, where's the meat? Li Qiu imitated the impatient tone of the gauze man before. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I say that you could only have new meat after finishing the game? Just now, you interrupted me, and I didn't know how to use the turntable. The syringe man nodded happily. You are so stupid, boss. The turntable is divided into a big turntable and a small turntable. The big turntable is for the meat to play. If they turn to number 1, they can designate a person around them to die, otherwise they will die themselves. If you turn to the number at the end of the turntable, you will be directly teleported to your room. The small turntable is for you to play, but you can only turn it once a day. Do you see if it is 1 now? If you tap the back of the turntable, a number will be added. Li Qiu nodded. Then I remember it. A few ghost screams came from the gauze room. The door shook, and the button with 11 on the door lit up, and then Jiang Song rolled out from inside. Where did you come from? Jiang Song got up from the ground dizzy. It was pitch black. He couldn't see anything clearly, only saw the button on the door was lit. Then there seemed to be a sound in the gap of the door. The syringe man smelled the smell of new meat, and his saliva began to flow down frantically. Boss, you are really the boss, you didn't lie to me. The new meat came so soon? Jiang Song had already crawled out of the gauze room and walked to the gap in the wall. When he turned on the flashlight, he first saw Li Qiu covered in gauze. He couldn't recognize who he was at all, just felt like he had encountered a mummy. What's more amazing is that there is a guy with a syringe on his head next to him. Good guy, let's go straight to the monster's lair. The 11 o'clock in this broken game is a pit. Jiang Song quickly turned off the flashlight, not daring to breathe, turned around and tiptoed to the side, making a crazy wish in his heart trying to use his superpowers. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Jiang Song was sweating profusely, his heart was pounding, and he didn't pay attention to whether his superpowers were successful. He only knew that a cold hand patted his shoulder heavily. Jiang Song knelt down with a plop. I don't have an 80-year-old mother, a 3-year-old daughter, and even less a wife. Please let me go from my miserable situation. Li Qiu turned on the flashlight speechlessly. What are you mumbling about? Hey, why does this sound so familiar? Jiang Song opened his eyes a little and looked at the light source. Li Qiu was already removing the gauze, which was covered with human blood. She was a little irritated, and her face was not very good. Seeing an acquaintance in a place like this, Jiang Song just wanted to pull Li Qiu to sing My Good Brother. He immediately got up from the ground and hid next to Li Qiu. Sister Qiu, if you had told me it was you, would I have been begging for so long? He stretched out his leg and kicked the dead syringe man on the ground, and looked forward to find a scattered gauze man next to him. Don't worry, they are all dead. Li Qiu pointed to the small turntable in her hand, which she had just turned once. The number can only be 1, and she chose the syringe man to die without hesitation. Then the syringe man fell to the ground and died without any warning. The two briefly exchanged the situations they encountered. I have good news and bad news. Jiang Song said, the good news is that none of us drew one, and the bad news is that they all drew these rooms. He pointed to the 2, 4, 5, 6, 10 on the door. I was the last one to draw. I was lucky enough to draw 11 o'clock. I didn't expect to come to this hellhole. Fortunately, you are here. The 10 of them are in these 5 rooms. I don't know what they will encounter. I also have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Jiang Song was stunned. I always feel that the bad news you are talking about is very bad news. He seemed to have a premonition, and felt what Li Qiu would say. Li Qiu said, Old Bird and Crayfish died. Lin Saixing did it. Song Mimi and the other 4 were controlled by the elevator jumping ghost, and almost fell to death. They were saved by the fruits. You stay here. Don't go out before I take them out. Especially don't get on that elevator. After she finished speaking, she reached out and pressed the button 2 on the door. According to Jiang Song, room 2 was drawn by Yang Mufeng. Room 1 can be passed by killing people, so room 2 is the first room. There are rope-like things hanging everywhere in this room. Some of them were indeed ropes, but some things were too familiar to Li Qiu. Large intestine wrapped around small intestine, 9 turns of intestine, hanging everywhere. When Li Qiu came over, Yang Mufeng was holding a piece of intestine and crying while hanging himself, muttering, My precious rope, brother, I want to die with you. Li Qiu quickly cut the intestine with a folding shovel. In the corner, a man with intestines wrapped around his neck looked at Li Qiu with a covetous look. After seeing the small turntable in Li Qiu's hand, he put away his murderous intention and sat back. She supported the unconscious Yang Mufeng and found that room 2 had disappeared. The place where the two of them were was a dark corridor, with a layout similar to that of a morgue. Li Qiu looked forward and saw that the original location of room 2 had become room 4, and light came out from the crack of the door. Li Qiu twisted the handle, and the door opened easily, and she walked in. A figure rushed up quickly and pressed her against the door frame. Chapter 92. After being attacked by an unknown person, Li Qiu was determined. She raised her elbows and bent her knees and pushed her whole body backwards, trying to use the gravity of her body to break free from the shackles. Except for the military boxing she had practiced with the instructor during military training, Li Qiu had never learned martial arts. All her boxing skills now relied almost entirely on instinct and brute force. It stands to reason that her strength is more than enough to overturn an elephant, but the person behind her has a very solid and stable lower body, and can actually withstand Li Qiu's strength. No matter how Li Qiu rushed around, the person behind her didn't let go, and even wanted to tie her up. Li Qiu was ruthless. When she clenched her fists and prepared to hit the person behind her head, she suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance on her nose. The fragrance was close behind her, and it was entangled into a net that covered her whole body. Jiang Song said that it was Zhou Jinshi who was teleported to room 4. Zhou Jinshi? She called out, and when she turned around, her body's strength to resist had gradually decreased. It was indeed Zhou Jinshi. Zhou Jinshi always gave people the impression of being calm and organized. Li Qiu rarely saw him in a state of mental depression and high tension. Even in the underground world of the base, he was beaten to death by his giant zombie self, but he didn't look so tired. It's not physical fatigue, it's purely mental fatigue. Li Qiu said, "It's me, Li Qiu. Don't you recognize me?" Zhou Jinshi didn't speak, and Li Qiu saw the inquiry and confusion in his eyes. When Li Qiu looked behind Zhou Jinshi, he finally understood the source of the inquiry and confusion. This room is about 30 square meters, but there are all kinds of Li Qiu lying on the floor, all tied up. One of them was even wearing Zhou Jinshi's down jacket. After seeing the real Li Qiu appear, they all cast their resentful eyes over and stared at Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi. They were acting out the real and fake Monkey King. Li Qiu counted hastily. Well, there were already 8 Li Qius here before she came. She was the 9th one. If she came a little later, I don't know how many more would appear here, and there would probably be no room. Except for the clothes on their bodies, these people looked exactly like Li Qiu, whether in appearance or in their movements. Even if my parents and Song Mimi came, they would be stunned for a long time. Li Qiu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How did he manage to create several of himself? If he encountered danger next time, he would just release several of himself to confuse the audience. That would be against the will of heaven. Of course, the most urgent task was to prove that she was Li Qiu, otherwise Zhou Jinshi would not let go like a madman. Li Qiu pointed at the person next to him. The door had been closed long after she came in, and Yang Mufeng, who was beside her, had fallen to the ground because she was not supporting him. "Look, I saved Dofeng first, and then came to find you." Li Qiu explained again, "Will these fake Li Qius save people?" She paused and said, "I just killed those 2 ghosts in the morgue, and now I am very tired and hungry. If you stay so close to me, I will faint from hunger." Zhou Jinshi's eyes moved, and he finally let her go. Li Qiu didn't know what Zhou Jinshi had experienced before, and he didn't even like to talk. She gently patted Zhou Jinshi's shoulder and gave Li Qiu's dry comfort. "Don't worry, I am the real me now." Zhou Jinshi said to him, and his tense body finally relaxed. "What happened to Dofeng?" Zhou Jinshi squatted down and put his hand on the outside of Yang Mufeng's neck. "Room 2 is full of intestines. It's so full of intestines. When I went there, Dofeng was planning to hang himself with his intestines. After I cut off the intestines, room 2 disappeared, and then we arrived at the door of room 4. You should be trapped in this roulette game space. Now I'm meeting you, there are still rooms 5, 6, and 10. Li Qiu briefly explained the situation. I don't know what Zhou Jinshi did, but after pressing on Yang Mufeng's head and neck, Yang Mufeng began to wake up. She looked at the things that looked exactly like her one by one. It was a bit scary to look at them up close, and Li Qiu raised the folding shovel and killed them one by one. After they fell to the ground, they disappeared together with room 4. Li Qiu clapped her hands and stood up. If you had killed them, wouldn't you have been able to get out earlier? With Zhou Jinshi's attitude towards them, he must have seen that they were fake, but he didn't kill any of them. He couldn't kill them as the real owner. Zhou Jinshi said, I'm afraid of the worst. Li Qiu was stunned. She understood what Zhou Jinshi meant. He was afraid of making a mistake and killing the real Li Qiu. A fae was possessed by the woman in red and behaved strangely, but the body was still a fae's. These Li Qiu's behaviors were also somewhat strange, but there was no guarantee that none of them were actually using Li Qiu's body. Yang Mufeng woke up completely in the silence of the two. He closed his eyes fiercely several times and opened them again. Where is this? I just seemed to dream that I was going to hang myself. Li Qiu nodded. Why don't you touch your neck? If I had gone a little later, you would have been hanged. There were still marks and bruises on his neck. Yang Mufeng howled a few times. I don't know what happened. I felt very painful after being teleported there. I felt that the sky would fall if my rope disappeared. It would be better to die. There are 3 more rooms. Let's go find them, Li Qiu said. Yang Mufeng followed Li Qiu and whispered, Sister Qiu, what happened to Captain Zhou? He doesn't look good. Li Qiu coughed a few times. He has hypoglycemia. She couldn't just say that Zhou Jinshi couldn't bear to chop at Li Qiu's and was tortured to exhaustion. Yang Mufeng was shocked. What? That's Captain Zhou. Li Qiu said directly. Can't he have hypoglycemia? Look at him, he often doesn't eat, doesn't sleep, and is overworked. These are all hidden dangers. Yang Mufeng understood. Captain Zhou has given too much for us. That's true. In a blink of an eye, Yang Mufeng turned back in a hurry and presented a piece of treasured bread to Zhou Jinshi. Captain Zhou. Take care. The space is so small that Zhou Jinshi had heard their conversation a long time ago, but he didn't refute it. He reached out to take the bread and put it in his pocket. Jiang Tsung said that when Ran and Jin Liufu were in room 5. Room 5 is much larger than rooms 2 and 4. As soon as Zhou Jinshi and his friends entered, they smelled a strong smell of blood. When Ran was holding a golden needle in his hand, and was chasing Jin Liufu around in circles trying to stab him. The smell of blood came from Jin Liufu, who had countless holes stabbed all over his body by Wen Ran. Wen Ran chased him and shouted, Ziwei! Don't run! Jin Liufu was not to be outdone. Even after being stabbed like that, he still had the strength to shout, Madame Rong, you recognize the wrong person. I am the queen. 3 people, Li Qiu was stimulated by the bloody smell, and wore the mask on his face a little tighter. The fresh, supernatural blood fragrance was so fragrant that it was almost dizzying. Yang Mufeng felt very painful and hugged himself silently. Oh my god, are they playing role-playing here? Zhou Jinshi used the water's supernatural power to isolate Wen Ran and Jin Liufu, and shouted again, Doffing, use a rope. Okay. The rope in Yang Mufeng's hand flew out flexibly, and tied up Wen Ran, who was chasing people with a rope. Wen Ran quickly recognized Yang Mufeng as Ziwei, and the golden needle in his hand changed direction. Now the person running away became Yang Mufeng. Li Qiu looked around and found a rag doll in the room that was riddled with holes from needles. It was covered with silver needles as thin as hair, shining with a strange silver light under the reflection of the light. Not sure if it was her illusion, Li Qiu felt that it could actually move and laugh. Zhou Jinshi this? Li Qiu shouted. As soon as she finished speaking, the magic had lifted the rag doll up in midair and chopped it to pieces. Countless silver needles fell to the ground and disappeared. Wen Ran, who was demented and mad, paused and finally woke up. Jin Liufu, who fell to the ground beside her, was in excruciating pain, and his screams resounded through the sky. Wen Ran was shocked. Who hurt him like this? She was holding the golden needle, and was going to avenge Jin Liufu. Li Qiu and Yang Mufeng said in unison, You. Me? Wen Ran pointed at herself, and looked at Jin Liufu again. Jin Liufu half opened his eyes, and had no strength to speak. You. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, and Jin Liufu didn't care, crying so sadly. It really hurts him. Wen Ran simply pierced wherever it hurts, wherever there is more bleeding. Wen Ran's face and eyes were flushed. I'm sorry, I apply medicine for you. Although most of the medicine was put into Zhang Xuezhen's space, those who went to the pharmacy also put a lot of it in their backpacks. Hemostasis, anti-inflammatory, and analgesic medicines were the most taken. The 5 people rested here for a while, and came to the door of room 6 again. Li Qiu reminded, each room has an image related to their strange behavior. For example, the intestines in room 2, and the needle-pierced doll in room 5. After we go in, you will be responsible for controlling them, and Zhou Jinshi and I will destroy the images. The division of labor was clear, and everyone nodded in unison. Li Qiu looked at the bloody Jin Liufu. You. Forget it, just take care of your wounds. Find a place to sit after you go in. Wen Ran nodded heavily. Agree. The people trapped in room 6 are Huziyu, Tang Xianghe and Song Wan. As soon as they entered here, they felt the endless rising temperature. Especially the down jackets that everyone basically wore. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The scorching heat came into every pore of the human body from all sides, trying to squeeze out every bit of moisture in the human body. Zhou Jinshi hurriedly covered them with a layer of water film. However, these water films were useless, and basically only existed for 1 minute before evaporating. "Brother, who is there?" When Ran pointed to the stone bed in the distance. Hu Ziyu lay quietly and peacefully on the stone bed, with his hands clasped and folded on his chest, and a circle of paper flowers around him, looking like he had been gone for a while. Li Qiu had a headache. "Is this Sleeping Beauty?" Yang Mufeng hurried to help Hu Ziyu. "Help him up first. If the stone bed is heated for a while, he will become a mature beauty." However, a furious voice sounded from behind the stone bed. A huge turtle rumbled over. It looked coldly at the people beside the stone bed and spoke in human language. "Are you sent by the fire-breathing man?" "Damn it! No!" A voice had already answered him. Everyone looked back and saw that Songwon's hair was covered with fire, and even her eyes were emitting red flames. She and the turtle's eyes were focused on the people who were about to take Hu Ziyu away. Yang Mufeng swallowed hard. "Two big brothers and sisters, can't I return him to you?" Li Qiu quietly left the battlefield and searched in room 6. There is fire, Sleeping Beauty, and a big turtle. What exactly is the object that needs to be destroyed in this room? Chapter 93. This is called a room, but it is actually similar to a cave. It is dark and cramped, and it is so hot that it makes people want to die. Just standing in the room makes your feet feel hot. Even if Zhou Jinshi has been using water-based abilities to cool down, the water evaporates quickly, filling the cave with scorching steam, scalding the skin with a series of bubbles. At this time, the heavy down jacket is the best protection for the skin. Li Qiu deeply understands what it means to be an ant on a hot pot. She is now like an ant that can't tell the direction, drilling around in the room. On the other side, the big turtle has launched a more fierce attack with the fire-breathing Songwon. The hot fireballs hit the big turtle all over the sky, but they were all blocked by the big turtle's thick shell. Yang Mufeng's rope couldn't control any of them at all, and was thrown to the rock wall by the big turtle's forelimbs. When Ran was originally guarding Jin Liufu to take care of him. When Jin Liufu saw that the situation was so chaotic, he quickly waved his hand and asked her to help. "You go take care of them first, my corner is the safest." When Ran gritted his teeth and said, "Be careful yourself," and turned around to shoot the golden needle to join the battlefield. Jin Liufu lost too much blood and was almost killed by the heat. He actually didn't even have the strength to speak at this time. If he could rest against the wall, he might be able to save some energy. But it is impossible to lean against the wall. If you lean against it, you will definitely be burned and scream. Jin Liufu can only sit on a few backpacks with his back bent, looking here from time to let Li Qiu, and when Ran be careful of Songwon's fireball, and looking over there from time to let Yang Mufeng and Zhou Jinshi be careful not to be hit by the big turtle. After the steam filled the space, Jin Liufu felt that he could not see anything clearly, and his shouting became quieter. He panted, reached out to get a bottle of water from the backpack under his buttocks, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by the mural behind him. The mural depicted an altar with blazing flames, and outside the altar, a group of people were fighting fiercely. Not to mention that it was quite in line with their current state. Jin Liufu pointed at the mural and shouted, "Here, here, come here." Zhou Jinshi used a water wall to block Songwon and the big turtle, pulling one with each hand, and led everyone to gather around Jin Liufu's position. Everyone saw the mural clearly. The shape of the altar was like a large reservoir, with a total of 8 lines and 7 grids on the reservoir. The bottom grid was covered with a scarlet color. It was also this scarlet color that made Jin Liufu notice the mural in the firelight. According to the lines above, the scale of the reservoir is only shallow at this moment, just covering the bottom of the pool. Zhou Jinshi asked everyone to change positions to avoid, and then he used the magic to use the ancient martial arts secrets. The huge water dragon rolled up and down, but the mural was almost motionless except for a little peeling of the wall. On the contrary, because of the excessive movement here, it has attracted the attention of Songwon and others, as if it wanted to pass through the steam to attack them here. Yang Mufeng quickly manipulated the rope, letting the rope act as a cat toy to move the battlefield away from them. "Do you think there is a possibility that this mural is blood-sucking?" Li Qiu pointed to the altar that looked like a reservoir, and the scarlet color with only a small grid. Perhaps afraid that he was not clear, Li Qiu continued, 8 lines represent the 8 of us. 8 lines formed 7 grids, representing 7 people who needed to be bled. The only one among them who was still bleeding was Jean Liufu. Jean Liufu had been stabbed into a hedgehog by Wenran before, and some wounds were too big, so the bleeding could not be stopped at all. Until now, the blood from Jean Liufu's body was still flowing out slowly. But the blood did not seep onto the gauze of the wound, which was the strangest thing. Li Qiu said, while trying to stop her saliva from flowing out. Fortunately, she wore enough masks. I try. Wenran was straightforward and pierced his finger with a golden needle. The huge blood bead on the finger just popped out and disappeared. At the same time, another square on the altar flashed a scarlet. Wenran muttered, "It seems that there is too little blood." As she spoke, she stabbed herself a few more times to enlarge the wound. After more blood flowed out, the scarlet color in the grid finally became a stable mass. Yang Mufeng was stunned. "Do you have a grudge against yourself, Rong Mama?" Jean Liufu nodded quickly. "Indeed, she has the greatest grudge against me, Ziwei. Look at how you stabbed me." Wenran wanted to scold but remembered that she was the one who caused all the injuries on Jean Liufu's body, so she could only turn her face away and was too lazy to talk. Yang Mufeng pointed at Song Wan and the other three. "If that's the case, why haven't they been bleeding? The three of them are the real owners trapped in this room. If there were no outsiders like them, how could this room absorb their blood?" Zhou Jinshi said, "It's the same if you steam them into a mummy. The water in the body is lost first, followed by the blood, until the person completely becomes a dry piece of firewood, which will be crushed with a slight pinch. Everyone has to bleed. How much blood will it take to get out?" Yang Mufeng said, as he cut his finger. 3 of the 7 grids are scarlet now. Li Qiu's guess was not wrong. Then, there are still 4 people's blood missing. Zhou Jinshi cut himself without hesitation, and then rushed into the steam. The magic may still be stained with the blood of zombies. Zhou Jinshi used the water flow to roll up the fragments and hit the palms of the 3 of them. When he came back, he saw Yang Mufeng handing a knife to Li Qiu. "Sister Qiu, don't you have a knife?" "Use mine." Li Qiu hesitated for a long time, and it was neither right to take it nor not to take it. When she was a child, she watched a movie called Blue Blood Man. The blue-blooded people came from Saturn, and their blood was blue when they were injured. The different blood colors mean that they are aliens to humans. Li Qiu's blood was black and red at first. As she ate more and more, and continued to evolve, her blood had completely turned black. Now, if she cuts the wound, everyone here will know that she is an outlier. Wenran said, "Who uses a knife to cut?" "I have a golden needle here, so use mine." Looking at the hand that Wenran held out, Li Qiu didn't know how to speak. Li Qiu had a knife in her left hand, a needle in her right hand, and a folding shovel under her feet, any of which could make her bleed quickly. "Are you afraid of pain? How about I do it?" Yang Mufeng was eager to try. At this moment, Zhou Jinshi came back from the steam. He returned everything in Li Qiu's hand. There are enough people. Others didn't notice anything unusual. After all, Zhou Jinshi was injured if he injured 1 person or 3 people, and their attention turned to the murals. Li Qiu stood behind, tightening her fingers slightly, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Every square on the mural turned scarlet, and the reservoir seemed to have turned into a red cherry cake. "I'm hungry. What about you?" Li Qiu swallowed her saliva. Although she is now a pure carnivore, the taste of various desserts in the past is still hidden in her mind, and she can recall it from time to time. Others nodded one after another. Song Wan and the big turtle had already approached from 2 directions, ready to launch an attack. Zhou Jinshi chopped at the mural again, and this time the mural and the wall fell apart together. The room went dark, and the scorching heat around seemed to dissipate little by little. Room 6 disappeared under everyone's eyes. In the darkness, Jean Liufu cried out, "Who flew on me?" Tang Xianghe climbed up from him dizzily, reached out and touched, and felt a hot and wet liquid that looked like blood. Tang Xianghe cried loudly, "Oh my god, who was killed by me?" Jean Liufu yelled angrily, "I'm not dead yet. Just being hit like this." He went from being seriously injured to being seriously injured. "If he doesn't leave this damn place, he will die." "Zhou Dafu, is that you, Zhou Dafu?" Tang Xianghe still had a sad face. Jean Liufu almost died. "My name is Jean Liufu, you are Zhou Dafu. Don't worry about Dafu and Erfu first, tell me you're hungry, and want to eat mango Dafu." Tang Xianghe quickly helped Jean Liufu up from the ground. "Where are the others?" Wenran coughed a few times, and turned on the flashlight. "Song Wan and I are here." The fire on Song Wan's hair had gone out, but the hair color had changed from the original black-brown to red. Those who don't know may think that this room provides hair dyeing services. But even Huziyu, who was lying quietly, woke up, but Song-won still closed her eyes tightly. She leaned on Wenran's arms, and her breath looked very chaotic. Jean Liufu moved over to check her and concluded she was temporarily unconscious due to excessive use of superpowers and no energy replenishment. Put a few crystal cores in her hand and let her rest well. I guess she will sleep for 3 to 5 days at most. After the natural disaster world, Jean Liufu simply created a superpower medicine. For superpower treatment methods, of course, we must keep up with the times. Hu Ziyu climbed up, still in a daze. What's going on? He was the least injured in this room. It is said that he lost consciousness as soon as he was teleported here, and he has been lying on the stone bed as an unconscious sacrifice during this period. Song-won and Tang Xianghe fought to compete for him as a sacrifice. Li Qiu couldn't help but sigh to Zhou Jinshi. Is this the legendary winning by lying down? Zhou Jinshi said, it seems that the room corresponding to this turntable has a higher number, the more dangerous it is. Hu Ziyu counted the people. The people in room 10 should be Xiaowu, Xuezhen, Fei and Jiang Song. Li Qiu shook his head. Jiang Song is waiting for us at the exit. There are only 3 people in room 10. Wenran felt relieved when he heard that Jiang Xuezhen was in room 10. Sister Xuezhen is reliable. There should be no problem with her. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi looked at each other. Only the 2 of them knew about the origin of Jiang Xuezhen. With multiple personalities, no one knew what would happen in such a weird environment. So the situation in room 10 might be worse than before. Hu Ziyu looked around. How about this, we split up. Divide the supplies into 2 parts, the injured wait here, and the uninjured go to room 10. No one agreed to this plan. Li Qiu pointed to the turntable. If it weren't for this prop, we might not be able to get out so easily. Indeed. We finally got together, and it's a bit dangerous to separate again. Have you heard of that saying, disaster movies don't stick together, ghost movies don't go alone? It's obvious that we are encountering ghosts now, and we can't separate. Wenran suddenly thought, there are 8 of us now. When the door of room 10 opens, if we block the door, and you take Sister Xuezhen and the others out, can it be considered a clearance? She said it a little confusingly, but Li Qiu understood. Let's try. 10 minutes later, Li Qiu turned the door handle of room 10. Yang Mufeng, Jean Liufu, Song-won and Hu Ziyu blocked the door and prevented it from closing. Li Qiu and the other 4 rushed into the room to look for someone. However, just as they walked 1 meter away from the door disappeared. The room expanded outwards, including Yang Mufeng and the other 4. Yang Mufeng looked gloomy. It seems that this method doesn't work. Hu Ziyu laughed. Classmate Dafeng, we are human, how can human be smarter than ghosts? Don't you think so? That's right, otherwise why is there a word called sly ghosts? Tang Xianghe also laughed. The space of room 10 was beyond everyone's imagination. Li Qiu made a conservative estimate. This place is larger than all the previous rooms combined, almost the same size as the entire hospital. To be precise, this place is not even a room, but a vast wilderness. At first, everyone thought that they were stepping on the green plants of the house garden, but looking forward, there were grasslands, jungles, and it seemed that there were swamps and snow-capped mountains. It was incredible enough that so many different landforms appeared in the same area. Is this still the earth? Tang Xianghe swallowed his saliva and showed a kind of respect for nature from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Jinshi said, be careful, it may be an illusion. Jean Liufu's face was frighteningly pale. He sat on the ground with a weak voice, like a mosquito. I wait for you at the door, you go find it. It's not that he didn't want to find it, but he would hurt his wound every time he took a step. If it was normal, he could still scream to distract his attention, but in this ghost place, he was afraid that shouting would attract a more powerful master, so he kept holding it in and didn't dare to scream in pain. Instead of taking action to increase everyone's burden, it's better to stay here honestly. Zhou Jinshi nodded. Then let's follow the previous grouping. The 4 of you stay here to support, and the 4 of us will go to find someone. It's not necessary for all 4 of you to stay behind? I go with you. Hu Ziyu was eager to try. Zhou Jinshi shook his head. It's safer for you to stay here. 2 of the 3 of them are injured and 1 is unconscious. If there is any emergency, you can still handle it with you, and you can hold on until we come back. Hu Ziyu thought about it, and sat back next to the 3 people. Yang Mufeng touched his throat, with the marks of strangulation still not gone. Brother Hu, just sit with us honestly. The 4 of them will definitely be fine. You wounded soldiers should eat something good to replenish your body. Hu Ziyu looked like he was going to start cooking. Under the expectant gazes of Yang Mufeng and Jean Liufu, he took out an iron lunch box, several bottles of hot water, and instant noodles with chicken stewed with mushrooms, and shrimp, and fish cake flavors from his backpack. This is what you said was good? Yang Mufeng said disappointedly. I would rather eat noodles than buy these two. Huziyu was dissatisfied. If you are not satisfied, don't eat it, and don't drool in my lunch box. Yang Mufeng immediately put on a smile. I will eat. I will light the fire for you. He immediately went to find some dead branches and leaves nearby, and threw the alcohol cubes in his bag into the bag. Before leaving, each of them prepared the necessary survival supplies in their backpacks. Those who made fires for warmth and cold weather brought the most. Huziyu was a retired soldier, and was good at surviving in the wild. He built a fire on the spot and boiled hot water. Soon, the instant noodles in the lunch box began to emit a bubbling aroma. Songwon was still unconscious, and the three of them ignored her for the time being. The three of them wolfed down several packets of instant noodles. Huziyu burped, still a little unsatisfied. I also brought a few sausages. Why don't we eat them too? Seeing the ham sausage, Jin Liufu hesitated. Why do I feel that it is a bit expired? Impossible. The shelf life is 12 months, and it can be kept for at least 3 months. Huziyu pointed at the casing packaging. The packaging did show that it would expire in 3 months, and the temperature outside was still low, which met the storage conditions. Yang Mufeng moved his nose and took another bite. Brother Hu, I also feel it's bad when I eat it. He swallowed it. During the natural disaster, with their ability, it was not a particularly severe shortage of food. But these industrial snacks before the natural disaster were very precious, so they were eaten in small amounts. Even if they were spoiled, Yang Mufeng was reluctant to spit them out. Huziyu was puzzled. He turned his backpack upside down, and a lot of his food fell out. In addition to ham sausage, there were also several packages of braised eggs, braised chicken legs, chocolate, and even a bottle of ergotu. Yang Mufeng quickly picked up a braised egg. Thanks, brother Hu. You were born in the year of the rabbit, so you're so quick. Huziyu threw a piece of chocolate to Jin Liufu. You've lost too much blood. Eat this, it has sugar. Jin Liufu smiled and took a few bites, but before he swallowed it, he heard Yang Mufeng say, Oh no, the braised eggs are also spoiled. Several people poured out the food in their bags. Good guy, no matter whether it was expired or not, it was all spoiled. This place is bigger than Li Qiu expected. It can be said to be endless. In order to determine the direction, Li Qiu and the other 4 kept walking north. The sun was hanging high in that place, but the sunlight on the body was cold, just like the pale and cold light in the hospital. As they walked, they called each other on the intercom, but there was always an electric current on the other side. Stop and rest first. Zhou Jinshi pointed to the bushes not far away. Tang Xianghe was already tired, and he felt as if he had been pardoned after hearing this. He ran to the edge of the bushes in 3 or 2 steps, and didn't care what was on the ground. He just looked up and fell down. Before Tang Xianghe fell to the ground, Li Qiu, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed him and said, Stop. Tang Xianghe's face turned pale with fear. Qiu. Sister Qiu. What's wrong? Li Qiu took a breath and pointed at his lower body. Zhou Jinshi immediately stepped forward and pulled Tang Xianghe 2 or 3 meters away. The ground was covered with brown ants. They were frantically crawling around in groups because they were disturbed. It's the army ants, go! Zhou Jinshi called the 3 to leave quickly. The army ants are the most aggressive among the ants. They often appear in overwhelming numbers, collectively tearing up the same prey and eating it, and then marching to the next target. The army ants here are almost as thick as a thumb. When they gather together, their fighting power is so terrifying that I can't imagine it. Before the army ants followed the breath, Zhou Jinshi poured several streams of water on the ground. The water blocked their breath, causing the army ants to turn around in confusion. Li Qiu noticed that Zhou Jinshi was not in a good state. Don't use your superpowers for now. Others also realized that Zhou Jinshi had been using water superpowers from the time he entered to the time he came out of room 6 to cool everyone down. He is not a machine, and there is a limit to how much he uses. Everyone found a place with shade. Huh? Zhou Jinshi absorbed a B-level crystal core, and his face looked much better. Others also took this opportunity to replenish their superpowers, food, and water. Zhou Jinshi's problem was solved, but now Li Qiu's problem came again. She was hungry. But there was no food left in her backpack. Li Qiu's breathing became slow and heavy, and she felt that her legs were entangled by at least hundreds of lead balls, and she couldn't move at all. She couldn't help but look at Zhou Jinshi's exposed arm, and swallowed her saliva. When Ram wanted to give Li Qiu a pack of milk, but suddenly found that Li Qiu fell to the ground weakly, and looked at Zhou Jinshi with a strange look. Although everyone has always wanted to match them up, the look in Li Qiu's eyes when looking at Zhou Jinshi at this time has nothing to do with the word affectionate. Instead, it feels like when you are starving, looking at the open takeaway and ready to pounce on it to eat. I must have seen it wrong. How can the two of them be in a relationship of starving ghosts and takeaways? When Rand shook his head. When Rand walked to Li Qiu's side and subconsciously looked up at the sky, "Sister Qiu, what's wrong with you? Did you get heat stroke?" Compared with the high-temperature sauna in room 6, this little bit of sun is nothing. Is it a problem caused by steaming in room 6? Hearing her question, Tang Xianghe was originally planning to come over to see, but was stopped by Zhou Jinshi. And when Rand was also called by Zhou Jinshi to a place some distance away from Li Qiu, he asked, "Do you have any canned meat?" Zhou Jinshi paused. She has a disease that will cause her to go into shock if she doesn't eat meat. She's having an attack now. He rarely lies, but when he does, his eyes tend to blink at a high frequency. Luckily, no one around him noticed his expression at this time. This excuse is really a bit lame, and normal people would ask where such a disease exists. But Tang Xianghe and when Ram were frantically searching. All the food related to meat was put into Zhou Jinshi's arms, namely, 1 can of luncheon meat, 1 can of curried lamb, 1 can of braised pork, 1 can of carp and tomato sauce, for braised eggs, and 2 shredded squid. That's enough. You guys go explore the way first. In 10 minutes, I take her to meet you. We can still help if we stay here, Tang Xianghe said. When Rand dragged him away, "Can you stop being a light bulb?" Tang Xianghe reacted and walked away happily. He walked so fast that he could not see his back soon. Zhou Jinshi breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were all far away and could not see the scene here. He had a lot of pork jerky in his bag, which he took out now. Li Qiu said that animal meat could barely solve some hunger, and it was just right for emergency use at this time. After passing through room 10, there should be a lot of zombies in the hospital. Thinking of this, Zhou Jinshi turned around. A figure had already rushed over from a distance. It was called rushing, but in Zhou Jinshi's eyes, it was actually slow motion. As long as he wanted to dodge, he would definitely dodge. But in a flash, Zhou Jinshi was pressed down on the withered grass by Li Qiu. Chapter 94. When Ran and Tang Xianghe actually didn't walk far, only about 700 to 800 meters away, waiting at the bottom of a slope. This place is in the shade, can block the sun, can attack or defend. If you encounter an enemy, take a gun and put it on the slope, it will be a perfect firing point. There is nothing to do now. Tang Xianghe sat on a stone to rest, stuffed a handful of seaweed into his mouth. He frowned after just a few bites. Normal seaweed has a salty fragrance and a crispy taste. But the ones Tang Xianghe ate had a musty and sour smell, and the taste was soft. He turned it over and found that the whole bag had the same problem. Tang Xianghe thought for 3 seconds and still spit out the seaweed. Although the psychic has a strong physique, it is too miserable to have a stomachache and diarrhea at this time. What an outrageous scene it would be to be chased by zombies while having diarrhea. He saw when Ram was also about to unwrap the seaweed, so he quickly advised her, "This is bad. I have something else here. Do you want some instant noodles?" Most of the other food in the bag had gone bad, and some were even rotten. Fortunately, instant noodles were fried at high temperatures to dry out the moisture, and preservatives were added, so they were barely edible. When Rand checked and concluded, the speed of time in room 10 may be different from that outside, and these foods are rotting too quickly. Anyway, she didn't really want to eat, so she simply didn't eat. When Rand walked to the side for more than 10 meters, and piled up a few large stones to use as stepping stones. After standing on them, he kept looking in the direction they came from. Didn't Captain Zhou say that we only need to wait for 10 minutes? What are you looking at? Tang Xianghe looked at Wen Ran in surprise. Wen Ran looked at it, and a strange smile appeared on his face, which was very creepy. Thinking of what happened after entering Belan City, Tang Xianghe reasonably suspected that Wen Ran was possessed by a ghost, and his eyes instantly became alert. It happened that Tang Xianghe was about to sprinkle the chili powder bag on the instant noodles. If Wen Ran was really possessed by a ghost, then he would directly sprinkle the chili powder on Wen Ran's face, and then run over to warn Zhou Jinshi and the others. Tang Xianghe was just imagining it, and suddenly saw Wen Ran waving at him. "Just come and see it yourself." Tang Xianghe thought, "It's over, he is really possessed by a ghost, and he is going to call me over to harm me." Seeing that he was daydreaming and nervous, Wen Ran raised his voice a few degrees. "Do you want to see it?" "I won't see it." Tang Xianghe shook his head like a rattle, with a face full of resistance. Wen Ran said regretfully, "Then I can only see it myself. The couple I support are finally together." Ghosts definitely don't support couples. Tang Xianghe screamed ah, jumped up suddenly, and walked all the way to Wen Ran's side. He dug up the dirt on the slope, half of his foot stepped on the piled up rocks, and followed Wen Ran's gaze to look into the distance. From their perspective, Zhou Jinshi and Li Qiu were one below and one above. Their bodies were almost overlapping, and they were rolling around. It's a pity that their heads were blocked by the wild grass, so they couldn't see clearly. Tang Xianghe was already very tall, and he tiptoed and stretched his neck like a giraffe. When he found that he still couldn't see, he looked desperate. Oh my god, it's a natural mosaic. Wen Ran rolled his eyes speechlessly. Can you have some healthy thoughts? Blue sky, white clouds, grassland breeze, pure love, right? It's still healthy. Pure love? Tang Xianghe's eyes were about to widen. It's healthier than you think anyway. Forget it, forget it. The conversation was not going well, so Wen Ran pushed Tang Xianghe off the big rock. The two did not continue to look back, so they didn't know how fierce the fight in the distance was. Li Qiu always thought that she had no fighting power when she was about to faint from hunger, but that was just what she thought. In fact, the strengthening of the body by the body of the zombie king made Li Qiu's seemingly small body suppress Zhou Jinshi, who grew up practicing martial arts for many years. If Zhou Jinshi hadn't blocked it with the blade of the magic technique, he would have become the most loyal new subordinate of the zombie king. The magic technique seemed very dissatisfied that it was lying between the two of them, but there was no blood. It kept shaking violently, trying to break free and really hit Li Qiu. Zhou Jinshi needed to block the magic, but also to prevent the magic from really hurting Li Qiu. The strength in between was really hard to control, and Zhou Jinshi was sweating profusely after a while. He had never had such a difficult and unpleasant fight. The victim Li Qiu obviously had no idea of the trouble she had caused Zhou Jinshi. Her mask, scarf, and hat had been torn off by herself a long time ago. In Li Qiu's current consciousness, she was sitting next to the grill at the barbecue stall. The grill was filled with all kinds of squid, butter, chicken legs, pig's trotters. Saliva flowed out of her mouth uncontrollably, and her body subconsciously leaned towards these foods. But these foods seemed to have grown hands and feet. Not only could they run, but they also wanted to tie her up. How could she bear this? Ordinary ropes could not tie up Li Qiu at all, and the rope broke when she raised her hand lightly. The fangs in her mouth grew out uncontrollably, bearing and flashing cold light. She opened her mouth and aimed at Zhou Jinshi's neck, with a clear goal. As long as she bit open the carotid artery, she could drink enough blood and eat delicious meat. Zhou Jinshi quickly covered his whole body with his supernatural power, and his whole body was as slippery as water. In other words, he was no different from water at this moment. He walked around behind Li Qiu, unpacked the pork jerky with his hands at a fast speed, and then poured the whole bag into Li Qiu's hand. Li Qiu subconsciously stuffed the things in his hand into his mouth. Chew, chew, chew. Pork jerky, a chewy and tough food, was as fragile as a piece of paper in Li Qiu's mouth. Although the pork jerky had gone bad, it was tasteless food to Li Qiu anyway, and the taste didn't make any difference. Zhou Jinshi had eaten all the pork jerky in the blink of an eye. Just now, when Li Qiu was stuffing meat to eat, a piece of pork jerky fell to the ground, covered with grass and dust. Li Qiu was about to squat to pick it up, but was stopped. It's dirty, don't eat it. After he knew that Li Qiu was a zombie, and needed zombie meat to fill his stomach, he would carefully wash it with water every time he went out to chop zombies, to ensure that each reserve food was clean. Zhou Jinshi tore more meat snacks, and opened the package for her. He was not a person who loved snacks, and he didn't get close to smell it, but he also vaguely realized that these foods seemed to be rotting at an alarming rate. But now there is nothing else besides these. Li Qiu, holding the pile of dried meat and canned meat snacks, finally stopped attacking Zhou Jinshi, sat on the ground and started eating. Zhou Jinshi watched from the side. In just a few seconds, Li Qiu had nothing to eat. He realized that these were just a drop in the bucket. In order to make Li Qiu full, at least a larger prey was needed. Wait for me here. If you are really hungry, eat this. But don't eat it all at once, eat one or two at a time. Zhou Jinshi put another bag of crystal cores next to Li Qiu, regardless of whether she could understand it or not, just told her so. Although the crystal cores could not make Li Qiu feel full, they were something that could make Li Qiu eat and increase her superpowers, and it would delay the time a little bit. Zhou Jinshi quickly returned to the place where the army ants were just now. The large number of army ants meant that there must be food nearby that was worth their full efforts. Zhou Jinshi thought, even if the food was a ghost, as long as it could fill Li Qiu's stomach, he would bring it back. The two people who were waiting in the distance, and were sleepy began to look back again and again. When Ren said, although I didn't bring a watch, It must have been more than 10 minutes. I feel like an hour has passed. Why haven't they come yet? Tang Xianghe stood high and saw far. I don't know where did they go. Neither Zhou Jinshi nor Li Qiu were there long ago. The two ran over in a hurry, and saw only the food packaging bags gathered together. The food was eaten cleanly, without even a trace of residue. Fortunately, the weeds here are very tall, and you can judge which direction the people went by the shape of the grass being pressed down. Why are they not going in the same direction? How should I know? Then where are we going? How should I know? Then what do you know? When Ran was angry, Tang Xianghe wavered left and right and pointed in a random direction. Whatever, let's go this way. They were going the same way that Li Qiu had gone. Li Qiu didn't know where she was going. She had already stuffed the crystal core left by Zhou Jinshi into her mouth and ate it up like peas. After eating the crystal core, the trunk of the supernatural tree in Li Qiu's mind grew stronger. It was not luxuriant, but at least it was deeply rooted. But her satiety did not improve, because in this place, she was hungry several times faster than outside. The only lucky thing was that she was much more awake than before thanks to those meat snacks. The instinct to eat, and the idea of not harming her companions were playing a game in her mind. While Li Qiu was still conscious, she slowly walked towards the place without fragrance. As luck would have it, it was a downhill road. Li Qiu tripped over a rock and fell to the ground, rolling smoothly into a valley. The turntable rolled down with her. The valley was filled with fog, and ordinary people couldn't see the road clearly. But Li Qiu wasn't an ordinary person. She didn't need to see the road at all, and walked purely on instinct. She had to hide in a place where it was difficult for people to find her, so as not to bite her companions when she was unconscious. What ran in? A voice came from the fog. The voice sounded like a throat hurt by swallowing countless broken glass, and it sounded spooky. Li Qiu swallowed her saliva and didn't speak. If it were any other time, she could chat with the ghost, but now she had to save her strength. If she started to speak, the last bit of strength would be consumed, and then it would be over. After finding that Li Qiu didn't speak, the thing was obviously angry, and it walked out of the fog, wanting to see what Li Qiu was. It was a ghost holding a paintbrush, and its head was a huge paint tray. The most colorful color was the same as human blood. It stretched out its paintbrush and pierced Li Qiu's chest, laughing strangely. Hee, if you die, the turntable will be mine. I can finally escape, ha ha. Genius little painter, how could I be trapped by you? The painter ghost laughed up to the sky, stretched out his hand to pick up the turntable at Li Qiu's feet, and suddenly felt a pain in his body. It looked up and saw that Li Qiu was not only alive. He also pulled out his paintbrush and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 95. The painter ghost saw Li Qiu swallowing the paintbrush without any scruples, and his heart, which was not warm to begin with, was frozen into a lump of ice. The paintbrush is a part of the painter ghost's body, and it is also the source of its power. Without the paintbrush, even if he could leave the turntable world, it would be meaningless. Sister, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The painter ghost knelt down in front of Li Qiu with great backbone, and cried so sincerely. Li Qiu just habitually stuffed the things in her hand into her mouth, and didn't pay attention to what they were. Soon she spit out the paintbrush from her mouth. She only eats meat, which her stomach cannot digest. But the blood on the paintbrush was digested cleanly by her saliva. The painter ghost's eyes widened. The blood on the paintbrush just now was Li Qiu's. This person even drank his own blood. Evil. Too evil. He is simply unforgivable. Li Qiu didn't have time to care about the painter ghost's astonishment. She looked down at the wound on her chest, and slowly sewed it with needle and thread. The seamless effect is very significant, but the energy consumed is not small. Li Qiu's eyes were almost green with hunger. Her eyes swept over the painter ghost. Are you the ghost locked in room 10? The turntable belongs to the gauze man. The ghosts in the turntable are most likely forced, captured or tricked into it by the gauze man. The painter ghost didn't know how long he had been locked up here. He had long forgotten who locked him in. He only knew that it was a guy holding a turntable. Now when he heard Li Qiu ask this kind of question, he knew that the turntable had changed its owner. The painter ghost sneered. It's not just me who is locked up here. There are ghosts ahead, who are more evil than me. As a painter ghost, it especially likes to use human blood as paint. Spouting out from the aorta, blood splatters in a jet-like manner, presenting various uneven shapes. Painting at this time is the real art. But it likes to give people a quickie, unlike the one behind it, who has 10,000 ways to torture humans. The next second, the painter ghost heard Li Qiu say, since there are other ghosts ahead, you lead the way. The painter ghost went from being shocked to sobbing. I won't go. It will kill me. Li Qiu was very confused. Aren't you dead in the first place? You have become a ghost, and you are still not dead. The painter ghost choked. Then I won't go anyway. Ah. I was planning to eat other ghosts, but since you are unwilling to lead the way, I can only eat your paintbrush first and then eat you. Li Qiu smiled while touching the turntable, and his fangs were deliberately exposed. The painter ghost said oh, and immediately changed his words. But then again, who made me a good ghost who likes to lead the way for others? Then he stood silently in front to lead the way for Li Qiu. Li Qiu followed the painter ghost through the thick fog and gradually came to an orange grove. The land here was cultivated neatly, and even the spacing between each fruit tree was exactly the same, which was very comfortable for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. But the owner of the orange grove obviously didn't know how to take care of the fruit trees. These orange trees didn't even produce an orange. Passing through the orange grove, 3 houses came into view. A thatched house, a wooden house, and another brick house. Vegetables and flowers were planted outside the 3 houses. Unfortunately, these plants, like the unfortunate orange grove, looked very poorly grown. The painter ghost didn't dare to move forward at all. It looked at Li Qiu pleadingly. Sister, please give me the brush back. I have already led you the way. Li Qiu looked down at it. They are all ghosts. Why are you so afraid of them? The painter ghost didn't care about being embarrassed. It's just a lunatic. It thinks that the crops are not good because the fertilizer is not good. So it will turn everything near here into fertilizer. The painter ghost was quick-witted and pulled the brush from Li Qiu's hand and ran away quickly. The painter ghost finally ran back to its territory and suddenly felt a creature approaching in the mist. After learning from Li Qiu's previous lesson, the painter ghost was much more cautious this time. It planned to do something silent without making a sound. When the brush poked over, the painter ghost had already imagined the slippery and hot feeling of blood spurting out. It must be able to draw the most artistic painting with fresh blood. But this time, the brush poked something hard. Do we have to walk so slowly? When Ran has been walking behind Tang Xianghe. As soon as he saw the fog, Tang Xianghe activated his beastly ability and formed a huge tortoiseshell protective shield. The defense level of the 5th level ability can be imagined, but the speed also slowed down accordingly. Tang Xianghe said, it will be faster once we pass through this fog. Better safe than sorry, there must be close-range killing in the foggy places in horror movies. When Ran pondered for a moment, I think you are right. I will try it too. She opened her palms and fired dozens of golden needles in all directions. Some of them were blocked by something after breaking through the air, and they were not as far as others. When Ran said, there really is something. Tang Xianghe felt something hard under his feet. You hit a stone. What stone? Isn't this a pallet? When Ran leaned over and looked at the things on the ground. They are all red paint. Don't worry about it. It's more important to find Sister Qiu. The two of them sped up a little and passed through the thick fog. Li Qiu walked into the thatched house closest to her first. The thatched house was built very sloppily as its name suggests. Li Qiu stood inside and felt that the house would collapse in the next second. This room was filled with various agricultural tools. The second room was a wooden house, where some agricultural products were placed. These things had already decayed at a high speed, and you could still vaguely see that they were dry radishes, cabbage leaves that were gnawed by insects, and potatoes the size of quail eggs. Although they were not planted well, each crop had its own exclusive display rack, and different labels were made with leaves, which looked like a crop exhibition hall. Li Qiu thought, this ghost really has no talent for growing vegetables, but why does he love to grow them so much? The third brick house is much stronger, and has one more floor than the previous 2 houses. Li Qiu saw simple wooden furniture on the first floor, which had deep bloodstains on them, and there were traces of bloody prey being dragged on the floor. If you listen carefully, the chewing sounds come from underground. There is also a basement here. In the basement, Zhang Xuezhen, A Fei and Lu Xiaowu were neatly locked in cells. Zhang Xuezhen was locked up alone on the left, while A Fei and Lu Xiaowu were locked up on the right. A Fei was chewing the food Zhang Xuezhen threw to him. He was crawling on the ground chewing, just like a dog. Lu Xiaowu was dying in the corner, with many deep teeth marks on his body, which were obviously A Fei's masterpiece. If Zhang Xuezhen hadn't been throwing food to A Fei, Lu Xiaowu might have been bitten to death by A Fei. While A Fei was eating, Zhang Xuezhen shouted, "Don't be afraid, I drugged him. I throw you an electric saw later, you hold it in your mouth and saw the lock open." Lu Xiaowu nodded and wanted to speak, but he made a mooing sound. As soon as he finished mooing, he heard footsteps coming from the stairs in the basement, and his pupils immediately showed a look of fear. Moo moo moo. It's back. Zhang Xuezhen also frowned. If it was back, their escape plan would be ruined again. You are here. The voice came from the darkness, weak but so familiar. Zhang Xuezhen stood up suddenly. You are here. Li Qiu walked out of the shadows. Every step was very slow, almost dragging. The last time we parted, everyone was still high-spirited and full of vitality. This time, one was so hungry that his eyes were black and dizzy, and 3 were locked in the cell, each in their own embarrassment. Zhang Xuezhen noticed that something was wrong with Li Qiu, and took something out of the space. I am welded here and can't move. I throw the food to you. A bag of reserve food was thrown to the door of the cell by Zhang Xuezhen. Li Qiu could take out the meat as long as he held it upright. The meat began to rot rapidly from the moment it was taken out of the space, but Li Qiu didn't care at all. The crazy eating was similar to Ah Fei in the cell. Lu Xiaowu was covered in wounds, and it was not clear what Li Qiu was eating. He just found that after Li Qiu finished eating the pile of food, he suddenly looked energetic. Not only did his walking speed return to normal, but his voice also became heavier. How did you get into this state? Li Qiu clenched her fists. She had plenty of strength now, and it felt like it was not difficult to break the cell with one punch. Zhang Xuezhen shook her head. No, using brute force on this cell will have a counter effect. Li Qiu tried it a little, and then lightly punched the door, and it was immediately bounced away. Try this. Zhang Xuezhen threw out the saw, axe, and hammer. Don't touch the door, just break the lock. 5 minutes later, Li Qiu successfully sawed open the door on Zhang Xuezhen's side. After she walked in, she saw that Zhang Xuezhen's legs seemed to be welded to the ground. No wonder Zhang Xuezhen hadn't moved, and had no chance to unlock it. Zhang Xuezhen spoke quickly. This place is very weird. After we came in, I turned into a scarecrow, Ah Fei turned into a dog, and Lu Xiaowu turned into a cow. Lu Xiaowu and I were still conscious, but Ah Fei was eating, and now the sleeping pills took effect, and he lay on the ground and began to sleep soundly. Li Qiu immediately picked up the saw. I opened their locks first. As soon as the locks were opened, there were footsteps again at the entrance of the basement. Quick! Zhang Xuezhen shouted at Li Qiu. The two of them really had a tacit understanding. As soon as she finished shouting, Li Qiu quickly opened the door, and hid behind Zhang Xuezhen. The cell was dark, and nothing could be seen clearly. The door was ajar, and the padlock was still on it, which looked like it was still locked. The ghost who came in was wearing a straw hat, holding a hoe in his hand, wearing a sweatshirt, and wearing liberation shoes on his feet. It was a standard outfit for a person working in the fields. His voice was as muddy as soup that had been stored for 10 days and 10 nights. My scarecrow, who are you talking to just now? Zhang Xuezhen looked at him coldly without saying anything. With his hands behind his back, he signaled Li Qiu to be ready and run away immediately if something went wrong. The straw hat ghost got closer and closer. I forgot that my scarecrow can't speak. If it could, I would sew her mouth shut. It walked to the cell next to it, and found Ah Fei sleeping soundly, so it hit the cage with a hoe in dissatisfaction. Dead dog, sleeping in broad daylight. But the violent knocking couldn't wake Ah Fei up. The straw hat ghost pushed the door open angrily, and suddenly exclaimed, Didn't I lock the door? Chapter 96. Moo moo. Just when Zhang Xuezhen and Li Qiu thought they were about to be discovered, the weak mooing of a cow attracted the attention of the straw hat ghost. What a cow! How did you get bitten like this by a dead dog? The straw hat ghost squatted in front of Lu Xiaowu, and pulled away the hay that blocked him. Without the hay, Li Qiu could see Lu Xiaowu's 2 legs that were already showing bones through the prison door. Her pupils suddenly dilated. The straw hat ghost continued to talk to himself. The owner of the turntable promised to give me half. In this case, I can eat 1.5 people. What a cow, the dead dog is 1, and you are half. Alas, it would be great if we could eat both. It kept mumbling for a long time. Li Qiu understood what it meant. The owner of the turntable was the gauze ghost. The straw hat ghost was probably very powerful, so the condition for it to be locked up here was to share half of the food that passed by here. Now it intends to dig the flesh off Lu Xiaowu's arms. If it digs any more, Lu Xiaowu will surely die. Li Qiu certainly cannot watch the straw hat ghost do it. She squatted behind Zhang Xuezhen and said, This cow is already sick. If you eat it, you will get mad cow disease. The voice of a second person suddenly appeared in the cell, and the straw hat ghost stood up suddenly. Its eyes were dark, without any light, and it looked directly in the direction of Zhang Xuezhen. My lovely scarecrow, are you talking? Heavy footsteps moved towards Zhang Xuezhen's cell. At the same time, Li Qiu stretched out her hand and slid it to right on Zhang Xuezhen's palm. It's me. I was afraid that you would die from mad cow disease, so I learned to speak in a hurry. Li Qiu continued to deal with it. Good scarecrow. The Straw Hat Ghost smiled, and moved closer and closer step by step. When he was only 2 steps away from Zhang Xuezhen, Li Qiu burst out from the shadows, and slammed the folding shovel on the Straw Hat Ghost's head. In a fight, hit the head first, and then proceed to the next step after the opponent is stunned. This is the method summed up by Li Qiu in practice. But when Li Qiu shoveled it down, the shovel made a sound of violent metal collision, and the folding shovel died gloriously and broke directly into 2 pieces. The Straw Hat Ghost looked like a straw hat on his head, but in fact, I don't know what material it is made of. It is even stronger than the door of a bank vault. How dare you come to me with a turntable? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and take the turntable away? The Straw Hat Ghost looked at Li Qiu with a gloomy face, obviously very dissatisfied with Li Qiu's attack just now. At this time, the momentum must not be lost. Li Qiu also glared back fiercely. Since I dared to come, I must be sure. If I didn't come, you might have eaten up my rations. The Straw Hat Ghost didn't know what to say for a while, and his face showed an embarrassment of being exposed. After a long time, the Straw Hat Ghost said sinisterly, "It's not the first day you know that I never keep my word." Li Qiu, She stood up straight and pointed to the side. Of course, I know you don't keep your word. But as tolerant as I am willing to give you a chance to negotiate terms. As long as you give me these people, I can teach you how to grow those crops. Just like the elevator ghost said, ghosts need to rely on enduring resentment and obsession to condense into entities and become powerful. Every ghost has things they want to do in their ghost life. The elevator ghost keeps making people jump off buildings. The painter ghost collects human blood to paint, and the Straw Hat Ghost is even more obvious. Its love for farming surpasses anyone else. The Straw Hat Ghost narrowed his eyes and tried to see Li Qiu's appearance clearly. You are the only one who can farm? Li Qiu held his breath. Fortunately, the Straw Hat Ghost's eyesight was not very good, and he didn't recognize the difference between Li Qiu and the gauze ghost. Anyway, she and the gauze ghost both smelled dead. Li Qiu said, "Answer me first. Do you need me to teach you how to farm? If I teach you, you will give them freedom and let me take them all away." When Zhang Shui heard that this sentence was needed, her eyes really moved. She knew that Li Qiu was activating his supernatural power again. As expected, the Straw Hat Ghost agreed. But it asked Li Qiu to teach first before it would let people go. Anyway, the supernatural power of responding to requests must first help the other party complete the established conditions before it can take effect. Li Qiu had no objection. She took 2 thick books and some growth liquid from Zhang Xuezhen's hands behind her back. Look carefully, Crop Planting Encyclopedia and Flower, and Grass Planting Encyclopedia. These are books that humans treasure. And this growth liquid can improve the soil and seeds. It can not only make the seeds grow fast and well, but also prevent and control pests. Li Qiu threw these things in front of the Straw Hat Ghost. The Straw Hat Ghost picked them up with disdain. You are really embarrassing. You actually think human things are good. Li Qiu rolled his eyes. Then if you have the ability, don't look at it, don't use it. Your carrots will always be the size of chopsticks. The Straw Hat Ghost was very stubborn. My carrots are thumb-sized. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Are there any other good methods? If you want to teach, teach them all at once. Of course there are. Li Qiu then took out an old arrow. Music can also soothe the emotions of plants and increase their survival rate and yield. The Straw Hat Ghost stared at the arrow. You are not lying to me, try playing it. But he had just flipped through the 2 books, which were written in great detail. This made the Straw Hat Ghost really believe that Li Qiu was a master of farming. This is not called playing, this is called playing. But I can't play, the scarecrow next to me can. If you let her go free, she will play for you. Li Qiu pointed at Zhang Xuezhen. The arrow was of course Zhang Xuezhen. She grew up in such a wealthy family and practiced various musical instruments when she was a child. My mother insisted that she practice the piano, but Zhang Xuezhen herself liked the arrow. The Straw Hat Ghost hesitated. I finally found such a good scarecrow. Li Qiu also knew how to negotiate with the Straw Hat Ghost. That's a pity. Your plants can't hear the music and won't grow. A few seconds later, Zhang Xuezhen felt her legs regain consciousness. Her lower body could finally move. The Straw Hat Ghost shoved the arrow to her viciously. Play! Zhang Xuezhen was not vague and directly played the most famous arrow piece Erquin Ingwe. The Straw Hat Ghost suddenly stopped moving while listening, as if immersed in the world of this song. At the end of the song, Li Qiu waved his hand. Now I'm done teaching, I'm going to take them away. The Straw Hat Ghost suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Li Qiu's neck. I've said it before, I'm a ghost who doesn't keep his word. You still want to leave? Leave your turntable here. The cow is going to die anyway, so you can make a new one. Of course, if you have a new way to farm, I can let you. Before it finished speaking, it suddenly felt a chill on its head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Zhang Xuezhen had already reached out and taken off the straw hat on its head. Without the straw hat, there was no source of power. The Straw Hat Ghost finally panicked, and the force that was pinching Li Qiu began to loosen. Li Qiu easily turned the tables and stepped on the Straw Hat Ghost. Now, restore them to their original state. The Straw Hat Ghost looked at Li Qiu with resentment. I absolutely will not promise you. The harsher the words, the more contrary to one's own heart. The Straw Hat Ghost had no idea why its body was out of control, and was actually following Li Qiu's orders. Zhang Xuezhen quickly helped up Lu Xiaowu, who was barely breathing, and a Fei, who had just transformed from a dog into a human and was still barking. You go first. Li Qiu gestured. The effect of whatever you asked for was activated, and she and the Straw Hat Ghost still had a score to settle. Zhang Xuezhen had just dragged the two people out of the basement when she was almost shot by the golden needle. When Ran? She looked up. It was when Ran, Tang Xianghe, who came. Tang Xianghe was really timid, and he had been using the beast defense all the way. When he got here, he was sweating all over, his face was pale, and there were signs of overuse of supernatural powers. At this time, he didn't care about himself and hurried over to help. The two of them helped to lift the people up, and suddenly heard a few screams from the basement. After surviving the disaster, Lu Xiaowu was still in the mood to laugh. Sister Qiu is still powerful, even ghosts are afraid of her. He started to cough violently while laughing, and then he completely fainted. A Fei, who was half asleep and half awake, was splashed with several basins of cold water, and was slapped twice by Tang Xianghe, and finally woke up. He wanted to ask where this was, but when he opened his mouth, he heard a lot of barking. A Fei suddenly covered his mouth and looked at the people in front of him in horror. A few minutes later, Li Qiu also came out of the basement, accompanied by the sound of shaking the earth. Sister Qiu, how did you torture the ghost? It screamed so desperately. Tang Xianghe was very curious. Li Qiu said, oh, I told it that its farming skills are the worst I have ever seen in my life. The flow of time in this place is abnormal. Even if it grows good plants, they will rot immediately. It will be useless to grow them for a lifetime. And I will burn down its vegetable garden, and house, and finally erect a monument in the ashes, saying that I am the worst ghost in the world at farming. Then it got mad. It wanted to hoe me with a hoe, but I was wearing its hat, so it was rebounded by its own power, and ended up hammering itself to death. She was still turning the Straw Hat Ghost's hat in her hand, and put it back on her head. When Ren finally stabilized the shaking of her body, and asked loudly, what's going on with the earthquake now? Li Qiu also answered loudly, I don't know. Let's get out first. Several people helped each other, and hurried away from here. But both the sky and the ground were shaking, and it was not the Straw Hat Ghost's problem at all. Where is Zhou Jinshi? Has anyone seen him? Li Qiu suddenly asked while running. Tang Xianghe said, didn't you two stay alone before? When Ran and I saw that you guys didn't want to meet us, so we went to find you. He seemed to be walking in the direction of the army ants. When Ran nodded, could this noise be related to Captain Zhou? The group quickly went in the direction of the army ants. It was very far away. Just as Li Qiu saw Zhou Jinshi running down the hillside, Room 10 had disappeared in front of everyone. Darkness covered it again. The people who were supposed to be far away suddenly became very close. Are you okay? The two asked at the same time. In the room of the gauze man, Jiang Song had been waiting here for almost a lifetime. After he saw the door slamming violently, he suddenly jumped over and came out to hug one by one. Finally, Jiang Song hugged the bloody Lu Xiaowu and cried loudly, Xiaowu, you are so young, and I am going to send you off. Lu Xiaowu opened his eyes and spoke in a voice as small as a mosquito. Thank you for the invitation. I'm not dead yet. Jiang Song was even happier. You're not dead, just tell me. I treat you first. Jing Liufu, Jiang Song treated Lu Xiaowu's various bites. Li Qiu sewed up Lu Xiaowu's 2 legs that had been scraped. The dense threads flashed, and after a while, the 2 legs grew back, newer and more useful than before. After coming out of room 10, everyone's condition took a sharp turn for the worse, and they decided to take a short rest in the morgue. Li Qiu walked to Zhou Jinshi's side. Did you go to find me something to eat? She didn't feel anything about that memory. Zhou Jinshi didn't admit or deny it. He thought about it, and took something out of his backpack. Chapter 97. They were some distance away from where everyone was resting, and no one could hear what they were saying. Although she was not sure, Li Qiu still said, "Is this a necklace?" Zhou Jinshi gave her a necklace made of B-level crystal cores. It is well known that the higher the level of zombie crystal cores, the harder the texture. But now each irregularly shaped crystal core has been polished into an identical circle and strung together. In the middle of the necklace, there is also an agate as big as a fingernail, which is carved into the shape of pork belly. Pork belly crystal core necklace, you are really a genius. Li Qiu put the necklace on her palm and turned it over and over. Zhou Jinshi did not speak all the time, just looked at her quietly. Everything around them seemed to be temporarily isolated from them. There were only two people here, one was Zhou Jinshi, and the other was Li Qiu. Li Qiu just had never been in love, but it did not mean that she knew nothing about these things. After all these years of watching novels and TV series were not in vain. Li Qiu blinked. "Do you have anything to say?" Zhou Jinshi said, "A lot, I'm thinking about which one to say first." Li Qiu thought for a while. "I heard that confession usually starts with 4 words, and then asks if you are willing to be with him." Zhou Jinshi smiled and was about to speak, when he suddenly heard Li Qiu say, "Do you really like a zombie?" Li Qiu opened his mouth and didn't hide the fangs in his mouth. "Look, I haven't sharpened them for just 1 day, and they have grown again. Although I'm not particularly hungry now, I've actually been secretly swallowing my saliva. You smell good, and they smell good too. I don't even need to eat you, as long as I rub my blood on your wounds when I'm mending them. You will become zombies. We are friends who have been through thick and thin together. You know, I envied this kind of relationship the most when I read novels before. I only had Song Mimi before, but now I have you. You know when Lin Saixing said she killed the old bird and the crayfish outside the hospital, I felt angry and wanted to die with her. At that time I thought, in fact, I should stay with the zombies. I returned to Belan City and found my parents and Song Mimi. This is already a happiness that many people can hardly imagine. I was too greedy. I was reluctant to leave. Lin Saixing will not be the first, nor the last. As long as I am there, there will be a steady stream of high-level zombies." It was Zhou Jinshi who said he had a lot to say, but now it was Li Qiu who kept talking. It seemed that this could stop Zhou Jinshi from saying those words, and stop the decision he had already made. But this was more like a farewell with advance notice. This was also the first time Li Qiu mentioned to anyone that she wanted to leave. To Li Qiu's surprise, Zhou Jinshi didn't seem to be affected much by her words. His eyes were the same as before, gentle but firm, with a unique feeling of a water-based supernatural person. He said, "Don't blame yourself for their deaths. I didn't plan to bring so many people to the southern base from the beginning. But some things can't be stopped once they start. There are more and more people in the team, but also fewer and fewer. Along the way, every time a companion died, I would review it again and again to find out what went wrong. But Jiang Song told me." Zhou Jinshi suddenly paused, his Adam's apple rolled, and the images of the dead companions flashed before his eyes. Jiang Song said, "I am just a person. I can't bear the lives of so many people. You are the same." Li Qiu felt that his heart had always been blocked. After hearing this, his eyes were like a bottle of Coke with the cap unscrewed, and tears flowed down. Zhou Jinshi wanted to reach out and wipe it, but was blocked by Li Qiu. All the body fluids of zombies carry unknown and deadly toxins. Li Qiu wiped it himself, and wanted to return the necklace to Zhou Jinshi. Zhou Jinshi took the necklace. "Before I started making this necklace, I had considered all your doubts many times. The only conclusion I came to is that I always stick to my ideas. I want to give you the necklace, I want to tell you that I like you, and I want to ask you to consider being with me. You suppressed your instinct to eat for me countless times, but I can't suppress my instinct to like you." He stood up and walked behind Li Qiu, gently putting the necklace on her neck. "Don't be afraid." Because of Li Qiu, the elevator ghost Lin Mo did not do anything bad this time, and sent everyone back to the first floor lobby safely. Before leaving, Li Qiu was stopped by Lin Mo again. Li Qiu signaled everyone to go first, and she would follow later. Lin Mo said, "You must work hard." Li Qiu also answered her, "I must work hard." Lin Mo pointed outside uneasily, "Then you go quickly. It seems that your friends can't hold on any longer." Li Qiu's eyes tightened. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Lin Mo was a little speechless. "I'm a ghost, and my memory is not good." Before she finished speaking, Li Qiu had already run away to chase people. Jiang Song just walked out of the door and pointed to the bright sky. It's really strange. How can it still be light? I thought it was at least night. Huziyu squinted and looked. This can't be the second day. Facts proved that he was right. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun had long been high in the sky, looking at the devastation of the world. Watching the zombie army attack the 2 locust trees in waves. Big fruit and small fruit are still in the growth stage. In order to kill the zombies, the leaves are almost gone, and the leaves are broken everywhere. Under the tree, Song Mimi and a few others are already exhausted. The explosives were used up at the beginning. In order to kill the endless zombies, they used up too many supernatural crystal cores, and their body's endurance has reached limit. Wu Renfan's sickle hooked out from Song Mimi's shoulder and cut off the tongue of the long-tongued creature. She leaned on Song Mimi. We can't kill them all, you go first. Song Mimi has earth-related abilities, so it's easy for her to escape outdoors. Song Mimi didn't hesitate. She picked up the old bird's head, looked into the distance, and went underground under the cover of the other 3 people. Wu Renfan, Han Ji, and Zhao Linyun stood back to back, each guarding a direction. The zombie encirclement was gradually shrinking. The zombies' IQs were constantly increasing with their levels, and they had realized that the 3 people in front of them had reached their limits. But soon, Song Mimi drove the hospital ambulance over. Her driving skills were terrible, but she was desperate. She stepped on the accelerator and drove all the way, knocking down a group of zombies. Other zombies were soon attracted by Song Mimi's car and rushed towards the ambulance, finally opening a gap for Xiaogui and Xiaogui to escape. In a tall building farther away, someone was sitting on the edge of the window, looking at the direction of the hospital from afar. Lin Saixing swung her legs, holding a beating heart in her hand. If she was not careful, she would fall to pieces. But she controlled it just right every time and never fell. It's so slow to die. Lin Saixing muttered to herself as she walked into the room from the windowsill. The sound of gunfire never stopped from the beginning. Almost everyone in the team had a gun in their hands, shooting at the zombies accurately. Song Mimi heard the sound and saw Li Qiu's figure. She excitedly stepped on the accelerator again and knocked over another group of zombies. Wu Renfan stumbled and stood firm with her hand on the sickle. I said you couldn't die. She looked at her teammates, who ran out of the hospital building to support her, and her face showed the only smile in the past 2 days. With the addition of Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi, the originally ferocious zombies' strength suddenly decreased. The originally shrinking encirclement began to expand again. Especially on Li Qiu's side, the higher-level zombies seemed to be more afraid of her, and they were forced to retreat after Li Qiu approached. Jiang Song took a quick look in his busy schedule, and immediately shouted, is this possible? Those high-level zombies actually knelt down in front of Li Qiu. Then some zombies began to retreat in a certain direction under the leadership of these high-level zombies. Jiang Song made a wish. Let me have Sister Qiu's ability. Let me have Sister Qiu's ability. Huziyu couldn't help but hit the zombie next to him with an axe. Can you concentrate? Jiang Song said, concentrate, just watch me. He hit out the nitroglycerin he had collected, and with Lu Xiaowu's incendiary bomb, the entire hospital area was filled with smoke and explosions. These sounds attracted zombies from farther away. If you look down from the sky above the city, there are endless zombies rushing here from all the streets. Zhang Xuezhen took out several cars parked in the space. Get in the car. Everyone got in the car while fighting back against the zombies, and rushed out of the hospital. Big and small fruits were also uprooted, and their roots were as flexible as human hands and feet. One was clinging to the car window, and the other was clinging to the roof of the car, and they also fled with the convoy. When passing the parking square, Li Qiu signaled to stop the car. The jinbei they had used to get here was parked there. Everyone saw the body of Xiao Longxiao leaning against the car door. His head was cut off and made into a huge ice ball, blood and water mixed together, slowly melting and flowing. Exactly the same as Lao Niao. The first to get off the car were Jin Liufu and A Fei, and then Wen Ran. When Ran's nails dug into the flesh too hard, blood flowed on her hands. She watched Jin Liufu and A Fei quickly collect Xiao Longxiao's body, and then got on the car again. Originally, A Fei could still say a few words to Jiang Song, but at this time, he lost all desire to talk. A Fei didn't spend much time with Lao Niao, but he had a relationship with Xiao Longxiao for so many years. They met in the game, worked day and night to open up dungeons, encouraged and enlightened each other when they were bored with their studies and life, sat together in the internet cafe offline, went to the comic exhibition to cosplay, and truly depended on each other for life and death after the natural disaster. Their feelings were accumulated in countless days and nights, and they have long been a real family. I don't know how long it will take to dispel today's pain. When they came, they were a happy car. But now 2 people are separated from their heads, one is unconscious, and most of them are seriously injured. Now is not the time to be sad. As 2 people from Belan City, Zhou Jinshi drove the car in the main car, and Li Qiu sat in the co-pilot to direct the route. The car was speeding to the extreme, the windows were open, and everyone kept releasing superpowers to delay the zombies. Many times, Li Qiu wanted to jump out of the car window, because she saw Lin Saixing on the side of the road. Lin Saixing just smiled and bowed slightly, as if she was saluting Li Qiu. Judging from her mouth shape, she was saying, "Wang, I am waiting for your return." Zhou Jinshi noticed Li Qiu looking out the window from the corner of his eye and patted her arm gently. Li Qiu turned her head back, her eyes regained a little of her usual gentleness. "It's okay, I know it's not the right time yet." In order to prevent Lin Saixing from knowing their route, the car took a detour from the small roads and almost went through half of the city. After crossing a section of the road, there were almost no zombies, and the residential buildings and commercial areas on both sides of the road almost disappeared. Going forward, it was getting closer and closer to Zhou Jinshi's home. The car stopped at the gate of Zhou's house. It looked calm here, and the years were quiet. In a trance, it gave people the feeling that they were on vacation. Zhou Jinshi was the first to get off the car. He moved his ears, estimated the location, and waved his magic to cut towards a place. With a sound of puff, a tentacle-like plant root was cut off by the magic, and a thick slurry like snot burst out. Everyone was shocked, and their hearts, which had been a little relaxed, were lifted up again. Zhou Jinshi reminded, "My grandfather said that before the natural disaster, many animals and plants in my family began to mutate. To be on the safe side, a lot of them were dug up. But there should be some fish that slipped through the net, so we still have to be careful." The gate was blocked by something, and Xiaowei used his body as a ladder to let everyone climb in. The 2 of them went in last, and found a place with fertile soil and planted it. Before falling asleep, they touched Li Qiu's head with the remaining branches and told her to call them when she was leaving. The Zhou family said it was a villa, which was about the same size as the manor. After the initial investigation, no danger was found for the time being, not even zombies. When the Zhou family led people to evacuate, they only took away some supplies. It can be said that here, whether it is food, water, daily necessities, or weapons, they are all available, enough to equip their team from rough to fine. The old house has a solar generator, especially the living area is surrounded by monitoring and accidental intrusion alarm devices. But a big house has its own insecurity, and people can't rely too much on these things. For everyone's safety, men and women live in separate rooms, so that they can provide support and care at any time. Songwon has been sleeping, but fortunately his breath has stabilized. Lu Xiaowu's situation is a bit worse. Although Li Qiu sewed his wound, he started to have a high fever, not sure if it was because of off-phase bite. As for the injuries of others, what they need more now is rest. After everyone ate something casually, they fell asleep one after another. There was a snoring sound in the room. Zhou Jinshi washed the bodies of the crayfish and the old bird with water. Their heads were also sewn back to their bodies by Li Qiu. Being separated from the body is the most painful way to die, and you can't rest in peace even if you die. Li Qiu's hands were shaking when she was sewing, and she stabbed her hand with a needle several times. Zhou Jinshi was always by her side. The sewn bodies were placed on a bed, lying side by side, covered with a quilt. Unless you look very carefully, the 2 of them just look like they are sleeping. Li Qiu urged Zhou Jinshi to rest. "You go to sleep too. I sit for a while." Zhou Jinshi nodded when she saw that she wanted to be alone for a while. When Zhou Jinshi's footsteps went away, the surroundings became completely quiet. Li Qiu turned the backpack upside down, and there were still many zombie crystal cores in it. She stuffed them into her mouth one by one, and finally felt that it was too slow, so she just poured them directly into her mouth. The abundant energy was all absorbed by the supernatural tree after entering the mouth. But these zombie crystal cores can only make the supernatural tree thrive, reduce the physical strength and satiety required to use supernatural powers, but cannot improve Li Qiu's supernatural power level. Li Qiu stood up from the steps, and went out through the small door. After leaving Zhou's house, Li Qiu didn't walk far before he saw Lin Saixing. Lin Saixing seemed a little surprised to see Li Qiu come out. After the surprise, there was an ecstatic expression. "King!" Li Qiu stood only an arm's length away from Lin Saixing, and she said, "I've thought about it. It was just boring to be with these fragile humans before. It's because I haven't met anyone as smart as you. Most other zombies are like idiots, but you are different. King, have you really figured it out? Lindsay looked at Li Qiu in surprise. Li Qiu nodded, yes. I'm so miserable as an ordinary person, wouldn't it be nice to be a zombie king? Think about it, in the future, it will not only be these humans crawling under our feet, but also countless mutant creatures. We zombies are the best and most perfect species in the world. We must continue to reproduce, and let the zombie territory occupy every corner of the world. Li Qiu's speech was a perfect blueprint for the future development of zombies, and Lin Saixing was fascinated by it. Seeing her posture, she wanted to take a recorder to record it, and play it back to other zombies. This is the best propaganda material in the zombie world. Our zombie king is so smart, powerful and farsighted. She will lead us to become the unique overlord. Lindsay licked her lips. Although this house makes me nervous, since you have figured it out, I will go and deal with them now. Just as Lin Saixing took a step, Li Qiu shouted, these humans have good supernatural talents and high levels. It's a pity to kill them now. I just said that we should continue to reproduce and thrive, and the core meaning is sustainable development. You still don't understand what I mean. Didn't you listen to the class well when you were in school? Lin Saixing considered herself the most worthy loyal minister of Li Qiu in the zombie world. Now she was criticized by her leader, and had an ugly look on her face. She lowered her head and asked, what do you mean? When she was a student, she hated studying hard and asking questions. Who knew that after becoming a zombie, she would still have to ask questions? Li Qiu, then I can only make my words clearer. The 2 people you killed before are fine, but the remaining people have high levels of superpowers, and they will definitely get higher and higher in the future. You are already a demon species, and killing them now will be of no use to you. If you want to be a zombie lord, you can't kill the chicken to get the eggs. Lin Saixing felt that she vaguely understood what Li Qiu meant, and nodded repeatedly, I understand. Wait until they are higher in level before killing them, and let the long line catch the big fish. Anyway, no matter how powerful they can't escape from me, and they can't escape from your hands. Li Qiu was very satisfied with Lin Saixing's understanding. Lin Saixing said, then are you going back to the hospital with me now? Of course the king should stay with her subjects. Li Qiu shook his head in a veiled manner. No. I have gained their trust now. When the time comes, I will return to the base, and take control of the base. We will work together inside and outside to maximize the benefits. If the plan goes forward, I will find a way to contact you. Lin Saixing was deeply moved by Li Qiu's foresight, and knelt down deeply. After kneeling, Lin Saixing quickly disappeared from Li Qiu's sight. Li Qiu stared at the place where she walked. A burst of icy air rolled up where Lin Saixing walked. Li Qiu turned around and prepared to go back, but she saw Song Mimi next to a pile of dirt under a tree. At this distance, Song Mimi should have heard everything. Chapter 98. Why aren't you sleeping? Li Qiu walked over. Song Mimi yawned. I had a nightmare, and I remembered that your birthday was after midnight, so I just came out to see you. Li Qiu yawned. Nothing to celebrate, I forgot it myself, and don't tell them. Everyone has been exhausted by the past few days, and celebrating a birthday is really a trivial matter. Li Qiu paused and added, but you still have to give me your gift. Receiving each other's birthday gifts has been a routine for them for so many years. In Li Qiu's expectant eyes, Song Mimi rummaged in his pocket, and took out a well-preserved autograph card. The words on it were so flamboyant that Li Qiu couldn't recognize what was written at first. But when he saw the image on the card, Li Qiu's pupils suddenly widened. The card was a portrait of the protagonist of her favorite novel, and the signature was naturally from the author himself, Mo Yunshin. Didn't they say that Mo Yunshin has been living abroad? How could you get this? Li Qiu was shocked. Song Mimi waved her hand. Sister has a wide network of contacts, it's nothing. Li Qiu cheered, and put the small card away, then reached out to hold Song Mimi's arm. But Song Mimi stepped back a few steps. Now that your birthday is over, it's time to explain your problems. Don't you have anything to explain? The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became solemn, as if frost was all around. The happy expression on Li Qiu's face froze. That's right. I am indeed tired of hiding among you. Isn't it said that everyone is born with talents that will be useful? Since God turned me into a zombie, and gave me the body of a zombie king, I must do what I should do. Song Mimi sneered. So? Are you going to eat me and silence me now? Li Qiu smiled and avoided talking about the silence. We have been good friends for so many years, and I sincerely invite you to become one of us. With the relationship between us, I can guarantee that your status will still be higher than Lin Saixing in the future. She was inviting her best friend, her lifelong friend, to betray humanity. Song Mimi's eyes were obviously full of disappointment. I don't know how you became like this, you make me feel sick. Li Qiu's lips trembled, but she didn't speak. She acquiesced to Song Mimi's words. Song Mimi turned around and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Li Qiu again. You? Before Li Qiu finished speaking, Song Mimi responded sarcastically. I won't expose you, but it doesn't mean I will join you. Go away, Mimi. Li Qiu chased after him. The small door closed again. After they left, the cold air that had been lingering on the ground around them finally dissipated. After walking a long way inside the door, Song Mimi stopped. She said, my acting was okay just now, wasn't it? Li Qiu was silent for a while. It's a bit bad. It should be okay to fool zombies. That's fine. Song Mimi breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qiu said, such things may happen again in the future. Song Mimi didn't understand what she meant. I understand. I still have to find a book on acting class to read. Li Qiu smiled and shook her head, turned around and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The biggest advantage of this place is that there is plenty of electricity and hot water. Taking a hot bath can be a good shortcut to relieve fatigue. In the corner, Hong Hong flew out. Most of the time, Hong Hong stays in Zhang Xuezhen's body. She only appears when Zhang Xuezhen's emotions fluctuate greatly, or when Zhang Xuezhen needs to use her soothing ability. Song Mimi turned the corner and saw Zhang Xuezhen sitting on the steps there. Zhang Xuezhen asked, do you trust her so much? Song Mimi said, I trust her to the point that if she kills me with her own hands, I will also feel that she has difficulties. Zhang Xuezhen was about to answer, and then heard Song Mimi continue, but if one day she really needs to kill me with her own hands, I might as well do it myself, and I can't let her bear the pain of killing me with her own hands. Zhang Xuezhen just smiled at the direction where Li Qiu left, and didn't say anything else. In the morning, everyone was awakened by the smell from the kitchen. Damn, who is making the sauce-flavored pancake? Tang Xiang jumped up and rushed to the kitchen as if he was running at 5 times the speed. Han Ji was the chef in the kitchen. There was already a circle of people who were also attracted by the smell. Han Ji sprinkled sesame and chopped green onions on the sauce-flavored pancake that was about to be out of the pot, and seemed embarrassed by everyone's praise. I only know how to make this dish. Before Professor Han became a professor, he also had a great love for a senior sister. Knowing that the senior sister loved to eat sauce-flavored pancakes in the morning, he squatted next to the boss's stall for 3 months, and he would not leave even if he was beaten or scolded. He learned this skill with the concentration of scientific research. It was not just a simple learning, but a slight improvement after learning it to perfection. Han Ji's sauce-flavored pancakes can be sold out in minutes if they are placed in any community stall. This is how food is made. The first priority is the ingredients themselves. The cooking methods are similar, and the difference in taste lies in some details. Professor Big Eyes, you have this skill. Jiang Song may not respect intellectuals, but he definitely respects cooks. Huziyu brought the beaten soy milk and shouted to Jiang Song, if you want to eat, eat it. Don't spray your saliva into the sauce-flavored pancakes, okay? Jiang Song snorted and decisively picked up 2 pancakes, one for himself and one for his good brother A Fei. A Fei and the others forced themselves to cheer up, turning their sadness into appetite, eating one after another, and couldn't stop. Tang Xianghe ate the most, eating half a pancake each, and urged Han Ji to make a few more. While Han Ji was making pancakes, he pointed to the bubbling rice cooker. I also cooked preserved egg and lean meat porridge, you can drink it later. Li Qiu was of course given 2 pancakes. There were many people in the kitchen, so she took the pancakes to the pond outside. It was impossible to eat it. It would be a waste of food if such delicious food was eaten, and then vomited out. Li Qiu gave it to Zhou Jinshi naturally. Zhou Jinshi took it, and gently held her hand with his other hand. Although their relationship has not been made public yet, there is no one here anyway. The conversation between the two was like 2 old men and women taking a morning walk. Zhou Jinshi asked, have you eaten? Li Qiu nodded. I ate in the morning when everyone was still asleep. The reserved food stored in Zhang Xuezhen's space is enough for Li Qiu to eat for a long time. Zhou Jinshi had been with Li Qiu for a long time, and his eating speed had increased significantly. He finished the cake in a few bites and wiped his hands. By the way, I saw you looking for something as soon as you came in yesterday. What were you looking for? Li Qiu asked. Rice grains. I have a silver tabby cat. Zhou Jinshi said, I sent it back home after I decided to travel around the country. But after the natural disaster, Grandpa couldn't find rice grains, and there was no way to evacuate it. It was very timid, and would hide as soon as it heard any noise. I wonder if it was hiding in a corner of the house. Although Li Qiu was afraid of dogs because of the shadow of being chased and bitten, she liked cats very much. She also became worried. It's been so long, won't it starve to death? Many pet cats have lived with humans since childhood, and they have never seen mice in their lives. At most, they have killed a few flies and mosquitoes, and have long lost the ability to hunt. Zhou Jinshi was also worried. Thinking of Meili, he imagined a 15-pound fat cat lazily lying on the ground, its tail swishing. If it got lost, it would be in danger. If no one fed it in the house, it might have starved to death. I put it to use toys and cat food in several places it often went. Let's see if it will come back during the few days we stay here. Songwon had just woken up, and everyone's injuries had not healed yet. The supplies needed to be sorted out, and the vehicles needed to be repaired. They had to stay at Zhou's house for at least 3 or 4 days before returning to the base. In addition to looking for the cat, I have another thing to do. Something was dug out in our backyard before, and my grandfather asked me to come back this time to investigate. We suspect that the things there are the same as the black stones in the underground mine of Snake Mountain. Zhou Jinshi told Li Qiu all the information he knew. This was very important information, and Li Qiu was a little excited. Then let's go find it today. Okay. In the kitchen, Jiang Song was eating, and suddenly felt that he had missed some neglected details. His hand stopped drinking porridge, and the porridge on the spoon was thrown on Tang Xianghe's face. What is this? Tang Xianghe reached out to wipe the porridge off his face, took a look, and then put it into his mouth smoothly. It turned out to be porridge. Don't waste it. The 4 girls drinking porridge opposite him, Zhang Xuezhen, Song Mimi, Song Wan, Wenran, The 4 of them silently took their bowls to the table next to them. Song Wan asked, I suspect he hasn't eaten for 3 years. Wenran, I second. Tang Xianghe looked up and saw that everyone had left. He ran to the table with Jiang Song and stared at the porridge in his bowl. Are you going to eat? Jiang Song protected his bowl and was very alert. Of course I will. My bowl of preserved eggs has the most lean meat. It was also at this moment that he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered the details he had overlooked. Necklace, necklace, necklace. The necklace made by Zhou Jinshi was already hanging on Li Qiu's neck, but most of the necklace was stuffed inside the clothes, and only a small part of the neck was exposed. Li Qiu didn't wear a scarf today. Jiang Song laughed up to the sky, and ran out in a hurry without protecting the bowl. Tang Xianghe quickly poured Jiang Song's porridge into his own bowl, and looked at the others. Why are you looking at me? Do you want some too? The others waved their hands repeatedly. As soon as Jiang Song went out, his eyes were like radar, detecting the traces of Zhou Jinshi and Li Qiu everywhere. Finally, he found the traces of the 2 people by the pond. After seeing them secretly holding hands, the gambling game set by Jiang Song when he first entered the southern base was finally officially closed. No one bet right, the dealer wins. After sorting out his expression, Jiang Song returned to the living room with his hands behind his back and said lightly, I want to announce a secret. Everyone was silent for a second, and continued to chat about their own things. No one paid attention to Jiang Song. Jiang Song coughed a few times and pointed outside. You can still catch up with the famous scene of them holding hands if you go now. Don't say that my brother doesn't care about you, but I remind you. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed out. Of course, there were still a few who didn't know what was going on. Who is holding hands with whom? There were also those who had a clear goal. Tang Xianghe hurried to the kitchen to pour all the porridge into his bowl. It smells so good, it can't be wasted. Zhou Jinshi and Li Qiu were walking along the pond. The weather today is much better than yesterday, and the sun shines on my body with a faint warmth. As they walked, Zhou Jinshi talked to Li Qiu about the plants that used to grow here, but were later dug up. Talking about what happened here during his childhood. He wanted to share his life with Li Qiu without reservation. In the corner not far away, a group of people were urging Song Mimi to activate her special ability, and go over to let them eavesdrop on the corner. Song Mimi refused to do it this time. I won't go. Zhou Jinshi almost drowned me with water last time. It was a bit exaggerated, but it was true that I was covered in wet mud. Click. Zhao Linyun took a fully charged mobile phone and took pictures of the distant scene. One by one. Everyone was still directing beside him, saying this angle is good, that angle is good, and pay attention to the light. Just at this time, Li Qiu felt her neck a little stiff and turned her head. She immediately noticed the group of people surrounding in the distance. Li Qiu quickly turned her head back, closing her eyes, and not daring to open them. The first time she fell in love, She was still being watched. How could she be so embarrassed? Zhou Jinshi also looked in the direction she had just looked. They've already left. Li Qiu said and looked back again, and found that there was indeed no one there. Huh, did I see it wrong just now? No, I didn't see it wrong. Zhou Jinshi just waved his magic. After taking a walk in the morning, Zhou Jinshi prepared the tools for digging. After hearing about the black coffin with black water, everyone said they wanted to go to the backyard together to take a look. Noon is when the sun is the most abundant, and you shovel and I shovel, just right to dig out the black coffin again. Chapter 99. Zhou Jinshi asked, "Do you smell anything?" From the moment he stepped into the backyard, the space here was filled with a faint fragrance. It was like a rain that had just fallen, unusually fresh. Barbecue smell. Jasmine smell. Isn't it orange smell? Why do I feel like it's gas smell, a bit intoxicating? Song 1, don't set a fire. It's obviously the smell of Lucian toilet water. Everyone seemed to smell their favorite smell. I'm just not sure if this smell will have any side effects on the human body. Li Qiu shook the mask in her hand. Do you want it? She had already worn 7 or 8 masks on her face without fail. With this thickness, others would have suffocated to death. Tang Xianghe was standing not far from Li Qiu, and was the first to take over. Speaking of this, Sister Qiu, why do you wear a mask every day except when eating? I thought you had a cold, and was afraid of infecting us. Li Qiu said, her mind was working fast, and she began to think about how to explain. Zhou Jinshi had already come to her rescue. She is allergic to something in the air. Tang Xianghe nodded in understanding. That's no wonder. But Sister Qiu is too hard. Last time you said that she had a disease that would cause shock if she didn't eat meat. Right, Wen Ran? Wen Ran responded, these were indeed what Zhou Jinshi said in person. Jiang Tsong and Jin Liufu, 2 medical practitioners, immediately stood in awe and said almost in unison, is there such a disease? Looking at Li Qiu's eyes, it seemed that they wanted to surround her and study her immediately. Li Qiu quickly changed the subject. What are you talking about? Do you still want masks? Yes, yes, yes. Everyone wore at least one mask, and the fragrance faded a lot. It should be here. Zhou Jinshi pointed to the ground under his feet. Song Mimi was eager to try. How about I just drill down? Her proposal was rejected. You don't know what's down there yet, so you drill down. Manpower excavation is the safest way. The color of the soil here is clearly different from the one next to it. It is pure black. The first shovel dug down, the color is darker and blacker. The soil below is harder, and it is not easy to dig. Fortunately, there is strength in numbers. Everyone chatted while digging, and half an hour later, a pile of black soil almost as high as the roof was piled up next to it. It's a pity that, let alone the black coffin, not even a black stone was dug up. To be on the safe side, they also searched over and over in the excavated soil. There was nothing. Jiang Tsong was already tired of digging, and sat down on the shovel. Maybe we dug in the wrong place? Who's you? In my opinion, we should learn from other archaeologists and use a Luoyang shovel to hit something hard. Isn't the Luoyang shovel used for tomb robbers? You don't understand this. The Luoyang shovel has long been included in the national system, and has become a formal official archaeological tool. The scientific name is the exploration shovel, and the stage name is the Luoyang shovel. Huziyu enthusiastically popularized science for everyone. Seeing that he was about to turn the topic to a certain archaeology doctor he had a crush on, Jiang Tsong quickly asked him to stop. Yang Mufeng wiped his sweat and asked, Captain Zhou, did your grandfather mention how deep he dug at that time? Zhou Jinshi shook his head. Grandpa didn't tell him much information, and he even felt a little taboo about mentioning the black coffin. The reason why he came here this time was actually to confirm the situation here. If there are any extreme abnormalities, they should be reported to the authorities in time. Li Qiu said, I remember Wawa said that the black stones in the mine later turned into a pool of water. Assuming that the black coffin is made of the same material as the black stone, it may have turned into water. Otherwise, how to explain the black soil? Could it be that the soil in your backyard was black before? So what they stepped on, and what they stained on their hands may have been part of the black coffin. Since there is nothing abnormal, let's fill the soil back. Take some samples, and bring them back to the base for investigation. Zhou Jinshi made the decision on this matter, and Han Ji immediately started taking samples. In order to prevent anything bad from happening, everyone washed their hands and feet after returning, and then took a hot bath. After washing, they sprayed alcohol several times. Originally, they thought it was foolproof, but on the night after digging the black soil, everyone except Li Qiu started to have a fever. Several people who had been injured seriously before, such as Lu Xiao and Jin Liufu, were the first to fall. Their body temperature was over 41 degrees, and their skin was frighteningly red. Even those who had been in good physical condition before, their body temperature was moving towards 40 degrees without exception. The only thing that made Li Qiu feel lucky was that there were a lot of antipyretics among the medicines they brought from the hospital. Jiang Song weakly explained the order of the medicines to her, and then closed his eyes and fell asleep. In order to take care of everyone, Li Qiu moved several beds to the largest living room. Everyone lay on them in a row, with antipyretic patches on their foreheads. Most people fell asleep in a daze, and a few people were able to stay awake at first, but eventually slowly lost consciousness. After Li Qiu settled them, he sat down on a chair next to him. It was already late at night, and in order to save electricity, the surroundings were not quiet. His companions would cry out in pain from time to time while they were sleeping. The heat of their bodies seemed to bring them back to the time when they had just awakened their superpowers. Every bone in their body seemed to be broken and then glued back together bit by bit. At this time, they could only wait for time to pass and the drug to take effect. Li Qiu could only watch over them to prevent other creatures from approaching here. Keeping vigil alone reminded Li Qiu of the night he kept vigil for his grandmother. Grandma was conservative and did not want to be cremated, so the funeral was also held in the countryside in her hometown. According to the rules of her hometown, before the burial, a long burning lamp must be kept on in front of the coffin day and night. In the countryside, funerals are more or less about competing for face and pomp, which is laborious and expensive. During the day, the elders were already exhausted from handling this matter, so the vigil was usually done by the younger generation. Li Qiu was assigned to keep vigil with his cousins. In the first half of the night, they were still playing with their phones and talking about school gossip. Later, when they had nothing to say, they lay back on the chair and fell asleep. In the second half of the night, only Li Qiu was still awake. The wind blew into the morning hall, and it almost blew out the eternal lamp several times. Occasionally, wild cats and dogs from the village came and squatted in the dark, with eyes so deep that they were scary. In addition to keeping vigil with the eternal lamp, you have to prevent any animals from running in and harming the body of the deceased. At that time, Li Qiu was afraid, but in a fit of anger, he picked up a shoulder pole and sat next to the coffin. He confronted the cats and dogs like this for at least half an hour. The feeling tonight is similar to that time. It is a great responsibility to take care of a large family by yourself. At first, Li Qiu played the single-player Go Bang and Chinese chess with her mobile phone. After losing to the machine frequently, she angrily took out the diary that was already half thick. She stretched out her hand to smooth the page she was about to write, and thought for a long time before she started writing. The rustling sound of the pen on the paper mixed with everyone's mumbling, and finally ended with a sentence, "I hope my family and friends are safe." Next to this sentence, there are a few words written, namely Lin Sixing and Black Coffin. A cross was drawn on Lin Sixing's name, and a question mark was drawn on Black Coffin. It is still winter now, and the weather is cold. Several pots of charcoal are burned in the house to keep warm. In order to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, and so that Li Qiu can better observe the situation outside, the door has been half open. After putting away the diary, Li Qiu felt something flash by the door. Li Qiu picked up the folding shovel and walked towards the door. In order to save electricity, the power supply was cut off in all places except the one where everyone lived. It was pitch black outside, and human eyes could not see anything clearly. But the eyes of zombies could penetrate the darkness and capture all the movements in the night. A gray-white car squatted behind the rockery, sticking out half of its face. The car was of course not a real car, and the face was not a human face. It was a cat as big as a small car. It was a bit unfair to say that it was big, it had to be called the head. Whether it was the head or the limbs, it was slightly better than an elephant. The bite force of such a big cat was many times that of a tiger. Even if it was not bitten by it, but only scratched by its claws, like iron hooks, one arm would have several bone-piercing wounds. Li Qiu's mind worked quickly. Zhou Jinshi had taught her a few ancient martial arts moves before, which were specifically designed to hit the vital points. But those were only for 2 legs. Now there was a 4-legged one. What should she do? The cat's eyes were green, and there was a natural black eyeliner growing on the eye sockets. The person looked at the cat, and the cat looked at the person. For a moment, no one moved first. Li Qiu suddenly remembered that there were still a few uneaten ham sausages on the table, and immediately went in to take them out. The ham sausages with the casings peeled off were thrown in a perfect parabola in the air. The giant cat soared into the air and landed gently. The ham sausage had ended its tragic life in its mouth. This was not enough for the giant cat to fill its teeth, and it immediately looked at Li Qiu again. Li Qiu felt that its eyes seemed to be full of expectations. Don't move. I get it for you. If he hadn't fallen ill, everyone had planned to have a barbecue in the yard the next day. There was still a pot of unshredded meat, a pot of meatballs, and several boxes of red-skinned sausages in the kitchen. With this thing, the giant cat couldn't help but get closer and closer to Li Qiu. It opened its mouth wide and ate the food in the bowl, the sound of chewing and saliva resounding through the sky. Getting closer and closer is not good. Li Qiu plans to throw the meat farther to lure the cat away. Just as she turned around, she suddenly called out tentatively, "Mealy." The two words were pronounced in a clear and loud voice, and the giant cat, who had been eating hard, suddenly raised his head. The two round eyes glanced at Li Qiu again, and even moved their ears. It really reacted to this name. "So you are Mealy." Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. "We looked everywhere before, and didn't see you. Where did you go?" Since it was Zhou Jinsher's cat, not only did her tone soften, but her tense state also relaxed. Perhaps because Li Qiu had Zhou Jinsher's aura, Mealy's attitude was very friendly, and its cat tail swung to the southwest. Li Qiu remembered that the southwest seemed to be the zoo of Belan City. It is said that there was a collective escape of animals there before the natural disaster. In the early morning, a drunkard saw a group of zebras running on the road, followed by rhinos and giraffes. He thought he saw a ghost. This incident was even reported on national news. As for what happened there after the natural disaster, Li Qiu didn't know. According to the speed of animal and plant mutation, it would definitely not be a safe place. Li Qiu reached out and touched Mealy's fur. "Isn't it said that cats have a bad memory and don't know how to find the way? Can you find the zoo? Cats are indeed proud creatures." Mealy shook his tail again, tilted his head, and licked his fur, ignoring Li Qiu's words. After licking his fur, it meowed a few times, facing the open door. The owner is inside, it smells it. Chapter 100. No one expected that this collective fever would last for a whole week. During this period, Li Qiu not only served as everyone's caregiver, cook, and bodyguard, but also had to plant trees and raise cats part-time. Every day, he was busy from the moment he opened his eyes to the moment he closed them. He was simply an all-rounder. In the morning, he started to cook simple breakfasts such as noodles, dumplings, and porridge, and woke everyone up after they were done. Those who could eat by themselves were allowed to eat slowly. For those who were too sick to eat, she gave them glucose. Anyway, they all had indwelling needles on their wrists, so it was not difficult to change the drip. After eating, they continued to take medicine, measure, and record body temperature. After taking care of people, it was time to take care of the fruits. Li Qiu mixed the nutrient solution with growth liquid and crystal core powder, and irrigated it under the roots of the trees once a day. After a few days, the damaged branches of the fruits had been re-pulled out and were growing well. The two of them woke up from their coma, and both asked Li Qiu to tell them stories. In order to recover quickly, they did not let the roots leave the soil for the time being and kept them planted in the original garden. As for raising cats, Li Qiu had no experience. Except for buying cat strips for kittens on the roadside before, everything else was learned from the internet. Purely on paper. Fortunately, in addition to its large size, Mealy is actually very soft and friendly. It is a very easy to raise big cat. On the second day of getting along with Li Qiu, it began to roll on the ground to expose its soft belly, and its sharp claws were kept in its pads. From time to time, it would lower its head very low, wanting Li Qiu to reach out and touch it. Li Qiu had no time to pay attention to it, so it pretended to pass by casually, but it had to push something down to attract Li Qiu's attention. When Li Qiu combed its hair, it would stretch and meow gently, as if it was a good service to humans. "What are you playing with?" Li Qiu came out of the living room, and saw something under Mealy's huge claws. Mealy loosened her claws, revealing a small toy ball between her claws. Li Qiu remembered that this was a cat toy that Zhou Jinsher had placed near the swing frame, which Mealy loved to play with before. But now under the huge cat's paw, it looked like a small glass bead. Mealy meowed aggrievedly, and pulled the toy ball. Those toys in the past were too small for it now. Li Qiu was a guy who was soft-hearted at the moment. She rushed to the utility room and dismantled the mop directly. She tied a cloth strip and a bell to the end of the mop stick to serve as a new cat teaser. After Zhou Jinsher woke up and walked into the yard, he saw Li Qiu waving a huge cat toy stick to tease a giant cat. The man and the cat were chasing each other around in the yard and having a lot of fun. "Hey, you're awake." Li Qiu stopped, but couldn't help leaning forward and bumped into Mi Li's cat legs. Mi Li bent her cat legs and lay down. Her eyes seemed to signal Li Qiu come and touch me. As for the legitimate owner Zhou Jinshi, she didn't even give him a glance. Zhou Jinshi, I still remember that he opened his eyes and saw a cat head lying next to the pillow. He thought it was a mutant invasion and almost swung his magic to chop it. Who would have thought that his kitten would not only grow in size, but also grow in vengeance? Since then, he has been angry and fed a lot of cat cans to feel better. It's only been a few days, and this guy has changed his surname to Li. Zhou Jinshi walked to the man and the cat, and his mysophobia kicked in. He reached out and brushed off the dust rolling on Mi Li's body. He had the best physical fitness among the group, and recovered the fastest. Before, he could only walk a few steps in the living room, but today he can already walk out. Li Qiu laughed. Li Mi Li sounds better than Zhou Mi Li. Why don't you also take my surname, Li Jinshi? Zhou Jinshi followed and laughed, but before he could say anything, he heard Song Wan's weak voice. You two are so cheesy. You came out too. Li Qiu hurried over. How do you feel? She touched Song Wan's hand, and was obviously burned. Why are you getting hotter? This body temperature is 50 or 60 degrees, and people will believe it. No, it's even hotter. Song Wan laughed. This is not a fever, it's a superpower. She stretched out her hand to let Li Qiu stay away from her, and then activated her superpower in front of the two of them. About 10 seconds later, the whole courtyard was ablaze. The sudden fire frightened Mi Li so much that his hair stood on end, and he arched his back to attack. The ground smelled burnt, but Song Wan, standing inside the scorching fire, was not hurt at all. When the fire died down, everything returned to normal. Li Qiu opened his mouth, and he obviously cried several times. Zhou Jinshi said approvingly, your ability has developed to this point. Song Wan, if Sister Qiu said so, it would be fine. You said that, show us your ability first. Zhou Jinshi did not hide it either. He stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. In just a few seconds, Li Qiu felt the steam coming all over his face. The storm is coming. It was a sunny day. Why is it going to rain? The rain god is right beside me. Li Qiu stared. What's going on? You guys upgraded your abilities after having a fever? Then why didn't she have a fever? God really discriminates against zombies. The official summarized the currently known ability system. For example, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth belong to the elemental type, while strength, speed, brain and other organ enhancements belong to the body enhancement type, and axes, ropes and other tools belong to the tool type. In addition, there are special functions that include mental control, danger perception, and wishing, including animal language communication, animal transformation, and plant affinity. Judging from actual combat cases, there are many classifications and variants among them. For example, although when Ren belongs to the gold system, her ability is limited to turning into a golden needle and firing, which can only be regarded as a small branch of the gold system. Song Mimi is an earth system ability user. Her ability focuses on drilling holes in the soil and condensing into earth walls. Need to adapt to the environment. But people like Song Wan and Zhou Jinshi can be said to have brought elemental powers to the extreme and are the pinnacle representatives of elemental powers. They are not restricted by any environment. Water and fire can come at their fingertips and can be transformed into any shape they want in their hands, launching fatal attacks from all directions. At the same time, fire cannot hurt Song Wan, and water cannot hurt Zhou Jinshi. To a certain extent, they have merged with the origin of elements and reached the point of symbiosis. Song Wan looked at the rain under Zhou Jinshi, and was as stunned as Li Qiu. No! I know you are powerful, but you can't be that powerful. Zhou Jinshi had no intention of showing off, but he really cared about the way Li Qiu praised Song Wan. Now that Li Qiu's eyes were finally on him, Zhou Jinshi returned to his indifferent look. Not really. Song Wan, Why didn't she know Zhou Jinshi was so good at pretending before? As expected, once people start dating, they will spread their feathers like peacocks. The fire system has the attribute of violent war, and Song Wan couldn't help itching. In this case, how about we fight a few moves first? Only use supernatural powers, not ancient martial arts. As soon as she stretched out her hand, a cluster of flames fell at Zhou Jinshi's feet, and the fire was getting bigger and bigger. However, a stream of water immediately put out the fire, and the water rolled down, and the offensive gradually rose. This was a fight between water and fire. Li Qiu hugged one of Mi Li's legs, and huddled aside to watch the show. He waved his cat's paws at whichever side was stronger, and acted as a perfect atmosphere group. Zhou Jinsher considered that both sides had not recovered yet, and he just wanted to fight casually, but gradually he took it seriously. He almost showed all his understanding of elemental powers in front of Songwon. Songwon stopped fighting. No, I have to write down these changes. She suddenly jumped into the room and really went to find paper and pen. Li Qiu narrowed her eyes, loosened her legs and took the initiative to leave. How about we also fight a few moves? She practiced the few moves of ancient martial arts she learned, but she had never used them in actual combat. So Li Qiu also specifically instructed, don't let him win. The consequence of not letting him win was that Li Qiu, as a pure strength warrior with basically zero agility, was chased around the yard by the water power, but couldn't get close to Zhou Jinsher. Zhou Jinsher seriously considered for her. How about I run with you in the morning and evening to practice your speed? Li Qiu, why not practice at noon? I don't think I can do it in the morning or evening. Not long after, the others also got out of bed. At first, they were still listless, but their complexion was getting better and better. As expected, everyone's abilities have greatly increased. In their own words, they used to be like elementary school students who only knew the multiplication table, but now they can solve Olympic problems. Song Mimi's ability evolution direction is soil transformation. It can make barren soil fertile, and it can also make fertile land barren. After Hu Ziyu's ability evolved, his axe became a diamond indestructible axe, and it was not damaged at all by the magic and the strong blow, and it was shiny. Even steel and iron bones can be destroyed with an axe. Zhao Linyun could only control objects within a few square meters, but now the range has been expanded, and she can use objects within 100 square meters. What made Li Qiu most happy was that Zhang Xuezhen's space ability had changed a lot. Before, it could only store dead things, but now it can also store living people. But the storage time is very long, and the people who are stored are also very painful. This is undoubtedly a great improvement. Li Qiu volunteered to be the first to experience being stored. Zhang Xuezhen's space is as big as her villa, but it can be said that it has everything. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small shopping mall. Li Qiu walked around inside, and when she saw the big bed, she lay down and almost fell asleep. When she came out of the villa space, countless pairs of eyes stared at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Qiu felt a little guilty. She had eaten a lot of reserve food in the space just now. Is there no sound insulation between the space and the real world? Has she been discovered? Zhang Xuezhen tilted her head to point at Zhou Jinsher. He's afraid you suffocate after entering, so he keeps urging me to let you out. There's plenty of air in there. I think if you cooperate with Mimi, she can still farm in your space. Li Qiu clapped his hands. It's perfect. Hanji solemnly recorded everyone's changes in superpowers, and then suggested that Zhang Xuezhen take the black soil into the space and bring it back to the base. I originally thought it was a dangerous item, but I didn't expect it to be black soil that could help everyone's superpowers grow. After taking it back, part of it was used to analyze the composition and replicate, part of it was used to help other superpowers, and part of it belonged to the Zhou family. After all, it was something on their territory. This is simply a three-way win. It can be regarded as a rare good thing after so many bad things happened this time. After resting for a few more days, everyone decided to return. But when they were about to leave, Meili didn't keep up. Chapter 101. At first Zhou Jinsher thought Meili was begging for food. Although he had no choice, he still threw a lot of thawed chicken to Meili, since this was a child he had raised since childhood. Meili ate every piece of it, and almost licked the chicken crumbs off the ground. The starving ghost's reincarnation made Li Qiu seriously doubt that the bowl of meat-mashed cat food he had just fed it in the morning was fake. But after eating, it still squatted in the same place and didn't leave. It doesn't seem to want to go with us. Li Qiu jumped out of the car and approached Meili. Meili immediately lowered his head and rubbed it on the hand that Li Qiu stretched out. Those two eyes like emeralds showed reluctance. If you don't want to leave us, why don't you go with us? Li Qiu asked it patiently. Look, your master and Grandpa Zhou are both in the base. Let's move to another home. We can't live in this one anymore. Meili shook her tail, but still didn't move forward. Tang Xianghe was tall and could see far, so she suddenly shouted, Sister Qiu, run! Old tiger! Everyone followed Tang Xianghe's gaze, and saw a tiger head popping up on the hillside in the distance. If Meili has grown to the size of a small car, then this tiger is a semi-trailer. The huge tiger head has modeled and eye-catching patterns, and the aura of the king of beasts brings people extreme insecurity and oppression. Li Qiu quickly pulled Meili's front legs. Go! Go! Zhou Jinsher also came over, and the two of them worked together to take Mealy away. Mealy had no intention of running at all, but suddenly became excited. It tiptoed and twisted towards the tiger in the distance, and it was useless for anyone to call it. It's over. Isn't this just courting death? Everyone seemed to have foreseen Mealy's tragic end. This stupid cat. Did it dare to go over to Mealy without seeing what the other party was? But the tiger did not attack Mealy. It opened its bloody mouth and just yawned, then lowered its head and gently rubbed Mealy. The tiger and the cat rubbed their heads affectionately, and their tails stood up and entangled together. Everyone could vaguely see that the tiger's abdomen was bulging abnormally. It was about to become a mother. As an animal researcher, Han-ji was so excited that he picked up the camera and took pictures crazily. Oh my god, the combination of tiger and cat, a new mutant species. Seeing his excitement, he wanted to start drafting the paper right on the spot. Others couldn't help but think wildly. Should it be called a tiger cat or a cat tiger? No wonder it refused to go with us. Its baby is about to be born. Animals will find a hidden nest to give birth to ensure that they will not be discovered by other wild animals. After Mealy and the tiger were intimate, they ran back happily and meowed at Zhang Xuezhen many times. Because Hong Hong was afraid of cats, Zhang Xuezhen had not been in contact with Mealy for a long time. When she saw the giant cat coming, she immediately looked at Li Qiu. What does it want to do? Li Qiu scratched his head. I prepared cat food for it before, and the meat is in your space. Maybe it wants to take it away. Zhang Xuezhen waved his hand, and several large pots of meat appeared on the ground. Mealy purred with satisfaction, and raised his tail high. It picked up a pot of meat, and ran towards the tiger. After several rounds, it finished all the 7 or 8 pots of meat. The tiger was already eating bitterly. Pregnancy is very hard, and you need to eat a lot of meat to maintain your physical strength. It squatted on the ground and bowed its head again reluctantly, knowing that it was time to say goodbye. Li Qiu finally said goodbye to Mealy. Then we will come to see you later. You and your wife should be well. Zhou Jinshe reached out to wipe the meat paste that Mealy had put on his beard, and sighed softly. Be careful, run away when you encounter danger. All old fathers in the world have implicit love for their children. The same is true for furry children. The car gradually drove away. Mealy looked at the tiger for a long time, so long that the tiger had finished eating the meat and walked over. Meow Mealy called like a spoiled child, and the tiger also responded with a low roar. The cat and the tiger walked towards the zoo, where they had their common home. The people in the car were still discussing. Cats can find tigers as partners these days, so what else is impossible? It's impossible for you to find a partner. Hey, I don't want to make such an analogy. Having a partner doesn't fit my ideology. If one day I die, wouldn't it make my future partner sad? Jiang Song sighed. Huziyu said unhappily, Can you stop being such a pessimist? Han Ji was the person who was most reluctant to leave except Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshe. He drove out and looked with a telescope until he could no longer see it. Then he asked Zhou Jinshe to bring him with him next time. Jiang Song asked, Why is Professor Big Eyes so excited? I remember that you also encountered a mutant coral snake and a pit viper last time. I heard that guy could transform into a human. My Mealy is still not practicing well enough. He hasn't even taken human form yet. Do you think he wasn't excited that time? It's just that snakes are poisonous and will bite people, but rice grains won't bite him. Huziyu ruthlessly exposed her. The journey back was relatively smooth. Li Qiu was always worried about what Lin Saixing would do, and she looked worried. Fortunately, she was only 10 kilometers away from the base, and she didn't see Lin Saixing. Considering that Lin Saixing might follow them to find the location of the southern base, the route they took this time was a long detour, and therefore passed by the Nanchuan River in Belan City. Song Mimi said, Why didn't anyone awaken the fishing skill? Jiang Song immediately got what she meant. That's right, since animals mutate basically to bigger sizes, fish must also get bigger. Catch a few, and we go back to the base and have a fish feast. Tang Xianghe pointed at Zhou Jinshe who was driving. Why do we need fishing? Captain Zhou has water-related abilities, right? You've all seen the fairy tale dramas, right? If you divide the water to the sides and expose the surface, then the fish will be easy to pick up. Captain Zhou, don't you think so? Zhou Jinshe, Li Qiu immediately retorted. Then why don't you mention the episode of Tontian River in Journey to the West, where the old turtle carried Tang Monk and his disciples across the river? Tang Xianghe is a tortoise-related beast-like ability user, so anything related to turtles can be related to him. Tang Xianghe stared. I have supernatural powers, but I am not cultivating immortality. Li Qiu spread his hands. which meant that Zhou Jinshi was not cultivating immortality either. Tang Xianghe felt extremely wronged. Sister Qiu, you have become more and more biased since you two got together. However, since we mentioned fish and passed by the river, everyone's appetite was indeed aroused. Thinking that it was still early, they stopped at a clear water platform on the roadside and planned to fish here. There were only 3 people who knew how to fish: Hu Ziyu, Zhou Jinshi and Wu Renfan. The 3 of them each had a fishing rod from Zhang Xuezhen's space, and each of them made bait and started to make a nest. Jiang Song was running around among the 3 of them, and from time to time he wished fishing, and get hooked. Seeing that Zhou Jinshi and Wu Renfan were both starting to bite the ditch, Hu Ziyu scolded him. Did you only wish for them? Make a wish for me too. Jiang Song laughed. Old Hu, you know how important I am now. I am the strongest assistant in the universe. He rolled his eyes and said, how about you 3 bid for my wishing qualification? They were playing here, while the others found a flat land on the spot and planned to have a picnic here, which was also a way to appreciate the natural scenery. De Guo and Xiao Guo were also taken out of the space by Zhang Xuezhen, and they jumped and chased after Li Qiu. One said he was pleasant goat, and the other said he was beautiful goat. Li Qiu looked at their growing roots and crowns, and felt that time was indeed the most magical power in the world. It took only a few months from 2 fruits to 2 trees. They will grow their own fruits, and the next locust tree in the future. I wonder how lively the scene will be then. There are many kinds of food brought from Zhou's house. It is not an exaggeration to say that they went to the supermarket to buy goods. Even if they eat 8 meals a day, it is enough for several years. It is just right to have a picnic here to digest. Who knows that just when the food and drinks are laid out, a strong wind suddenly blows. As the wind blew, the temperature seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees in an instant, and everyone shivered involuntarily. There's fire here. Songwon immediately lit the firewood that everyone had picked up. The fire should have burned bigger and bigger with the help of the wind, but it was obvious that they underestimated the wind. The firewood that had just been lit was blown up by the wind and became the best hidden weapon, smashing in all directions unreasonably. In addition, there were stones, wood, and sundry scattered everywhere, all blown up by the strong wind. Of course, the pots, pans, and gas stoves on the ground were not spared. Zhao Linyan was quick and controlled the flying wood. The wood was only 1 centimeter away from Yang Mufeng's face. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and thanked the little girl repeatedly. When Ren threw out the golden needle to block it, and the golden needles nailed to the flying firewood and fell to the ground with a snap. Jiang Song's ability was useless at this time. Hu Ziyu took out his axe and swung it, with a full-strength posture like Qinxiang splitting the mountain to save his mother. Jiang Song rushed over with tears in his eyes. Hu, you are still the best to me. Next time, I will never wish you to eat instant noodles without seasoning packets. Tang Xianghe was like an old hen playing eagle-catching chickens, calling everyone to come behind him. When the beast's transformation ability was activated, it was very good at blocking the wind, but his facial features were almost blown beyond recognition by the wind. In short, everyone showed their magical powers, and finally avoided the flying firewood. Zhou Jinshi's eyes fell on the river. The water surface, which was originally calm, suddenly became rapid, and waves came one after another. It is obvious that the water level is slowly rising. Such a sudden change in weather is a real natural disaster. The few fishermen stopped fishing, put away their fishing gear, and rushed over with buckets to meet up. Everyone immediately rolled up their things and got into the car, stepping on the accelerator to rush back to the base as quickly as possible. Occasionally, a few zombies can be seen on the road being blown into the sky. The zombies are low level, low strength, and weak wind resistance. When they saw a car passing by below, they opened their mouths with murderous intent and wanted to come down to eat. As a result, they were immediately blown away to an unknown place by the wind. Through the car window, Jean Liufu complained, "It's the first time I see zombies flying into the sky. It's also strange." He screamed as soon as he finished speaking. It turned out that Zhou Jinshi swung the steering wheel hard to avoid a piece of iron plate flying from the opposite side, and the whole car body tilted and drove past the road at a weird angle. The people in the car also hit the seat hard. Zhou Jinshi looked at the rearview mirror and said to them, "Sit tight." Soon everyone knew the value of this sentence. Even Li Qiu silently tightened her seat belt. In this kind of weather and road conditions, Zhou Jinshi could still drive the car at 150 miles per hour without overturning. She admired him as a genius. The car was driving fast, crushing all the way, and she didn't know how many poor zombies were knocked away in the middle. When the car stopped at the gate of the base before the heavy rain, The first reaction of everyone getting off the car was vomit. A group of people found their own places to vomit. Li Qiu weakly took the water handed over by Zhou Jinshi. Brother, have you played QQ Speed before? Zhou Jinshi thought about it and asked, what is QQ Speed? Li Qiu looked at the child who was not poisoned by computer games with sympathy. It's just a racing game, and you can give a ring to get married in it. At that time, after school, I practiced drifting on it every day with my mother on my back. Get married? Zhou Jinshi repeated these two words. Yes, the control was loose at that time, and many games could get married, and weddings could be held. It was very lively. Li Qiu remembered it very clearly, but later I didn't like to play these games. I like farming and restaurant games. Zhou Jinshi said, get married with me next time. His voice was not loud, drowned in the noise of vomiting. But Li Qiu heard it. She pulled Zhou Jinshi's hand and responded with a smile. Okay. Zhou Jinshi's ears suddenly flushed red, and he felt hot when he held Li Qiu's hand. A group of people vomited at the door and took a break. The person on duty at the gate of the base had already shouted to them with a loud speaker, come in if you are outside. It will be closed in half an hour. The broadcast of the base's closure had been played dozens of times. Li Qiu looked back and found that the number of people on duty outside the base was several times more than before. I don't know what happened, but the guard is so strict. Her heart tightened, and she had a bad premonition. The inspection procedures for entering the base were still inevitable, and men and women were separated to check if there were any suspicious wounds on their bodies. Li Qiu was already familiar with this method. Anyway, the wounds on her body were healed seamlessly. Except for being a little rough due to wind and sun, no one could tell that she was a zombie. There were 3 compartments in the room where the girls were checked, which were simply blocked by curtains. Li Qiu was in the innermost room, and the other 2 were Zhang Xuezhen and Song Mimi. Both of them were very fast in the inspection, and finished in a short while. They originally planned to wait for Li Qiu in the room, but the staff urged them to wait outside because the compartment needed to be disinfected, so they went out first. But it was obviously the same inspection procedure, but when it came to Li Qiu, it seemed that everything was adjusted to 0.5 times the speed. Li Qiu looked at the slow staff in front of her, and asked helplessly while cooperating, is there anything else you want to see? She put on her clothes one by one, but she didn't see the staff give her the red bracelet that symbolized the entry and exit permit. The staff said don't worry, and handed her a glass of water. You will be out for a long time this time, and the inspection will take a little longer. The water was warm, and it had been poured out of the thermos for a while. But the heat on it still warmed Li Qiu's cold hands. Li Qiu held the water cup with both hands, absorbing the heat on it, but did not drink it. At this time, she noticed that the staff seemed to be packing up and disinfecting, but they were actually looking at her out of the corner of their eyes. If you want to see her, you can just look openly. Why is he peeking? It's impossible that he has a crush on her. Li Qiu can't be so narcissistic. Li Qiu's fingers gently stroked the outside of the paper cup, and suddenly asked, how do you know we have been out for a long time? Do you know us? The staff said, you are famous, everyone in the base knows you. Li Qiu thought about it, and it made sense. After all, they had made a lot of efforts in the previous Red Eye incident and the Snake Group incident. The official gave them rewards, and commended them throughout the base. It's not surprising that she knew them. The weather was unusually cold, and the heat of the water had almost dissipated. Drinking water didn't quench her thirst at all, but instead caused vomiting. She absolutely couldn't drink it. Li Qiu put the cup on the table beside her and asked the staff for something. Can I have the bracelet now? The staff saw that Li Qiu was really unwilling to drink the cup of water, and immediately stepped back. She stretched out her hand from her pocket and pressed a button. Li Qiu's first reaction was to run, but it was too late. The floor under her feet was empty, and she fell down. The floor quickly closed again, as if nothing had happened. The weather was too cold. Zhou Jinshi asked others to go home and rest first, and he, Zhang Xuezhen and Song Mimi were waiting outside the inspection room, waiting for Li Qiu to come out. But when the gate of the base was completely closed, they still hadn't seen Li Qiu. I go and look for him. Don't tell me if he found anything, Song Mimi whispered. I go with you. Zhang Xuezhen also went in. Zhou Jinshi was afraid that the inspection inside had not been completed yet, and it would be inconvenient for him to go in, so he waited at the door. Before a minute, he heard the voices of Song Mimi and the staff quarreling. Where is the person? I ask you, where is the person? Song Mimi had never been so angry before. She pointed at the compartment where Li Qiu had just been and questioned. The staff member remained calm. She had already gone out just now. You didn't see her. Song Mimi, Bullshit! If you don't hand her over today, this matter will not end. The staff member picked up the intercom. If you continue like this, I will call someone. She said a few words to the intercom, and footsteps were heard over there, and the official patrol army sent people over. Zhou Jinsher's face was extremely ugly, and he locked the door of the room with his backhand to prevent anyone from entering. He asked Song Mimi to continue questioning the staff, while he and Zhang Xuezhen began to grope in the room. There is only one entrance to this room, and they have been guarding the door, so Li Qiu could only disappear in the room. There must be some mechanism in that room. When Zhou Jinsher touched the floor where Li Qiu fell, he found that there was a flash of panic in the eyes of the staff. Here! Zhou Jinsher picked up the magic and hit the floor hard. But the wooden boards were broken everywhere, and there was compacted soil under the wooden boards, and there was no secret passage. The staff's expression had long returned to calm, and they looked at them quietly. I have said it before, there is no one here except me. Chapter 102. When Li Qiu woke up, she was no longer in the inspection cubicle. Looking around, she was familiar with the place where she was imprisoned. This was the place where Hua Chuansheng used to imprison people with superpowers for experiments. Now it seems to have been renovated and reused by the authorities. Not only was it reinforced, but many incomprehensible instruments were added, and cold-proof and warm-keeping facilities were also built. Perhaps the authorities had foreseen the future weather and made preparations in advance. I don't know what material the place where she was trapped was made of. It looked almost transparent like glass, but it was as solid as the door of the vault. There were traces of superpowers surging and entangled on it. Li Qiu tried several times, but failed to break it open. She thought to herself, is it necessary to be so defensive against me? Her backpack was missing, and her clothes were changed into hospital gowns. Li Qiu rolled up her sleeves, and saw several needle holes on her wrists. I don't know what was injected into her, which made her feel weak all over and unable to use her superpowers. There were also a few places where her skin was obviously blue, which was the trace of blood being drawn. Because Li Qiu had long anticipated what kind of situation she would be in if her identity was discovered, so when this day really came, she was not surprised. In addition to being a little unhappy, she felt more like awe. I was finally discovered. She would no longer live a life of sneaking around as a zombie, but she could not predict what the future would be like. The official people would not be so crazy as to study her piece by piece. She shook her head and threw this perverted idea out of her mind. The surroundings were almost transparent. Li Qiu could see the situation outside, and the outsiders could also see her. There was a group of people wearing protective clothing who were busy outside, shuttling back and forth, and occasionally facing her direction to record something. They were very dedicated. I wonder how much they could earn. Li Qiu had some idea of how the animals in the zoo who were exhibited behind glass felt. She was better than the animals. At least humans wouldn't stick to the glass, squeeze around, and take crazy photos. Originally, we were sitting and looking at each other, which was nothing, but the feeling of hunger slowly came up as time passed. Li Qiu patted the wall, pointed to her mouth, and made a gesture of wanting to eat. Prisoners should also be given prison food. Someone's voice came from the ceiling. You don't need to gesture, just say anything, we can hear you. Li Qiu said, oh, I want to eat. The food was delivered to Li Qiu through a hole in the ceiling, and it was closed immediately after delivery, as if they were afraid that Li Qiu's breath would be contagious. What fell down were several large pieces of frozen meat still covered with frost, which looked like pork, but could also be cow or sheep. Li Qiu was not picky. She ate whatever meat was available, but the portion was too small. The time in prison was so long, she deliberately slowed down her eating speed. The meat that could be eaten in a few bites took half an hour to eat, and she wanted to chew each bite 80 times. Li Qiu puffed her cheeks and thought, I don't feel full even after chewing so many times. Sure enough, this weight loss method was a lie. Outside the wall, Li Qiu's food intake and speed were recorded by a special person. After the record was made, it was immediately taken to the research room. After eating, Li Qiu found a corner and half lying down, and said to the ceiling, you can actually discuss what you want to do with me. I will cooperate with you in everything I can. Can people still have some trust in each other? Even if it goes to court, we should follow the principle of presumption of innocence. The voice on the ceiling was silent for a long time. Li Qiu waited expectantly for a long time, but there was still no sound from the ceiling. How could this happen? The official also played cold violence. She turned over silently, and lay facing inward. There were fewer staff on this side, so Li Qiu was not so upset. The thing injected into her body imprisoned all her superpowers except the body of the corpse king. Since it is a drug, it must have an expiration date. As long as she survives the effect of the drug, she can use her superpowers. Li Qiu's opponents have always claimed that she has power-type superpowers. They don't know that she also has responsiveness, flawlessness, stealing stars and changing the day. These are special functional superpowers. If used well, the current predicament is not a problem. Thinking of this, Li Qiu closed his eyes and began to doze off. Rest and recuperate. Remember the 16-character formula. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy stays, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. The underground world used to be the nightmare of the southern base, and the red-eye disease echo bug is still the #1 ghost story in the base. But after the construction started, this place has changed a lot, gradually becoming an indestructible underground fortress, and all kinds of facilities are being improved. The backbone of the scientific research, medical and other industries in the base have long been transferred here. Among them, the research on superpowers and zombies is the top priority now. On the table of the conference room, there is also a top-secret document that was just found yesterday. This document was found during the construction of the fortress. Judging from the handwriting, it should belong to the deceased Hua Chuansheng. In this document, the top is a test report. The sample was taken from Li Qiu's hair. The test results are highlighted in bold. The hair belongs to a zombie. Hua Chuansheng thought Li Qiu was taking drugs, so he asked someone to take her hair for hair testing. In fact, he also kept some samples, and did other tests to form this report. Further down is a handwritten research report on Li Qiu by Hua Chuansheng. The handwriting of the older generation is neat and tidy, and every word looks clear as if it was printed by a printer. The research report clearly states the growth and specialness of Li Qiu as a zombie. The alien human prediction report that was widely circulated on the internet at the time only listed the highest level of zombies as lords. There is only one S-level lord among 1,000,000 zombies, who can command all zombies in a city. But the conclusions in Hua Chuansheng's research report show that Li Qiu has the potential to surpass the lord, that is, the legendary zombie king. In the world of natural disasters, humans no longer occupy the top of the food chain. They have to deal with extreme natural weather, zombies, mutant plants and animals, and various unknown spirits, which is unbearable. Now there is such an opportunity for change. As long as Li Qiu can be controlled, in theory, all zombies in the world can be eliminated, and even zombies can be used to produce and work for humans. The people in the conference room gradually split into 3 factions. Some people believe that based on Li Qiu's previous performance and contributions, imprisoning her now is equivalent to depriving her of her human rights. Advocate to let Li Qiu go. This group of people never appeared in the subsequent meetings after the meeting. Some people think that Hua Chuansheng's plan should be improved, using Li Qiu to take Belen City as the starting point to first eliminate the zombies in this city. From then on, among the 4 major bases in the country, their southern base will definitely occupy a dominant position. Some people think that Li Qiu's existence is a time bomb. Zombies are naturally insidious, cunning, bloodthirsty and vicious, and have no human emotions. Everything about Li Qiu may be fake, and only the corpse is safe for the hundreds of thousands of people. As long as Li Qiu wants, she can attract countless zombies, and then the entire southern base can only fight a desperate battle. So they advocate killing Li Qiu and dissecting her brain and body structure. Anyway, as long as her body is there, it will be just around the corner to make a zombie virus vaccine. Maybe we can also find a way to keep humans awake after being infected by zombies. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to the seat. General Yan sat there, listening to everyone's arguments expressionlessly, but he was the one who could really make the final decision. He closed the information and said only briefly, "Come up with a plan, speed up the research, and execute Li Qiu in a month." After the meeting, General Yan returned to Area A through the secret passage. Someone had been waiting there angrily. General Yan was stunned for a moment, and said kindly, "Mr. Zhou, why are you here?" The Zhou family invested a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources to build the southern base. Although General Yan is now the #1 person in the base, he still respects the Zhou family as always. Zhou Taikuan was too old to pretend, so he asked directly, "Will you release the person?" General Yan was very tight-lipped, and waved his hand to let the people in the room go out before asking, "Who? Don't play tricks on me. Without your permission, who can hide people at the gate? Hand over Qiu." The time spent by Zhou Jinshi and Li Qiu on this trip has far exceeded expectations. The Zhou and Li families have to check at the gate of the base almost every day to see if the people have returned, and they also have to ask the teams outside to inquire about the news. Zhou Taikuan finally heard that their team had returned, and hurried over, just in time to catch up with a group of people on the verge of a fight. To be precise, Zhou Jinshi and his team had already knocked down a group of people, and the official people were ready to use guns. After Zhou Taikuan came, the two sides stopped fighting, but when he heard that Li Qiu was captured, he immediately rushed to General Yin. General Yin saw that he could not hide it, so he chose to tell the truth. Li Qiu, we can't let her go. You should just pretend that this little girl doesn't exist in the future. This matter must be kept secret. If it gets out, those who are close to her will be implicated. General Yin patted Zhou Taikuan on the shoulder and kindly advised. They are all familiar with Li Qiu, and they are still afraid of her. The hundreds of thousands of people in the base, who didn't save their lives with great difficulty, can live a barely peaceful life here. They will not allow a sword to be placed on their heads, and live this dangerous life with zombies. A little girl who can run, jump, talk and laugh is a zombie. She is still the most powerful zombie known so far. There is nothing more outrageous in the world than this. Zhou Taikuan walked downstairs with a dark face. Zhou Jinshi and several other young people were waiting downstairs. When Zhou Jinshi saw his grandfather's hesitant expression, he already knew the result. Zhou Jinshi turned to Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen. You go home first and comfort your uncle and aunt. I find a way to deal with the rest. The two turned around and left, almost running. Grandpa. Zhou Jinshi was about to go in another direction, but was stopped by Zhou Taikuan. Let's talk about it when we get home. The smell of food was rare in Zhou's house. Zhou Lingyi came out with a plate of scrambled eggs. Zhou Linghui, do you have any sense? I've cooked the dishes. Don't you know to bring them out? Zhou Linghui was washing vegetables in an apron, and he was instantly angry. Washing vegetables. Didn't you see me washing vegetables? Isn't it just washing some vegetables? Are you tired after doing a little work? There was not a day that the brother and sister didn't quarrel. They quarreled over big things, and even more over small things. Zhou Linghui was about to roar, but his ears moved and he immediately worked obediently. He had already heard the footsteps of the old man coming back. Zhou Lingyi rolled her eyes and went out. Dad! Didn't you say that Jean would be back today? Before she finished speaking, Zhou Taikuan had already pulled Zhou Jinshi in. Both of them looked unhappy, gloomy. Even the magic in Zhou Jinshi's hand became cold and chilly, and Zhou Lingyi couldn't help shivering. What happened? Zhou Lingyi asked. Zhou Linghui certainly couldn't let her perform alone, and immediately came out and asked, Are you hungry? How about I cook 2 more dishes? Zhou Taikuan rarely scolded them, waved his hand, and asked them to take the food to eat outside, and he took Zhou Jinshi into the room. Zhou Linghui stuck his head out and wanted to whisper to his sister, What do you think Dad and Jean are talking about? What does it have to do with you? Why is it none of my business? Am I Dad's biological son and Jin's biological uncle? Do you think everyone is like you? A daughter who is married off is like water spilled out, and you don't care about the life and death of the family at all. If it weren't for Tianzai Dad asking you to come back, you would have run away to a foreign country to live a carefree life. Zhou Linghui, I'm going to fight you. This time, the two of them not only cursed at each other, but also started fighting. The two people in the room had no time to care about them, and closed the door more tightly. Don't worry about Qiu anymore. Zhou Taikuan pondered for a while, patted Zhou Jinshi's shoulder. You don't know her situation. I know. You know? Zhou Taikuan was stunned. When did you know? I knew it when I had conjunctivitis. Grandpa, I'm with Qiu this time. I was planning to tell you as soon as I came back, and then go visit Qiu's parents together. Zhou Taikuan opened his mouth and couldn't say a word for a long time. Are you kidding? I don't agree. He is not that old-fashioned, but now he feels that he should be more old-fashioned. I'm not kidding. Zhou Taikuan walked around the room, and he felt like he was going to have high blood pressure. He pointed his finger at Zhou Jinshi. Have you thought it through? The eldest grandson is good in everything, good at kung fu, and good at studying and being polite, but there is one thing, he will not change what he has determined. Zhou Taikuan knows this very well. Zhou Jinshi said, I've made up my mind. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have asked her out. Zhou Taikuan sighed, even if you like her, there's nothing I can do. If I had known this earlier, I might have tipped you off and told you not to come back. Now we don't know where she's been held. I've guessed where she might have been held. Zhou Jinshi said. He lowered his head to his grandfather as he spoke. Grandpa, I must go. Zhou Taikuan then felt that Zhou Jinshi's supernatural power seemed to be several times stronger than before. After asking, he found out that it was the black coffin that melted into the soil, which had a strengthening effect on supernatural power. Are you sure? Yes. Song Wan and the others came back first, and when they passed by Li Qiu's house, they happened to see Li Qiu's mother at the door. Jiang Rufang heard that her daughter and the others had returned, and happily said to Li Dimming, "You see, I was still foresight, and I dried the quilt first. The three of them must be comfortable sleeping." Li Dimming responded to his wife, while frying sugar color for the braised pork. "Yes, yes, yes. It's been so long, why haven't you come back yet?" Jiang Rufang put down the quilt and couldn't sit still. "I go to the door to check." As soon as she went out, she saw Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen. "Come in, are you tired or hungry?" Jiang Rufang held their hands, but didn't see Li Qiu behind them. Song Mimi had thought of a pretext on the way here. "Godmother, when we went out this time, Qiu found something very important, so she went to report to General Yin as soon as she came. Maybe she won't be back until tomorrow." "Is that so? I always treated her like a child, but now she can report directly to the general." Jiang Rufang couldn't help laughing. "I've cooked at home, I send her to area later." Zhang Xuezhen could only bite the bullet and stop her. "No need, auntie, I've already eaten on the way here." As soon as she finished speaking, heavy rain had already hit the roof. The rain was falling fast and dense, and the sky was dark as 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. "I heard it was going to rain. Why is it raining so heavily? Did Qiu bring an umbrella?" Jiang Rufang stood at the door and looked at the sky. Li Dimming couldn't listen anymore. "You just said that you can't treat Qiu as a child anymore. She's going to report her work, she's busy, let's not mess with her." Jiang Rufang was stunned and couldn't help laughing. "Hey, I don't know what happened today. But fortunately, there was this heavy rain, which finally stopped her from going to Area A to wait for Li Qiu." Song Mimi winked at Zhang Xuezhen, and the two of them ate a few bites and went into the room together, using the excuse that they were tired and planned to take a nap. "This is the first time I lead people to dig a hole. If you can't do it, tell me in time." Song Mimi took a breath and stepped on the ground. Before, she could only dig around in the soil by herself and breathe freely. After the black soil was upgraded, the superpowers had more functions, but Song Mimi was not sure. "If you are not careful in the soil, it will suffocate people." "Got it, hurry up," Zhang Xuezhen urged. As soon as the superpowers were used, Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen's figures disappeared in the room. They went straight underground, holding flashlights, and walked through the endless darkness. On the other side, Zhou Jinshi had been standing at the door. He stretched out his hand and watched the rain hit his hand and poured onto the ground. The drainage system of the base was not perfect, and the water on the ground was already very deep. He said, "Grandpa, with this rain, we are sure." Chapter 103. "What are you doing?" Song Mimi saw Zhang Xuezhen take out an oxygen bottle from the space and started to breathe. Zhang Xuezhen couldn't speak while breathing oxygen, and shook her head to signal her to continue moving forward. "Go up first." Song Mimi didn't know the way, and rushed around underground relying on her sense of direction, but she couldn't find the underground world. It was already the point where she had to breathe oxygen, and Zhang Xuezhen must have reached the limit of what she could bear. Song Mimi pulled her tight, and when they opened their eyes again, they had already drilled out of the ground. The hole they drilled out of closed up immediately, as if nothing had ever run out of there. Zhang Xuezhen calmed down her breath, drank another bottle of water, and finally felt much better. "Where are we?" "The base is not big, nor is it small. They are really a little unfamiliar with this place." Song Mimi looked around. "We seem to have come to the farm." The farm at the base supplies hundreds of thousands of people with fruits and vegetables every day. It operates 24 hours a day, and is always looked after and managed. "Sure, people," Zhang Xuezhen said briefly, and covered Song Mimi's mouth. The two of them pressed their bodies against the wall, trying to reduce their presence. Fortunately, the patrol did not find them, and waved their flashlights in other directions. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, they found a black shadow rushing over. The black shadow bit Song Mimi's trouser leg. "Fuzi? It's really it. Why are you here?" Song Mimi squatted down. Fuzi's tail swayed back and forth, and he was very excited to see an acquaintance. Dogs can't talk, but people can. Grandpa's flashlight first shone on Fuzi, and then on people. Before being discovered by another wave of patrols, Grandpa took Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen to his office. As a plant power user, he settled down directly on the farm, and now his life on the farm is busy and peaceful. Grandpa poured hot water for them. "The farm gate closes at 8 o'clock in the evening. Why are you two here at this time?" The two did not want to implicate Grandpa, so they did not want to say too much. They just said that they got lost while practicing their powers, and came here in a daze. Grandpa did not think much about it, and opened a few sacks to show them. You have been out for too long this time. Are Chiocho and Gwizzy okay? These are all the vegetables I left for you. This bag is potatoes, this bag is sweet potatoes, and there are corn, tomatoes, lettuce, cabbage. I was thinking of sending them to you tomorrow morning. Since you are here today, take them away. Those vegetables were carefully selected by Grandpa, and they were plump and fresh. You can tell how delicious they are just by looking at them. Zhang Xuezhen put them into the space and took out a lot of things. Grandpa, the temperature has dropped again recently. These things are what we found this time. Everyone has a share. This one is yours. The things she took out included medicines found in the hospital, bedding, down jackets, etc. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is the black soil in a 1L water bottle. Most of this black soil is here with Zhang Xuezhen, and only a small part was given to Han Ji for sample analysis. If Li Qiu hadn't happened, this black soil should have been presented to General Yin during the day. After resting here for a while, the two said goodbye to their grandfather. Grandpa came out to see them off. Hearing that they were going to use their special powers to get around, he pointed them in the direction. Left is your home. Don't go the wrong way. Right is the underground world. The two looked at each other, feeling like they had found something they had never found before. It's time to eat. Someone came back with a lunch box and knocked on the door of the laboratory. Food cannot be brought in, so a group of hungry people came out of the room, each with a box of food, and found a place to eat. Yin Ran, yours? Someone saw that Yin Ran was still in the laboratory and knocked on the door to indicate that they had left a portion for her. Yin Ran didn't seem to hear the noise outside. The others took away the one who left food for Sang Ran. She doesn't talk every day, so don't bother her. Yin Ran is a talent that the base has recently focused on cultivating. Her special power is foresight. Foresight, there are side effects every time it is used. The more people are affected by the predicted things, the more severe the physical and psychological torture the predictor will suffer. Last time Yin Ran predicted the coming of the extreme cold blizzard disaster, she asked the base to make an emergency plan in advance and urgently reinforced and repaired the underground world. After the prediction was completed, she lay in bed for almost half a month before her body could slowly move. After that, various hallucinations and strange thoughts continued to appear. Now that she has recovered almost completely, the official has given her a new task. This time, the target of the prediction is only one person, Li Qiu. The scope is obviously much smaller than predicting natural disasters, but Yin Ran feels that the difficulty is greater than last time. The door of the laboratory was pushed open, and someone walked up to Yin Ran. Are you not eating yet? Yin Ran came out of her trance and looked up to find that her father was here. Few people in the base know that Yin Ran is the daughter of General Yin Hung. First, General Yin doesn't want his family to enjoy privileges here. Second, it's also to protect Yin Ran. Some people can't find a breakthrough with him, so they will think of other ways. He doesn't allow those things to happen. Not hungry yet. Yin Ran seemed very reserved in front of her father. Before the natural disaster, the father and daughter were apart and had rarely spoken. After the natural disaster, the two basically communicated about work. Dad, can I go see her? Yin Ran held a tube of Li Qiu's blood in her hand. She saw a lot of things from this tube of blood, but she wanted to see more. Because of a tube of blood, she became curious about a person. General Yin didn't agree immediately. She is a dangerous person. If she wants, this place will become a zombie base tomorrow. Because of the confidentiality code, he still couldn't tell Yin Ran a lot. For example, Li Qiu's blood was used to test zombies in prison. Her blood has a fatal attraction to zombies, and it can also make zombies evolve rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. One Li Qiu can cultivate countless zombies above level A. No one can bear this result. Yin Ran said but put forward a different point of view. But her parents are here. Where parents are his home, and a person will not take the initiative to destroy his own home. General Yin was stunned and didn't know what to say. His wife died on the dam during flood relief 10 years ago. After his grief, he was promoted all the way and was so busy that he didn't go home at all. He actually knew how Yin Ran had been living these years. General Yin said, let's eat first. If you are tired today, take a rest. There is still a month. At the meeting, he announced that the research would be accelerated and Li Qiu would be executed in a month. This matter is not without room for maneuver. If, in his daughter's prediction, Li Qiu did not attack humans, it means that Li Qiu is indeed controllable. He also has enough reasons to convince others. Yin Ren followed her father out of the laboratory door. As soon as she picked up the lunch box, she saw someone running in the distance. Report to the general. The guard wanted to report, but he hesitated. General Yin hurriedly said goodbye to Yin Ren and listened to the report on the way. The guard reported 2 emergencies. One is that the heavy rain far exceeded expectations, the drainage system was damaged, and now the water depth in many places in the base has exceeded 1 meter and is still rising. The base has already urgently dispatched personnel, but no matter how it is handled, the water level has not dropped. If this continues, the underground world may be flooded. The other thing was that Li Qiu was not in a good state, and seemed to be crazy, and had been attacking the wall frantically. Compared with the first thing, of course, it was more urgent, and he had to dispatch it personally. But Li Qiu's matter was top secret, and could not be delegated to others, so he could only deal with it later. General Yin, I go and take a look. Yin Ren followed him at some point. General Yin considered it again and nodded in agreement. Of course Li Qiu was not crazy, she was just hungry. In order to evaluate Li Qiu's data in all aspects, the group of people who imprisoned her did not throw in any food except the few large pieces of meat given at the beginning. Even though Li Qiu's tone was no different from pleading, the guards outside the wall were indifferent. They took up the pen and recorded it indifferently. She fasted and did not drink water for 3 hours. Her teeth grew 3 centimeters outside her mouth and were suspected to contain venom. Her nails were about 10 centimeters long. The feeling of hunger came faster than Li Qiu expected. She had not finished her last begging. Tears were still rolling in her eyes, but she had already lost her human consciousness. The one locked in the 4 walls was still Li Qiu, but not Li Qiu. She attacked everything that blocked her frantically, as if she did not know how to get tired at all. Fierce, brutal, cruel, crazy. The record continued, fasted and did not drink water for 4 hours. Her mental state tended to be crazy, and she attacked indiscriminately. Pa pa pa. Something dripped onto the protective clothing of the recorder. They looked up and found that water was actually seeping down from the roof. Then the water flow became bigger and bigger. If Sun Wukong came, he would have mistaken this for the water curtain cave. No one expected such a big water leak. Some people planned to press the alarm device here and apply for immediate evacuation. But it was too late. A figure emerged from the gurgling water. Zhou Jinshi knocked down the group of people in the laboratory without much effort, and then ran to the place where Li Qiu was imprisoned. After seeing Zhou Jinshi coming, the crazy Li Qiu became even crazier. She was really hungry. This person looked delicious. The magic was chopped out, but the blade was shaken back, and the 4 walls did not move at all. Zhou Jinshi reached out and felt the various traces of supernatural powers flowing on it. The other party used supernatural powers to set up defenses, so he could only use supernatural powers to break them. Countless water flows gathered and attached to the 4 walls, forming a momentum no less than a mountain torrent or tsunami. The Tao Te Ching states, nothing in the world is softer than water, and nothing can overcome it when it attacks the strong, because nothing can replace it. Water itself is the softest and most powerful thing. The 4 walls began to crack, and as a result, the alarms rang one after another, one more urgent than the other, and the spread was terrifyingly wide. Oh my god, we finally found the right place. Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen crawled out of a pile of wet mud. As soon as they came out, they heard the violent alarm, and when they saw the water marks around them, they immediately guessed that Zhou Jinshi had arrived before them. Xiao. When the 2 of them went over, a hole happened to be broken in the 4 walls. The water rushed in, and Li Qiu was carried up by the water, but immediately waved her limbs to try to bite Zhou Jinshi. Zhou Jinshi looked at her like this, his eyes turned red, and he immediately took out the reserve food in his backpack. After eating 1 piece of meat, there was another piece. Seeing Li Qiu's hungry look, Zhang Xuezhen took out more from the space. Song Mimi gnashed her teeth in anger. I will fight them. Don't fight for now, let's go out first. Zhou Jinshi hugged Li Qiu, who was slowly regaining consciousness, and reminded them that they were still in dire straits. Before the official people arrived, the 4 people took the work badges of the researchers on the ground and ran towards the exit. In the corner, Yin Ren pressed her aching forehead. She saw Li Qiu in person, and she could predict more things. It was a very scary scene, so scary that Yin Ren fainted from the pain before she had time to record it. It was raining heavily, and Jitue, holding his daughter and his wife Ruru, had already retreated to Area A. When they arrived, a group of familiar old friends had already been there to receive the official cold prevention medicine. Brother Tue, sister Ruru, I've saved a place for you. When Ren waved at them, as they were going to take shelter together. Jishur stretched out his hand to Wen-Ran. Wen-Ran smiled and hugged Cheese. Little Cheese, did you miss me? Andy will hug you and kiss you. Ji Tui put the things away, and sat between Jean Liufu and He. I was originally planning to do something for Xiao Longxia tomorrow. In this weather, we can only wait a few days. People are gone, but things still need to be done. They discussed it, and decided that cremation was the best. If the whole body was buried, it would most likely be dug out and eaten by mutant animals these days, and it would be an uneasy death. Jean Liufu and Fei sighed, and gulped down the medicine in their hands. The medicine was too hot, and it made their throats bitter. Luo Daxian sat on the other side. He closed his eyes, and counted with his fingers. This rain won't last long. It will stop in 10 minutes at most. Jiang Song was happy. Daxian, you can calculate this. You know everything about astronomy and geography. There are ways to do this. Luo Daxian stroked his non-existent beard and said proudly. A group of old friends chatted and joked for a while, but they found that they didn't see Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi. Huziyu stood up. I go and see. Wu Renfan stopped him. She had just come back from getting hot water to make coffee, but ran into the adjutant next to General Yin. For such a high-level figure, it is reasonable to say that he has seen a lot of scenes, but who knew that his emotions fluctuated greatly? Wu Renfan subconsciously activated his supernatural perception, analyzed emotions, and concluded the cause and effect. She asked everyone to gather around and whispered, "They are in trouble." It was raining heavily outside, and many places in the base were flooded. Jiang Runfang and his wife also received an evacuation notice. Areas A, B, and C are high in terrain, and people living in other areas can temporarily go there to avoid the flood. There was nothing valuable to pack at home, so the two packed some necessary things in crystal cores, but found that Song Mimi and the others had not made any movement. Did you knock on the door just now? Li Deming was a little confused. Jiang Runfang, I must have knocked on the door, and I knocked several times to ask them to get ready quickly, and I will leave soon. When they pushed open the door of the room, there was no one inside. Instead, the floor was smashed open by someone, and there was a dark hole, and below was wet soil. The couple clung to the edge of the black hole, and looked down with a flashlight. The next second, Song Mimi, covered in mud, came out with Zhang Xuezhen, who was breathing oxygen. The two looked at each other in surprise. What were you two doing so late at night? It's raining outside, we have to hide quickly. Luckily Qiu was in Area A. Jiang Runfang pulled a towel over and subconsciously wiped their hair. Wet hair will catch a cold. It's cold anyway. Song Mimi sneezed loudly. Godmother, Godfather, let's run. What happened? Qiu is a zombie. They want to kill Qiu. Zhang Xuezhen said it succinctly. The people have been rescued. When the rain stops and the authorities react, they will immediately control Li Qiu's family. The base can no longer be stayed, and the sooner the better to take Li Qiu's parents away. Chapter 104. Li Qiu heard the sound of rain hitting the roof, which made her feel like she used to play white noise when she couldn't sleep. She asked, "What is this place?" Zhou Jinshi sat next to her and handed her a hot water bag, the service area outside the base. They didn't take all the supplies away before, but instead added some of the necessary types. Originally, they thought that if other survivors passed by here, or if they went out on a mission, they could come here for supplies. Now they are using it themselves. Are you still hungry? I'm fine now. Li Qiu pulled Zhou Jinshi's hand. Zhou Jinshi's hands were very cold, almost as cold as hers. After the rain, the temperature dropped by who knows how many degrees. If there wasn't a charcoal fire burning in the house, Li Qiu suspected that the glass would freeze. She put the hot water bag between their hands, so that they could absorb the warmth from each other. Zhou Jinshi looked at Li Qiu. I'm sorry, I didn't expect the situation in the examination room at all. He has been reviewing this matter, and took all the problems on himself. Because he had been in and out of the base many times before, he thought everything was fine and foolproof. People always pay the price for habit. Li Qiu looked at him in surprise. Before, you advised me that I couldn't bear the lives of so many people. Why are you rushing to take the responsibility yourself? They will find out sooner or later. In fact, I should have left a long time ago. My parents have seen it, and my friends are living well here. I won't have any regrets if I move to another place. Even if they are together now, she has never thought of letting Zhou Jinshi go with her. Grandpa Zhou is still here, and Zhou Jinshi's parents might come back in the future. Zhou Jinshi should stay in the base. Before Zhou Jinshi could speak, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door outside. Song Mimi's voice was furious. You want to piss me off to death? You want to sneak away without taking us? The first people I saw when I opened the door were the little clay figurines Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen, and behind them were the big clay figurines Jiang Rufang and Li Deming. As the new Tu Xingxuan, Song Mimi raised his proficiency in moving people from 0 to 100 in one day. With so many things happening, several people took the initiative to go out and leave the space for Li Qiu's family. Dad, Mom, you all know? Li Qiu sat on a small stool next to the brazier and looked at them awkwardly. Li Deming had a look of despair on his face. Such a big thing happened. Why didn't you tell Dad and Mom? Jiang Rufang glared at him. Why are you so loud? Li Deming sat aside silently and added a few pieces of charcoal to the brazier. When did it happen? Jiang Rufang took Li Qiu's hand. She looked at Li Qiu's nervous expression, and her heart was broken. Li Qiu felt like crying for some reason, but she was afraid that her mother would cry too, so she held back her tears. She simply summarized, I went to Qilin City for an exam, and there was also a zombie outbreak there. After being a zombie for a month, I was so hungry that I picked up zombies on the ground and ate them. As I was eating, I suddenly remembered that I was still a human being. All the sufferings can be described calmly after time. So Li Qiu's tone of description was not sad, but rather happy. When Jiang Rufang thought of her daughter running around and hiding, wandering for so long, and finally being locked up after the family reunited, she was choked up and couldn't speak. She finally calmed down and was about to talk about her future plans, but Li Deming next to her started crying again. Mother and daughter, At 2 o'clock in the morning, my parents went to bed first. The others couldn't sleep, so they sat together by the brazier. Song Mimi looked at the door. Look! What was falling from the sky was no longer rain, but large flakes of snow. A thin layer of ice formed in the accumulated water in the service area. The wind blew in from the door in gusts, making people shiver. Song Mimi closed the door with a snap. Zhang Xuezhen took out a few thick quilts and let the people who were warming themselves by the fire cover themselves. This snow is heavier than the previous 2 months. It had been 2 months since it snowed, and the weather was gradually warming up. Almost everyone thought that spring was coming soon. But this time, the heavy rain and heavy snow brought everyone back to the extreme cold. If you are not prepared, someone will definitely die tonight in such a temperature. The authorities will definitely not be able to spare any manpower to take care of Li Qiu's affairs in order to provide food and clothing for the hundreds of thousands of survivors. Zhou Jinshi said, We can't stay here for long. We need to find a place to avoid the cold as soon as possible. Do you have any ideas? How is your home? Zhang Xuezhen asked. Zhou's home has all kinds of facilities. The place is spacious, and there are not even any zombies around. It's the perfect place for them to hide. It's good there. Even if they chase us out, they may not dare to chase us that far. Song Mimi also agreed. Speaking of which, the time I lived in Zhou's home was a rare comfortable time in the natural disaster world. The only one who disagreed was Li Qiu. She shook her head. You forgot that Lin Caixing is in Belan City, and she knows the location of Zhou's home. The demon Lin Caixing is more cunning and smart than any zombie Li Qiu has ever encountered, and has never seen Li Qiu with his real body. Before he is sure enough, Li Qiu cannot take his friends and family to take risks there. The Zhou family is listed as an alternative. Zhang Xuezhen took out a map and spread it among several people. Everyone brainstormed and started to think about where to go. How about here? Li Qiu pointed to the southwest direction of the map. I remember that there was an earthquake in Belan City one year, and the city announced the earthquake-proof areas of the whole city. There is an air raid shelter here. The place Li Qiu pointed to is located between the south base and Snake Mountain. In addition to the air raid shelter to avoid the cold, there is rich vegetation there. Firewood does not need to worry, and large and small fruits can grow well. There is also a red lake in the middle. Not only the water source is stable, but you may also be able to catch fish. The only drawback is that the fastest way to get there is to go through a winding mountain road first, up the mountain first, and then down the mountain. In this weather, the road must be frozen, and you must be careful when going up. Agree, several people said in unison. We will set off at dawn tomorrow. You guys go to sleep first. Zhou Jinshi took the initiative to do the night watch. We will do it together. Li Qiu was not sleepy at all. Since she regained her human consciousness, she had never felt so at ease. The most beloved family, best friends, and most trusted lover were all around her. They loved her wholeheartedly, believed in her, and accompanied her. Even if every day in the future was a blizzard, Li Qiu believed that spring would come. Li Qiu underestimated her sleepiness. When she woke up hungry, the porridge in the pot was already bubbling. Looking through the window, the outside was covered with snow, and only a plain color could be seen between the sky and the earth. The snow had not reached half of the door frame, and it was still accumulating. After breakfast, Zhang Xuezhen released the prepared truck from the space. When leaving the base, she collected a lot of large, medium and small vehicles, as well as gasoline and diesel. It was more than enough to support them to the Red Lake Villa district. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi were sitting at the front of the car. Zhou Jinshi was responsible for starting, and Li Qiu was responsible for checking the road conditions. Zhang Xuezhen and the other 4 people sitting in the car were making a list and counting the food and supplies they had to keep warm. According to the current weather conditions, once they arrived at the air raid shelter, it meant that they would not go out for a long time. After counting the number of supplies, they had to plan their expenses according to the daily schedule. Zhou Jinshi drove steadily and easily at first, with only occasional sliding and bumps. But after getting off the highway and driving towards the mountain, the road conditions became worse and worse, and there were more places where they needed to be cautious. There were fallen electric poles, trees, and boulders on the road from time to time. These were all on the surface, and some were hidden in the dark, buried by the snow, and became natural traps. Zhou Jinshi had to be extremely alert. After encountering another roadblock, he and Li Qiu got out of the car to clear the roadblock. Huh? Li Qiu exhaled a breath of cold air, shivering, and said, I used to envy those who lived in northeastern provinces. Not only could they play snowball fights but also ski. Now I don't envy them at all. Zhou Jinshi smiled helplessly, moved the last stone away, and motioned her to go to the car to keep warm. Li Qiu also smiled, but her smile froze on her face immediately. Many animals are afraid of the cold, but there are some that are not. For example, wolves. First, a rough-haired wolf appeared in the sight of Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi, then the second, third, fourth. Each wolf weighed almost 500 to 600 kilograms, which was very oppressive. Wolves are creatures that always appear in groups. Once the target is determined, they will immediately plan an opportunity to capture it and chase it relentlessly. It is estimated that they have been targeting it for a while. Logically speaking, the truck is so huge that they will not easily attack. But in this weather, these wolves are probably really hungry, and can no longer care about anything. Zhou Jinshi's magic was thrown out to block the first attacking wolf. Li Qiu also kicked with one leg according to the moves he taught, and kicked directly into the wolf's belly. But these wolves have evolved through mutation, and their skin is thick, and they are not afraid of pain. Instead, they counterattack more aggressively. Li Qiu threw out a few pieces of zombie meat from the bag, and while the wolves were reacting, the 2 of them got on the car as fast as possible. The cargo box was sealed, and the door was not opened. Li Qiu turned around and knocked on the cargo box to warn, there are wolves. She meant that they were going to speed up. Zhou Jinshi increased the horsepower, and the heavy truck rushed out quickly under his control. The first wolf that pounced on was knocked away. Other wolves rushed over one after another, and 2 of them hit the windshield. Their blood flowed all over the glass, and soon turned into blood ice under the effect of low temperature. Taking advantage of this time, several wolves jumped onto the roof of the car and actually started to pile up. The wolf at the bottom lowered its head, and with 2 claws, it tried to grab Li Qiu out of the car. How could Li Qiu sit there and wait for death? He picked up the folding shovel and swung it wildly, chopping the wolf to howl in pain and roll off the roof of the car. The snow-white wolf, with no stray hairs, howled wildly, stepped on the head of the wolf, and jumped over. It smashed the window that Li Qiu had closed with one palm. The whole car body was about to overturn because of the wolves rushing over. Zhou Jinshi swung the steering wheel and threw several wolves off. But because he couldn't see the road ahead clearly, and one of the tires was punctured, the car was about to hit the broken bridge. Bang! There was only a loud noise, and someone stopped the truck abruptly. Tang Xiang's wailing voice came, "Oh my god! I'm going to be hit to death." I don't know who said, "Don't be cute, okay?" No! Then endless fire fell from the sky, and the golden needles that whizzed through the air shot without missing a single target, and there were axes, ropes, black umbrellas. The wolves retreated step by step. Jiang Tsung's group stood in front of the car and shouted loudly, "Hey, isn't it too disloyal to run away secretly?" Chapter 105. Wolves are very united, but humans can be more united than them. They were defeated in front of more than 30 superpowers, and a brave big yellow dog. The dead wolves were picked up and preserved. Their fur can be used to make warm clothes, and their meat can be used as reserve food to survive this long winter that will end at an unknown time. After getting permission from his master, Fuzi chewed on a wolf leg and ate it with great relish. Li Qiu stared at them blankly, and found that most of his familiar friends had come. Hu Ziyu, Jiang Song, Lu Xiaowu, Song Wan, Wu Rifan, Yang Mufeng and others are not to be mentioned, as well as Hao Ming's 4 college roommates, Xiao Linian's mother and daughter, Qi's family of 3, A Fei, Wen Ran and Jin Liufu, Grandpa and Fuzi's grandson, and even Luo Daxian, who had never stepped out of the gate since entering the base, came, wearing windproof sunglasses and smiling. Sister Qiu, why are you looking at us like that? You don't even know how to give us a warm hug. Jiang Song said, as he opened his arms, and pounced on her like an eagle catching a chick. Others followed suit, laughing and saying that they would line up to hug each other. Zhou Jinshi did not stop them. He knew that Li Qiu needed these hugs, and he also knew that everyone was using such actions to express their willingness to give up their feelings. Why are your hands so cold? Song Wan held Li Qiu's hand, which was as red as ice, and converted his superpowers into heat, and passed it to her. Why don't you dump Captain Zhou and be with me? We stick together every day. You will never be cold again. Zhou Jinshi, Parents who just got off the car, Li Deming asked, what did you break up with? Jiang Rafang, did you break up with what? They were completely out of their minds. Song Mimi looked at Zhang Xuezhen. Didn't you tell them that they were together? Zhang Xuezhen looked at Song Mimi. I thought you did. Too many things happened at once, and no one had mentioned it. The two looked at each other, silently shouldering the burden of love security, and pulled one person. Godfather, come here, I have something to report. Auntie, this is what happened. On the other side, Wu Rifan took out a giant kettle from his backpack and patted it. Make a cup of hot coffee, it will warm you up immediately. After she remembered the special nature of Li Qiu as a zombie, she made another suggestion. If you can't drink your coffee, coffee broth will also work. What Indian magic soup? Indians will have to poop through the earth after drinking it, okay? Jiang Song, I hate you. Thank you. You're welcome. Li Qiu asked. I heard that the base was completely closed yesterday. How did you get out? Not only did they get out, they also drove 3 cars, 2 of which were vans, and 1 was a Hummer, which was the famous king of off-road. Everyone talked about it, piecing together the experience of coming here completely. Yesterday, Sister Coffee and the Great Immortal said that something happened to you, and we all knew about it. Hao Ming, Wang Kai and others recalled that at the Yinhu Hotel. At that time, we all thought that Sister Qiu had some kind of invisibility ability. Wow, she just walked through the pile of corpses without getting hurt at all. Others also talked about the various things that were not right and incomprehensible along the way from Qilin City to the southern base. Those who can control zombies, in addition to having zombie-related superpowers, may also be zombies themselves. Finally, we all agreed to come to you. The base happened to be flooded. Most of the staff were sent to drain and rescue, and they didn't control our whereabouts strictly. If we don't run now, when will we run? Grandpa Xiang told us that there is a place to go out on the farm. A dog hole was dug out by Fuzi in a place on the farm used for composting and storing sundries. They enlarged the dog hole and left in batches to cover each other. As for the vehicles, G2A's car repair shop was originally opened outside the base. When they went there, many cars were already soaked in water. If they didn't drive away, they would probably be soaked. Song Mimi was curious. We chose this direction temporarily, how did you know? Hu Ziyu pointed at Luo Daxian. Daxian calculated with his fingers and said that we can definitely stop you if we go southwest, so we waited here. It was also a good thing that they came, otherwise this group of wolves that were as hard as steel after mutation and evolution would definitely overturn the truck. On the way to the air raid shelter, Hu Ziyu was responsible for driving, and Zhou Jinshi sat in the co-pilot. Li Qiu sat in the car with everyone. In fact, it is safer and better in the base. Li Qiu sighed softly. Now the base has been gradually built and improved, and the underground world has been repaired, which is resistant to cold and safe. There are also a lot of stored materials and food, and the labor is paid off. There will always be official people blocking ordinary people. But now they follow them out, and no one knows what will happen in the future. Ah Fei said, Sister Qiu, you are being polite when you say this. If a place can only accommodate us but not you, it is not a good place. To be more rigorous, Ah Fei added, at least it is not a place suitable for us to stay. That's right. As for us, we have no relatives anyway, so we must be together wherever we go. Without relatives, friends automatically become relatives. Jiang Song said, how about this, since we have left a base, how about we just build a new base? Ah Fei was the first to agree, brother. What you said makes sense. Others also think this proposal is good. Among them, There are experts in cultivating crops like Grandpa, and Song Mimi has not been able to improve the soil. Food may be difficult in the short term, but it will definitely be guaranteed in the long run. With fire-type psychics like Songwon, heating will definitely be no problem. There are also defensive beast psychics like Tang Xianghe, storage space psychics like Zhang Xuezhen. Jitui's car repair skills are superb, and Hao Ming is directly superb. The logistics are already full. As for fighting, let alone. Zhou Jinshi alone is so good at fighting. Li Qiu is even stronger. Although she is the zombie king, she eats zombies. Originally, building a base was just a joke, but the more everyone talked, the more they felt that it should be like this. They looked at Li Qiu with burning eyes. Build it? Li Qiu said. How about I recall how our bases are built in novels? Since they were idle on the road, they finally decided to name the future base first. The WeChat group name Love Family stood out from the other two names such as Jiang's and Bixen, Wuzuifui, Flying Big Bad Wolf, Crazy Fortress, and Fire Burning City, and was passed unanimously. The snow was still falling, and the wheel tracks were covered without any special cover. But the road ahead was getting harder and harder to walk. Many roads were not visible, and the places that looked like roads were empty below, so we had to stick close to the mountain wall on the left. Going further, the car could not pass at all, and we had to start walking. In order to withstand the strong wind, we couldn't put everything in Zhang Xuezhen's space. In addition to the ropes wrapped around everyone's waists, everyone also had heavy objects on their backs. As a result, the chicken leg couple with the child became the focus of everyone's attention. Let me hold it. Jean Liufu stretched out his hand to the chicken leg, trying to take Cheese. Little Cheese, come here, uncle. Little Cheese was obviously not happy. She liked the ants more. When Ran was much faster than Jean Liufu, and was only half a meter away from Cheese. No, I hold it for a while first. More and more people were grabbing Cheese. As the center of the snatch, Cheese smiled with eyes curved, and her arms and legs kept shaking. Ruru was holding a huge black umbrella next to her, and smiled helplessly. Auntie Cheese finally chose Songwon. Songwon is a fire-type superpower. Everyone else was shivering with cold, but she was very warm in her arms. Songwon was originally very fast, and she slowed down after holding Little Cheese in her arms. She was a little afraid that she would slip if she ran too fast, and it would be a disaster if she dropped Cheese. Ruru quickly said, "You don't have to be so afraid. Her climbing ability may be better than all of us combined." As a child born with plant-type superpowers, and with a plant-type superpower like her grandfather to help guide her, Cheese's growth rate is simply very fast. After hearing what her mother said, Cheese giggled and immediately slid out of Songwon's arms and climbed away. The group of people had just run too much, but seeing this scene, they hurriedly followed and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey!" The road to survival suddenly turned into a journey to chase the baby. Before the sun was about to set, the group of people finally reached the predetermined destination after going through numerous hardships. During this period, they also harvested some animal meat. Zhang Xuezhen released the big and small fruit sisters from the space. Their leaves shook, and they were almost grown into big trees. They subconsciously wanted to throw themselves into Li Qiu's arms, and almost knocked Li Qiu staggering. Finally, the two sisters found a sheltered place, took root, and decided to hibernate on the spot. Jiang Tsong had been exhausted from walking all the way, and fell in the snow with his head raised to gasp. "Speak. Seriously, do we have to build our base in such a remote place? Are you embarrassed? A grown man has such poor physical strength. Go aside, I will lie down too." Huzu followed Jiang Tsong and lay down on the spot. This damn place is so deserted that no birds fly in the mountains, and no people are seen on the paths. Someone even improvised 2 lines of poetry. "When the snow melts, we won't be so tired. It's good to be so remote that no one can find us." Someone suggested, "Let's take a group photo." Yang Mufan controlled the rope to fix the phone in the air. After the 10-second delay countdown ended, there was only a click. A group photo of a loving family base was preserved. After walking inside, everyone found that although the location of this air raid shelter was remote, the internal space was large. The top of the passage was arched, and the reinforced concrete structure could withstand huge impact forces. When the time came, when Ran could reinforce these metal structures. There are 2 drainage channels dug on the ground, so there is no need to worry about water accumulation. After going deep into the air raid shelter, it becomes increasingly dark inside. Although the air is humid, it is not turbid. The temperature inside is obviously at least 10 degrees higher than outside. This place was indeed chosen correctly. After entering, Zhang Xuezhen took out a door and blocked the entrance of the air raid shelter. This door was put away when he was in the underground world. Jiang Tsung bowed beside him. Doryman has to come to you to buy goods. Zhang Xueshan, Everyone was tired after a day, and each found a place to sit down, planning to deal with tonight first. Song Wan was responsible for lighting the fire, and Hu Ziyu cooked and showed off his skill of flipping the pan. More than 30 people sat together, and ate deliciously with green pepper and egg noodles. The attack on the road was a blessing in disguise, and Li Qiu's food today was not zombie meat. There were 3 large pots of wolf meat, one with various seasonings for everyone to share, and 2 large pots of pure natural meat without additives were cut neatly by Zhou Jinshi and brought to Li Qiu. Is it delicious? Li Qiu was very considerate, saying it was delicious even though it had no taste, smiling. Zhou Jinshi didn't realize that he was also smiling. This area must be cleaned up, and we will continue hunting tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Ma and Li Ba, who were still skeptical, finally put their minds at ease when they saw Zhou Jinshi sitting next to Li Qiu without blinking. Li Dimming sighed and patted his wife's shoulder. I feel a little sorry for the Zhou family. What a good young man, a real young talent, good at both literature and martial arts, patient and responsible. Just followed their daughter. After eating, everyone chatted for a while, and then fell asleep. The light from the brazier was reflected on the wall, gently falling on everyone. The blizzard lasted all night before it stopped. When I got up in the morning, the firewood and charcoal in the brazier were almost burned out. Zhou Jinshi took out a notebook and a pen and turned over the picture he had drawn last night. He drew the 3-dimensional picture of the entire air raid shelter in proportion. Although there were some differences, they were basically the same. Living area, medical area, and resource reserve area must be there. This is an important area for everyone's future life. Protective facilities must be built from scratch. The most necessary thing is to set up a watchtower to keep track of the situation outside the air raid shelter at any time. The ventilation system must be modified and refiltered. More and more people woke up, and everyone saw the design drawings drawn by Zhou Jinshi and began to discuss them with great interest. The storm ended, the blizzard began, and the extreme cold came. If you look down from the sky, there are still some creatures walking in the snow in the endless world of ice and snow. They are often ragged and thin, and walk slowly, but they are not affected by the temperature at all. They are not afraid of cold, and they don't feel tired at all. These zombies instinctively look for the humans, who make them hungry and thirsty, and don't miss any fragrance transmitted by the wind. Instinct brings them together, and the call of high-level zombies brings them together. From one to a group, from a group to endless. Lindsay Starr is among them. She is not very happy recently because she can't find where Wong went. South Base. General Yin signed notice number 1. From now on, within 10 days, everyone will be transferred to the underground world immediately. After dealing with a natural disaster, he finally had time to come outside the ward. Since Li Qiu was kidnapped, Yin Ren fell into a deep coma before he had time to write the predicted results. The best doctors in the base and the healing psychics have all come to see Yin Ren, but they still can't wake her up. Some people said, since Li Qiu is gone, this result is not very important. Naturally, some people refuted him. It's easy to say. She is the zombie king. She will definitely find a way to retaliate against us. No one knew that the revenge would come so quickly. Chapter 106. If humans want to take root and survive in one place for a long time, the conditions they need are actually just a few. A safe environment, clean water source, and stable food. In the world of natural disasters, for many people, these are things that require exhausting efforts to achieve. But for the loving family, just doing these is not enough for them to perform. Before Hu Ziyu retired from the army, he had to spend several months every year on field training, and even fighting. He knew best how to transform and reinforce the base inside and outside, and the first thing he said was to dig a ditch outside the air raid shelter. Everyone is a superpower, so there is no distinction between men and women. Except for Shaoqi's because of age, Fuzi, Dagua, and Xiaodua because of species, the others worked hard. There is strength in numbers, and in just 1 week, a trench with a length of 100 meters and a depth of 3 or 4 meters was dug outside the air raid shelter. The trench was covered with hay and leaves, and it looked like solid ground when snow fell, but its bottom was upside down with sharp iron pillars. If you fall into it, you will be skewered. A few days after the trench was completed, Hu Ziyu found a fat rabbit in it. Later, the fat rabbit was roasted until it was charred and shredded, and then torn into strips. Everyone had a little bit, and ate it deliciously. The exterior was roughly arranged like this for now, and it will be gradually improved later. As for the interior, the air raid shelter is actually very safe, mainly because of the inappropriate door, which looks like it can be knocked away with 2 punches. Zhang Xuezhen took out all the things related to steel and metal in the space, and let Song Wan melt them at high temperature. When Ran was responsible for reinforcing the metal door with molten iron, and set a few holes on the door. These holes not only allow everyone to directly observe the outside situation in the air raid shelter, but also allow shooting and fire suppression when necessary. These settings are actually mainly to prevent mutant animals. In this extreme weather, the place where they live now is almost isolated from the world. Zombies can never smell their breath, and the authorities will definitely not go to great lengths to find them. As for whether there are any survivors who are not afraid of death and insist on going into the mountains in this weather and are lucky enough to find this place, that is not their business. If you are a friend, please come in and have hot tea. If you are an enemy, there are also ways to deal with it. Originally, according to Hu Ziyu's idea, he also wanted to build a watchtower. But Li Qiu pointed at the growing trees and asked him, "Isn't this taller than the watchtower?" Hu Ziyu looked up at the 2 locust trees that were already as tall as 4 or 5 stories, and said, "Then I hang a sign for them, with watchtower number 1 on the left and number 2 on the right." Li Qiu rubbed her ears and said with a look of pain, "They both refuse like crazy, so you should just give up on this idea." After the big and small fruits grew into trees, she had made nice clothes for them for a long time, and only recently had time to make a scarf for each of them to wrap around the tree trunks. If she hung a sign for them, Li Qiu felt that they would be so angry that they would wither on the spot. Hu Zi was suspicious. "Is it true?" Little Cheese crawled by, fluttering his hands to play with the branches with big and small fruits, and said incoherently, "Ugly brand. Sisters don't want it." "Hey, Little Cheese, you are wrong." Hu Ziyu stretched out his hand to take Little Cheese into his arms, but Little Cheese disappeared on the ground. Countless vine-like things stretched out from the body of Little Cheese, making a swing shape, firmly fixing her on the thick trunk of the locust tree. This was the first time that Little Cheese showed the true power of her supernatural power. It was obviously the first time for her to go to such a high place, but she did not cry or make a fuss, and she even thought it was fun. After a while, Cheese was no longer satisfied with staying on the swing. She touched the trunk of the locust tree with her hands, and climbed to other parts of the tree. Climbing higher and higher, climbing higher and higher. Under the tree, Jitue and Ruru almost stopped breathing. The 2 of them opened their arms helplessly, and circled under the tree, following the trajectory of Cheese's movements. Others were the same. They were afraid that Cheese would fall down, so they took the quilt and spread it out. Only Li Qiu and Grandpa Xiang were not in a hurry because they could communicate with the fruits. Cheese used supernatural powers for the first time, and she was still such a young child, and she was still feeling the wonder of this power. The fruits kept encouraging her, and stretched out their branches and leaves. If there was any problem, they would immediately wrap her up with branches. But there was no problem. The vines followed Cheese all the time, protecting her step by step, until Cheese got tired and wanted to find her mother, and the vines gently put Cheese back to the ground. After landing, the vines disappeared from Cheese, not knowing whether it was because the superpowers had been used up. According to the Chinese education method, at this time, she should be severely beaten to make her remember. But Cheese was hugged tightly by Ruru, and she fell asleep after a while. She fell asleep, and the chicken legs and Ruru's legs were frightened and softened. They looked at each other, and said that they would give Cheese a safety education class starting tomorrow. The lesson was indeed taught. Everyone took turns to tell Cheese about the dangers of falling from heights. Cheese nodded, and then went to swing on the locust tree to enjoy the scenery. Everyone's heart had been thoroughly trained and strengthened, and they were no longer surprised. After all, in a world of natural disasters, children of superpowers should grow up in the way of superpowers. Grow up freely, wildly, and madly in the wild nature. The safety problem has been solved, and the water source is the least worrying thing for everyone in the base. Now it snows almost every day, and you only need to collect snow water, and add a filter device, and a water storage bucket to perfectly solve everyone's domestic water problem. There is no need to worry about food. Although there is basically no stock of those exquisitely packaged snacks, self-heating rice, instant noodles, etc. before the natural disaster. But the refined rice, flour, more than 100 boxes of noodles, several large boxes of salt, sugar, and several large basins of dried black fungus found in Balan City are all well stored in the storage area, which is enough for them to persist until the base's farm catalyzes food. The only one who needs a lot of meat is Li Qiu. Fortunately, Zhang Xuezhen still has a lot of zombie meat stored in her space. Even without these zombie meats, you can still go fishing in the Red Lake. The fish there are like they have eaten swelling agents, and the smallest one is as tall as a person. The fish bones become as long and hard as pig bones, and the fish meat is even more tender. A little more advanced is sufficient energy. A large solar panel is placed at the air raid shelter exhaust vent, equipped with a battery. When it is not snowing and the sun is out, electricity can be accumulated. The power source at other times depends on water power and wind power. Hao Ming, Wang Kai, Zheng Yaoqian, and Chen Sanyi made several small wind turbines with several old electric vehicle hub motors, plastic plates, and rubber strips, and connected them in parallel to make a wind farm. When the power was turned on, Grandpa Xiang rubbed his eyes excitedly and said that their college students had good brains. He praised Hao Ming and his friends until his face turned red, and then thought about how to increase the power. The hydroelectric power was transmitted from the Red Lake in the east. Li Deming worked in the Water Conservancy Department and served as the chief designer of hydroelectric power. With Zhou Jinshi and his friends, they worked hard from planning the route, laying water pipes and circuits to installing generators. For materials that could not be obtained temporarily, such as plastic water pipes, they were directly used locally and replaced with bamboo tubes. After many construction tests, the power transmitted from the lakeside was enough to ensure that the air raid shelter lighting and heating facilities operated 24 hours a day, and the vegetables on the farm could grow at a suitable temperature. Now the base has new changes almost every day, and every day is better than the day before. But everyone underestimated the real power of the extreme cold weather. It only took one night for the Red Lake to turn into an ice lake. Because it was too cold, the fish dived to a depth of more than 10 meters underwater. If you want to fish or ice fish, you must bring an electric drill every time you go. At the same time, in order to save energy, the leaves of the big and small fruit trees fell off completely, leaving only 2 bare locust trees. Cheese stopped climbing up. Everyone decided not to go out unless necessary, and decided to spend the entire winter in the air raid shelter and dig out underground space like the base. On this day, it was Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi's turn to go fishing in the Red Lake. Originally, fishing was done in groups of 4, but the 2 of them were too strong, and everyone wanted to give them the opportunity to be alone together, so they always went out alone. Wear more clothes, it's cold outside. Jiang Runfang added another scarf to her daughter, and took out a pair of rabbit fur earmuffs. Why do I feel it's still a little too little? Jiang Runfang wanted to get another down jacket. Li Qiu turned around. Mom, if I wear more, I won't be able to see the road. I just roll off the roadside. You kid. Jiang Runfang wanted to take the down jacket back, but Zhou Jinshi took it over again. Zhou Jinshi said, I carry it for her, auntie. He carried all the tools for digging holes, fishing, and cold protection on his back, like carrying a mountain. Jiang Runfang was very satisfied and stuffed 2 freshly baked sweet potatoes over. Good kids, you 2 should come back early. The 2 smiled and agreed, opened the door of the air raid shelter, and walked along the secret path towards the Red Lake. Everyone left. Jiang Runfang was still praising. Jinshi is a reliable kid. I feel at ease. Li Deming came over from the side. I think you are a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more you look, the more satisfied you are. Jiang Runfang rolled her eyes at him. I was satisfied from the first time I saw him. The young couple cherishes the opportunity to go out on a date alone. Are you hungry? Zhou Jinshi still had meat in his bag, and he would ask every once in a while. He still remembers very clearly how Li Qiu looked when he was extremely hungry several times. At that time, Zhou Jinshi thought that he would never let Li Qiu feel hungry again. Facing the chef's idea of feeding him crazily, Li Qiu touched his stomach through his down jacket. Brother, we just came out after breakfast. And I'm going to eat while fishing. In fact, when there is enough meat, she would rather eat animal meat. It doesn't matter if it tastes bad or doesn't feel full, it can make her more like a person. Zhou Jinshi nodded. Then don't eat it now, but I have something to say. Li Qiu tilted his head, and looked at him with brown eyes above the windproof mask. Zhou Jinshi said, Don't call me Big Brother next time. He paused and added, Don't call me Captain Zhou, Brother Zhou and Brother Jinshi. Will calling me by my full name make us look unfamiliar? Yes. Zhou Jinshi looked at Li Qiu with approval, and was deeply relieved that she realized this problem. Li Qiu racked his brains. How about this, you call me Akiu, and I call you Ashi. No, Akia sounds like sneezing, which is unlucky. You call me King Qiu. The words that Ashur pronounced in dialect sounded like shit. Zhou Jinshi reached out to cover Li Qiu's mouth, and manually shut off the microphone. A person with mysophobia really couldn't stand hearing that word. In the end, the 2 of them decided how the other would address them. One was called Qiu, and the other was called Jin. It was the first time for the two to call each other in person like this. After they finished calling each other, they looked at each other and felt embarrassed. It was rare that it didn't snow today, and the wind had become much weaker. An unknown bird flew across the sky, and a few stubborn mutant grasses popped up in the snow. Everything around them looked all just right. So Zhou Jinshi asked, "Can I kiss you?" Li Qiu didn't answer him, because she stepped on the protruding stone next to her and kissed her. On the way to Red Lake, Zhou Jinshi also checked the pipelines along the way. Li Qiu knew nothing about this stuff, so she stood by and picked up branches. These branches can be used to make a fire by the lake, and you can catch fish while roasting the fire in the tent. This is life. While picking up, Li Qiu sniffed, and a fragrance completely different from Zhou Jinshi came from the air. A superpower is approaching here. Chapter 107. After Zhou Jinshi heard Li Qiu's warning, the two hid behind a nearby big rock. The footsteps were slow and heavy, and sounded like zombies. But Li Qiu could smell the fragrance, and knew that the person coming must be a superpower. As the person approached step by step, the two looked at each other, and both of them were surprised. The one coming was Han Ji. Han Ji has been devoted to scientific research all his life, and the base has better conditions and more resources. He also took on the important task of breeding livestock in the base, which was an important reason why he did not leave with Jiang Song and others at that time. I thought there was no chance to see him again, but I didn't expect to meet him here today. I didn't expect that the other party was in a completely different state from me. Han Ji's embarrassment was completely written on his face. The glasses he wore all year round were half broken, and only one eye could see things in the distance, so his eyes were half closed. His face was cut blood red by the wind and ice, and his physical strength had reached the limit he could bear. If Li Qiu and her friends had passed by here 2 hours later, they might have seen Han Ji's body. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi walked out one after the other. Han Ji was stunned for a long time, unable to say a word. He probably didn't expect to find them here. Tears welled up in his eyes. Han Ji tried to raise his hand to wipe it, but couldn't stop it. The rough hand made his eyes hurt even more. There was indeed friendship in the past, but people always change. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi took this into consideration, and tacitly did not mention going back to the air raid shelter for the time being. Let's find a place to sit down and talk about it first. Li Qiu found a leeward spot, and started to set up the tent. Zhou Jinshi lit a fire and boiled water nearby to help Han Ji, who was almost frozen, to relax. After the first mouthful of hot water, Han Ji's complexion improved a lot, and he was pulled back to the world from the boundary between life and death. The first thing he said was, "I'm glad you're all right." Han Ji was not the kind of person who would say polite words, and Li Qiu knew that he was sincere, so he asked, "Why did you become like this?" Han Ji looked in the direction he came from, and said in a low voice with pain, "Something happened at the base." Now when mentioning the base, Li Qiu would automatically think of the loving family that they had built up bit by bit. But she also knew very clearly that the base Han Ji was talking about could only be the southern base. The southern base was invaded by zombies 10 days ago. When the southern base was first established, it was originally a race against time with natural disasters, and it was completed in just 1 week. Although it was improved many times afterwards, it was impossible to resist hundreds of thousands of zombies. Among these hundreds of thousands of zombies, there are not only A-level demon species, like Lindsay Star, but also countless B-level fallen species. It is well known that zombies have awakened various superpowers since the beginning of the fallen species. Compared with human superpowers, the fallen species are natural warriors. They are not afraid of death, pain, or temperature. The body is a fighting machine that craves human flesh and blood, and the liquid is a production machine that manufactures the same kind. Under the cover of artillery fire, most people in the southern base were successfully transferred to the underground world. The military and superpowers were preparing for the final transfer. But before they could transfer, the zombie army had broken through the last line of defense of the base and killed them. As a powerful ice-type mutant, Lindsay is almost invincible in extreme cold weather. With just a wave of her hand, those who didn't have time to evacuate were frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming veritable ice sculptures. Other zombies swarmed over, carrying those frozen into ice cubes on their shoulders, all the way to the cafeteria hall of the base. Then, just like sharing meals, a few ice cubes were placed on each table. Han Ji missed the opportunity to enter the underground world because he saved a frozen sparrow. The entrance to the underground world has been completely sealed, and it is impossible for him to open it alone. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and hid in the earth pit when it was frozen. And when most of the zombies went to areas A, B, and C, he finally found a chance to escape. It is not an exaggeration to say that the difficulty of this is a life-or-death struggle. Hanji knew very well that the power of so many people in the official base could not fight against so many high-level zombies, let alone others. So in fact, Hanji really just wanted to escape at the beginning, not to seek help. But people are very magical creatures. Once they escape from danger, they will feel uneasy, guilty, and painful. As soon as they close their eyes, they will see their former compatriots struggling to death. That was not just one person, nor a group of people, but hundreds of thousands of people. So even though he knew that his power was very weak, Hanji still tried his best to find all the ways. The way Hanji thought of was to find Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi. When Jiang Song and his friends left, they invited Hanji, but Hanji did not go with them, so he did not know their destination. But the fate between people is so wonderful. The snow and wind were too strong. Hanji relied on her intuition all the way. She almost fell to death several times, and escaped from the malice of mutant animals. Finally, she found this place when she was about to freeze to death and starve to death. Hanji said, "Sister Qiu, after you left, someone broke the news that you were the Zombie King, and everyone in the base knew about it." After hearing that Li Qiu was the Zombie King, many people who knew her or had heard of her were shocked and angry at first. Some people rushed directly to the gate of Area A to question, not understanding how the base supervised them, and let a Zombie King live with them for such a long time. But there are also many people who think that everyone has relatives and friends who have become zombies, and they must have imagined the time when they come back to them. It's just that most people don't have the good luck of Li Qiu after becoming zombies, and they can still retain human consciousness. Li Qiu not only retains the evil consciousness of human beings, but also uses her zombie identity to do a lot of good things for the base. Is the standard for judging whether a person is a good person based on what nice words she says, what her identity, bloodline and status are, rather than what she does? Since ancient times, prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Various opinions were spreading in the base. Many people spoke up for Li Qiu, but they were soon dispersed by the terror of the zombie army of Lindsay Star. Hanji suddenly stood up and bowed to Li Qiu. "Sister Qiu, I apologize to you on their behalf. I also beg you on their behalf." Li Qiu didn't say anything. Zhou Jinshi said, "I support all your decisions." He would definitely go back for his grandfather, but Zhou Jinshi didn't want Li Qiu to do anything that forced her. But Zhou Jinshi knew very well what kind of choice Li Qiu would make based on her personality. Southern Base, Underground World. The stable life was shattered again, and many people lost their friends and loved ones. Although many entrances to the underground world have been sealed, who knows if zombies will find this place one day. Those who survived also live in fear and anxiety every day. As the manager of the base, General Yin has not closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. The zombie issue has not been resolved, and a new disease has appeared among the survivors. The body of the person who got sick gradually stiffened, which was no different from paralysis. "General, please eat first." There was a simple dish and soup on the table, and rice in the bowl. This meal has been heated up countless times, and every time General Yin wanted to eat, there were other things to deal with. If he didn't eat now, it would get cold again. General Yin wanted to take a few bites, but he hadn't eaten for too long, and he was really hungry. There was not a grain of rice or a mouthful of soup left. Seeing that he had finished eating, the adjutant began to report on his work. Add 200 people to guard the 4 entrances, and another 600 people will patrol back and forth in 3 shifts every day. A total of 59 patients with new diseases have been found and have been placed separately. He paused and continued. Xiao Ren has not yet woken up, but other psychics tried to invade her brain waves this morning and it worked. Go and see, General Yin said as he went out. Yin Ran's body was full of tubes. The most tubes were connected to her brain, and there were many jumping curves on the screen next to her. Forecasting, everyone urgently needs to know the future results. They need to know that the future is bright, so that they can accept the twists and turns of the road. Only then can they accept living under such heavy pressure. The psychic who invaded Yin Ran was called Wang Xuanjin. He was lying on the bed next to him, and his head was also full of tubes. The medical team, the treatment psychic and other psychics were all waiting on the side, waiting for the results. Wang Xuanjin's body shook a few times, and suddenly opened his eyes. After removing the instruments on his body, Wang Xuanjin hit his head painfully a few times. Yin Ran's ability level was far above him, and invading Yin Ran's brain waves was like an egg hitting a stone. Fortunately, he saw what everyone needed. Wang Xuanjin said, "We survived. The demons outside will die at the hands of Li Qiu." The name Li Qiu made the eyelids of the people present jump fiercely. How could it be? The prediction was wrong. She is a zombie. Many people present had participated in or learned about the secret experiment on Li Qiu. Someone else's voice was faint. Maybe she's a good zombie. What's the use of being a good zombie? Didn't we drive them away? No one would be kind enough to come and save a group of people who wanted to kill her. The huge space fell into a strange silence. Han Ji was taken back to the air raid shelter. Seeing the well-organized, paradise-like new base, Han Ji couldn't help rubbing his eyes. This place is too good to be a real world. When everyone saw their old friend, they all came over to say hello curiously. After hearing the purpose of Han Ji's visit, everyone looked at Li Qiu at the same time. They came for Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi, and they decided not to go back after they came out. But now that such a big thing has happened, it would be hard to just sit back and do nothing. After all, that was where they had lived before, and some of the besieged people had met them a few times, talked to them, and even had meals with them. Whether to go back or not still depends on Li Qiu's attitude towards this matter. Li Qiu was already packing up. Why are you looking at me? Aren't you leaving? She paused and said, Don't you want to avenge the old bird and the crayfish? This account should have been settled long ago. In addition, there are Zhou Jinshi's family members in the base, and some people who have shown kindness to her. They should all survive well. Li Qiu had already thought of a plan in her mind. After a few seconds of silence, everyone was busy like a motor. Before returning to the southern base, Li Qiu went to Snake Mountain alone. After coming out of Snake Mountain, she was holding a child in her hand. Jiang Song's ability level was not high enough before, and he did not participate in the operation to Snake Mountain, so he did not know this child. He looked at the plump little friend, and then at Li Qiu, horrified. No, you went in for half a day and gave birth to a child. Wawa frowned and asked Li Qiu, Can I poison him? Li Qiu said, No. Wawa looked at Jiang Song with regret and said aggrievedly, Okay then. Song-Wan kindly told Jiang Song, Wawa is a coral snake, and the snake king of Snake Mountain. I advise you to keep your tail between your legs. Jiang Song looked unconvinced and pulled Huziyu over. Old Hu, do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang, or that he is the snake king? Huziyu patted Jiang Song on the shoulder. I believe he is the snake king. If you say a few more words, he will really poison you. Jiang Song, On the way to the southern base, Wawa slept in Li Qiu's arms the whole time, looking harmless. When the car stopped, Wawa was the first to jump out. Sister, I'm going to play first. Okay, see you later. Li Qiu responded with a smile. Jiang Song followed and got out of the car, but saw that the child who was jumping and running away suddenly disappeared, replaced by a giant more than 10 meters long coral snake. Its snake head was raised, moving rapidly towards the base. Chapter 108. A giant like Wawa had been discovered by the zombies before attacking the base. But those who remained outside the base were all low-level reptiles, with limited intelligence. They looked at mutant animals as if they were stones on the roadside. They would not think whether this thing would pose a threat to themselves. So Wawa's attack was incredibly smooth. In just half an hour, it crushed and devoured countless zombies. At this time, Lin Saixing had no idea about the outside world. She sat quietly in the largest conference room in Area A, looking at the tube of blood she had just received. The blood was in a special test tube, showing a black and red hue, and there were two labels on the outer wall of the test tube. One was a skull symbolizing danger, and the other was the name of the source of this blood sample, Li Qiu. In order to conduct a full-scale experiment, Li Qiu's blood was almost 100% drawn at that time. Considering the danger and preciousness of the sample, it was stored in several secret locations. The one in Lin Saixing's hand was the one hidden in Area A. Lindsay's hand stroked the test tube, and she closed her eyes slightly to smell the blood. If there was anyone in the world whose blood she was more addicted to than human blood, it was Wang's. There were other zombies standing in the conference room, all of them staring at the tube of blood, with expressions on their faces that were even more obsessed and crazy than Lindsay's. If Lindsay hadn't realized this and warned them with her eyes and mental pressure, they might have already started to snatch it. All the zombies except her were forcibly cleared out of the conference room, and Lindsay's door was tightly sealed with 3 layers of ice. Despite this, there were still many zombies lying on the ice, trying to get closer to the smell of blood. What goes into your mouth is yours. Lin Saixing did not hesitate any longer. She threw away the cork, and blood dripped into her mouth. The unprecedented satisfaction lasted only for a moment, and Lin Saixing realized that it was too little. She saw that there was still some blood stuck to the inner wall of the test tube, and immediately stretched out her tongue to lick it. After trying every possible way to lick it, She put the test tube into her mouth without thinking and chewed it up and swallowed it. Half an hour later, Lin Sixing finally calmed down from that madness. She wanted to know where Wang was more eagerly. After the ice melted, Lin Sixing walked out of the meeting room, but suddenly saw a giant snake with a strong sense of oppression. The giant snake was only 200 meters away from where she was. With the giant snake's body and crawling speed, it would only take a few seconds to get in front of her. And its two big eyes, 1 meter wide, stared at Lin Sixing tightly, not looking at other targets at all. A mutant snake disrupted Lin Sixing's plan to find Wang in person, which made Lin Sixing surprisingly angry. The zombie and the snake started fighting quickly. Although the giant snake looked clumsy, it was very flexible in its movements and could not be controlled by Lin Sixing's ice ability several times. Instead, it killed 2 fallen species in the process and caused several large wounds on Lin Sixing's body. Lin Sixing was tired of fighting and used her ability to split herself into several zombies to attack the giant snake from different directions. Of course, the other zombies did not just stand by and watch. The giant snake finally began to retreat. At this time, the shrill sound of a car horn sounded in the distance. Lin Sixing's eyes flashed with surprise. She no longer paid any attention to the giant snake, and her eyes were firmly fixed on Li Qiu, who got out of the car. The giant snake sprayed out the last of its venom, and took this opportunity to flee in one direction. "King, you are here." Several Lin Sixings came forward to meet him. As for the other zombies, those with higher levels were fine, but those with lower levels had already knelt in a row. If it had been before the natural disaster, I would have thought that this was a place where all officials were worshipping. Li Qiu also walked towards Lin Sixing. Her expression was as cold as ice, and her voice was as cold as ice and snow. "Is this how you do things? You can't even deal with a mutant snake? I thought you were the smartest and most powerful of all the zombies I have ever seen, but I didn't expect you to disappoint me so much. How can I trust you to lead the South to you if you are like this?" Li Qiu delivered the prepared lines, and brought out the language art of the leaders in the system to the fullest. Every word revealed the majesty and dissatisfaction of the superior, but also mixed with a little concern for Lin Sixing. Since Lin Sixing wanted her to be king so much, she would really do her best. Lin Sixing was stunned for only a second before she lowered her head to show weakness. After drinking Li Qiu's blood, Lin Sixing's submission to Li Qiu has reached a new level. Now after hearing these words, the trust level has reached the top. Li Qiu looked at Lin Sixing's appearance and changed to a serious and calm tone. "It's not that I don't want to contact you recently." Lin Sixing raised her head. "What happened to you?" Li Qiu pointed to Area A behind her. "These people accidentally knew my identity and wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I noticed something wrong in time and didn't let them succeed. I have been lingering nearby. I didn't show up just to see what you can achieve when I'm not here. I'm sorry to disappoint you." If zombies can blush physiologically, Lin Sixing's face has turned into a red tomato. No one can tolerate the disappointment of the person they love the most, and zombies are no exception. Soon, Lin Sixing made a military order to Li Qiu. "Those humans dared to attack you. I promise you that before the sun sets today, I will definitely find the entrance to the underground world and make them all one of us. I will never disappoint you." After saying that, Lin Sixing immediately gave orders to other zombies. Those zombies had gathered together, scrambling to get close to Li Qiu, the zombie king, and left reluctantly after hearing the order. Soon, the square in front of Area A was empty, leaving only some zombies that were crushed to death on the ground. Li Qiu nodded with satisfaction, but when her eyes swept over the other Lindsay stars, who kept the same movements and expressions, she suddenly pulled a face again. Lin Sixing is a smart zombie. She quickly understood what Li Qiu was unhappy about, and took the initiative to explain. "King, this is another ability of mine. I can use eyes to condense a clone that is exactly like me, and then control it with mental power, but the ability can only reach a quarter of my original ability. I used the clones when I met you several times before, because the original body is in several major areas of Belan City to gather and train our zombie army. Please forgive me, King," Lin Sixing said, and directly released the ability, and those clones turned into big ice cubes. Li Qiu said, "I didn't blame you in the first place." Lin Sixing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What surprised her even more was still to come. Li Qiu actually took out a test tube of blood. "This is my reward for your loyalty and hard work." Just by smelling the smell, Lin Sixing knew that it was Li Qiu's blood. Lin Sixing knelt down in ecstasy, took the tube of blood with both hands, and drank it carefully on the spot. There will be no zombies in the world that can have a deeper bond with the king than she does. She will become the strongest zombie under the king. Li Qiu walked down the stairs a few steps. Did you freeze a group of people? Lin Saixing now looked at Li Qiu with completely fanatical eyes, and was very concerned about every word she said. You can't hide anything. That's all the food I prepared for you. The door of the cafeteria was open. Hundreds of soldiers and superpowers were frozen into ice sculptures, and there were dozens of zombies guarding them. When the zombies saw Li Qiu coming in, they instinctively began to kneel. Lin Saixing didn't want other zombies to share the credit, and impatiently asked them to get out. Look, which flavor do you like? Lin Saixing pointed at the ice sculptures on the table. Li Qiu sneered. I don't like dead people. Lin Saixing said, they have been frozen for less than 3 days. As long as I thaw them, they will all be alive. Lin Saixing wanted to use her superpowers to thaw everyone, but her hand stopped in midair. My superpowers. Your superpowers can't be used? Li Qiu looked at her. Lin Saixing looked at Li Qiu's cold eyes, and suddenly understood. It's you. Something that can limit the use of superpowers must have been added to the blood. She turned around and wanted to run, but it was too late. Stealing the stars and changing the day, want to know? Li Qiu squatted beside Lin Saixing's fallen body, holding a zombie crystal core as big as a fist in her hand. The crystal core originally wrapped in Lin Saixing's brain has turned into a stone of the same size. Her eyes were wide open, almost bulging out of her eye sockets, and her hands were always grabbing in the direction of Li Qiu. But without the source of power, Lin Saixing died before she could even curse. When Song Mimi emerged from the soil, she found that Li Qiu was motionless. She dragged Li Qiu away from Lin Saixing's body, so that Li Qiu could take a break. Zhou Jinshi came in second. Qiu. Li Qiu smiled. I'm fine, but I have to act in one take, so I'm a little tired. There were explosions, and fighting sounds outside. It was Lu Xiaowu and Hu Ziyu who were cleaning up the zombies that were attracted. Not long after, they also came in from the direction of the cafeteria gate. Wawa had already reunited with them after running away, and now she threw herself into Li Qiu's arms for comfort. Sister, she hit me so hard. Li Qiu touched Wawa's rosy face. Thanks to you this time. Jin Liufu was the first to check on Lin Saixing. She's really dead. What to do with Lin Saixing's body is a problem. Li Qiu couldn't eat the zombies that drank her blood, because she was afraid of giving birth to another Li Dong. Cremate her, purify the environment. Song Wan was straightforward and did it on the spot. The blazing flames enveloped Lin Saixing, and finally turned into a pile of ashes that swayed in the wind. I don't know who said, it's all ashes, it can't come back to life. If she can still live, what's the point of us playing a game? They all have fairy tale scripts. Soon everyone split into 3 groups. Some people went to the underground world, and some people stayed here to thaw the ice sculptures. Li Deming's ability is to transform into a zombie, so he and his daughter evacuate the 100,000 zombies from the base. Zombies that had been wreaking havoc in the base for several days came like flowing water, and also retreated like flowing water. They obeyed the order, left here far away, and walked towards the remote northwest. After watching the zombies retreat, Li Qiu said casually, Dad, you said that I can retain human consciousness and become a zombie king. Could it be related to your superpowers? It's definitely inherited. Li Deming really thought about this question seriously. That's not necessarily true. Do you remember what happened when you were 3 years old? Li Qiu shook her head. It seemed that her memory started from elementary school. She was too young to remember anything before that. At that time, your mother and I were too busy at work and worked overtime every day. When you were 3 years old, it was basically your grandmother who took care of you. One day, your grandmother went out to buy vegetables. Seeing you sleeping, she closed the door and went out. When she came back, she saw you sitting in the yard, still eating something. I could open the door at the age of 3? I remember that the door of Grandma's house was very heavy. Li Deming's face turned pale when he thought of this. Of course you couldn't open it. Your grandmother asked you how you got out of the house, and you pointed upstairs. You fell from upstairs. Fortunately, you went to the hospital for a checkup and nothing happened. Your grandmother cried her eyes out for a few days, and she blamed herself and was scared. Li Qiu had no memory of this incident at all. It was the first time he heard about it. It was like listening to someone else's story. I didn't expect me to be so active. Li Deming continued, I haven't finished yet. The key point is what you eat. Li Qiu stuffed a talisman folded into a triangle into his mouth, and the talisman paper was wrapped with incense ash from somewhere. Li Qiu was stunned. Not only do I eat talisman paper, I also eat incense ash. Not only that, if your grandma pulled it slower, she would even eat the red string tied on the talisman paper. The 3-year-old child was so greedy that he dared to put anything in his mouth. Since then, you couldn't sleep well every night, and you basically woke up crying several times. You also had a fever frequently. When we went to the hospital, they said that you were fine. We found a master to see you, and the master asked us to send you to school earlier, saying that knowledge can change your destiny. Guess what? It turned out to be great. Li Qiu, good guy. What a combination of materialism and idealism. Is this the truth that she was sent to the first grade of elementary school at the age of 5? When she was in school, she was always 1 or 2 years younger than her classmates, and she could only study hard to get into the top 3. Whenever she didn't do well in the exam, the teacher would say that she was younger than others and slow to learn, and it was not her fault, which made Li Qiu very depressed for a while. Li Deming laughed. Let's go, your mother is still waiting for us at the base. Get the job done quickly, and we can go home early. The entrance to the underground world. Everyone's guns and superpowers were aimed at a pit that suddenly appeared. At the same time, a feeling of sadness that they were going to die together surged in their hearts. Song Mimi's head emerged from the soil first, and she waved and greeted everyone. Hello, how are you? Wu Renfan, a Fei, Tang Xianhe and appeared next. General Yan rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Many people didn't expect that the crisis they fought desperately against was resolved so easily. And the person who resolved the crisis was Li Qiu. When General Yan led people to the cafeteria, those who were frozen into ice sculptures and thawed had recovered their vital signs and leaned weakly against the wall. A brazier was kindly placed on the ground to prevent them from freezing to death during the recovery process. In General Yan's expectant and puzzled eyes, Hanji told him helplessly, Sister Qiu, Li Qiu, and the others are already on their way back. On the way back, Zhou Jincher's grandfather, aunt, and uncle were also on their way with them. Song-Wan used her supernatural power to melt the slippery ice on the road in the passenger seat, and Hu Ziyu drove the car steadily. Many people were too tired and had already fallen asleep. Only Zhang Xuezhen was still holding a notebook to count the accounts. She let out a long sigh. I have good news for you. Li Qiu asked, What good news? The reserve food this time is enough for you to eat for half a year. Zhou Linghuai's eyes widened, and he whispered to Zhou Taikuan, Dad, the reserve food they are talking about is not that meat, right? Is it really reliable for us to follow them? As he said, he immediately patted Zhou Jinshi. Ah Jin, you have to guarantee the safety of the few of us. Before Zhou Taikuan and Zhou Jinshi spoke, Zhou Lingyi had already rolled her eyes. I really don't want to say that I know you. Chapter 109. On the way back to the base, Li Qiu wanted to send Wawa to Snake Mountain. After all, the couple of pit vipers were still looking forward to their cubs. Unexpectedly, Wawa refused and insisted on going back to the base with Li Qiu to play. The little snake cub was already pretty and cute, and now it was tearful and coquettish. No one could resist it. Of course, Li Qiu was not a human, but a zombie. She wanted to refuse, but others had already started to speak for Wawa. Li Qiu could only make 3 rules with the baby: not to change into its original form to scare people, not to hurt people, and to go back to Snake Mountain after playing for a week. Wawa agreed readily, thinking, I'm going back with you, and it's not up to me to decide when to leave. Ruru was very happy to see a little kid coming, squatted down and took Wawa's hand. Whose child is this? So beautiful. Cheese blinked beside him, and was also very curious about this older brother. Chicken Legs twitched his mouth beside him. If you two knew that Wawa was a snake with a head taller than a building, would you still be able to laugh so happily? Wawa smelled the smell on Cheese, and said, You are a vine. He thought of his good friend, so his nose was sore, and he really cried. Cheese pulled Wawa helplessly, and handed him the milk. Eat. Anyway, it's the same to take care of 1 child or 2 children, so the responsibility of taking care of the children was handed over to the Chicken Legs couple, and the focus of others continued to be on the expansion and construction of the base. It's unknown how long the extreme cold will last, and stockpiling enough fuel and food to keep warm is the top priority. Hanji returned to the base 2 months later. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi had told him that they would always welcome him home, so he came. In 2 months, the base that was messed up by the zombie tide has been basically rebuilt. Everyone still lives in the underground world. The base on the ground is used to breed mutant animals, and many new protective measures have been added. So this time Hanji not only came, but also drove a group of chickens, ducks, pigs and sheep, and brought a bunch of supplies. A truck loaded with animals drove in the front, and there were 8 trucks of supplies sent by General Yan. The truck was parked far away on the side of the road, and Han Ji walked to a place where the signal could be received and reported the news using a walkie-talkie. Half an hour later, Li Qiu led people down the mountain. The way they came down was also particularly magical. They slid down from the cableway. The cableway had been abandoned for many years, and they not only repaired it, but also installed a carriage. Unlike the cableway in the scenic area, it is one way and can only slide down from top to bottom. To go up from bottom to top, you still have to walk. Every time the cableway is used, the ice on it must be melted with supernatural powers, which ensures the safety of the air raid shelter to a certain extent. Looking at a large pile of supplies, there are also many guns and ammunition, which is really exciting. Will you take it? Why not? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. We have saved so many lives. Li Qiu was righteous and at ease. Zhang Xuezhen waved and put the supplies and 8 trucks into the space, and kindly left a truck so that the soldiers escorting the supplies could drive back. Wait a minute. Li Qiu stopped those who were about to leave and asked them to take a bucket of things back, and also required them to hand it directly to General Yin. The bucket was pure black and airtight. I don't know what was in it, but it was very heavy. When General Yin heard that Li Qiu and his team had accepted the supplies, he finally felt relieved. When he heard that they were asked to bring something back, he immediately asked his adjutant to open it and take a look. When he opened the lid, he found that it was a bucket full of black soil, which was sticky, as if some liquid had melted into the soil. There was also a piece of thick cardboard with words written on it in the soil. It was written by Li Qiu, who explained the function of the black soil and asked General Yin to find someone to test it. After Han Ji sent the supplies, God started the blizzard mode again. The ice on the Red Lake was already more than 10 meters deep. It would take several days to dig a hole for fishing. Ah Fei, Tang Xiang and them simply put a drill in the ice hole they had dug and turned it wildly every once in a while. In this way, even if they didn't come for a long time, the ice hole would not freeze. Some of the fish caught were frozen in a natural refrigerator made of snow, and some were salted and hung on the roof of the air raid shelter to dry. The smallest fish were as tall and strong as a person, and they were hung on the roof of the cave with a fishy smell and were extremely spectacular. When you are hungry or greedy, you can take 2 of them down, boil or fry them, or stir-fry them with garlic leaves and chili peppers, which is so delicious. In addition to fish, the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep brought by Han Ji became an important source of meat. These are mutant species that have been cultivated and improved. They are docile, have high egg and milk production, plump meat, and grow quickly. It can be said that they perfectly meet the requirements of humans for livestock. Song Wan directly grilled the meat with her 2 palms. The meat grilled by her supernatural fire was cooked to the right temperature, sizzling and oozing with oil, and you will drool just by smelling it. Jiang Song brought Wawa, and Cheese was watching closely beside him, eating every piece of meat that was baked. Jiang Song also said that if Song Wan had this skill before the natural disaster, he would have changed his career and not been a doctor, but directly become Song Wan's agent, and toured the country to perform palm fire barbecue. The base continued to expand underground, and a new open space was found to make a training room. The training room was divided into 3 parts. One part was used as a shooting training room to practice bows and crossbows and gun skills. It was only at this time that Li Qiu realized that details such as pulling the trigger and holding the gun would affect the accuracy of the hit. In the past, I might not be able to hit a few balloons, but now I am learning from a few sharpshooters, and I feel like I have mastered my skills. I wish I could play with guns every day. One part is used as a supernatural power training room, mainly for everyone to practice their ability to control supernatural powers. The last part is the ancient martial arts training room. The ancient martial arts teachers are of course, the 4 Zhou family grandparents and grandchildren. Zhou Lingyi is best at hidden weapons, and she also teaches this. At first, she taught everyone to use small sticks and twigs. They held them between their fingers and flicked them lightly, and they could easily hit balloons more than 10 meters away. Later, she asked them to use leaves and even hair. Others only learned half a bucket of water, but when Ren practiced for 5 or 6 hours every day. Zhou Linghuai was good at boxing, and finally he had a place to use his skills in front of many young people. He woke everyone up before dawn every day to practice Bajiquan. This boxing style is simple and unpretentious, but it is fast and powerful, and it is hard to hit and open. Power-type superpowers are equipped with this boxing style, which is twice the result with half the effort, and it complements each other. In addition, Zhou Jinshi taught everyone the breathing technique and swordsmanship. Zhou Taikuan was responsible for guiding the younger generation during the teaching process, and he would also teach them moves when he was interested. Over time, everyone's boxing and kicking skills improved, and their physical fitness improved. Even a 50-year-old like Jiang Ranfan could throw a flying knife and cut the rope hanging pickled fish. Other young people are even more so. Even if their superpowers are exhausted or lost one day, they can survive with the skills they have learned now. What's wrong with you recently? Li Qiu came over with 2 roasted sweet potatoes, stuffed them into Zhou Jinshi's hands, and sat on the small wooden stool next to him. Zhou Jinshi has been staring at the snow in a trance recently, and his fingers are still shaking uncontrollably. Several times, he couldn't hold the magic. I told you the origin of the magic. Zhou Jinshi placed the magic across his knees and decided to talk about his uneasiness. He promised Li Qiu that he would not hide anything. Li Qiu nodded. I remember, this is a precious sword that has been passed down in your family for many generations. It seems to have experienced many battlefields and is a bloody sword. Your family also has a rule that only those who have mastered the secrets of ancient martial arts in every 100 years can inherit it. When you first told me about it, I said that I felt like I was not in the same dimension as you. What ancient martial arts? What secrets of ancient swords? So cool, it sounds like something from another world. But now these days, stranger things than these things have appeared, so I don't think there is anything wrong. Zhou Jinshi, the owner of this sword 100 years ago, was my great-grandfather. My grandfather said that my great-grandfather was originally a very kind person, but after obtaining the magic, he became more and more withdrawn and manic. He disappeared for a while, and when he came back, he said that the sword was lost, and he didn't let anyone find it. Li Qiu asked, did he lose the knife on purpose? According to the Zhou family's attitude toward Shishu, they value it more than their own lives. Why can't they find it if it's lost? It must be intentional. Zhou Jinshi nodded, yes. But Shishu came back by itself. One morning, the family opened the door and saw Shishu standing quietly in the yard, as if someone had put it there on purpose. Li Qiu's eyes widened, and he looked at the ancient knife again. It also has global GPS positioning? Can I touch it? Zhou Jinshi hesitated, afraid that Shishu would hurt Li Qiu. It's a little abnormal recently. Every day when I wake up, it's not in the original position. The only 2 people in the base who are not completely human now are Li Qiu and Wawa. Wawa likes to sleep next to Li Qiu, so Zhou Jinshi can often find Shishu near them. For example, last night, Shishu was only a blade away from Wawa's neck. If I don't care anymore, I might make Wawa's head and body separated tonight. That's really abnormal. Li Qiu felt a little flustered after hearing this, and subconsciously reached out to hold one end of the magic. The weight of the magic was heavier than Li Qiu imagined. Just holding half of it, it felt heavy. The magic, which was originally quite quiet, suddenly shook wildly after touching Li Qiu. Its blade almost uncontrollably wanted to cut Li Qiu's hand. Zhou Jinshi quickly took the magic to the other side. In this process, it didn't seem like a person controlling the knife, but more like a competition between the person and the knife. Li Qiu finally understood why Zhou Jinshi was not right recently. Has it been like this recently? A knife with its own ideas, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is supernatural. In the past, it could barely be controlled by Zhou Jinshi because Zhou Jinshi was always in various fights, either killing zombies or killing mutant plants and animals. Blood satisfied the killing nature of the magic. But recently, everyone has been living in the base almost all the time and never go out. The restlessness of the magic also affected Zhou Jinshi. Since this knife is so dangerous, why does your Zhou family have to choose someone to inherit it every 100 years? Do you have to send someone to sacrifice the sword? Li Qiu was really curious about this question. A knife that can't be thrown away, a knife that needs to be nourished by blood and qi, a knife that will affect people's personality. It will lead the inheritor to an unknown ending. What is it for? Zhou Jinshi didn't know how to answer. He actually thought about this question, but this is a 1,000-year inheritance of the family. Each generation who inherits the ancient knife will obtain the highest power of the family, at most wealth, and will also bear the corresponding responsibilities and destiny. Li Qiu stared at Song Wan and Zhou Lingyi, who were communicating about fire power in the distance with shining eyes, and an idea popped up in his mind. I have a good idea. Zhou Jinshi now knows Li Qiu too well. Every time she says this, something must be in trouble. Li Qiu said, why don't we melt it and make a new one? The magic that was originally crazy and thirsty for blood suddenly stopped moving, and was as obedient as a toy sword. Zhou Taikun has been watching the 2 children and listened to their conversation. Besides feeling a little sorry for the ancestors, this seems to be a solution. Anyway, the material is the same. and it will still be a good knife after refining. Zhou Lingyi and Zhou Linghuai soon learned about their father's plan to melt the sword. Zhou Linghuai disagreed. Dad, you dote on a gene too much. This sword is the foundation of our family. Without it, the ancient martial arts family will expel us from the list in the future. Zhou Lingyi, of course, completely stood on Zhou Taikuan's side, and her attitude was very firm. I have long felt that this should be done. Counting 9 generations ago, the most recent one was our grandfather. He was so healthy, and he died suddenly before he was 40 years old. Do you dare to say that there was no influence from the magic? Our Zhou family does not have this sword, but we have other ancient martial arts and supernatural powers. Why can't we stand on our own feet? Zhou Taikuan coughed twice. In this case, let's vote. Let's talk about democracy. There were a total of 4 Zhou family members present, and 3 of them voted in favor. Zhou Linghuai wanted to cry, but had no tears. When the magic was about to be thrown into the furnace that had been prepared long ago, and fled madly in the air raid shelter, even at the cost of cutting Zhou Linghuai's shoulder, Zhou Linghuai finally changed his mind. Melt. I throw it in now. What ancient sword, what glory, go in, burning at the same time by 2 level 5 superpowers. Zhou Lingyi and Song Wan, the magic art was painfully clanging in the furnace. Many times, it wanted to jump out of the furnace unwillingly, but was suppressed by Wen Ran, who had the metal superpower. Everyone gathered around to watch the excitement, but they saw that there seemed to be a phantom of the battlefield thousands of years ago in the firelight, and there were faint sounds of fighting. It took a whole week to melt the magic art, and a new knife was made a week later. The model was still made according to the appearance of the magic art, even the patterns on it were exactly the same, and it was still as sharp after being sharpened. Zhou Jinshi picked up the new magic again, and suddenly felt relieved. The shadow that was as heavy as Mount Tai that was wrapped around him disappeared at some point. Even the others felt that their Captain Zhou looked less cold and more amiable. Try it quickly. Can you still use the secret technique? Zhou Linghuai couldn't help but urge. Zhou Lingyi, you don't want to learn it secretly, do you? Don't think I'm so shameless. The brother and sister started to curse again, and were ruthlessly driven away by Zhou Taikuan. Zhou Jinshi walked out of the air raid shelter under the expectant eyes of others, stepped up in the snow, and a huge water dragon swam out of the knife, and in the world of ice and snow, it was so powerful that it shook off the snow on the big and small fruits. The sisters thought it was an avalanche and an earthquake. Wao looked at the water dragon in horror and couldn't help asking Li Qiu, Sister, is this also a snake? This is a dragon. Li Qiu smiled. From then on, for Zhou Jinshi, the knife was just a knife, an auxiliary tool, no longer something to control his mind. One day, Jiang Song yawned and opened the door of the air raid shelter. Today it was his and Luo Daxian's turn to get up early to sweep the snow. The snow outside the air raid shelter must be cleared once a day, otherwise it would be no fun if the snow piled up. But today there was no snow outside at all. At a glance, the world that should have been white had melted the ice and snow. Spring has arrived. Chapter 110. Master, you've been sitting at the door for a whole day, meditating? Jiang Song sat down next to Master Luo. Master Luo counted with his fingers, and suddenly changed his face. Jiang Song choked. When did you learn Sichuan opera face changing? Master Luo took off the mask from his face. It's just to cultivate my hobby. Jiang Song, Master Luo stopped joking with him, and said his own inference. Spring is here and everything is revived. Our place may become a hot spot. The severe cold faded, and all the mutant plants and animals had to find food, grow, and reproduce. Before the natural disaster, there were often carnivorous animals such as wolves and bears, who brought their families to the village to find food. There is enough food here, and it must be the first choice for these animals to find food. You don't have to worry about this. With them here, even a mosquito dare not fly over. Jiang Song pointed to the distance. In the distance, Wawa, Cheese, Xiao Linyun and Fuzi were playing the game of eagle catches chicks under the tree. Wawa was the hen, Fuzi was the eagle, and Cheese and Xiao Linyun played the chicks, which profoundly explained that the cubs of different species can also have fun together. Above their heads, the big and small fruits were anxiously watching the game. After dormant for a winter, the big and small fruits accumulated enough nutrients and began to grow vigorously as soon as spring came. In just half a month, the branches and leaves were lush and covered the sky. If you look down from a high altitude, the area occupied by the crowns of these 2 locust trees is almost as large as 2 villas. Their trunks are getting thicker and thicker, and the beautiful scarves that Li Qiu made for them can only be hung on the treetops and flutter in the wind. Of course, Not only the trees are growing so fast, but Cheese's height has also grown significantly. She is now as tall as an average 4 or 5-year-old child, and runs like a gust of wind. Some people say that it is time to give Cheese a big name, because he will be an adult in the future, and can't still be called by the name of food. Chicken legs, Ruru, Someone was accidentally injured. So everyone not only knew Cheese's big name Wang Xintong, but also knew the big names of the chicken legs couple. Ruru's name is very nice, Su Man. Chicken legs' surname is of course Wang, and his name is Wang Jiekai. As soon as this name came out, Li Qiu's second-dimensional soul immediately burned, and he immediately asked him, "What is your relationship with Wang Jieshi?" Ro laughed. I also asked him this question when I watched Full-Time, and asked him if he wanted to change his ID to Wang Bielixing. Wawa couldn't help but envy them when he heard that they all had big names. Of course, as a proud snake, he hoped that Li Qiu could take the initiative to discover this problem. When Li Qiu was practicing hidden weapons in the training room, Wawa passed by. When Li Qiu was fertilizing the vegetables on the farm, Wawa passed by. Li Qiu was about to go out to collect firewood, and Wawa quickly followed him. Li Qiu stopped. "Why are you following me? Weren't you playing well with Cheese before?" Wawa looked at her with a look of disappointment. Li Qiu felt puzzled and whispered to Song Mimi and Zhang Xuezhen, who were traveling with him, "What's wrong with him? He lost the game, and asked me to find a place for him." "I think so." Song Mimi nodded repeatedly. Zhang Xuezhen looked at the little snake. "Maybe he's hungry." Of course, there is a reason for being friends. The little snake's mind is too hard to guess. Seeing that the three people's guesses were getting more and more off base, Wawa was so angry that he yelled, "I want a name! A name! A name!" Li Qiu and the other two, Li Qiu was the first to praise. "Not bad, you have lived with us for so long that you have learned to say important words 3 times. Don't you have a name?" Wawa doesn't sound good. Not as good as Wang Xintong. Wawa considers himself a cultured snake who loves to read books and has a good aesthetic sense when it comes to names. He is no longer someone that can be easily fooled by Li Qiu. Li Qiu pondered hard. Before she thought hard to come up with some shocking names, Wawa emphasized, "I also want the last namely." Li Qiu nodded readily. "Then let's call it Li Fugue, or Jixiangrui Changshu Beijui. Fugue, I want Fugue." These two characters have the most strokes, high pitch, easy to read, and good meaning. It's a good name at first glance. In the end, Wawa left happily holding the name Li Fugue, ready to show off to everyone in the base, and Fuzi and the 2 trees can't be spared. Song Mimi looked at Wawa's back, and couldn't help sighing. He still suffered from his lack of education. Zhang Xuezhen, "I still can't forget when Li Qiu lied to me that her name was Li Yu." Li Qiu laughed. "What a joke." Before she finished being happy, the crazy crying of Xiaogui and Xiaogui came from a distance. "Sister, we also want a big name. God didn't intend to kill all humans, and the temperature after experiencing extreme cold was slowly rising. Therefore, the nearby mountains only experienced 2 mudslides during thunder and rain, and did not cause too many geological disasters. The Red Lake has thawed, and Zhou Jinshi and his men have built a few sheds about 100 or 200 meters away from the lake. With this shed, as a place to rest and replenish supplies, it is not a problem to fish here for half a month." Zhou Jinshi fished next to him, and Li Qiu ate next to him. She ate the fish so fast that every time Zhou Jinshi looked back, he could not see the fish, not even the fish bones. "Why are you looking at me? Catch 2 more." Li Qiu leaned on Zhou Jinshi's shoulder and wrote a diary. This is already her 3rd diary. It is still a running account, from what she eats when she wakes up every morning to what she dreams about when she goes to bed every night. As she was writing, Li Qiu shook her pen. "It's broken. This pen has no water. There is basically no shortage of food and drink in the base, and even toiletries are currently available. Everyone still has several bars of soap. But few people deliberately hoard fountain pens. Anyway, the weather is good. We go down the mountain in a few days." Zhou Jinshi said, "I heard that after the zombie tide receded, Belan City was basically half empty. Even many people without superpowers now dare to go into the city to find supplies." Li Qiu put away his notebook and stretched. "I have wanted to go out for a long time, otherwise my hard work every day will be in vain. Then I will rely on King Qiuqiu to protect me next time." Okay, catch 2 more fish to bribe King Qiuqiu." The two were talking about some nonsense between young lovers, and were suddenly interrupted by a voice. Zhou Linghui coughed a few times, and walked out of the woods silently. He had been squatting next to him for 5 minutes. He didn't expect his nephew and his niece-in-law to be so annoying. He had to interrupt even if he didn't want to. Uncle San? Zhou Jinshi looked at Zhou Linghuai in confusion. Zhou Linghuai went out early today to go to the southern base to change gasoline. He didn't expect to come back so early. Zhou Linghuai couldn't contain his excitement. There is good news. Zhou Linghuai heard the news, while trading at the base, that the western base and the southern base had resumed communication. The news from there said that their number of survivors was about the same as that of the southern base, but the number of superpowers was several times that of the southern base. They planned to recruit people and enter Half Moon Mountain in a month. Half Moon Mountain. You know why I'm in a hurry to come back, Ajin? Zhou Linghuai patted his nephew's shoulder. Half Moon Mountain was the last place where Zhou Jinshi's parents appeared. The western base recruited people to enter the mountain because countless scientific researchers, soldiers, and superpowers who had entered the mountain before did not come out. Almost everyone thought that it was a man-eating mountain. But the zombies not only came out intact after entering it, but their levels also rose wildly. A mountain has two completely different attitudes towards people and zombies, which is very strange. Whether it is for the missing compatriots or to eliminate potential dangers, they must find someone to go in and find out what is inside. Now that the weather is getting warmer, many equipments have been restored to use, which is the best time to go in. Even if it is not clear, the place will be blown up and the mountain will be completely closed after this time. Zhou Jinshi asked, "Do you mean this may be the last chance to enter Half Moon Mountain?" Zhou Linghuai, "That's what I mean. I know you are a filial child, and that is also my eldest brother and sister-in-law, so Uncle San decided that I will go with you this time." When they returned to the base, Zhou Linghuai also announced this to others. From the south base to the west base, even if the straight line distance is 1,000 kilometers, it takes a month to get there with all the twists and turns. Not to mention how many zombies, mutant plants and animals, and supernatural phenomena they have to experience along the way. Zhou Lingyi directly exposed Zhou Linghuai. "You are so active this time. Do you really want to find your eldest brother and his wife? Or my third sister-in-law?" Zhou Linghuai's family is all in the west base, and he is completely scheming. I'm afraid that once he arrives at the west base, he will find excuses with Zhou Jinshi to avoid going to Half Moon Mountain. You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. Dad, please give me a fair word. Zhou Linghuai blushed. Zhou Taikuan pondered and suddenly asked, "Ah, Jean, what do you think?" "Grandpa, if possible, I plan to leave tomorrow." Zhou Jinshi had already made a decision on the way back to the base from Red Lake, and also made a plan in his mind. There is no way out of Half Moon Mountain. Zhou Jinshi thought that even if his parents really met with misfortune, he would go to see it clearly. Jiang Song had already spoken. "I just want to travel there. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Moreover, first, I can make a wish for you to add a lucky buff. Second, who goes out without a doctor? A Fei, brother. What a coincidence, me too. Who's a you, Lu Xiaowu, Tang Xianghe, what a coincidence plus 10086. Everyone talked about it, explaining why they had to go. Li Qiu's eyes were shining. It is said that a trip into the zombie level can increase dramatically, so of course I have to go. Li Qiu said he wanted to go, and then there were more people clamoring to go. It seemed that in their eyes, it was not a life and death journey of 1 or 2,000 kilometers, but just like going out to fish in the Red Lake or picking mushrooms and fungus in the woods. Zhou Jinshi set a departure time of 10 a.m. the next day. At 4 a.m. that day, he was already at the ropeway. Also at the ropeway were Li Qiu, Zhang Xuezhen, Zhou Linghuai and Wawa. This trip was purely for personal matters, and Zhou Jinshi did not want to nor felt it was necessary to put so many friends in danger. The best way was to leave quietly. Why is he here too? Zhou Linghuai pointed at Wawa. Although he knew Wawa was the leader, Zhou Linghuai always treated him as a kid. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi looked at each other knowingly. Of course, they would not take Wawa to such a far place, but just put Wawa back to Snake Mountain on the way. At present, the child is still happy to think that he can follow to a place thousands of miles away. How fun it will be along the way. After sliding down from the cableway, Zhou Jinshi sat in the driver's seat. Part of the supplies prepared for this long journey are in the trunk, and part are in Zhang Xuezhen's space. Many of them are guns and ammunition exchanged for crystal cores from the base that day, as well as various explosives made by Lu Xiaowu. Li Qiu said, "Wawa, go to sleep." Wawa emphasized, "Call me Fugue." "Okay, Li Fugue, go to sleep quickly. Otherwise you won't grow taller. When you come back, Cheese will have grown taller than you." Such a comparison really made Wawa feel full of crisis, and he fell asleep without saying a word. When Wawa woke up again in a daze, The people around him had become the Pit Viper couple. Mom's good son, you are finally back. The Pit Viper spit out its snake tongue and kissed Wawa on the face again and again. After a long pause, Wawa realized that he had been cheated and started to cry loudly. Wawa, my name is Li Fugue, you are a bunch of liars. At the same time, the people who woke up early in the base also found that Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi had already run away. Liar! The car, which had been driving for more than 100 kilometers, was driving on the horizon, welcoming the rising sun. The radio station in the car, which had been silent all the time, suddenly had a sound.